The Lord's Empire Chapter 1621 to Chapter 1708. 5 or 6 teachers from Outlander 10 College stood on a tall building and looked down at the crowd below. A middle-aged man from the Fox race lightly laughed as he said, "The recruitment this time is more lively than before, and there are 10 times as many people who can cause the statues to react. Moreover, all of them are young and full of vigor, and no one is willing to submit to anyone." A chubby bear person elder laughed as he replied, "It's not just these people, there are 60 times more ordinary geniuses than before. This is a blessing for the Outlander domain. If this continues, the Outlander domain's strength will surpass the other domains." A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure smiled as she said, "I don't think that's the case. The Outlander domain's fate has not changed much, so it's impossible for so many geniuses to suddenly appear. These geniuses are not cabbages. They all represent massive amounts of fate and come from different powerful factions. The reason why so many geniuses have appeared is most likely related to the prophecy left behind by our Outlander race's King of Kings before he died." Hearing the woman's words, a middle-aged man wearing scholarly robes could not help but sigh as he spoke. The Outlander race's most glorious period was under the King of Kings' leadership. Back then, all of the Outlander races, big and small, recognized him as their king. All of the kings, emperors, and emperors submitted to him, and he was the undisputed King of Kings. He united all of the races, and even the most powerful god race, demon race, and devil race had to avoid him. However, after he died, the Outlander race fell apart and became one of the weakest out of the 8 races. I hope that his prophecy will be fulfilled and that someone will inherit his position and become the new King of Kings, leading all of the Outlander race and rising to glory. A serious-looking gnome elder with glasses said, "Before the King of Kings died, Outlander 10 College obeyed his will and protected the King of Kings mountain. However, tens of thousands of years have passed, and many people have ascended the King of Kings mountain, but not a single person has been able to pull out the King of Kings sword. The King of Kings was a peerless genius who was like a shining star. After that star fell, it was very difficult for another person like him to appear. So no one has been able to pull out the King of Kings sword in the past tens of thousands of years. I don't think it will be that easy. If the King of Kings sword could be pulled out, it would have been pulled out long ago and would not have waited for so long." The middle-aged man in scholarly robes said, "The King of Kings prophecy is not about someone being able to pull out the King of Kings sword in the past but someone being able to pull out the King of Kings sword now and inherit his position. I think it's possible." The chubby bear person elder smiled as he said, "I also think that it's possible. After all, a terrifying existence like the King of Kings prophecies would not be false. It's because of this that countless Outlanders sent their geniuses here. The number of people participating in this recruitment is also unprecedented in history. Among so many people, perhaps one of them is the person in the prophecy." The Fox race middle-aged man looked at the people below and said somewhat condescendingly, "I'm afraid that not a single one of these people is the person in the prophecy. Their talent and potential are too low, and it's impossible for them to pull out the King of Kings sword. That includes the thousands of people who caused the statue to react. I'm afraid they don't even have the right to go up and draw the sword. I believe that only the true geniuses who haven't arrived yet have a chance of drawing the King of Kings sword." Boom! Just as the Fox race middle-aged man spoke, a terrifying aura blasted out, causing the air to seem to freeze. Countless people's hairs stood on end as they felt a wave of terror. A feather person with 6 pairs of white wings on his back appeared in the sky. He was an incredibly handsome young man who gave off intense white light. He wore a white robe and looked like an angel, causing countless women's hearts to tremble. Boom! A feather person statue sensed the young man's aura and exploded out with a terrifying aura, and a 3-colored light spread out. Seeing this, everyone cried out. Just from the aura and the 3-colored light, this feather person young man's potential surpassed everyone else's. He was a true genius, and countless people looked at the feather person young man in awe and worship. The feather person youth lightly laughed as he landed in front of the door. The thousands of people's expressions became slightly unsightly, and they retreated 10 or so meters, causing the crowd to split into 3 groups. "You Luo! You've stolen all the limelight." A centaur young man with long black hair and pure black eyes smiled as he walked out and came to the door. Boom, a centaur statue sensed the young man's aura and exploded out with a terrifying aura, and a three-colored light spread out. Even if the centaur youth didn't give off any aura, it was clear that he was another peerless genius. Countless people exclaimed, and their gazes were filled with respect and worship as they looked at the centaur youth. Suddenly, a black figure flashed in the sky like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of the door. It was a delicate-looking young man with cat ears and a cat tail, and he gave off a powerful aura. Boom, a cat person statue sensed the young man's aura and exploded out with a terrifying aura, and a three-colored light spread out. Another peerless genius had appeared, and everyone's gazes once again fell on the young man's body. The young man looked quite shy and did not want to face the countless gazes of worship. At that moment, the crowd parted, and an elf with a group of female attendants slowly walked out. The elf had long silver hair and silver eyes. She was tall and slim, and she was peerlessly beautiful. She was the princess of the Silver Moon Empire, and she was a famous beauty in the Outlander domain. Her appearance caused everyone to look over, and they could not help but praise her. Boom, the elf woman came to the door, and an elf statue sensed the woman's aura and exploded out with a terrifying aura, and a three-colored light spread out. Following this, peerless geniuses appeared. Boom, boom. Boom, the statues exploded out with terrifying auras and massive might, and they gave off three-colored light that shined in all directions. The thousands of people from before all retreated dozens of meters with unsightly expressions, feeling quite shocked at how powerful this person was. Seeing so many geniuses appear, the teachers within the tall building all smiled. The elegant-looking woman smiled as she said, "If it wasn't for this recruitment, I wouldn't have known that there were so many geniuses. Moreover, there are many unfamiliar faces, they're most likely the hidden geniuses of large families." The chubby bear person elder also happily laughed as he said, "With so many geniuses participating, we'll have to increase the number of students this year, or else some of the truly good seedlings will be eliminated. That would be quite a pity." The middle-aged man from the fox race laughed as he said, "Now, I'm also looking forward to the start of the examination. With so many geniuses clashing, just what will happen? The intensity of that clash will be unimaginable." Hearing this, everyone else could not help but nod. This time, there were many times more geniuses participating than in the past. Moreover, it was not just the quantity but also the quality. All of the geniuses were incredibly terrifying, and none of them were weak. From this, it could be seen that this examination would be the most intense one in history. Everyone in the Outlander domain was paying attention to this matter, and countless terrifying existences entered Outlander 10 College to wait for the examination to begin. Bang! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive figure descended from the sky and heavily slammed into the ground. A terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to crack. A 3-meter-tall, three-headed, fanged, and powerful-looking ogre appeared, causing everyone in the surroundings to retreat in fear. Ogres were incredibly ferocious existences within the Outlander race and liked to eat humans. They would not even spare their own people, and they would often kill people from other races. They were incredibly ruthless and terrifying. The three-headed ogre savagely laughed as it looked around, causing countless people to feel a chill on their backs. The ogre came to the gates. Boom! Sensing the young man's aura, the ogre statue exploded out with a terrifying aura and a 5-colored light. Everyone looked incredibly shocked and cried out, "It's actually a 5-colored light. That's even brighter than everyone else's." The 100 or so people standing at the front all had grim expressions and retreated 10 or so steps. This ogre was actually quite famous, and many people knew of him. He was the imperial prince of the most powerful ogre empire, and his bloodline was at the peak of the imperial bloodline. His cultivation was at the world realm. Boom, another powerful aura spread out like a tide as a powerful built orc with skin as black as steel walked out of the arena. That's the prince of the orc empire. The orc that appeared was quite famous in the Outlander realm. Countless people recognized him, and he came from the most powerful orc empire. His bloodline was also at the peak of the emperor realm. Boom, an orc statue sensed Zhao Fu's aura and exploded out with an incredibly terrifying aura, and a 5-colored light spread out. The crowd was not surprised to see this, because the ones who had appeared now were all world-renowned geniuses, and they were even more terrifying than the geniuses from before. Kikik, a few flirtatious laughs sounded out as a seductive woman with an extremely beautiful face and a pair of platinum fox ears appeared in the sky. What was shocking was that she had 10 tails behind her. Countless people stared at her as if they were bewitched. Their hearts beat quickly, and their bodies became hot. They had already been charmed by that woman, and only after a while did they come back to their senses. This was from the fox race, and she was a famous genius in the Outlander realm. Her looks were quite rare, and she was the #1 beauty on the Outlander beauty rankings. She was not surprised, and the fox race statue gave off a 5-colored light. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded out in the surroundings as countless traces of black light covered the sky. A massive might descended as a dragon person with a dragon's horn on his head and a dragon's tail on his back appeared in the sky. He had a head of short, icy hair and a cold expression. Boom, he landed on the ground, and the dragon person statue sensed his aura and exploded out with an incredibly terrifying aura as a 5-colored light spread out. This dragon person came from the most powerful dragon person empire, and his bloodline was at the peak of the emperor realm. He was an incredibly terrifying person. Boom. Boom, another 2 massive explosions sounded out as 2 muscular figures giving off terrifying auras appeared in the sky. One had an elephant's head and a human's body. His skin was like jade, and his ivory teeth were like jade. He had a gentle expression and looked quite easy to get along with. The other had a lion's head and snow-white fur. The human-like lion person gave off a dignified aura, and people could not help but feel nervous. Boom. Boom, sensing their auras, the lion person statue and elephant person statue exploded out with terrifying auras, and a 5-colored light spread out. They came from the most powerful elephant person empire and lion person empire, and their bloodlines were incredibly terrifying. They were at the peak of the emperor realm and gave off powerful might. They also had terrifying talent and could cause people to feel terror. By now, the ogres, beast men, foxes, dragon people, elephant people, and lion people were all terrifying figures whose names shook the world. Not only did the Outlander domain know their names, but the other domains also knew their names. The 6 of them caused the statues to give off 5-colored light, but no one was too surprised. They had long since known how terrifying they were, and in the new Outlander rankings, they were definitely the most dazzling geniuses. However, they stood there and looked at the sky as if they were waiting for someone. Boom, a powerful aura spread out, bringing with it a wild gale. Everyone in the surroundings quickly retreated, and a dwarf young man appeared in the sky. He was wearing armor that gave off treasure light and held a hammer. Even though this dwarf young man looked quite short, he was the 3rd-ranked expert on the Outlander rankings. He came from the most powerful dwarf empire and had a peak emperor bloodline. He also had incredible talent in forging and could forge divine items. The dwarf young man landed in front of the door, and a dwarf statue gave off a 5-colored light. However, this 5-colored light was much more intense than the others. After coming to the door, the dwarf young man started to wait. Boom, a powerful aura arrived as a green light spread out in the sky, and a figure giving off terrifying power appeared in the sky. The woman in front of them was the Naga royal race, Medusa. Not only was she bewitchingly beautiful, but her eyes also had a terrifying petrifying ability. Medusa naturally came from the terrifying Naga Empire, and her bloodline was at the peak of the imperial bloodline. She was ranked 2nd in the Outlander domain, and she stood at the peak of the Heaven Awaken world. Medusa's expression was cold, and she did not care about the people around her as she came to the door. Boom, a Naga statue sensed the aura she gave off and exploded out with a terrifying aura, sending shockwaves out as the statue gave off an intense rainbow-colored light. Boom, the rainbow-colored light formed a rainbow-colored pillar of light that shot into the sky with terrifying power, causing the sky to tremble. The rainbow-colored light spread out in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to go through changes. Countless people felt quite shocked as they looked at the rainbow-colored light and the terrifying abnormal signs. Including the 7 people just now, there was also a trace of shock as they looked at Medusa. However, Medusa's expression was ice-cold. She did not care about anyone's gaze and directly ignored everyone. In her eyes, there was only one opponent. Only that person could arouse her interest. Suddenly, countless rays of golden light spread out in the sky, dyeing the sky golden, and a massive and noble might spread out. This caused countless people in the surroundings to feel their bodies sink. A fairy giving off intense golden light, looking like a sun, appeared in the sky. This fairy had long, golden hair, golden eyes, and a handsome appearance. He wore golden clothes, and he was the most powerful person in the Outlander race's new generation. He had the royal race's sun fairy bloodline. His fame was many times greater than anyone else's, and the other domains in the Heaven-Awakened world all knew of his existence. They all viewed him with great importance because he had the Outlander race's supreme emperor star. Just this alone was enough for countless people to view him with great importance. One could only imagine how powerful and terrifying he was. The fairy gave a trace of a smile as he landed in front of the door. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the fairy statue gave off a rainbow-colored light and an unparalleled power as it shot into the sky. The heavens and earth started to change as a massive emperor's might spread out. Countless people looked shocked. This was the power of someone with an emperor star. It was simply too powerful. As expected of the most powerful person in the Outlander race's younger generation. With this kind of power, who in the Outlander domain could contend against him? At that moment, Outlander 10 College's gates opened and a feather person walked out. He announced the start of the examination and invited everyone to enter. The elf was the first to enter with a smile on his face. No one dared to walk within a kilometer of him. Then, the others entered one after another. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu had asked around about the trial and was on his way to Outlander 10 College when he was suddenly bumped into by someone. Zhao Fu looked at the handsome-looking kobold with a human face in dissatisfaction. The kobold youth laughed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry. Outlander 10 College's test is about to begin, and I was too anxious just now." Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to it. He nodded and continued walking forward. Seeing that Zhao Fu was also heading in that direction, the kobold young man asked curiously, "Brother, are you also participating in the test?" Zhao Fu did not look back and lightly nodded. The kobold smiled and put his hand on Zhao Fu's shoulder as he said, "Brother, let's go together. We'll team up. I'm a prince of the Kobold Kingdom, so perhaps I can help you." Zhao Fu frowned and calmly replied, "Not interested." The kobold young man did not mind and laughed as he said, "Don't be so cold. Also, let's hurry up, the test has already begun, and the people at the back will have to wait longer. Let's run together." After saying this, the kobold young man did not even ask Zhao Fu for permission before pulling Zhao Fu and running towards Outlander 10 College. Zhao Fu wanted to struggle free, but he felt that there was no need. He had to get to Outlander 10 College as soon as possible. By the time Zhao Fu and the kobold young man arrived, there was a flood of people flooding into Outlander 10 College. The kobold young man pulled Zhao Fu and squeezed into the crowd. It was not easy being squeezed here and there, while the kobold young man pulled Zhao Fu forward. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless as he said, "Aren't you a prince of a kingdom? Why don't you act like a prince? There are so many people here, so it's better to wait." The kobold young man looked quite awkward and smiled as he said, "In actuality, I'm an illegitimate child and lived on the streets since I was young. Only after my father found me did I become a prince. Also, don't worry, I'll help you squeeze in, I'm good at this. It's fortunate that you met me this time, or else you might be at the back. However, you don't need to thank me, you look quite similar to me at first glance, so we should get along quite well." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless, but hearing that he was also an illegitimate child, he felt quite moved. Seeing the countless people pouring into Outlander 10 College, the teachers on the tall building smiled and planned to enter to watch the test for the geniuses. At that moment, Zhao Fu was dragged by the kobold young man to the gates of Outlander 10 College. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as 23 of the 34 statues sensed Zhao Fu's aura and exploded out with heaven-toppling auras that swept out like a flood. Countless people felt as if they had been dragged into an abyss by a massive hand, and their souls fell into terror. Bang, bang. Bang, the 23 statues gave off brilliant rainbow-colored lights and turned into pillars of light that contained terrifying power as they shot into the sky. They were like 23 rainbow-colored pillars of light that stood between the heavens and the earth. Heaven and earth power madly gathered, and the 10-colored light covered the sky, giving off an otherworldly aura and a sovereign might. The sun elves at the front, the countless people pouring into Outlander 10 College, and the people in the tall building who were about to leave all froze as they looked at the 10-colored sky in shock. What's going on? Why have there been 23 10-colored pillars of light? Also, what is the power that has been revealed in the sky that overrides everything? Countless people felt massive waves in their hearts and felt quite confused. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, and they had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Zhao Fu looked at the statues and suddenly remembered that there would be abnormal movements. As such, he immediately hid his aura, and the terrifying abnormal signs gradually disappeared. The calmest elderly gnome in the tall building looked at the sky in shock and said to the others, "Was that real? Were my eyes playing tricks on me?" Not only did the statues light up with 10-colored light, but 23 statues lit up at the same time. What's going on? Even the owner of the Outlander Emperor Star only caused one statue to light up with 10-colored light. How could 23 statues simultaneously light up with 10-colored light? From the statues' reactions, it was definitely caused by a single person. How could that person cause 23 statues to light up? Something like this has never happened before. The fox race middle-aged man said seriously, to be able to cause 23 statues to simultaneously light up, there's only one possibility, which is that person has the bloodlines of 23 different races. However, how could a person have 23 different bloodlines? Even if there was such a person, how could he cause the statues to light up with 10-colored light? That light is something that only an Outlander Emperor Star can cause. The elegant-looking woman looked down at the floodlight crowd and said, "Hurry up and take a look, can you see who caused the statues to light up? If we can find that person, we can immediately bring him to see the dean." Even the dean would be delighted to see such a heaven-defying person and would definitely take him as a legacy disciple. Outlander 10 College might become the leader of the 7 great colleges because of him. The chubby bear person elder looked down at the crowd and shook his head as he said, "There are too many people, it's impossible to tell who it is. That person has completely hidden his aura. However, we don't need to be too anxious. Even if he wants to hide his identity, he will most likely reveal it in the following examination. I'm looking forward to seeing just what kind of terrifying existence he is." The fox race middle-aged man felt quite confused as he said, "However, at such a crucial time, how could such a terrifying person appear? I feel that the King of Kings prophecy is about to be fulfilled, that person might be the prophesied person. He will become the second King of Kings and bring the Outlander domain's large races to glory." Hearing this, everyone felt quite excited and nodded. Even the gnome elder, who did not believe that the prophecy would be fulfilled, nodded. The chubby bear person elder smiled as he said, "After the examination, no matter what the result is, he will be a student of Outlander 10 College. When that time comes, Outlander 10 College will protect him at all costs, and he will become someone that even we cannot touch." The elegant-looking woman smiled and nodded as she said, "I suddenly thought of the rumor about the possessor of 5 Emperor Stars. It's said that the possessor of 5 Emperor Stars is a peerless genius of the human race. This kind of person will sooner or later intimidate the world, and his name will shake the world. People from today and in the future will also know of his existence, and he will become an existence that countless people look up to. There is absolutely no one in the world who can match up to him." I was worried about how the Outlander race would deal with such a terrifying figure appearing in the human race. Now, I feel that the person in the prophecy will become the Outlander race's most dazzling genius and the new King of Kings. He should be able to rival that person with 5 Emperor Stars. After walking into Outlander 10 College, the Sun Elves and other geniuses all looked up at the sky with serious expressions. Now that such a terrifying person had appeared, they felt an indescribable sense of pressure. They understood that this test would be incredibly bitter, and they did not dare to be careless or look down on everyone else. They had wanted to go back and take a look to see just what kind of terrifying person that person was. However, after hearing that that person had not appeared, they could only give up on that thought. Of course, they also knew that the frightening person would definitely show himself in the upcoming test. In front of Outlander 10 College, countless people looked around, wanting to know who had caused the statues to react. There were also countless cries of shock and confusion. Heavens! Do you know who caused the statues to react? 23 statues giving off light at the same time, I was almost scared to death. I also want to know who that friend is, he has such terrifying power. How about we become friends? If not, I can be his servant. That person actually didn't show himself just now. He's still mixed in with us. I feel that we have some face to have such a terrifying person among us ordinary people. That person is too low-key, but I like it. That's right. That group of top-tier geniuses just now were all incomparably arrogant. They directly ignored and even looked down on us. I've been feeling displeased since a long time ago. Brother, come out and let us admire you. The people in the surroundings all stopped, looking around or talking to each other. The noise was a little noisy, and the scene was also very chaotic. The kobold young man grasped this opportunity and pulled Zhao Fu into Outlander 10 College. He then turned and smiled as he said, "Look, don't you think I'm very powerful?" Zhao Fu shook off his hand and nodded lightly. The kobold young man happily laughed before asking, "Brother, do you know what just happened? This is the first time I've seen 23 statues reacting at the same time, and I've never heard of it either. Brother, you're experienced and knowledgeable, so you should know about it, right?" Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he shook his head. He naturally would not tell him that it was him who had caused the statues to react. The kobold young man felt quite disappointed and started to chat with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu found out that his name was Go Yan, and Zhao Fu told him that his name was Mo Yi, which was the name he had used in the demon domain. After the two of them entered Outlander 10 College, they followed the crowd to a large, empty area where there were many platforms. These platforms were 10,000 meters wide and the ground was made of white jade. They were 2 meters tall, and there was a statue at the center. The statues on each platform were different, and they were all of different races. They were 100 meters tall and seemed to be made of jade, and they gave off powerful auras. Those who participated in the trial had to stand on the platforms and participate in the first trial, which was the most basic trial. Each platform could accept 10,000 people at most, and there were only dozens of platforms. There were millions of people participating, so they were split into many batches. There were Outlander 10 College's guards here, and they sent countless people up to the platforms to take the test. Zhao Fu and Go Yan had entered relatively early, so they were in the first batch. As for those geniuses who could make the statues give off orange light, they would not need to take the test and could directly proceed to the next stage. Hundreds of thousands of people stood on the stages, and magic formations were activated, causing the ground to shine with rays of light. The statues at the center gave off powerful lights as if they had come to life, and they exploded out with terrifying might. The scene was quite grand, but there were almost no people watching because countless people were looking at those geniuses. Many people looked down on those people who could not even cause the statues to give off violet light. Even if these people were lucky enough to pass, they would fail in the later stages. Even if they were Outlander 10 College's disciples, they could only be counted as ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples were incredibly terrifying existences in the eyes of ordinary people, but those major figures completely ignored them. Zhao Fu and Go Yan went to a stage where there was a dragon person statue that exploded out with terrifying power. Everyone felt a mass of dragons might weigh down on their bodies, causing their bodies to sink and their expressions to become unsightly. Some people even collapsed to the ground, and those who collapsed to the ground were naturally eliminated. Boom, a few minutes later, the dragon person statue once again exploded out with an even more powerful dragon's might, which turned into a formless force field that weighed down on everyone's bodies. At that moment, even more people collapsed to the ground. Go Yan also felt a trace of pressure, and his expression became serious as he circulated his power to resist that might. As for Zhao Fu, he seemed completely fine and continued to stand on the stage. This was because this sort of might did not give Zhao Fu any pressure at all. Zhao Fu's divine bloodline could greatly weaken this might, and there was also Zhao Fu's Dragon Emperor constitution and power. The dragon person statue was a type of dragon, so the dragon's might naturally would not affect Zhao Fu. The dragon person statue had a smile on its face as it looked at the many people who had fallen. In actuality, the dragon person statue was not an inanimate object, there was a complete dragon person soul within it, and the magic formation was controlled by it. Seeing that those people could not withstand its might, the dragon person statue felt quite proud. As the guardian spirit of the first stage, the dragon person statue liked to bully ordinary people, and it did not feel any fear. After all, those with status did not participate in the first stage. A bunch of trash, you can't even endure this bit of might and want to participate in Outlander 10 College's examination, Dragon Person's eye said mockingly as he stood at the center of the plaza. These words made many people feel quite displeased and angry, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, the dragon person was a guardian spirit, and offending him would not end well. Looking at the fearful looks on those people's faces, the dragon man felt even more delighted, and his tone became even more insolent. A bunch of trash, continue to endure my pressure. All of you, lie on the ground and beg for mercy. Boom, an even more terrifying might exploded out from the dragon person's body, giving off a massive explosion. The might heavily weighed down on everyone's bodies, causing the air to become slightly heavier. The expressions of the people who felt this pressure became somewhat unsightly. They did their best to resist, and some people could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. In actuality, the weakest of the people participating in the examination were at the Saint Realm. In the outer domains, they would be very powerful people, but in the inner domains, they were like ants. This dragon person statue's power was at least at the world realm. On this stage, city lord seals, nation armaments, and other support items could not be used, and one could only rely on their own strength. Seeing many more people fall, the dragon person statue wildly laughed, ha ha ha, a bunch of useless trash. Hurry up and scram. With your weak strength, it's impossible for you to enter Outlander 10 College. At that moment, a wild-looking young man unhappily called out, "You're the trash. If you have the guts, use your might again. Do you think your elder will be afraid of you?" A coarse-looking big man was also infuriated by the dragon person statue's words, "Bastard. Continue using your might, I'm the young lord of a tribe, and I was just being polite to you. I'm not afraid of you, so don't go too far." A beautiful woman who gave off an arrogant aura said coldly, "You'd best watch your mouth. We won't allow you to humiliate us as you please." A young man with a pair of rabbit ears said angrily, "We're not trash, your words are too harsh. We're not weak at all in our own faction, so don't speak to us like that." The dragon person statue looked at them condescendingly and said, "You people from small factions dare to speak like that in front of Outlander 10 College? Outlander 10 College can sweep through you with a single finger. As for calling you trash, was that wrong?" Boom, a massive aura swept out, and right after the dragon person statue finished speaking, it exploded out with an even more powerful aura, and an even greater might covered the surroundings. Under this might, everyone's expressions fell. This might was twice as strong as before. "Ha ha ha, now you know fear, right? Do you still dare to speak like before? You asked for it," the dragon person statue wildly laughed as he said to the people who had just provoked him. The people's faces became pale and cold sweat covered their bodies as they did their best to endure. They glared at the dragon person statue and did not say anything because they felt a massive pressure. If this went on, they might not be able to endure it. Go Yan looked quite troubled and cold sweat covered his face as he endured this massive might. He turned and saw that Zhao Fu seemed to be completely fine and was standing there casually. He could not help but say, "Mo Yi, I knew you were powerful. You were able to endure such terrifying might so easily. I knew you were powerful, you were actually able to endure such terrifying might so easily." Zhao Fu said calmly, "It's not that I'm powerful, it's just that this might isn't very powerful." Hearing this, Go Yan felt quite discouraged and awkwardly laughed. In actuality, he had found that Zhao Fu was not simple at all. Seeing their reactions, the smile on the dragonoid person's face grew even wider. However, he happened to hear the conversation between Zhao Fu and Go Yan, and his smile froze. As the guardian spirit, his body was connected to the venue through a formation, so he knew the venue like the back of his hand. He could sense even the slightest movement, so he could hear Zhao Fu's words clearly. This made the dragon person feel quite angry, and he glared at Zhao Fu as he said loudly, "Brat. You're just a Harmony Realm cultivator, yet you're even more arrogant than them. How dare you say that my pressure is too weak?" The dragon person was just a world realm statue. If he could use his nation armament, who knew how many Zhao Fu would be able to kill? Even though he could not use his nation armament, Zhao Fu did not fear the dragon person. When Dragon Person heard Zhao Fu's words, he felt incredibly angry, and when he heard Zhao Fu say that he was shameless, flames of fury rushed to his head as he yelled, "Brat! You asked for it. Trash, accept the final test." Boom, countless traces of heaven and earth power flowed into the Dragon Person's body, and an even greater power exploded out, forming a massive might that landed on countless people's bodies. Dragon Man had already used the power of the heaven-earth realm, causing the air to become extremely heavy. There were originally a few thousand people standing on the platform, but now, all of them collapsed to the ground. Only a few hundred people managed to get off the City of Hardship. Go Yan's legs were trembling, and his entire body was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and persisted. This was practically the limit of what he could endure. Zhao Fu also felt a heavy might weighing down on his body, but his divine bloodline and Dragon Emperor bloodline had mostly dissolved this pressure. It was only a small portion, so Zhao Fu was able to easily endure it. The Dragon Person ignored the countless people in the surroundings and looked at Zhao Fu. Seeing how relaxed Zhao Fu was, he was slightly surprised and could not understand how Zhao Fu could withstand his might so easily. However, he was still angry and thought to himself, I refuse to believe that this brat can easily withstand the full-powered pressure of a world realm expert. Boom, an explosion sounded out as an even more powerful might landed on everyone's bodies, causing the air to seem to freeze. Half of the hundreds of people on the platform collapsed, and the remaining people let out loud shouts, erupting with all their strength to resist the pressure. Go Yan also exploded out with his power, and a yellow aura flame burst forth around his body, giving off immense power as he resisted that might. Zhao Fu's body sank as he used his own power to defend, and his expression became cold as he said, "You've already broken the rules." Before this, Zhao Fu had obtained all the information about the trial. The Dragon Person had released all of the world realm's power, which was clearly not allowed. It had exceeded the rules. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the Dragon Person laughed loudly and said, I naturally know the rules, but there are also rules that if someone with great talent appears, the difficulty can be increased. Now, I'm sure that you're that person with great talent. Boy, are you as relaxed as before? Are you afraid now? Apologize to me now, and I'll let you off this time. Otherwise, you'll be in for a good time. Zhao Fu frowned and said with a cold expression, You're going too far. The Dragon Person loudly laughed, I'm the guardian spirit, so what if I'm going too far? Now that I've determined that you have a higher talent, the difficulty will continue to increase. Now, tremble in fear. Right after he said that, the Dragonoid being laughed heartily and channeled the power of the world into his body, about to unleash an even more powerful might. The violet dragon eye flashed with a violet light as it used the violet sky dragon star's power, and Qi, Zhao Fu, and Zhao Zhao, Fu, Zhao Fu, dragon, the Fu, released and the dragon, was. The violet dragon eye flashed with violet light as it used the violet sky dragon star's power, and it did not contain any emotion as it coldly looked at the Dragon Person. Just as the Dragon Person was about to explode out with his might, he felt a boundless coldness flood over, instantly inundating his body. No matter if it was his bloodline or soul, he felt an intense terror, and he powerlessly lay on the ground as he looked at Zhao Fu's left eye flickering with violet light. From the terror that came from his soul and bloodline, this person seemed to have supreme dragon race power, or else he would not have given off such a terrifying feeling. Are you afraid now? Zhao Fu coldly looked at the Dragon Person and gave off a formless might. His voice was also incredibly dignified, as if he was a sovereign. Yes, sir, this lowly one was blind just then, please forgive me, sir, the Dragon Person hurriedly said as he lay on the ground in fear. Everyone in the surroundings let out a sigh of relief because the might from the Dragon Person had dissipated, and they all felt much more relaxed. However, all of them were still looking at the scene before them in shock. The arrogant Dragonoid was now lying on the ground in fear, fearful of the cloaked man who didn't seem to be anything special. Just who was this person? What kind of power did he have? How could he make the Dragon Person act like this? Go Yan looked at Zhao Fu with wide eyes and felt that he had underestimated Zhao Fu's identity and power. Even though Zhao Fu was standing next to him, he felt as if he was untouchable. Zhao Fu did not mind everyone's gazes and said coldly, Have I passed the test? Dragonborn hurriedly replied, Yes, but he did not understand. With Zhao Fu's power, he did not need to participate in this trial at all, so why was he still participating? Moreover, he had mixed in with the crowd and acted like an ordinary person. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and walked to the side. Go Yan smiled as he went up and put his hand on Zhao Fu's shoulder as he said, "Mo Yi, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Who are you exactly? I refuse to believe that you're a different person." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression did not change much and he said, "I'm just an ordinary person." The four people who had been provoking the dragon person looked at each other and smiled as they said, "Sir, who are you and where are you from? Would it be possible for us to get to know you?" In their eyes, Zhao Fu's identity was filled with mystery and far surpassed theirs. If they could get to know such a person, it would be of great help in the future. However, Zhao Fu was quite cold towards the four people who had come up and said, "Apologies. I'm not interested." The four people looked quite awkward. With their status, they would not try to curry favor with someone like this. However, Zhao Fu had the right to do so, and since they could not communicate with Zhao Fu, the four people looked over at Go Yan and started to converse with each other as they shamelessly followed behind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not mind and went to the second test. There were many stages here, and the ground was also made of jade. However, they were not very big, only 1 meter tall and 20 meters wide. There were no statues at the center of the stages, but there was an oval mirror that was as tall as a person. The mirror was called the replication mirror, and as long as a person stood in front of the mirror would replicate that person. However, the person's strength and abilities would be slightly weaker than the original person's because some things could not be replicated. There were over 10,000 stages here, and people had to go up one by one to take the test. Those who could activate the violet gold light from the statues could directly go to the next stage and did not have to pass the test here. There were some people looking around because those who could activate the violet gold light from the statues had to take the test. Even though they had not activated the violet gold light, they were still very powerful geniuses. There was already a long line here because there were only 10,000 or so people participating. Moreover, the battles with the replicas could not be finished in an instant. Zhao Fu looked around and walked to a shorter line. He waited, and the others followed behind Zhao Fu. People went up to the stage and came in front of the mirror. A magic formation was activated on the ground, causing the stage to give off boundless light. The mirror also gave off intense light as replicas walked out of the mirror. Following this, the real person and the replicas started to fight. After some replicas were defeated, they would turn into countless pieces and dissipate. If the real person was defeated, they would have to go to the bottom of the stage, and the replicas would not attack. Time gradually passed, and a young man destroyed the replicas with a punch. He passed the test and walked forwards to participate in the next test. After a few more people, it was Zhao Fu's turn. When it was a young man's turn, a tall barbarian cut in from the side and said in a barbaric manner, "All of you piss off. I'm going to take the test first." This act of cutting in line immediately caused everyone to feel quite displeased. Someone called out, "Who do you think you are? We've been lining up for so long and haven't gone up yet. Do you think we'll take the test just because you say so?" Someone else said, "That's right. Just go and line up, or else I won't wait in line either." "What right do you have to cut in line?" Someone else said, "That's right. Who do you think you are? You don't have to line up?" Hearing these words, the barbarian furiously exploded out with a powerful aura as he said to the people who had spoken, "Your grandpa can make the statue give off orange light, and I'm not like trash like you. Your grandpa naturally has special privileges. If you're not convinced, come and spar with me. Your grandpa will crush your head." The aura that the barbarian gave off was incredibly ferocious and powerful, causing everyone to feel quite afraid. Under this barbarian's might, the expressions of the people who had spoken became quite unsightly. Under this barbarian's might, they did not dare to say anything. There was a supervisor near the stage, and he looked over but did not intend to do anything. After all, the Outlanders believed in the law of the jungle, and the strong were respected. It had been mentioned many times before that the strong had special privileges. Looking at how cowardly the people were, the barbarian loudly laughed and walked forwards. Someone suddenly left the line and stood in front of the barbarian, obviously trying to cut him in line. This caused the barbarian man to shout angrily, F***ck. Who are you, brat? How dare you interrupt me? Scram right now, or else I won't go easy on you. Everyone was surprised. Xiao Fu actually dared to cut in front of the barbarian. Was he not afraid of the barbarian? Xiao Fu was very dissatisfied with the act of cutting the line. He had been lining up honestly, so why did others cut the line? Xiao Fu walked to the front and cut the line in front of the barbarians. Hearing the barbarian's words, Xiao Fu said calmly, "Why can you cut the line, but I can't?" The barbarian roared, "You're the one courting death." After speaking, the barbarian ferociously punched out, bringing with it a terrifying fist energy as it flew towards Xiao Fu, seeming to be able to shatter boulders. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu did not attack. He only glanced at the barbarian, and a formless energy sent the barbarian flying back. The barbarian flew back 10 or so meters, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. He looked at Xiao Fu, and his expression became quite unsightly. He understood that he was not a match for Xiao Fu. At that moment, a few young men with extraordinary bearings passed by, and one of them, a golden-haired young man, said disdainfully, "A battle between two weaklings is quite displeasing. Not only have they tarnished this prince's eyes, but they've also disrupted the order." A handsome man in green clothes condescendingly laughed as he said, "The world of the weak is just like this, chaotic, lowly, and warlike. They think that they're very powerful just because they have some power, but in reality, they're just slightly bigger ants. Ha ha ha, you two are quite bored. It's just two pieces of trash playing house, and yet you two care. We're people who are above them, so why do we care about these pieces of trash?" a tall young man said as he loudly laughed. A fair-skinned young man also laughed as he said, "All right, don't mind these pitiful people. We're people who have awakened the violet gold light, so we can't lower ourselves and compete with these people. Let's go to the next stage and take the test." The golden-haired young man laughed as he replied, "That's right, there's indeed no need for us to stay here." That sound just then attracted my attention, or else my eyes would not have been drawn to these pieces of trash. They did not hide their words at all, and everyone present heard them. They felt quite displeased and angry, but they could not say anything. It was evident that these people were not only more powerful than them, but their talent was also greater, and their statuses were also more terrifying. They were not existences that they could offend. The three others lightly laughed and prepared to walk forwards. However, in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Even though Xiao Fu wanted to keep a low profile, facing these people's mocking, he could not take it anymore. The tall young man condescendingly laughed as he said, "You still dare to stand in our way? I'll give you a chance, kneel and kowtow to us to let you off, or else we'll attack." Bang! Xiao Fu did not say anything and directly appeared in front of the young man and punched out with terrifying power. The tall young man's expression slightly changed and he also vigorously punched out. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the two fists collided with terrifying power, causing a powerful shockwave to ripple out. Xiao Fu took 2 steps back, while the young man took 4 steps back. Right now, Xiao Fu could only use his Harmony Realm power, while the young man's cultivation was at the Great Earth Realm. Moreover, his constitution was very powerful. Anyone who could awaken the violet gold light was not a weakling. The young man's expression was quite unsightly because just then, Xiao Fu had only taken 2 steps back, while he had taken 4 steps back. It was evident that he was not a match for him. The golden-haired young man could not help but laugh as he said, "Xiongzhang. Could it be that you can't beat him? If this matter were to be spread, it would be very embarrassing." The tall young man laughed as he explained, "Just then, he launched a sneak attack and I was unable to react in time. Now, he dares to attack me? Watch how I break his arms and legs and make him beg for mercy." Boom! Swish! The tall young man instantly appeared in front of Xiao Fu and punched out, his fist covered with a green aura flame. As he punched out, the air seemed to explode as a terrifying fist energy blasted towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's expression did not change. He had not used his full strength just then and had just tested these people's strength. As expected, they could not be underestimated and were many times stronger than people of the same cultivation. Facing the young man's attack, Xiao Fu also exploded out with a terrifying aura. A black aura flame appeared around his body, causing a wild gale to blow out. The ground was unable to withstand it and started to crack. The tall young man's expression fell. Zhao Fu's aura surpassed his, and he could not believe it. He was many times stronger than ordinary Great Earth Realm people, so how could a Harmony Realm cultivator's aura surpass his? Bang! The young man could not react. Zhao Fu vigorously punched out, causing a massive wave of power to flood out and hit the young man's chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away and causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Everything had happened too quickly, and no one could react in time as they stared at the scene in front of them. The three young men had never thought that the tall young man would lose to someone like Zhao Fu, and they felt quite embarrassed. It was as if a prince had lost to a beggar. The tall young man's expression was quite unsightly as he crashed to the ground. He understood that he was not a match for Zhao Fu. The power that Zhao Fu had just released was simply too terrifying, and it felt as if no one could stop it. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he looked at the three young men because they were also mocking him. Seeing Zhao Fu look at them, the golden-haired young man angrily glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Ho? Could it be that you want to attack all of us together?" Swish! In the next second, Zhao Fu appeared in front of him and punched out with immense power. The golden-haired young man was given a big fright and immediately released a golden energy barrier. Bang! The terrifying fist slammed into the golden energy barrier, causing it to shatter, and Zhao Fu's fist slammed into the golden-haired young man's chest. The golden-haired youth was sent flying. The two young men beside him were startled. Following this, a terrifying force burst out from their bodies and attacked Zhao Fu from both sides. One person's fingers turned into a claw and grabbed at Zhao Fu's throat with extreme speed. However, Zhao Fu easily caught his hand and pulled it forward, sending the person flying into the air. Zhao Fu swung the person's body and smashed him into the ground. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the man's body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and collapse. A crater several meters wide appeared. Another person's leg brought with it a terrifying power as it kicked towards Zhao Fu's back, and Zhao Fu turned and kicked back. A kick landed on the man's abdomen, sending him flying. In the blink of an eye, the four of them fell to the ground and looked at Zhao Fu with ugly expressions. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he walked towards the golden-haired young man. Just then, he had been the most arrogant person. The golden-haired young man coldly harumphed and drew a golden sword. He slashed out, sending out a sharp golden crescent towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and the sadistic killing sword appeared in his hand. He also slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light that shattered the golden crescent and continued towards the golden-haired young man. The golden-haired young man was given a big fright and dodged to the side, avoiding that attack. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu once again slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light that flashed through the air. The terrifying sword energy sent the golden-haired young man flying back. The three other people looked furious as they took out their weapons and gave off terrifying auras as they attacked Zhao Fu from three directions behind Zhao Fu. One person held a spear, the spearhead giving off a cold light as he vigorously stabbed out, sending out a terrifying spear energy that tore through the air. Another person held a large saber and roared as he vigorously slashed out an enormous saber light, seeming to want to split the ground in half. Another person held a sharp sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a thin arc of light giving off sharp power towards Zhao Fu. Sensing the attacks from the three people behind him, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword. The sadistic killing sword gave off an intense sword light and a savage and monstrous sword intent spread out, causing countless people's hearts to feel a chill. Boom! Zhao Fu spun and slashed out, sending out an enormous blood-red sword light giving off destructive power. It sent the three people flying back dozens of meters and they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Their chests were covered with blood, and their auras became weak. Shing! A sword hum suddenly sounded out as the golden-haired young man rushed up, his sword giving off a ray of light as he stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and vigorously kicked out, sending the golden-haired young man flying. The golden-haired young man crashed to the ground and tried to get up, but Zhao Fu went up and stepped on his head, causing his face to touch the ground. If you have the guts, say what you just said one more time. Who's trash, and who's lowly? Zhao Fu looked at the golden-haired young man as he coldly laughed. The golden-haired young man furiously looked at Zhao Fu and cried out, "You dare to treat me like this? You're dead. I'm the prince of an imperial kingdom. The imperial kingdom will definitely make you die a horrible death." Zhao Fu condescendingly laughed and vigorously stepped on the golden-haired young man's head as he said, "Is that so? So what? Can your imperial kingdom slaughter its way into Outlander 10 College? I'm afraid you're going to die a horrible death." The golden-haired young man hatefully looked at Zhao Fu and roared, "I won't let you off. I'll return the humiliation today to you 10 times over. I'll make you even more humiliated and live in pain." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and raised his foot, preparing to stomp down and crush the young man's head. However, at that moment, a gaze looked over. It was from the person in charge of the platform. Even though Outlander 10 College did not prohibit fighting, it strictly prohibited killing. If Zhao Fu wanted to kill someone, the person in charge would definitely stop him, and it was possible that Zhao Fu would lose the right to take the test. As such, Zhao Fu did not stomp down and instead vigorously kicked out. The golden-haired young man howled as he was sent flying and fainted on the ground. Zhao Fu turned to look at the other 3 people lying on the ground. They looked at Zhao Fu in fear and did not dare to do anything. Zhao Fu did not do anything and walked back to his group. Seeing how savage Zhao Fu was, the people around him all retreated and opened up a path. The ferocious-looking barbarian laughed as he said, "Brother, I'll give it to you. If you have the ability to beat up those people, I'll help you find a good spot. You can go up to the platform to take the test." Zhao Fu calmly nodded and went up to the platform. After standing on the stage, Zhao Fu came to the mirror and felt quite curious to see just how much of his power the mirror could copy. A magic formation on the stage was activated and boundless light spread out. The magic formation slowly spun as spirit chi from the surroundings flowed into the stage, and the mirror on the stage gave off light that shined on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt a type of power enter his body, and it was most likely the mirror's power that was trying to copy his power. However, the mirror sensed the terrifying powers within Zhao Fu's body, making it so that it was unable to copy his power. The light quickly dimmed and the magic formation stopped. This caused everyone to feel quite startled, and they could not understand what was going on. It seemed that the mirror was unable to copy Zhao Fu's power, but ordinary people's mirrors could copy their bodies, so why could it not copy Zhao Fu? However, thinking about what had just happened, everyone understood. Didn't this prove that Zhao Fu was not an ordinary person? The middle-aged man looked quite startled and went up to fix the mirror, but he found that it was not broken. It was just that the mirror was unable to copy Zhao Fu. However, the middle-aged man quickly took out a 4-meter-tall oval mirror and placed it in front of Zhao Fu as he said, "Give it a try." Hearing this, Zhao Fu came before the mirror and the magic formation on the stage was once again activated, giving off boundless light. Countless traces of spirit energy flowed into the stage, and the mirror gave off an intense light that was twice as intense as the previous mirror. The light covered Zhao Fu and entered Zhao Fu's body. After sensing Zhao Fu's divine bloodline and terrifying power, the light quickly dimmed. It was still unable to be copied. The middle-aged man looked quite shocked and looked at Zhao Fu. He thought of something and took out a 9-meter-tall oval mirror. This mirror was made from precious spirit wood, and its aura and power could not be compared to the previous 2 mirrors. "Try it again." The middle-aged man continued to speak to Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt even more curious. He wanted to see if the mirror could replicate the divine bloodline and other terrifying powers, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation power, demon lord power, dragon emperor power, or pure killing sword intent. Boom, the magic formation on the stage was once again activated, giving off intense light. The aura it gave off was many times more powerful than before, and countless traces of heaven and earth spirit chi flooded into it. A terrifying power flowed into the mirror. The 9-meter-tall mirror gave off a shocking aura and gave off tens of thousands of rays of light. The people on the other platforms all looked over, wondering what was going on. The mirror gave off boundless light that covered Zhao Fu's body and contained great power as it continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. This mirror was indeed different from the other 2 mirrors. Not only was it more powerful, but after sensing Zhao Fu's divine bloodline, as well as all sorts of monstrous powers, it did not retreat. It still wanted to seep into Zhao Fu's body and duplicate that power. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the magic formation on the stage quickly activated. Even more heaven and earth power flowed into the stage, and the stage sent this massive amount of power into the mirror. The aura and light that the mirror gave off became even more powerful. Using this massive amount of power, the mirror's light continuously flowed into Xiao Fu's body, continuously trying to duplicate Xiao Fu's power. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out, and a crack appeared on the mirror. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, the mirror shattered and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the middle-aged man felt quite shocked. This mirror was incredibly high-grade, and it was specially made for special existences. It could even duplicate a peak sovereign bloodline. However, not only was the mirror unable to duplicate Xiao Fu, but it had also shattered. Everyone could not help but cry out. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. The aura that the mirror had given off had been incredibly powerful, and everyone had thought that it would be able to duplicate Xiao Fu's power. They had never thought that it would shatter. This was the first time they had seen something like this, and they had never heard of such a thing before. The only possible reason for this was that Xiao Fu had an unimaginably terrifying item that could not be duplicated. Just how terrifying was Xiao Fu? Everyone felt that Xiao Fu's freedom was simply too shocking, and now, he was even more mysterious. Xiao Fu was wearing a black cloak, so no one knew what he looked like. Everyone started to guess just who Xiao Fu was and where he came from. Countless people were filled with curiosity. The middle-aged man secretly reported this to the higher-ups, telling the higher-ups of the college to keep an eye on Xiao Fu. Perhaps he was a peerless genius hiding in the crowd. In actuality, the middle-aged man knew that not everyone liked to show off and let the whole world know about them. Some truly terrifying geniuses liked to keep a low profile and blend in with the crowd, not revealing their strength. Such people were often quite terrifying. In the past, there had been many geniuses like this, such as the second-ranked person in the previous Outlander tournament. At first, he seemed quite ordinary, but in the end, he suddenly revealed terrifying power and defeated 10 or so peerless geniuses, shaking the world. You don't need to take the test anymore. In his eyes, Xiao Fu would become a major figure in Outlander 10 College in the future. Xiao Fu nodded and walked forwards before thinking of something and saying to Go Yan, "Hurry up." Go Yan looked delighted. Xiao Fu had acknowledged him as a friend. In actuality, after seeing Xiao Fu's terrifying power and identity, Go Yan felt that the gap between him and Xiao Fu was simply too great, so he did not want to bother Xiao Fu any longer. However, this pleasant surprise came too quickly. Go Yan smiled as he walked up to the stage and stood in front of the mirror. This time, as expected, a person that looked exactly the same as him appeared in the mirror. After the clone appeared, it drew its saber and slashed at Go Yan. Apart from the clone's equipment was also duplicated. Of course, these duplicates were not as powerful as the original, and they could only exist for a short period of time. Even though the clone's power and equipment were slightly disadvantageous, it was familiar with the original's actions and thoughts. As such, the clone knew all of the attacks that the original would unleash, so it could prepare in advance. Pooh! Go Yan's saber slashed towards the clone, but the clone easily dodged it and retaliated, leaving a gash on his abdomen. Blood flowed out of the wound, dyeing his clothes blood red. Go Yan clutched his wound and looked at the clone with an unsightly expression. The clone did not have any emotions, and its expression was cold as it once again attacked. It slashed towards Go Yan, while Go Yan roared and rushed up. Clang, 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 their sabers continuously clashed, causing sparks to fly everywhere. On the surface, it seemed like the clone had the upper hand, and the situation was quite disadvantageous for Go Yan. At that moment, the clone slashed out, sending out a saber light towards Go Yan. Go Yan dodged to the side, but the clone had expected this and sent Go Yan flying with a kick, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. After crashing to the ground, Go Yan had a savage look on his face. He thought about how he had been bullied in the past, how he had been treated coldly in the palace, and how he had been mocked and humiliated. Arg! Go Yan roared as a powerful aura exploded out from his body, sending out a massive gale as he charged at the clone. Go Yan gripped his saber with both hands and sent large amounts of power into it, causing the saber to give off a sharp saber light. Go Yan rushed up and ferociously attacked the clone, continuously hacking out with his saber. His expression was savage, and he no longer looked like he had before. Zhao Fu was quite startled. He had thought that Go Yan was a cheerful and friendly person, and he had never thought that he would have such a side to him. Bang! Under such ferocious and irregular attacks, the clone was unable to predict Go Yan's next move and was at a disadvantage. In the end, its body was cut into pieces and turned into motes of light before disappearing from the stage. The person in charge announced that Go Yan had passed the test. Go Yan gave a difficult smile and came to the path ahead. He apologetically smiled at Zhao Fu and said, "I was a bit useless. Sorry for making you wait." Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Seeing how crazy Go Yan had been, he could not help but ask, "Do you really want to pass Outlander 10 College's test?" Go Yan nodded with a resolute gaze and said, "I want to prove that I'm not trash and that I'm not inferior to anyone in the kingdom. I'll definitely do what my big brothers and sisters haven't been able to do and let everyone in the kingdom see me." Zhao Fu looked at Go Yan for a while and said, "You should focus on healing your injuries. There's still a test to pass." Hearing this, Go Yan nodded with a smile. He sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowed a medicinal pill, and began to treat his injuries. At that moment, Zhao Fu lightly cut open his middle finger and forced out a drop of pure essence blood. He sent a large amount of his power into it before controlling it and sending it into Go Yan's forehead. Go Yan's eyes were closed as he healed himself. Feeling the blood enter his body, Go Yan's body trembled, and he opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Fu. He could not understand why Zhao Fu had suddenly fused a drop of essence blood into his body, and with such speed and power, he did not even have a chance to think. Zhao Fu did not say much and only said, "It will be of some help to you in the future, focus on fusing with it." Only then did Go Yan understand that Zhao Fu was helping him, and he said gratefully, "Thank you." Following this, Go Yan once again closed his eyes and healed his injuries while fusing with Zhao Fu's powerful drop of essence blood. The 4 people who had been following behind Zhao Fu also passed the test and continued to shamelessly follow behind Zhao Fu. They felt that they were determined to rely on Zhao Fu, this big tree. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to them, and after Go Yan recovered, he continued on to the next stage. At the end of this path was a white fog that was incredibly dense. Visibility was less than 2 meters, and it felt as if one would lose their sense of direction if they entered. There were many people in front of the fog. The 3rd stage was called the illusion fog, and anyone who entered would fall into an illusion. Anyone who could resist the illusion would be able to pass the 3rd stage, which was the final stage of the 3 foundational stages. Those who gave off a 3-colored light in the 3rd stage could proceed to the final stage. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and directly walked into the dense white fog. Go Yan and the others thought about it and did not hesitate, so they followed Zhao Fu into the fog. Right after everyone entered, the white fog seemed to have a life of its own and flowed towards Zhao Fu and the others. In just an instant, only Zhao Fu was left, and everyone else seemed to have disappeared. The fog continued to flow towards Zhao Fu, continuously weakening Zhao Fu's mind, wanting to pull Zhao Fu into an illusion. However, with Zhao Fu's divine bloodline and heaven's senses, the fog's effects were quite weak. However, the fog evidently would not let Zhao Fu off so easily. The fog in the surrounding 10 or so kilometers flowed towards Zhao Fu, tightly surrounding Zhao Fu. The formless energy caused Zhao Fu to slightly see other illusions. Zhao Fu disdainfully closed his eyes and gathered a wave of power in his left eye before suddenly opening it. The glass-like pupil in his left eye spun a few times, giving off a dream-like aura. It gave off boundless glass-like light, and the fog seemed to retreat in fear. Zhao Fu's eyes were filled with light as he looked at Zhao Fu. This glass eyeball was something that Zhao Fu had obtained after refining an extremely powerful illusion beast. It was an extremely terrifying illusion, and it was much more powerful than the fog. Now, it seemed like a child in the presence of an adult. The fog in the surroundings quickly dissipated. Zhao Fu wanted to walk forwards, but the fog automatically opened up a path, allowing Zhao Fu to easily pass the 3rd stage. What appeared before Zhao Fu was a massive golden door that was 1,000 meters tall. There were all sorts of races engraved on it, and all of them looked incredibly lifelike. They gave off golden light and were filled with nobility, and they gave off a powerful aura and an aura of suppression. The final stage was within a secret realm, and this golden door was the door to the secret realm. Within the secret realm, one could obtain points by killing all sorts of creatures. Once one had a certain number of points, one could officially become a student of Outlander 10 College, and there were all sorts of rewards within the secret realm. The person with the highest number of points would be ranked first. These points could not only be obtained by killing creatures from the secret realm but also by defeating opponents. Anyone who defeated an opponent would obtain 1/3 of that opponent's points. Many people were waiting in front of the door, including the Sun Elf and a few others. They stood closest to the door, and there was no one around them. No one dared to get close to them. This was the formless might that a peerless genius could give off. You're a disgrace to the royal family. You're a disgrace to the royal family. If it weren't for the fact that killing you would damage our image, I would have already chopped you up and fed you to the dogs. A golden-robed young man stepped on Go Yan's head and spoke with a tone filled with disgust. There were also a few men and women dressed in luxurious clothing nearby. Their eyes were filled with disdain and disgust, and some were even mocking them. I don't know what father is thinking. He actually brought back such a bastard and even made him a prince. I don't recognize his existence. Yeah. We have the true royal blood flowing in our veins. How could a lowly person like him compare to us? As a prince like him, I feel very ashamed. Haha, he really thinks that he's a real prince. Normally, he still acts like a prince. It's too disgusting to look at. Alright. There's no need for us to continue being entangled with this kind of lowly trash. This will only make us lose face. Perhaps that equally lowly mother of his will complain to royal father. Hearing those ear-piercing voices, Go Yan could endure it if they were insulting him, as he had been bullied for a long time. However, hearing his mother being insulted, he furiously cried out, "Don't insult my mother, you're not worthy." Hearing this, the others felt quite displeased and mockingly kicked Go Yan a few times. So what if we're insulting your mother? Is it wrong to say that your mother is cheap? Ah. Go Yan felt a surge of anger in his heart, and his eyes became bloodshot as he glared at the person who had spoken. He roared, wanting to stand up and teach that person a lesson. However, a few of them disdainfully went up and punched and kicked Go Yan mercilessly. In the end, Go Yan lay on the ground covered with wounds and did not even have the strength to climb up. After a while, Go Yan regained some of his strength and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, walking towards his room. On the way, the palace maids and guards all looked at Go Yan strangely. Their gazes were filled with condescension, disdain, and mockery. They naturally knew what had happened and did not place Go Yan in their eyes at all. When she returned to her room, she collapsed on the bed in pain. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails pierced into her palms. She sobbed softly. The door was quickly pushed open and a plain-looking, beautiful woman walked in. Looking at Go Yan, who was covered with wounds, she cried and came up with some medicine as she asked caringly, "Yan are you all right? Don't tell me you're fine?" Go Yan hurriedly wiped away his tears and forced a smile as he said, "Mother. I'm fine, and why are you here?" The simple-looking woman looked at Go Yan and started to cry. "Mother is useless, unable to protect you and making you suffer so much." Go Yan comforted her, "Mother. It's not because of you, it's because I'm useless. If I could perform better, if I had more power, they wouldn't dare to treat me like this. I'll definitely prove myself." "Prove yourself." Go Yan, who had been standing there with a dazed expression, surrounded by the white fog, and was about to lose his will to resist, suddenly thought of this sentence. Boom, the drop of blood in Go Yan's mind gave off an intense black light, and a massive explosion sounded out in all directions. Even the people outside the mist could hear this explosion. Among them were Zhao Fu, who had passed the test, and the true geniuses waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. All of them turned their heads to look at the mist. At that moment, Go Yan felt an unimaginably massive wave of power spread through his body. This wave of power surpassed everything, and it gave off the majesty and dignity of an emperor. Arg! Go Yan could not help but raise his head to the sky and roar. Boundless black light containing terrifying power instantly pierced through the mist, dyeing the white mist black and covering the entire region. That supreme aura was like a king descending from the heavens, and it pressed down on the ground like a giant hand. Everyone's bodies sank, and their expressions changed as they looked at the fog in shock. It was not just the geniuses who had caused the statues to give off 3-colored light, even the geniuses who gave off 5-colored light looked at the mist in shock. Even the most powerful sun elf slightly looked over. The black mist surged, continuously roiling, carrying with it an astonishing might. It opened up a path, as if it didn't dare to stand in the way of the monarch, kneeling to the side in submission. Go Yan's body gave off an intense black light, and his eyes became pure black. His feet were a few centimeters off the ground as he floated out like a godly spirit. Countless people's gazes fell on Go Yan's body because he was the person who had exploded out with that terrifying aura. Sensing the ripples of power from his body, everyone felt quite shocked. Ordinary people would at least be able to awaken 5-colored light and would not need to participate in the test. It was most likely another person who liked to hide his strength, and it was best not to offend such a person and try to befriend him later. Those who had awakened 5-colored light looked quite serious, and they felt that another powerful opponent had appeared. In the final test, they would have to be careful. However, they did not know that this power did not belong to Go Yan but to Zhao Fu, who no one cared about. Zhao Fu was quite surprised. That drop of essence blood was purer than ordinary essence blood, and Zhao Fu had sent a large amount of power into it. Zhao Fu could tell that Go Yan was quite good, so he wanted to help him at a critical moment. Judging from the situation, Go Yan had somehow activated that drop of divine blood's power to the limit, which was quite difficult to do. After walking out of the mist, the black light around Go Yan's body dimmed and his aura weakened. He looked around and smiled as he walked towards Zhao Fu. "Mo Yi. Thank you so much this time." Go Yan smiled as he said gratefully. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used Zhao Fu's drop of blood, he might have fallen into an illusion and been eliminated. At the same time, he could sense how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Just a single drop of blood had given him such immense power. Zhao Fu calmly replied, "It's nothing, don't worry about it. This lowly one is the Red Mist Kingdom's Prince Zhang Liao. This lowly one is the Eternal East Kingdom's Prince Xianxia. This lowly one is the Taurus Kingdom's Prince Niu Lu." 3 young men with powerful auras and extraordinary clothes walked over to Go Yan and gave a trace of a smile as they courteously cupped their hands and introduced themselves. Go Yan felt quite startled and sensed their terrifying auras. Normally, these people would not even look at him, so why would they greet him so courteously and want to befriend him? However, this power did not belong to him and instead came from Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's abilities, it was impossible for him to have such terrifying power. Go Yan wanted to explain that this power did not belong to him but to the cloaked, ordinary-looking young man next to him, and that they should try to befriend him or curry favor with him. However, just as Go Yan was about to say this, Zhao Fu shook his head, indicating that he should not say anything. Go Yan understood what Zhao Fu meant. He knew that Zhao Fu wanted to keep a low profile, or else he would have revealed his power long ago. Moreover, such terrifying power most likely did not come from an ordinary background. As such, it was best not to reveal it. As such, Go Yan could only embarrassedly admit that this power belonged to him, and he started to chat with the 3 people next to him, establishing a preliminary friendship. Zhao Fu stood by the side and did not say anything, and the 3 other people ignored Zhao Fu. A while later, only 2 of the 4 people behind Zhao Fu passed the test and came to Zhao Fu's side. They were 2 men. A few hours later, 6,000 or so people had passed the test, and there were still many people who were still in the process of passing. However, it was now time for the secret realm to open. If they waited for everyone to pass, it would take a long time, and they could not make everyone wait. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 1,000-meter-tall golden door exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off an intense golden light. The carvings on the door seemed to come to life and started to move on the door. The door slowly opened and countless traces of light spread out. After the light disappeared, images of another world appeared within the doors. The Sun Elf gave a trace of a smile as he walked in first, and the others followed him in. The official test began. At this moment, countless spectator stands were filled with people. These spectator stands were in a circle, just like normal spectator stands. There were seats all around, and the competition venue was in the center. However, there was something different here. The center was not used for the competition. There was a square crystal at the center of each viewing platform, and the images of the secret realm appeared on the four sides of the square, allowing people to see the people entering the secret realm. In the secret realm, everyone's image would appear in the square crystal. Everything they did and every action they took would be seen by countless spectators. The spectators could also see who they wanted and where they wanted to see. There were thrones in the stands, and each one could hold 1,000,000 people. Everyone who could enter the stands was incredibly powerful and had a very illustrious status. Outlander 10 College was one of the 7 great colleges, and it was the best college in the entire Outlander domain. It was easy to imagine how important it was, and almost everyone with status would come. There were even many higher beings among them. This also became a symbol of status. A single viewing spot could be sold for a sky-high price, and ordinary people had no way of entering to watch. The previous 3 tests were just to eliminate a large number of unqualified people. Although the difficulty was very difficult for ordinary people, it was very simple for geniuses and could be easily passed. The secret realm was the final trial, and it received all sorts of attention. There were all sorts of rewards, and the difficulty was slightly higher. Moreover, the legendary King of Kings Mountain was within the secret realm. This secret realm had powerful defenses, and even many higher beings could not easily break it open. It was mainly to protect the King of Kings Mountain, as well as to prevent any higher beings from interfering with the competition. The people on the viewing platforms all looked at the people they were paying attention to. The person who received the most attention was naturally the Sun Elf. As the person who had awakened the Outlander Emperor Star, he received countless people's attention. He was the person most likely to pull out the King of Kings sword and become the prophesied person. This was because the Sun Elf had the Outlander Supreme Emperor Star, and there were only a few Outlander Emperor Stars in the world. They were incredibly rare, and they had terrifying potential. They had been blessed by heaven's will and had massive amounts of fate. Only such a person could pull out the King of Kings sword, or else they would not even have the right. However, there were always exceptions, and it was possible for others to pull out the King of Kings sword. As such, they received a lot of attention. There were so many people participating in this examination, and most of them had come for the King of Kings sword. Anyone who pulled out the King of Kings sword would become the ruler of the Outlander race and would be able to rule over all Outlanders in name. As one of the 8 great races, the Outlander race had trillions of people, and it was impossible to count them all. However, if one pulled out the King of Kings sword, they would become the ruler of the Outlander race in name, and the billions of people would belong to them. That was 1/8 of the Heaven-Awakened world's population and 1/8 of its area. Just thinking about this could make anyone feel excited. However, this was only in name and did not have any real binding power. Back then, all of the Outlander ancestors had been loyal to the first King of Kings, but after so many years, whether or not their descendants were still loyal was up to them. It was not just the entire Outlander domain that was paying close attention to this examination, the other domains were also paying close attention to this matter. After all, this was a prophecy left behind by the first King of Kings before he died. Back then, the King of Kings had transcended the heavens and earth, and even celestials had retreated. His might had shaken the entire world, and even now, there were still people who deeply remembered his name. Under his leadership, the Outlander race had reached its most glorious moment, and a few domains had allied together to resist him. Back then, it had truly been a world where no one could contend against him. It was because of this that his name was deeply engraved in the Outlander domain's various races, and he was worshipped and respected by countless people. Thinking about his name, everyone felt their blood boil and felt an intense sense of pride. How could the large factions not care about the prophecy left behind by such a person? As such, they all took this matter very seriously. They wanted to see if the King of Kings sword could be pulled out and if the second King of Kings would appear. If he really did appear, the people from the other domains would definitely interfere. They couldn't allow such a person to appear, and they couldn't allow him to lead the Outlander race to glory. At that time, the other domains would be in a very dangerous situation. Moreover, there had never been a King of Kings in any of the domains before. After all, it was impossible for a single person to subdue all races and have countless kings willingly submit to him. The appearance of a King of Kings in the Outlander race was a miracle, and they could not replicate it. The viewing platforms were incredibly lively as everyone stared at the 4 crystals. There were people from the other domains secretly watching, and the Outlander factions were also making preparations in case something happened. There were many precious historical remnants in the secret realm, and Zhao Fu did not plan to go and obtain points first. After all, if he worked hard to obtain them, it would not be as easy as snatching them. Zhao Fu set his sights on the top few people. As long as he could defeat them, Zhao Fu would definitely be number one. As such, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to obtain points. He would first obtain some useful things in the historical remnant before stealing others' points. Zhao Fu did not have Go Yan follow him because the places he was going to might be very dangerous. Go Yan only needed to stay in the outer regions and farm some points until the Secret Realms trial was over and he could become a student of Outlander 10 College. That way, he would have achieved his goal and would not have to follow Zhao Fu and take risks. Of course, he could not use his nation armament, city lord seals, or other things to increase his strength. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear, Go Yan felt slightly melancholic and reluctant. However, he knew that in the future, Zhao Fu would definitely become a student of Outlander 10 College. If he worked a bit harder and became a student of Outlander 10 College, they would be able to spend more time together in the future. Soon, Zhao Fu encountered a secret realm creature. This secret realm creature was not a true creature but a creature made of energy. They were condensed from the secret realm and could continuously respawn. The secret realm creature that Zhao Fu encountered was 10 or so meters long and looked like a giant salamander. Its body gave off a blue light and its aura was quite powerful. This massive blue salamander swam in the sky, and when it saw Zhao Fu, it rushed at Zhao Fu and opened its massive mouth, wanting to devour Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and facing the incoming mouth, he did not slow down at all as he took out a sword. Boom! Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot forwards, instantly shooting into the salamander's mouth before piercing through its body. The massive salamander exploded, turning into countless motes of light that flowed towards Zhao Fu. System announcement. You have killed a level 2 creature and obtained 500 Academy points. A notification appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. However, Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to it. He mainly checked the ground to see if there were any ruins. Suddenly, within a hidden valley, Zhao Fu found a ruined historical remnant, and he gave a trace of a smile as he flew over. At this moment, there was a leaderboard outside and inside the mystic realm, recording the academy points of the examinees. The leaderboard outside the mystic realm was directly displayed on the side of the crystal, while those inside the ruins had to check it themselves. The following were the current top 10. They were also the strongest 10, and at the same time, they were also the 10 that received the most attention. First place, Sun Elf Silva, 68,000 points. Second place, Medusa, 45,000 points. Third place, Treasure Dwarf, Dalny, 34,000 points. Fourth place, Frost Dragon Man, Dushi, 31,000 points. Fifth place, Ten-Tailed Fox Race, Hubaime, 29,000 points. Sixth place, White Lion Person, Madio, 28,000 points. Seventh place, Three-Headed Ogre, Bu, 27,000 points. Eighth place, Iron Mountain Orc, Gudu, 25,000 points. Ninth place, Eight-Winged Feathered Person, Yuluo Hua, 24,000 points. 10th place, Jade God Elephant Person, Minoka, 22,000 points. Countless ordinary people felt quite shocked as they looked at the 10 people on the leaderboard. They felt as if there were 10 mountains weighing down on everyone's hearts. They had just entered the mystic realm, yet the 10 of them had obtained so many points. Now that the mystic realm was about to open, apart from many people entering, many people had passed the basic trial and continuously entered the mystic realm. Perhaps there were terrifying figures hidden within, and now, it would be time for the geniuses to kill each other. Zhao Fu did not pay any attention to this, and he flew over the historical remnant. This historical remnant was quite crude and did not have any intricately crafted items or buildings. Moreover, Zhao Fu found many bones. There were beast bones and human bones, and there were teeth marks on the bones, making it seem like they had been eaten. Seeing this, Zhao Fu became more careful and entered a deep cave within the historical remnant. There were many bones here that had been eaten, and the cave gave off the stench of corpses. Zhao Fu advanced through the cave and soon heard some movement as something charged out. Zhao Fu held his sword and stopped as he looked ahead seriously. The aura that surged over was quite powerful and surpassed that of Zhao Fu's, reaching the Great Earth Realm. Moreover, it seemed that there were many of them. Soon, a group of tall ogres with fangs appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was not surprised at all by the ogres that had appeared. Just from the corpses outside and around him, he could tell that this was an ogre cave. Seeing Zhao Fu, the 10 or so ogres savagely grinned and licked their lips with their blood-red tongues. They evidently treated Zhao Fu as a delicacy that had delivered itself to them. After seeing Zhao Fu, the ogres did not hesitate and held their clubs or axes as they gave off powerful auras and rushed at Zhao Fu. To them, the flesh of geniuses was the most delicious food in the world. Facing the incoming ogres, Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he held the sadistic killing sword and did not move at all. The sadistic killing sword gave off a faint blood-red light. The first ogre quickly reached Zhao Fu and raised its stone hammer, giving off mountain-splitting power as it smashed towards Zhao Fu. Xing, Zhao Fu stood where he was and slashed out with his sword, sending out a blood-red crescent. The ogre's body froze, and the stone hammer in its hand was sliced apart. The ogre's body was split in half and fell to the ground. The other ogres looked furious and ferociously attacked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he leaned forwards and charged over. An ogre raised its club and prepared to attack, but Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light that decapitated the ogre. Blood spurted out and the ogre's corpse fell to the ground. At that moment, an ogre gripped a large axe with both hands from Zhao Fu's left and ferociously hacked down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side. The axe missed and smashed into the ground, resulting in a loud bang. The terrifying power blasted open a large crater in the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and rushed up, stabbing out with his sword. It gave off a blood-red light as it pierced through the ogre's heart. Blood flew everywhere, and the ogre instantly died. Zhao Fu spun and slashed out with his sword, slashing out a sword light that cut the club in half and the ogre's body in half. Roar! Roar! The two ogres held their weapons and roared as they attacked from the left and right of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out an enormous blood-red sword light. The terrifying power sent the two ogres flying back and they crashed into a wall, causing it to crack. Bloody gashes appeared on their chests, and their auras became incredibly weak. It seemed that they would not be able to live for much longer. Roar! A powerful-looking ogre grasped the moment that Zhao Fu attacked and leapt forwards. It gripped its massive axe with both hands and vigorously chopped down at Zhao Fu, sending out a powerful sharp light that seemed to be able to shatter boulders. Bang! Just as the sharp light was about to hit Zhao Fu, a powerful black dragon inscription barrier appeared. The sharp light ferociously slammed into the black energy barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. A few small cracks appeared on the black dragon inscription barrier. Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at the ogre. A black and blood-red sword pupil in his left eye shot out a few traces of sword chi that quickly entered the ogre's body. Arg! The ogre howled as countless traces of sword light came out of its body. It seemed to have been cut into countless pieces and fell from the sky. After dealing with this ogre, Zhao Fu quickly attacked the remaining ogres. Soon, Zhao Fu had dealt with all of the ogres, and he continued onwards, but even more ogres rushed out. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he held the sadistic killing sword. After a while, Zhao Fu easily dealt with all of the ogres. The ogres fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. There was a bloody stench. Smelling the stench of blood, a furious roar sounded out from the depths of the cave. A massive sound came from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a massive aura that was like a tidal wave. Finally, a 3-meter-tall ogre with blood-red skin and a mace appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He had world realm strength. Sensing the ogre chief's aura, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. World realm experts were not easy to deal with, and the ogre chief in front of him was not easy to deal with. You bastard, you dared to kill so many of my people. I'll definitely eat you, the ogre chief roared as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sneered, you can try and see if you can eat me. The ogre chief furiously swung his mace, bringing with it a wave of heaven and earth power. An explosion sounded out as a massive force ferociously blasted towards Zhao Fu, causing the entire passageway to crack. Xiao Fu felt quite startled and stretched out a hand, and a black dragon inscription barrier containing immense power spread out. Bang! The force slammed into the energy barrier, resulting in a massive sound. Xiao Fu's energy barrier trembled and was covered with cracks. Xiao Fu's expression was serious as he sensed just how powerful the ogre chief was. Moreover, this passageway was not suitable for intense battles, and if things went wrong, the entire passageway would collapse. Just then, the ogre chief's world realm power had caused cracks to appear on the walls. The ogre chief gave off a massive aura as he quickly rushed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu also exploded out with power, and a black aura flame appeared around him as he rushed at the ogre chief. The two of them quickly closed in, and the ogre chief raised his mace and vigorously swung it at Xiao Fu, bringing with it a berserk wind. Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous black sword light. Boom! The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave rippled out, causing the ground to crack. The ogre chief's expression was savage as he roared and vigorously smashed his mace towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu gripped his sword and blocked the ogre chief's mace, but his feet were forced backwards. Even though Xiao Fu had many terrifying powers and could easily deal with ordinary Great Earth Realm cultivators, it would be quite difficult for him to deal with World Realm experts who could use all of Heaven and Earth's power, especially not ordinary World Realm experts. This was mainly because his cultivation was too low. If Xiao Fu had World Realm cultivation, he would be able to kill the ogre chief in a few moves. Ha ha ha, I'll have a good taste of your flesh and blood. The ogre chief savagely laughed and exploded out with a powerful aura as he gripped his mace with both hands and vigorously smashed down. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu slid back 10 or so meters before stopping, and there were 2 tracks on the ground. In the next second, the ogre chief appeared in front of Xiao Fu and raised his mace with one hand as he swung it towards Xiao Fu with immense power. Xiao Fu was given a big fright and quickly unleashed a defensive barrier. Bang! An explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu's barrier was shattered by the ogre chief's mace. Xiao Fu was sent flying back, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. The ogre chief loudly laughed and quickly rushed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu was now truly furious and exploded out with his divine bloodline's power. A transcendent divine bloodline's power exploded out, and the black aura flame around his body swelled by many times. He raised his sword and a massive blood-red sword light slashed out, looking like a blood-red river of light as it slashed towards the ogre chief. The ogre chief's expression fell as he blocked with his mace and exploded out with a massive power, forming an energy barrier. Bang! The blood-red river of sword light slammed against the ogre chief's energy barrier with ferocious power, inundating his body. Following this, the ogre chief was sent flying and crashed against a cliff, causing it to crack and open a large crater. A trace of blood leaked out of the ogre chief's lips, and his expression was savage. His body gave off a blood-red light as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Xiao Fu did not feel any fear and started to use his various powers. Aura flames continuously erupted around Xiao Fu's body, causing wild gales to blow. "Father, we'll help you." As the two of them were about to fight, 3 tall, mature, snow-white, and beautiful ogre women rushed out from the depths of a cave. One gave off a powerful aura, one was lively, and one was barbaric. However, because of their fangs, they looked quite ferocious. Seeing that their father was injured, they could not take it anymore. After rushing out, they held their weapons and attacked Xiao Fu. Their cultivations were not weak and were all at the Great Earth Realm. The ogre chief's expression fell. He knew that his 3 daughters were not a match for Xiao Fu, so he hurriedly cried out, "Don't go over." However, it was too late. The 3 ogre women had already reached Xiao Fu. They prepared to attack Xiao Fu. Seeing that Xiao Fu was not moving, the 3 ogres not only lowered all of their defenses, but they also closed their eyes. The ogres gave savage smiles as they raised their weapons and gave off immense power as they attacked towards Xiao Fu. They were now completely confident that they could kill this person in front of them, and they wanted to kill Xiao Fu to gain credit from their father. They had heard that the flesh of geniuses was not only incredibly beneficial to them, but it was also incredibly delicious and tasted like top-tier food. However, it was very difficult for them to eat it in the secret realm, as Outlander 10 College's participants had special privileges. If they faced a powerful crisis, they could choose to leave the secret realm, and their bodies would directly disappear from the secret realm. Moreover, they could enter again, but their points would be reduced by 1/3. This 1/3 would be given to those who defeated them, and the creatures that lived in the secret realm could also obtain points. However, these points were useless to them, and they were actually quite dangerous. After all, killing them would allow them to obtain 1/3 of the points. Everyone had a chance to enter again, and if they chose to leave the secret realm a second time, their points would be reset to 0, and they would not be able to enter again. This made it so that the geniuses participating in the examination were incredibly difficult to kill. The ogres had never tasted the flesh of these geniuses before and had only heard of them. Now that they had seen that they could kill Xiao Fu, thinking about how they would taste Xiao Fu's hands in the future, they felt quite excited and wanted to see just what the flesh of geniuses tasted like. Just as the 3 ogres were about to attack Xiao Fu's eyes slowly opened, and black light flowed out. Xiao Fu's eyes became blood red, and his pupils became 2 black rose-like flowers, giving off a trace of evil, darkness, and charm. The 3 ogres felt their hearts tremble as they watched the light around them fade and fall into darkness. Before they could feel any fear, vines wrapped around their bodies and dragged them into eternal darkness. In the real world, the 3 ogres froze on the spot, their eyes turning pitch black. After a while, they returned to their normal appearance. Xiao Fu gave off a trace of a smile as he looked at the ogre chief and said to the 3 frozen ogres, "Kill him." The 3 ogres turned and gave off terrifying auras as they rushed at the ogre chief and started to attack. The ogre chief angrily cursed, "You're despicable." Xiao Fu disdainfully laughed as he said, "Do you think I'll talk about morality with you? In the end, if you eat me, who am I going to talk about morality with?" Under Xiao Fu's control, the 3 ogres ferociously attacked the ogre chief, and the ogre chief could only passively defend. If he attacked, he would be able to injure the ogre chief. In fact, Fu even told the ogres to defend and allowed the ogre chief to attack. However, how could the ogre chief do such, and he was quickly, was chief, Zhao of Xiao Fu, and was that Zhao, and the ogre leader didn't even have time to defend before another terrifying sword light sent him flying. After crashing to the ground, a deep gash appeared on the ogre chief's chest, from which blood continuously flowed out, and his aura became weaker. Xiao Fu held the sadistic killing sword and slowly walked towards the ogre chief. The ogre chief's expression became quite unsightly. With his injuries, he was no longer a match for Xiao Fu and would definitely die at Xiao Fu's hands. Moreover, after he died, his 3 daughters would also die at Xiao Fu's hands. "Don't kill me. I can submit to you," the ogre chief said as he looked at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu coldly laughed, not interested. The ogre chief's heart sank and he hurriedly said, "I know there are 2 god temples here with powerful treasures. If you let me go, I'll tell you where they are. Those 2 places require special methods to enter, and without me, you definitely won't be able to find them." 2 god temples? Hearing the ogre chief's words, Xiao Fu paused and thought for a moment before nodding and agreeing. He waved his hand and sent a restriction into the ogre chief. The ogre chief let out a sigh of relief and sat down to recover from his injuries. Xiao Fu watched as the ogre chief recovered from his injuries for a while before looking at the 3 mature ogre women next to him. A pure black energy barrier appeared. Outsiders could not see what was inside because Xiao Fu knew about the viewing platform. Following this, Xiao Fu had the 3 ogre women enter the energy barrier. Xiao Fu no longer controlled the 3 ogre women, and after they returned to normal, they started to attack Xiao Fu. However, Xiao Fu had already set restrictions in their bodies, making it so that they could not attack Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not hold back, took off their clothes, and started to ravage them. The 3 ogre women were immersed in this, and they had never thought that they would be ravaged by someone who was their food and enjoy it so much. The ogre chief's expression was quite unsightly as he heard his 3 daughters' lewd voices within the energy barrier. However, there was nothing he could do. Perhaps he could rely on his relationship with Xiao Fu to bring his daughters out of the secret realm, and he would not have to worry so much. Thinking about that, the ogre chief did not care anymore and closed his eyes to continue recovering. A few people on the viewing platform could not help but curse. They were the people watching Xiao Fu. There were only 10,000 viewing platforms, and each viewing platform had 1 million people, so the images displayed by the crystal could not satisfy everyone. Some people liked to watch this, while others liked to watch that, and they would not have the same opinion. The images displayed by the crystal were mostly of the people at the top of the rankings, and if one wanted to see the images of someone else, they would have to send their consciousness into the crystal to look at that person. The people on the viewing platform had been paying attention to Zhao Fu, and seeing him fight with the ogre chief, they had been quite interested, but they had never thought that things would turn out like this. They were quite interested in ravaging the three beautiful and ferocious ogre women, but Zhao Fu did not show them. They could only hear the three ogre women's lewd voices, but they could not see them or touch them, making them feel quite angry. They did not think that this was a big deal, as they were just spectators and would not participate. However, this person did not show them. Now, they all wanted to drag Zhao Fu out and beat him up so that they could taste the three ogre women in his place and properly enjoy the taste of the three ogre women. This blood pond was called the Ogre Blood Pond, and they would throw the corpses of dead ogres into this blood pond. The blood pond would refine the corpses and turn them into a pool of blood, and other ogres could soak in it to absorb their power. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a black energy barrier once again spread out. Zhao Fu did not want others to know about his secret, and if he revealed the countless totems on his back, it would be enough to scare a group of people. After taking off his clothes, Zhao Fu entered the Ogre Blood Pond. Zhao Fu thought that this Ogre Blood Pond contained the essence of countless ogres, and if he could absorb it, he would be able to obtain ogre totems. Now, Zhao Fu had 23 totems, and the Outlander race had 34 races. In other words, Zhao Fu still needed to obtain 11 totems. If he could obtain all of the Outlander race's totems, he would definitely awaken the Outlander Supreme Emperor Star. Zhao Fu thought about how he would awaken the Heaven Awakened World's 8 races Emperor Stars, adding on his Fate Star, the Chaos Imperial Star, he would have 9 Emperor Stars in total. With 9 Emperor Stars hanging in the sky and shining down on the world, anyone would feel shaken. There was also the matter of the Primal Chaos World that he had to take care of. After all, he could not just leave something as heaven-defying as the 8 Forbidden Blood Art and not use it. When that time came, Zhao Fu would also have 8 Primal Stars, which were the Primal Chaos World's 8 suns, as Emperor Stars. That would be an even more majestic scene. Of course, all of this was in the future. Right now, Zhao Fu immersed himself in the blood pond and absorbed its power. The blood pond's power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. The people on the viewing platforms once again looked quite displeased, and of course, more people noticed that Zhao Fu had arrived. Fudge! Why is that boy using the barrier again? Don't tell me he's bathing with those 3 ogre women in the blood pond. He's not even letting us see. I really want to beat him up. This person is a bastard. Not only is he eating for himself, but he's not even letting us see. If it wasn't for the fact that I like his style, I wouldn't even look at him. I feel that this person is somewhat special and mysterious. His background might not be simple. I think it's worth paying attention to him. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. I agree with this point of view. Even though I wasn't there, I can feel that this kid is very powerful. An ordinary Harmony Realm expert would be crushed by a World Realm expert, yet he still has the strength to fight. Moreover, that ogre chief isn't weak either. Countless traces of flesh and blood power entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body once again went through changes. However, the effects were quite weak, as Zhao Fu's bloodline was simply too powerful. The blood pool gradually dried up, and Zhao Fu once again felt a stabbing pain on his back. A blood-red ogre totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back, emitting a faint bloody light. Seeing the dense totems of different races on Zhao Fu's back, the 3 ogre women felt quite shocked and felt a trace of awe. This kind of person would be incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu put on his clothes and deactivated his defensive barrier. By now, the ogre chief's injuries had healed, and he planned to take him to the 2 god temples. Of the 3 ogre sisters, the one with the domineering aura was the eldest sister Shirgu, the lively second sister Shirlong, and the barbaric third sister Shiryi. Hearing that Zhao Fu was not going to take them, they angrily cried out, "Why aren't you taking us? You're playing with our bodies and making us addicted, so you're going to leave us here? No, we want to leave with you, we want you to do it with us every day." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You're still too weak, and bringing you along will be quite troublesome. Moreover, what I'm doing will be quite dangerous. I'll take you away after this. The barbaric Xianxia lightly harumphed and said, I don't care, I want you to play with my body in all sorts of ways. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it by force. Zhao Fu looked at the ogre chief, and the ogre chief understood how dangerous it would be for Zhao Fu to be a trial taker. His expression was cold as he said, all of you, behave yourselves and return to the ogre caves. Seeing their father's cold expression, the three ogre sisters felt quite afraid, and they unhappily returned to the caves. Apologies, sir. Sir, my three daughters are quite immature, please forgive them, the ogre chief said as he smiled. He understood the rules quite well and said. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, not minding too much. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the ogre chief to a spacious region. There was nothing there other than countless scattered rocks and a ruined stage at the center. There did not seem to be anything special about it. The ogre chief brought Zhao Fu to the stage and took out two statues. One was a centaur statue wearing armor and holding a spear, while the other was a pigman statue wearing armor and holding a spear. They were 3 meters tall and seemed to be made of stone, and they gave off a powerful aura. The two statues were placed side by side and gave off a powerful aura. They then raised their spears, and a white door of light appeared before them. No wonder the ogre chief had said that no one would discover this god temple. The key to the god temple was in his hands, so how could anyone discover these two god temples? Sir. This is the entrance to the god temple, the ogre chief smiled as he said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded as he said, come in with me. The ogre chief was not weak, so he would most likely be of some help and would not be a burden. Hearing this, the ogre chief nodded and the two of them entered the door of light. After entering the door of light, the two god temples appeared before them. Zhao Fu and the ogre chief were standing on flat ground, which floated in the air. They were surrounded by a blue sky and white clouds, and the two god temples looked incredibly grand. Zhao Fu looked at the ogre chief and asked, did you know what was inside? The ogre chief shook his head and said, I came here once before, but I felt that it was too dangerous, so I did not continue exploring. However, I guessed that there were two powerful godly spirits inside, I sensed their power. Zhao Fu nodded and led the ogre chief towards the pigman god temple. There was a row of pigman soldier statues in front of the pigman god temple. They looked the same as the statues from before, but they gave off stronger auras. Zhao Fu and the ogre chief walked forwards, and the statues seemed to come to life and gave off massive auras as they rushed over. Facing the incoming statue soldiers, Zhao Fu stood his ground and did not move. The ogre chief understood and exploded out with a powerful aura. He gripped his mace with both hands and blocked in front of Zhao Fu, vigorously swinging it, giving off terrifying destructive power. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Fu did not act, and the ogre chief quickly dealt with the statue soldiers. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and led the ogre chief into the pig god temple. After entering, there were groups of pigman soldiers guarding the temple. They were not statues but living pigman soldiers, and they gave off terrifying power ripples. Their eyes stared at Zhao Fu and the ogre chief, causing them to feel a chill. Trespassers shall die. The pigman soldiers stared at Zhao Fu and the ogre chief and roared in unison. Their auras shook the surroundings. Sir. There are too many of them. The ogre chief looked at the pigman soldiers in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of them, and each of them had strength comparable to the Great Earth Realm. Even though he was a world realm expert, the ogre chief felt that he was not a match for them. Zhao Fu did not react much and he said calmly, you can retreat for now and let me deal with them. Kill. The 1,000 pigman soldiers loudly roared and gave off a massive aura as they rushed towards Zhao Fu like a river that could destroy everything. They seemed unstoppable. They were incredibly fast and were about to reach Zhao Fu, and the ogre chief could not help but feel nervous. Boom, at that moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with a powerful aura as a 10-meter-tall black aura flame rushed into the sky, continuously flickering and sending out wild gales. Bang, Zhao Fu squatted down and pressed his palm against the ground, causing a massive wave of power to explode out. A black rose-like magic formation appeared, and a black aura spread out, covering the ground. The pigman soldiers continued to charge forwards, not noticing anything off. At that moment, Zhao Fu, who was squatting on the ground, slowly raised his head. His eyes became blood red and his pupils were like roses, and they gave off a devilish and evil black demonic light. All of the pigmen who were charging over suddenly froze up. The black aura that covered the ground seemed to have a life of its own as it surged into the bodies of the pigmen. The pig people felt that they were unable to resist or stop this. Their surroundings fell into darkness, and their bodies were dragged into the abyss by the vines. Their eyes turned black, but after a while, they returned to normal. The ogre chief beside him felt quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu's power would be so terrifying. He could instantly control 1,000 Great Earth Realm pig people. Moreover, he only had Harmony Realm cultivation. More and more people started to pay attention to Zhao Fu, and they all looked quite shocked. They had never thought that he would be able to instantly control 1,000 powers that were higher than his or her cultivation. Before this, it was not surprising for Zhao Fu to be able to control 3 of them. After all, some strange abilities could do this, but now, he could directly control over 1,000 of them. This was many times more than that, and it was enough to prove how powerful his control over this power was. In actuality, they did not know that Zhao Fu could summon the Demon Lord Star and unleash the evil flower bewitching world's power. That was even more terrifying, and countless people in a world could be controlled. Zhao Fu had used this before when he had awakened the Demon Lord Star, but he had never used it before. After all, once he used it, his identity would definitely be exposed. By now, it was not easy for Zhao Fu to control 1,000 Great Earth Realm pig people. His eyes were starting to hurt, and 2 lines of blood flowed out of his eyes. However, it was worth it to pay such a price to control 1,000 pig people. The pig people stood where they were, and their expressions were quite wooden. Zhao Fu led them to the main hall of the God Temple. There was a high stage within the main hall, and on the throne sat a voluptuous, beautiful woman with short hair and a pair of snow-white pig ears. She wore leather armor and gave off a powerful aura. There were 2 other women beside her who wore armor and held spears. They had seductive figures and well-toned muscles. Their faces were quite good, and they had a pair of boar ears and a tail. They also had 2 fangs in their mouths, and they gave off a ferocious aura. When Zhao Fu walked in with his people, the 3 women slowly opened their eyes. Seeing the scene before them, they felt quite surprised. The pig people soldiers guarding the God Temple were all standing on the intruder's side, and it did not seem like there was a battle going on. Just what was going on? These God Temple soldiers were the most loyal soldiers. How could they betray the God Temple so easily? Why have you betrayed our God? This is an unforgivable crime and is a disgrace to our God, a divine guard coldly said as she looked at the pig people around Zhao Fu. However, the pig people expressionlessly stood next to Zhao Fu and did not move or make a sound, making the scene quite awkward. Seeing this, a look of anger appeared on the divine guard's face, and she wanted to say something. Zhao Fu laughed domineeringly as he cut her off. "All right, there's no need to say anything else. I now announce that you're mine, so be tactful and come with me to leave this place. We'll also take care of the God Temple's matters." The pig-person goddess on the throne gave a flirtatious smile as she said, "Boy, you're quite arrogant and domineering. I know that we're godly spirits, and everyone has to kneel and worship our God. You can't blaspheme him." Zhao Fu did not mind as he smiled and said, "Don't try to talk nonsense with me. To me, godly spirits are just some powerful people. Moreover, I've slept with many godly spirits like you." The pig-person goddess gaze became cold, and she disappeared from the throne and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. She took out a large saber and gave off immense godly spirit power and a shocking aura as she slashed towards Zhao Fu. In that instant, Zhao Fu exploded out with a wave of power and blocked with his sword. Clang, a metallic collision sounded out and sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Fu was forced back a few steps. This pigman goddess' strength was at the peak of the world realm. After knocking back Zhao Fu, the pigman goddess condescendingly laughed as she said, "Boy, how dare you be so arrogant when you're not strong enough?" Zhao Fu was not angry, nor did he plan to use his full strength to fight the pigman goddess. After all, he already had a way to deal with the pigman goddess. He smiled as he retreated into the pigman soldiers and called out, "Kill her." The pigmen all looked at the pigman goddess and exploded out with powerful auras, causing the pigman goddess' expression to fall. She tried to control the restrictions within the pigman soldiers' bodies, but there was no reaction. "Kill." The pigman soldiers roared and started to madly attack the pigman goddess. Sharp lights containing terrifying power slashed out, and there were many of them. Zhao Fu did not know that many people were paying attention to this unassuming and low-key minor figure. After doing it with the pigman goddess and her 2 divine guards for a while, he used the 6 desires demonic G's power to heal their injuries, causing their strength to quickly recover. However, they were still a bit weak. The ogre chief inwardly sighed, this person was even more of a stud than a stud horse. Every time he saw a woman, he wanted to do it. Couldn't he be more focused? His daughters followed him, yet he was so fickle. I wonder if he has ever truly loved anyone. Looking at the silent black energy barrier, the ogre chief suddenly thought of something and felt somewhat angry. Since he could block out sound, why didn't he do it before? He had done it with his 3 daughters in front of him, and he had even let him hear the sound. No wonder his daughters were so shy in front of him, he was worse than a beast. The ogre chief could only inwardly curse at Zhao Fu. Of course, he would not say it out loud unless he did not want to live anymore. Now, the ogre chief had seen Zhao Fu's terrifying power and his mysterious identity. Even though Zhao Fu was fickle, he had terrifying power supporting him, and his daughters would not be bullied by others in the past. However, his 3 daughters had become quite reliant on him, and they had even become quite licentious, wanting to stay by his side and serve him. The black energy barrier opened, revealing the people's bodies. Zhao Fu, the pigman goddess, and the others had already put on their clothes. The pigman goddess and her 2 divine guards' faces were red and they gave off enchanting auras. The pigman goddess had a sweet smile on her face as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, and she no longer looked as arrogant and disdainful as before. Zhao Fu hugged the pigman goddess and smiled as he asked, "How much do you know about the god temple next to you?" The pigman goddess flirtatiously smiled as she replied, "That god temple is a centaur goddess who has the bloodline of the unicorn holy beast. She is incredibly arrogant and does not interact with others, especially the opposite sex. I'm not very familiar with her." Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Let's go together. After taking care of things here, I still have other things to do." After that, Zhao Fu and the others arrived at the temple. There was also a centaur statue outside, and when they came to the front of the temple, the centaur statue exploded out with an aura and attacked Zhao Fu's group. However, they were quickly dealt with by Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu not only brought the pigman goddess and her divine guards, but he also brought 900 pigman soldiers. The statues that charged over were instantly shattered and turned into rubble. After shattering countless statues, Zhao Fu and the others entered. Surprisingly, this place was empty and silent. There was no one guarding it. Zhao Fu led his people directly into the main hall. After entering the main hall, he saw a woman sitting on a throne. This woman had very long, silver-white hair that almost reached the ground. She was peerlessly beautiful and had a snow-white horn on her forehead. She was about 2 meters tall and had a snow-white ponytail. She wore a white dress and gave off a holy and proud aura. There were 6 divine guards beside her. They had long, white hair and pretty faces. They wore silver-white armor and held large silver swords, and they gave off a holy aura. After everyone entered the main hall, the centaur goddess, or rather the horn goddess, opened her silver-white eyes and said coldly, "What business do you have here? Also, I don't like men and unclean women. Hurry up and say what you want, and please leave." A trace of anger appeared on the pigman goddess' face. The unclean women that the horn goddess was talking about were naturally her. After all, she had just done it intensely with Zhao Fu. However, the pigman goddess thought of something and gave a flirtatious smile as she said in Zhao Fu's embrace, "Husband. Let me properly teach her a lesson later." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. He looked at the horn goddess and said, "Are you going to obediently submit to me, or do you want me to force you to submit?" A trace of anger appeared on the horn goddess's holy face. This was an insult to her. The horn goddess grabbed at the air and countless traces of silver-white light gathered, forming an exquisite silver-white spear. A powerful aura exploded out from her body, forming a massive gale. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and said, "Capture them alive." The 900 pigman soldiers gave off powerful auras as they charged out. The ogre chief also ferociously charged out, and the pigman goddess divine guards followed behind. The ogre chief, 2 divine guards, and 100 or so pigment soldiers mainly attacked the 6 centaur divine guards, while the remaining 800 soldiers attacked the horn goddess. Husband, I'll go up and teach this holy goddess a lesson, and I'll capture her for you to train, the pigment goddess said as she flirtatiously smiled. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. The battle quickly erupted, but the centaur god's side was at a complete disadvantage. The 6 centaur divine guards faced the ogre chief, 2 divine guards, and 100 or so pigmen, and they quickly started to lose. On the horn goddess's side, the pigmen goddess kept her busy while the 800 pigmen soldiers supported her, and cold light slashed towards the horn goddess. A while later, the 6 divine guards were captured, and their bodies were covered with blood. On the horn goddess's side, she had just blocked the combined attack of the 800 pigmen soldiers when she was sent flying by a saber strike from the pigmen goddess. She crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and after another battle, the horn goddess was also captured. She was forced to kneel in front of Xiaofu by 2 pigmen soldiers, and Xiaofu stroked the horn goddess's beautiful face, causing a trace of disgust to appear on the horn goddess's face. The people on the viewing platforms were split into 2 factions, and most of the men wanted to quickly violate this goddess. Even though they could not directly violate such a beautiful and holy goddess, they could not help but feel excited and expectant when they thought of her being violated by another man. The women felt incredibly furious, such a beautiful and holy goddess was about to be violated by a beast. They wanted to rush in and save this goddess, kill that perverted pervert, and cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, even a higher being could not break open the secret realm, let alone them. As such, they could only angrily watch and hope that a miracle would happen. Following this, no one expected a miracle. The black energy barrier once again appeared, and the horn goddess and her 6 divine guards, as well as the pigmen goddess and her 2 divine guards, entered it. Even though there was no sound and they could not see anything, everyone understood what had happened. The men looked incredibly excited as they thought of that pure and holy goddess's lewd appearance, while the women furiously and hatefully thought of how to skin Xiaofu alive. When the barrier once again disappeared, the pure and holy the horn goddess's face was red as she breathed raggedly in Xiaofu's embrace. Even though she still had a pure and holy aura on her face, her body gave off an intense desire. The men on the viewing platforms all expressed their admiration for Xiaofu. He had tamed that pure and arrogant goddess so quickly. If it was them, they would not have been able to do it so quickly, and they had never enjoyed such a beautiful and holy goddess before. The women all looked furious, another good goddess had been defiled by this perverted bandit. There was now one less pure goddess in the world. Why was that perverted bandit still not dead? Xiaofu naturally did not know about what was happening on the viewing platforms. He hugged the horn goddess and pigmen goddess as he walked to the side. There were 8 red-faced divine guards behind him, and the 6 divine guards of the horn goddess were dressed in silver armor. Their faces were red, and they looked incredibly alluring. Everyone came to a secret room. There was a stage at the center of the room, and there was a yellow orb floating above it. This orb was the core of the flat ground, and this flat ground was in the sky. The orb of light was the soul of the earth, and it could bestow life force and powerful defenses on the ground, making it incredibly powerful. It was also the last item the war god's fury needed. As long as it was taken back and placed on the war god's fury, the war god's fury would be able to be used in battle and display its terrifying destructive power. The 10,000 gravity origin stone gave the ground the ability to fly in the air, the god race stone gave the ground powerful god race power, the celestial peach tree gave the ground powerful life force and cohesion, and the earth soul gave the ground defensive power and soul energy. The war god's path would completely become a living entity, because the soul, life force, body, and other things were all complete. It was enough to be called a living entity. The war god's fury was as big as a region, which was equivalent to a small province. The destructive power it could display would be incredibly shocking, and even if it did not do anything, just smashing the ground would be enough to kill all creatures in a region. Just as Xiaofu was about to let go of the 2 goddesses and go up to put away the earth's soul, the horn goddess hugged Xiaofu's body and said coquettishly, "Husband, don't let go. Don't let me go, okay?" The pigment goddess could not help but loudly laugh. Thinking about how crazy she had been in the energy barrier, this pure goddess had become like a slut, and she now felt deeply attached to Xiaofu. She remembered what the unicorn goddess had said. She had said that she was an impure woman. Now, she was even more lewd than the unicorn goddess, so she was able to vent some of her anger. Xiaofu smiled and hugged her as they came to the stage and put the yellow orb of light into it. The entire stage started to tremble. Translator, editor, Xiaofu's editor, the great Xiaofu's earth, the goddess, and the Xiao god, and the earth, the world earth, God, the earth, and the Fu. After returning to the empty space, Xiaofu thought about it and decided to bring the ogre chief and the two goddesses. They were quite powerful and would be of great use to him. There were also the remaining 800 pigman soldiers. They were a suicide squad, and they would help Xiaofu deal with anything. Xiaofu did not have to worry about their losses, and it did not matter even if they all died. The god guards did not want to be separated from their godly spirits, and they said with red faces, "Sir, we can serve you on the way. On the way, we can serve you together. Please bring us along." Xiaofu lightly laughed and rejected them. This place was quite dangerous, and Xiaofu did not have the confidence to protect them. Following this, they started to head towards the depths of the secret realm. Roar! Roar, roar! Soon, 3 snake-like creatures formed from blue light roared and attacked Xiaofu and the others. Xiaofu did not act, and the two goddesses and the ogre chief gave off powerful auras as they rushed up. The horn goddess stabbed out with her spear, causing a massive spear light to pierce through the creature. The pigman woman slashed out with her saber, splitting the creature in half, and the ogre chief swung his club, smashing the creature's head. After the 3 creatures were killed, they turned into countless motes of light and entered the 3 god guards' bodies. Xiaofu did not obtain any points. This was because secret realm creatures could also obtain points. Even though Xiaofu was their master, the points belonged to whoever killed them. The people on the viewing platforms felt quite confused, and they felt that Xiaofu had deviated from the main topic. Shouldn't he be searching for creatures to kill and obtain points to become a student of Outlander 10 College? However, he did not seem to be interested in points at all. It was because one of the creatures had sought death, or else he would not have attacked. Right now, he was the one with the lowest points, as everyone else was obtaining points while he was the only one who did not do so. Instead, he was searching for treasures, so he definitely had the lowest points. The main purpose of coming to the secret realm was to become a student of Outlander 10 College and obtain enough points before exploring. However, if this person did not obtain points, he would definitely be eliminated. Outlander 10 College was a place that countless geniuses wanted to enter, and this person did not seem to be interested at all. Was he too arrogant and did not take Outlander 10 College seriously? Some people looked at his points out of curiosity. If he had not moved at all, he would only have 500 points and would be in last place. 0 points would not appear on the rankings. Quite a bit of time had passed, and the first-ranked Sun Elf had obtained 500,000 points, which was 1,000 times more than this person's points. Within the secret realm, Xiaofu and his group continued onwards. The ogre chief was quite familiar with the surroundings and knew where the lion people tribe was. In actuality, this secret realm was incredibly big, much bigger than ordinary worlds. Apart from the creatures that had obtained points, there were also other races that lived here. The lion people tribe was quite powerful, and it was the largest tribe here. There were hundreds of thousands of people, and the lion people warriors were all quite powerful, with most of their cultivation being around stage 7 or 8. Xiaofu had the ogre chief lead the group there, and after a few hours, they finally reached the lion people tribe. They were surprised to find that there was a group of people from the lion people surrounding a small group. Within the secret realm, there were no rules that prevented people from forming groups. If they did not have much confidence in their own strength and wanted to be safe, they could form groups. Of course, this was only in name, and there were no restrictions. They also had to be on guard against their teammates' sneak attacks. The team's strength was quite average, and they had 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. Facing a large number of lion people, they started to suffer injuries and were gradually losing ground, and it seemed that they would be defeated soon. However, their lives were not in any danger, as they could choose to leave the secret realm even during battle. They just did not want to give up 1/3 of their points, or else they would have already left. Seeing that the team was unable to withstand the lion people's attacks, one of the young men in the team raised a plate-sized red egg with a lion pattern on it and said, "All of you, back off, or else I'll smash this red lion egg." The person attacking the team was the red-furred lion person, and he furiously looked at the team and stopped attacking. That egg was the lion people's ancestral egg, and it was not a true egg. It was condensed from a powerful lion person ancestor after he died and contained immense power. It was a high-grade material, and it had been consecrated in a stone temple before it had been stolen by a group of people. The lion people dispersed, and a well-built lion person walked out. He was the lion person chief, and he said coldly, "Put down the egg and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, you'll die here." The team did not care about the lion person chief's threat. With the lion person chief's power, he could not instantly kill them, and they could directly leave the secret realm. Right now, they could not lose any points, and they could not lose this powerful red lion egg. The young man who had raised the red lion egg naturally could not agree, and he called out, "Hurry and back off, or else I'll smash this egg." Seeing that the team was not afraid and did not want to give up on the ancestral egg, the lion person chief felt quite furious. However, there was nothing he could do. He did not have the power to change the secret realm's rules. He understood that the team did not want to waste points, so they did not choose to leave. They naturally could not leave, as once they did, the team would escape, and they would not be able to get the ancestral egg back. The lion person chief furiously said, "If you smash this red lion egg, you won't be able to escape either." Seeing that the lion person chief was determined not to retreat, the team felt quite troubled. On one hand, they did not want to waste points, and they only had one chance to leave. If they left again, they would be eliminated. On the other hand, they did not want to give up on the red lion egg either. This red lion egg contained immense ancestral power, and it had even given birth to a trace of a spirit fire. It was incredibly precious and valuable. Neither side was willing to retreat, and they fell into a stalemate. Zhao Fu had the others lie in ambush before coming out and saying, "I have a good idea. How about you hand over the red lion egg to me and your group can leave safely? I can also give the lion person tribe some compensation. What do you think?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fu, who was only a Harmony Realm cultivator, and they unhappily said, "Scram." It had been incredibly difficult for the party to obtain the red lion egg, so how could they give it to someone else so easily? In exchange for escaping, it would be better to return the red lion egg to the lion people. Of course, the people of the red lion tribe would not agree, because this was their ancestors' treasure, and they could not afford to lose it. Even if they had to exchange their lives for it, they would not give it up. Zhao. Li people, they, and they, lion, they, and, they of. They, and, they. You're seeking your own deaths, don't blame me. The people in the group looked quite disdainful, and the young man at the front laughed as he said, "With your bit of cultivation, if we weren't surrounded by the lion people, even I would be able to beat you up. I wonder how someone as arrogant as you managed to survive until now." One of the rat folk next to him laughed as he said, "Let's not pay attention to an idiot who suddenly jumped out. Let's think about how to escape. What's the point of wasting our time?" The lion person chief looked at Zhao Fu and felt a trace of anger. Not only did he want to take away their ancestral egg, but he was also so arrogant. "You're the one seeking death. Since you dared to set your sights on the ancestral egg, you're also an enemy. Men, get rid of him." They were all Harmony Realm lion people, and their expressions were savage as they held their weapons and rushed over. It was as if they could already see Zhao Fu begging for mercy at their feet. If he didn't have the strength, he shouldn't show off, he deserved to die. Facing the lion people ferociously charging at him, Zhao Fu did not move and took out the sadistic killing sword and casually slashed out. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as a huge blood-red crescent slashed out. The ferocious power directly cut a few Harmony Realm lion people into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered on the ground, and the Harmony Realm experts didn't even have a chance to react. This scene caused everyone present to feel quite shocked. None of them had thought that a Harmony Realm cultivator like Zhao Fu would be able to instantly kill someone of the same cultivation as him with a single strike. What shocked them even more was that the pigmen soldiers, the two goddesses, and the ogre who had been hiding in the surroundings rushed out and surrounded the two groups. The lion people did not have many people, only around 200 or so, and Zhao Fu's 800 pigman soldiers were enough to surround them. Seeing that they were surrounded, the two groups felt quite startled. Sensing the pigman soldiers' auras, the three world realm experts looked quite panicked. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "I told you that you were seeking death, but you didn't believe me. Now, you can all die together. Kill them." After receiving the order, the pigman soldiers gave off powerful auras and rushed at the two groups. The lion person leader raised his head and roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. This place was quite close to the tribe, and he was telling the others to hurry over. His cultivation was at the peak of the world realm, and the two goddesses held their weapons as they rushed at him. The two sides quickly started to fight. Seeing this, the other group understood that if they did not run now, it would be too late, so they chose to leave the secret realm. Even though they had wasted 1/3 of their points, it was better than dying. After they chose to leave, a wave of the secret realm's power covered them, causing their bodies to gradually become transparent. It seemed that they were about to disappear. Zhao Fu did not do anything and looked at the young man holding the ancestral egg. The glass pupil in his left eye gave off a dreamy light, and the young man was dragged into an illusion. Everyone else disappeared and left the secret realm, but the young man remained where he was without moving, his expression stiff. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and a few chains flew out, carefully wrapping around the ancestral egg before returning to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu held the red lion egg and sensed the powerful ancestral power within it, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. After the illusion power disappeared, the young man came back to his senses and looked at the scene before him in shock. He had not returned to the secret realm and had instead stayed where he was, not understanding what had happened. He remembered that he had returned to the outside of the secret realm and had dealt with the ancestral egg with the others before discussing how to form a team and continue into the secret realm. However, how had he suddenly returned here? The young man quickly realized that he had been hit by some sort of powerful illusion, and everything before had been an illusion. However, that had seemed too real, and he could not tell if it was real or fake. The people on the viewing platforms felt quite curious. Even though they could not see Zhao Fu's appearance clearly, they could see that his eyes had given off an illusory light, easily dragging a peak Great Earth Realm expert into an illusion. What kind of eye technique was that? Or was it a bloodline power? Zhao Fu's performance was quite shocking. He could easily drag people into an illusion, and he did not need to look at them or do anything, he just needed to look at them. The surroundings descended into chaos, and the lion people were quickly killed. Facing the attacks of the two goddesses, the lion person chief was not a match for them, and a few wounds appeared on his body. Seeing this, the young man did not dare to stay and felt quite afraid. He once again planned to leave the secret realm, but a pair of terrifying gazes fell on his body, causing his hairs to stand on end. He felt that if he did anything, he would die on the spot. Even if he chose to leave the secret realm, it would be useless, as he would once again fall into the illusion. However, even if he did not choose to leave the secret realm, that pair of cold gazes seemed to contain a trace of killing intent. Thinking about that, the young man immediately knelt and cried out, "Sir, don't kill me. If you don't kill me, I can provide you with a relic." After putting away the egg, Zhao Fu, who had wanted to kill the young man, heard that there was a historical remnant, so he stopped. Charge! A loud shout sounded out as 10,000 or so lion people gave off powerful auras and rushed over. It was the lion people tribe soldiers. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the lion person chief was slammed into the ground by the pigman goddess, smashing open a large crater, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing the 10,000 soldiers charging at him, a cruel smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Originally, Zhao Fu did not like killing and would not kill unless it was absolutely necessary. However, as he killed more and more people, he began to feel a trace of pleasure. When faced with so many enemies that could be easily killed, his heart would beat faster and his blood would flow faster. Clang! Zhao Fu turned into a ray of black sword light and shot towards the incoming army. The sword light gave off sharp power as it slashed out, slashing apart the lion people in its path. Blood flew everywhere, dyeing the ground blood red. The 10,000 lion men held their weapons and angrily surrounded Zhao Fu. Facing their encirclement, Zhao Fu did not show any fear. With a cruel smile on his face, he rushed to the side. The lion people immediately attacked, and sharp lights containing immense power flew towards Xiao Fu. Bang bang bang, Xiao Fu, who had been charging forwards, suddenly ran to the side, and the countless attacks landed on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. A small portion of the attacks were blocked by Xiao Fu's defensive barrier, and Xiao Fu once again rushed into the crowd. The lion people in front of him furiously rushed over, and Xiao Fu slashed out. Chi, 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 a ferocious blood-red sword light containing terrifying power slashed out, slashing apart the hundreds of lion people's bodies. Blood flew into the air, but before it could fall, Xiao Fu slashed out. Swish, Xiao Fu turned into a ray of light and passed through the blood, and he spun in the air as the sadistic killing sword gave off a circular blood-red sword light that slashed out. The heads of the surrounding lion people were split open, and blood spurted out of their necks. As the blood splattered down, the lion people's blood sprayed out like a rain of blood. A lion person expert roared as he furiously came before Xiao Fu. He held a large saber and gave off a powerful aura as he slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu stabbed out as fast as lightning, stabbing into the lion person's mouth and through the back of his neck. Xiao Fu did not withdraw his sword and instead slashed out, cutting off the lion person's head. He then continued to slash out, cutting the lion person in half. Arg, pained cries continuously sounded out as blood continuously flew everywhere. The ground was covered with corpses, and not a single one was intact. Facing Xiao Fu's slaughter, the lion people were unable to defend at all. The young man felt quite shocked as he watched Xiao Fu continuously kill. He was the weakest here, but he had never thought that he would be the most ferocious. He purely killed for fun and immersed himself in killing like a demon. The people on the viewing platforms also looked quite surprised. They had never thought that this person would be so lustful and bloodthirsty. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Arg! The lion person leader's heart was pierced by the horn goddess's spear, and he gave a final howl before powerlessly collapsing to the ground. The remaining lion people were either completely slaughtered by Xiao Fu or killed by the pigman soldiers. In the end, the ground was covered with lion people's corpses, giving off a dense stench of blood that could cause anyone to vomit. The young man trembled as he stood there, feeling quite terrified. Facing someone like Xiao Fu, who could kill without batting an eye, he did not dare to offend him. Xiao Fu swung the sadistic killing sword in his hand, getting rid of the blood and flesh on it before putting it away. He came before the young man and asked, "Speak. If you tell me where the historical remnant is, I can spare your life." The young man said somewhat nervously, "It's an elf historical remnant. My big brother discovered it when he was escaping, but because it was too dangerous, he did not explore it. The historical remnant is nearby, and I wanted to take a group to explore it, but something like this happened." Hearing this, Xiao Fu nodded and said, "Take me there." The young man nodded and brought Xiao Fu and the others to a lake. The young man said, "Sir." The young man said, "Sir, that elf is at the bottom of the lake." Xiao Fu gestured to the ogre, and he jumped into the water. After a while, he came back up and said, "There is indeed a historical remnant below." Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face. He waved his hand and a restriction entered the young man's body as he said, "After I finish exploring the historical remnant, I'll let you go." Following this, Xiao Fu led his group into the lake. Xiao Fu thought for a moment before leading his people to the city hall at the center of the city. Soon, a large amount of deathly aura flowed out as elves wearing armor and holding weapons, who had turned into skeletons, rushed at Xiao Fu and his people. Even though these elven skeletons were not very powerful, there were tens of thousands of them, and they gave off a massive wave of deathly aura as they rushed at Xiao Fu and his people. Xiao Fu immediately gave the order, and the 800 pigmen soldiers gave off powerful auras as they charged over. Even though there were only 800 of them, as 800 Great Earth Realm experts, their auras were not any weaker than the tens of thousands of elven skeletons. At the same time, Xiao Fu and his people also joined the battle. Xiao Fu slashed out with his sword, and the massive sword energy easily sent a large number of skeletons flying. After being sent flying, the skeletons crashed to the ground and turned into piles of bones, and a grayish-green crystal fell out. Xiao Fu sensed these grayish-green crystals but did not pay too much attention to them because there were still many elven skeletons that he had not killed yet. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu and his people finished dealing with the tens of thousands of skeletons. Zhao Fu picked up the grayish-green crystals. They were not very big, only as big as a pinky nail, and they gave off a cold aura as if they were pieces of ice. They gave off dense deathly aura. Elven death crystal was the name of these grayish-green crystals. Elves were a race that had received the blessing of life, and their lifespans were slightly longer than that of ordinary humans. They also worshipped the powerful goddess of life. Life and death interacted with each other. Places with the densest life aura would give birth to the purest death aura, and places with the densest death aura would give birth to the purest life aura. Zhao Fu naturally did not care about these stats, but what Zhao Fu cared about was that even though the crystals had become deathly, they still contained a trace of pure elven energy. If there was enough of them, they could form a powerful wave of elven energy. With this pure elven energy, awakening elven totems would be no problem, so Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to collect these crystals. However, things did not go as planned. An elf skeleton giving off a king's aura led an army of 100,000 or so skeletons towards Zhao Fu's group. Zhao Fu had everyone else stop collecting crystals and participate in the battle. Everyone else was responsible for killing the ordinary skeletons, while Zhao Fu dealt with the elf king skeleton. Bang bang bang, the pigmen soldiers rushed into the skeletons and swung their weapons, giving off immense power as they sent the skeletons flying, resulting in massive sounds. The elven skeletons flooded towards the pigmen and showed no fear as they madly attacked the pigmen soldiers. The pigmen soldiers started to die, and countless wounds appeared on their bodies. Zhao Fu leapt up into the air and sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword. The sadistic killing sword gave off a large amount of blood-red sword light as it swooped down and ferociously slashed towards the skeleton king. The skeleton king held an exquisite grey sword and sent large amounts of Death King's power into it. Large amounts of deathly aura flowed out of the sword, and it slashed out with terrifying deathly aura. Shing, one sword gave off an intense blood-red light while the other gave off an intense grey light. The two swords clashed with immense power, resulting in a shockwave that caused the ground to collapse and rocks to fly everywhere. An intense gale spread out. Arg! Zhao Fu roared as a powerful divine bloodline power exploded out, and he vigorously slashed towards the skeleton king. The skeleton king felt a wave of terror because that divine bloodline power completely suppressed its deathly aura. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the skeleton king was sent flying by Zhao Fu's attack and crashed dozens of meters away. Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he chased up, and his sword gave off ferocious sword energy as he slashed towards the skeleton king on the ground. The skeleton king was given a big fright and hurriedly rolled to the side. Bang! The massive force slammed into the ground, causing a large crater to appear. Even though the skeleton king had dodged Zhao Fu's attack, it was still sent flying by the shockwaves. Roar! The skeleton king furiously roared as it stood up from the ground and gave off large amounts of deathly aura. It gave off a powerful aura as it appeared in front of Zhao Fu in the next second and slashed out with terrifying power. Zhao Fu had a savage look on his face as a black aura flame appeared around his body, and he also slashed out with great power. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two powers collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Both of them were sent flying back, and a 10 or so meter wide crater appeared on the ground. A trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's lips as he coldly looked at the skeleton king. The skeleton king's sword-wielding arm was now covered with cracks. Boom! Zhao Fu gave off a powerful black aura flame as he slashed at the skeleton king. The skeleton king roared and gave off deathly aura as it rushed at Zhao Fu. Bang! Another massive sound rang out as the two terrifying powers collided. This time, the skeleton king's cracked arm shattered and a sword in its hand was sent flying. However, the skeleton king did not give up. Its other arm stretched out like a sharp knife and gave off a cold light as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat. Shing! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, causing a massive sword hum to explode out and an intense sword chi to cut off the skeleton king's arm. Now that the skeleton king had lost both of its arms, it had lost the ability to attack. However, Zhao Fu would not let it off just because of this. He sent massive amounts of divine power into the sadistic killing sword and slashed at the skeleton king's chest, sending it flying. The skeleton king flew back 10 or so meters and smashed into the ground, opening up a large crater, and cracks appeared on the bones in its chest. Zhao Fu rushed up and after a few more attacks, he finally killed the skeleton king. At the same time, Zhao Fu obtained two items. The first was a gray-green crystal that was as big as a marble, and the second was a green ring. The first item did not need much introduction, and the second item was an elf king ring. Anyone who wore it would obtain powerful king's power and could form a contract with a powerful creature as a ring spirit. The elf king ring was quite powerful in all aspects, but it was not very useful to Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu's power far surpassed this piece of equipment and he had divine power, so he naturally did not need king's power. However, the first item was called the King Death Crystal, and it was quite useful. Zhao Fu picked it up and sent a wave of power into it, causing the ordinary skeleton's gray crystals to float up and fly towards the King Death Crystal. Holding the King Crystal, Zhao Fu looked at its terrifying power and grinned. He found a place where there was no one around and a black energy barrier spread out as Zhao Fu started to refine the red lion egg and King Crystal. Zhao Fu first held the red lion egg and a wave of energy covered the red lion egg, causing it to give off an intense red light. Following this, the eggshell started to crack and turn into dust, revealing a fist-sized tongue of flame at the center. Zhao Fu controlled the tongue of flame and had it slowly float into his body. A massive wave of energy spread out from Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to give off a red light. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed this massive wave of energy, causing his constitution and soul to rise. In the end, he refined the red lion egg and a red lion person totem appeared on his back. Next was the King Crystal. Zhao Fu controlled the King Crystal to float in the air and sent his divine power into it, causing it to continuously give off a green aura. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and sucked in the green aura. He felt a massive wave of life force flow into him, and Zhao Fu continuously refined it and fused it into his divine body. This caused Zhao Fu's body to give off an intense green light. This green light gave off ripples of life force, and it felt quite wondrous. After continuously absorbing this energy, Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a green elf totem appeared. Zhao Fu obtained another 2 totems, and adding on the ogre totem, he now had 3 totems. Now, he was left with 8 totems for the 34 major races. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he deactivated the black energy barrier. The other elf skeletons had also been killed, and the 2 goddesses and the ogre were not injured. However, the 800 pigment soldiers had all died. This was a slight pity, but Zhao Fu planned to go to a further place, and it would be inconvenient to bring them along. In the end, Zhao Fu went to the city hall at the center of the city and found that it was an elf royal city, so he moved it away. The city started to tremble and everything around it continuously collapsed. The defensive barrier gradually disappeared, and large amounts of water started to flood in. Zhao Fu and the others returned to the shore. Seeing Zhao Fu and the others come up, the young man waiting by the lake let out a sigh of relief, and Zhao Fu had him leave. Zhao Fu and the others flew into the sky and continued to search for historical remnants. A while later, the horn goddess suddenly said, "Husband, I can sense divine power ripples here. There should be a godly spirit historical remnant here." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and asked, "There should be a godly spirit historical remnant here?" Zhao Fu was quite surprised. Zhao Fu is, and Zhao Fu and the others are God. Zhao Fu and the god of the temple is the clan, and the clan is the Fu and the god. Zhao Fu could not help but laugh, finding 3 god temples at once was quite rare. Finding one was already quite good, and finding 3 was simply too lucky. Moreover, Zhao Fu felt that there were many god temples and godly spirit historical remnants in this secret realm. Perhaps Zhao Fu would be able to find the 24 goddesses and open the door to the god world. Zhao Fu and the others flew into the forest and quickly arrived at the first god temple. This god temple was made of green stone and was 10 or so meters tall. There were 2 chicken people statues at the front, and they gave off a dignified aura. There were no trees around it, and it was a relatively spacious area. Zhao Fu and the others walked in, and groups of chicken people flew over and coldly yelled, "Who are you to trespass into a god temple? Do you know that you're offending the mighty godly spirit?" These chicken people had chicken-like heads and humanoid bodies. They had a pair of green wings on their backs and wore leather armor. They held spears and gave off powerful auras. Hearing the chicken people's words, the pigman goddess laughed and said, "Can you tell? We're also godly spirits." Alright, hurry and call your godly spirit out, we have matters to discuss with it. The chicken people in the lead felt quite startled and looked at the pigman goddess. Sensing the ripples coming from her body, she was indeed a mighty godly spirit. Even though they did not worship the pigman goddess, as believers, they instinctively felt respect towards godly spirits. Facing the pigman goddess, the chicken people felt quite nervous because godly spirits were high and mighty and could not be offended by anyone. As such, they became quite wary. The chicken people in the lead wanted to return to the god temple and tell the chicken godly spirit that another godly spirit had come to visit and that the mighty chicken godly spirit would come and deal with this matter. However, at that moment, the horn goddess said, "Is your godly spirit male or female, and what does he look like?" Hearing her words, the chicken people noticed the horn goddess and felt quite startled. Sensing her terrifying aura, they realized that she was also a mighty godly spirit. Now that two godly spirits had come, the chicken people felt quite shocked and became quite serious. Two powerful godly spirits had come, and if they clashed with them, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. As such, the chicken people felt even more respect and caution. However, why did these two godly spirits think that they were in that young man's embrace, and they seemed quite close as if they were two wives? Thinking about that, the chicken people felt even more shocked. Just who was this young man to have two godly spirits as wives? They had never seen such a thing before, and they felt that this young man was definitely incredibly terrifying. Hearing the horn goddess's words, the leader of the chicken people respectfully replied, "Our mighty godly spirit is a beautiful female godly spirit." Hearing this, the horn goddess lightly laughed and said, "There's nothing else, you can go and report to your godly spirit." After saying this to the chicken people, the horn goddess's face became red as she leaned into Xiao Fu's embrace and said in a small voice, "Husband, congratulations on having another godly spirit serve you. Congratulations on having another god to serve you. Later, don't just focus on pampering her. I want you too." Xiao Fu lightly laughed and hugged her as he nodded. The pigman woman flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Husband, I want you to properly care about me. I also want you to pamper me well. Last time, I wasn't satisfied. You only cared about pampering the unicorn goddess and her divine guards. This time, you can't do the same." Within the god temple, the chicken people reported this matter to the chicken godly spirit. The chicken godly spirit had a graceful figure and a pretty face. She had long green hair and a pair of green wings on her back, and she gave off a gentle aura. Following this, Xiao Fu and the others entered the god temple and saw the chicken deity. The chicken deity's beautiful eyes fell on Xiao Fu's body, and she could tell that Xiao Fu was not simple at all. He was the center of the group, and everyone else treated Xiao Fu as their leader. She said, "What business do you have with me?" Xiao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, "I want to ask the glorious godly spirit if you have any abilities that can allow us to obtain powerful chicken people's power." Even though she was quite beautiful, Xiao Fu still did what he needed to do. He did not ask the chicken deity to directly give him totems, as under normal circumstances, only people of the chicken race could obtain chicken people totems. No matter how powerful a godly spirit was, it would be very difficult to obtain chicken people totems. Xiao Fu was quite special, which was why he had obtained so many totems. He had obtained them through ancestral power or race power. Hearing this, the chicken deity felt quite satisfied with Xiao Fu's attitude. She thought about it and said, "I have something that can give you powerful chicken people's power, but what can you use to exchange for it? If you can take out a treasure of the same grade, I can give it to you." "Treasure?" Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "I have an extremely powerful treasure that has unimaginable power and can give you extreme happiness. It's a unique treasure in the world, so do you want it, glorious godly spirit? I can use it to obtain something of yours." The chicken deity felt quite shocked and felt quite curious. Just what kind of powerful and unimaginable treasure could give her extreme happiness, and it was a unique treasure in the world? She said, "Take it out and let me see just what kind of treasure it is." Xiao Fu could not help but laugh as he said, "This treasure of mine is extremely powerful and can't be known by others. Glorious godly spirit, you don't mind if I unleash a protective barrier, right?" The chicken divinity thought to herself that this was her divine temple, and there were many chicken people guarding outside. As such, it did not matter much, so she nodded and agreed. Zhao Fu smiled and waved his hand, and a black barrier spread out, covering the entire god temple. The people in the stands couldn't help but curse. Beast. After watching Zhao Fu for so long, they naturally knew what kind of personality Zhao Fu had. He was a perverted thief, and they definitely knew that it was an unimaginably powerful treasure that could give extreme pleasure. It was also the only treasure in the world. The men all felt quite envious of Zhao Fu's ability. With Zhao Fu's ability, even the dragon people, who were the most powerful in this aspect, would willingly admit defeat. All of the women were looking at Zhao Fu, and they naturally knew what he was doing. Yan angrily cursed at him, saying that he was a pervert and disgusting. Why hadn't someone acted on behalf of the heavens and gotten rid of this scourge so that he wouldn't harm women again? Looking at the pitch-black energy barrier, her heart was filled with anger and helplessness. A goddess was about to be defiled by this bastard. The other men were also quite angry because Zhao Fu was not showing them anything, and there was not even any sound. Could this bastard not be like this? If he wanted to test them, he could test them. If he wanted to sleep with women, he could sleep with them. However, he had to let them feast their eyes. Within the barrier, Zhao Fu pretended to be serious as he smiled and said, "Glorious godly spirit, look closely, I'm going to take that thing out." The chicken goddess nodded seriously and looked at Zhao Fu, but she could sense that something was off. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly raised his head and looked at the chicken goddess' eyes. However, Zhao Fu's right eye had become blood red, and a rose-like pupil had appeared. The glass-like eye in his left eye also gave off a dreamy light. The chicken goddess and Zhao Fu looked at each other, and her heart trembled. She felt her mind go blank and she stood there. She felt the light around her dim as a wave of darkness rushed towards her, wanting to drag her into the darkness. Moreover, a glass-like eye appeared in front of her, giving off a dreamy light. This made it difficult for her to focus, and she fell into a daze. Under the light, her consciousness started to fade, and she seemed to enter an illusion. Seeing that the chicken goddess had been dragged into the darkness and illusion by Zhao Fu's evil spirit abyss flower eyes and glass god eye, the chicken goddess divinity sensed immense danger and exploded out with powerful godly spirit power, allowing her to escape from the illusion. However, by the time she came back to her senses, she had been pressed onto the throne by the other two goddesses. Just as she wanted to resist, a green light exploded out from her body. However, the other two goddesses also exploded out with powerful power, forcefully restricting the chicken goddess. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he walked towards the throne. The ogre chief inwardly sighed and knew what would happen next. He went outside to guard the door and did not let anyone disturb him. Zhao Fu came to the throne and lifted the chicken goddess' chin as he evilly smiled and said, "I'll let you see how powerful that treasure is." The chicken goddess looked furious and understood what it was, and she cursed, "You bastard, perverted thief, if you dare to do anything to me, I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu pinched her chin and said nonchalantly, "Ha ha ha, you won't say that in a bit." As he spoke, Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed the chicken goddess before starting to ravage her. Apart from resisting for a bit, the chicken goddess quickly sank into it, and she started to moan under Zhao Fu's body in a lewd manner. The chicken goddess waited outside, and because Zhao Fu's barrier covered the room, no sound could be heard. As such, they did not know what was happening inside, nor did they know that the goddesses they worshipped were being ravaged by Zhao Fu. A few hours later, Zhao Fu sat on the throne and hugged three naked goddesses who were panting with red faces. They were real goddesses, and ordinary people would not be able to enjoy such things. Zhao Fu once again pinched the chicken goddess' chin and raised her beautiful face as he smiled and said, "How is it now? Do you feel how powerful he is? Did I let you experience extreme happiness? I didn't lie to you, did I?" The chicken goddess' face became red and she rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said shyly, "You only know how to bully me, you didn't even take care of me just then." The pigman goddess lightly harumphed and said, "I wanted him to let me do that, but that fellow's thoughts were always on you. Also, since you're the third to receive husband's love, you'll be ranked third." The horn goddess lazily kissed Zhao Fu and said softly, "Husband, let's quickly take care of things here. There are still 2 god temples left, after we get there, we'll come again." The chicken goddess took out a bright red chicken heart from her spatial ring and said, "This is the heart of a chicken emperor and has great power. If you eat it, you will obtain powerful chicken people's power." Xiaofu took the chicken heart and ate it in a few bites. The chicken heart was as big as a fist and had a bit of a fishy taste, but Xiaofu could accept it. After all, Xiaofu had eaten it before. After eating the chicken heart, Xiaofu felt his heart start to vigorously beat, and a powerful wave of power exploded out within his body. He temporarily suppressed this power and said to the three goddesses, "You all leave for now, I'll refine this power first." The three goddesses smiled and nodded, put on their clothes, and went outside. The chicken people did not know what had just happened, and they saw the goddesses they worshipped walk out with red faces. Their bodies gave off alluring auras, and compared to before, they were quite different. Within the room, Xiaofu closed his eyes and quickly absorbed that powerful power. His heart continuously beat, and his blood continuously flowed through his veins, becoming scorching hot. The chicken heart turned into countless traces of searing power that spread through Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu quickly refined it. His back started to heat up, and a fire-colored chicken person totem appeared on Xiaofu's back. After obtaining another totem, Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he put on his clothes and went outside, and he took the totem to the next god temple. The next god temple was the barbarian god temple, and there was a group of barbarians guarding it. However, the barbarian god was a man, and Xiaofu's interest greatly fell. After coming to the god temple, the group of barbarians were quite rude, and Xiaofu and the others wanted to be more polite. If they could obtain something to awaken a totem, there would be no need to fight. After all, the barbarian god was not a goddess, and Xiaofu did not want to subdue him. After all, not only could goddesses serve Xiaofu, but Xiaofu could also absorb divine power from them. Right now, the divinity in Xiaofu's mind was as big as a fingernail, and if he continued to absorb divine power, it would become a true divinity. When that time came, Xiaofu would awaken the god race's emperor star. However, even though Xiaofu and the others were polite, the barbarians did not appreciate it at all, and the big man yelled, "Piss off. Us godly spirits are the most powerful existences, how could we allow you mortals to see us?" Before Xiaofu's group could act, some of the barbarians had already raised their weapons and looked at Xiaofu's group savagely. Seeing this, Xiaofu did not hesitate and said, "Kill them." The three goddesses by Xiaofu's side and the ogre started to attack. The chicken people held their weapons and gave off powerful auras as they descended from the sky and started to fight with the barbarian. Boom, a massive aura spread out, and sensing the commotion outside, a figure giving off a powerful aura rushed out. It was a barbarian godly spirit with an ugly face. It was dressed in beast skin and held a large axe. Looking at the chicken goddess in Xiaofu's group, it said loudly, "You chicken goddess, it's fine that I didn't humiliate you, but you still dared to come here. Today, I'll properly play with your alluring body and show you how powerful men are." The chicken goddess had already experienced Xiaofu's strength today. When she heard this, she couldn't help but think about how she had acted under Xiaofu's body. Seeing the chicken goddess blush, the barbarian godly spirit laughed in delight, thinking that his manliness had caused the chicken goddess to blush or that she was interested in him. Boom, the barbarian godly spirit loudly roared as he gripped his axe and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at the chicken goddess. He did not notice Xiaofu's group and thought that it was the chicken goddess who had brought a group of people to cause trouble. He did not feel any fear because he was the strongest person in the forest and did not fear the chicken goddess at all. The chicken goddess held a large green sword and gave off great power as she fearlessly met the barbarian godly spirit. Bang, bang. Bang, the two of them continuously attacked, causing massive sounds to ring out. Sharp lights shot out, giving off terrifying auras as they swept out like wild gales. The barbarian godly spirit ferociously attacked with his axe and continuously hacked out, sending out axe lights that looked incredibly ferocious. The chicken goddess was at a disadvantage and could only use her sword to block in front of her to defend. However, at that moment, three people giving off powerful auras suddenly rushed out from the side. The pigman goddess slashed out with her saber, sending out a massive saber light that gave off an incredibly sharp aura as it slashed towards the barbarian godly spirit. The barbarian godly spirit felt quite startled and had never thought that there would be another godly spirit. He hurriedly dodged to the side and avoided the pigman goddess attack. However, at that moment, the unicorn goddess gripped her spear and gave off a large amount of cold light. She stabbed out with her spear, and a spear light containing terrifying power tore through the air, seeming to cause the air to explode. The barbarian godly spirit hurriedly blocked with his axe and released a yellow defensive barrier around his body. Bang! The spear light heavily slammed against the yellow defensive barrier, causing it to shatter, and the barbarian godly spirit flew back dozens of meters. The barbarian godly spirit flew back but was not injured. However, at that moment, his hair stood on end because a person had appeared behind him, giving off an incredibly ferocious aura flame. The sword in his hand gave off a large amount of light. Boom! Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red sword light that gave off a cruel aura. Even the air seemed to explode. The barbarian godly spirit was completely defenseless and was hit by Xiaofu's sword. He flew back and heavily crashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and rocks to fly everywhere. The barbarian godly spirit's body opened up a 10 or so meter wide crater. Pooh! The barbarian godly spirit coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and there was a bone-deep wound on his back. Blood continuously flowed out, and the barbarian godly spirit's aura weakened. He was heavily injured. Zhao Fu and the others naturally did not let him off, and they rushed up and attacked the barbarian godly spirit. In the end, the horn goddess pierced through the barbarian godly spirit's heart, killing him. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others attacked the barbarian guards and easily killed them. After the barbarian godly spirit died, they no longer had any will to fight, and some of them started to run. After the battle, Zhao Fu searched the barbarian godly spirit's body and did not find anything good. Similarly, the ogre and the others entered the god temple and did not find anything either. Zhao Fu brought the barbarian deity's corpse to the god temple and prepared to refine it. Zhao Fu released a black fog that covered the barbarian godly spirit's corpse and started to corrode it. The barbarian godly spirit's corpse continuously turned into dust, and in the end, only a yellow divinity was left. Within the divinity was a trace of the barbarian deity's remnant soul. Zhao Fu released a black flame that covered the yellow divinity and burned the remnant soul into ashes before fusing it into his body. A massive wave of power spread out from Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to give off large amounts of yellow light. Zhao Fu continuously absorbed this massive amount of divine power and fused it into his body. He once again felt a pain on his back as a yellow barbarian totem appeared. After refining the barbarian deity's corpse, Zhao Fu led his people to the final god temple. This god temple was at the center of a dense forest and was made of wood. There were many vines growing out of it, and it gave off an aura of life. The god temple was quite tall and there were 2 monkey people statues in front of it. The 2 statues were dressed in armor and held large sabers. They had monkey heads, human bodies, and monkey-like fur. They had a tail and serious expressions, and they gave off powerful auras. Just as Zhao Fu and his people prepared to enter, a group of monkey people started to attack. Arrows containing immense power flew over. Facing the incoming arrows, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out as a black dragon inscription barrier spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, one by one, the arrows collided with the defensive barrier, producing loud sounds. The arrows were either broken or deflected, falling from the sky. This place was quite close to the barbarian god temple, and the monkey people had most likely sensed what was happening there, so they attacked Zhao Fu's group first. Since things had already turned out like this, Zhao Fu did not hold back and gave the order to attack. Kill! The countless chicken people roared as they spread their wings and flew into the sky, giving off powerful auras as they rushed into the god temple. Zhao Fu and the others also rushed in with powerful auras. The 2 sides quickly clashed, and the sounds of fighting rang out continuously. Powerful auras spread out, causing shockwaves to ripple out. The scene was quite chaotic. Within the god temple, a monkey person godly spirit rushed out. This godly spirit was a woman with short red hair and a seductive figure. Her skin was the color of wheat, and she wore tight-fitting leather armor. She gave off a wild aura, and apart from her monkey tail, she looked no different from an ordinary person. She rushed out, and Zhao Fu and the other 3 surrounded her. The monkey goddess expression was quite unsightly. Facing 4 people who were about the same strength as her, she naturally was not a match for them. She said coldly, "If you have the ability, come at me one at a time. I won't fear you at all." Zhao Fu chuckled. If they could gang up on her, why would they choose to fight her alone? Zhao Fu was no fool. The four of them attacked the monkey goddess together. The pigman goddess took the lead and slashed out with her saber, sending out a ferocious saber light towards the monkey goddess. The monkey goddess held a black wooden staff and vigorously swung out, causing the air to explode. This staff contained immense power, shattering the saber light. It seemed that the monkey goddess was quite strong. After shattering the saber light, the monkey goddess swung her staff towards Zhao Fu. She knew that Zhao Fu was the leader, and only by capturing Zhao Fu would they have a chance at victory. However, she had underestimated Zhao Fu's strength. On the surface, Zhao Fu only had Harmony Realm cultivation, making him the easiest person to bully. This was one of the reasons why the monkey goddess had attacked Zhao Fu. She was confident that she could easily subdue Zhao Fu. Boom! Seeing her attack him, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword before vigorously slashing out. A massive blood-red sword light containing terrifying power slashed out. The monkey goddess was given a big fright and hurriedly blocked with her staff, but she was still sent flying by Zhao Fu's terrifying sword strike. She crashed 10 or so meters away and blood leaked out of her mouth. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as the chicken goddess gripped her green sword with both hands and slashed out with immense power, sending out a green light towards the monkey goddess. A sword gash was left on the ground. The monkey goddess quickly dodged to the side, avoiding this sharp sword strike. However, the unicorn goddess appeared by her side, and her spear gave off ferocious power as it sent the monkey goddess flying. The monkey goddess crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. She had taken quite a bit of damage. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as chains containing ferocious power shot out from the surroundings towards the monkey goddess. The monkey goddess frantically swung the wooden staff in her hand, sending dozens of chains flying. However, even more chains continued to attack her. They first bound her staff and arms, making her unable to fight. They then bound her feet, making her unable to move. Finally, they bound her entire body, making it so that she was no longer in danger. The monkey goddess was bound by the chains and looked furious as she vigorously struggled on the ground. Zhao Fu smiled as he picked her up from the ground and walked into the god temple. The other three goddesses' faces became red and they gave traces of smiles as they followed after Zhao Fu. Seeing that the godly spirit had been subdued, the monkey people in the monkey god temple lost their will to fight. They either directly ran or knelt down and surrendered. The black energy barrier once again appeared within the god temple. The people on the viewing platforms could not help but inwardly curse at the beast that was going to harm their goddesses again. By now, they understood Zhao Fu quite well. By now, Zhao Fu's popularity was not low. This was mainly because everyone had been calling him a perverted thief, an evildoer, a bastard, and a shameless and despicable person. Everyone was quite curious as to just what kind of person he was. As such, more and more people paid attention to Zhao Fu. This was quite rare, so many people were paying attention to someone who was in last place. However, those who saw Zhao Fu either cursed at him or said that he was a beast, scum, and a bastard. It could be said that he did not rely on his strength to attract popularity but because of his despicable methods. Now, many people wanted to kill Zhao Fu. In their eyes, Zhao Fu was pure scum and a perverted thief, and they definitely could not allow such a scourge to live. Zhao Fu did not know that within the black energy barrier, he was continuously ravaging the monkey goddess body. The monkey goddess had a lewd expression as she cooperated with Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu then enjoyed the other three goddesses. The monkey goddess' face was red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and panted. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, she glared at Zhao Fu. This was the first time she had met someone who had just violated her and still wanted something from her. Moreover, she was quite angry that Zhao Fu and the others had ganged up on her. However, as Zhao Fu's hands became indescribable, the monkey goddess' face became bright red as she admitted defeat and said, "I'll give it to you, alright? You're a bad person, bullying me like this." As she spoke, the monkey goddess took out a black jade that was 3 fingers wide and gave off an intense godly spirit aura. "This is a monkey god jade that I obtained, and it contains large amounts of monkey people's power. I don't know if it can satisfy your requirements." Zhao Fu took the monkey god jade and examined its power. It was not very powerful but just enough to awaken a monkey person totem. After having the 4 women leave, Zhao Fu started to refine the monkey god jade. Zhao Fu sent his power into the monkey god Jade, causing it to give off an intense black light. Zhao Fu controlled the monkey god Jade and slowly fused it into his body. A powerful aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and his body continuously gave off traces of black godly spirit aura. Right now, Zhao Fu looked like a true godly spirit, holy and dignified. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed the monkey god Jade's power and fused it into his body. As Zhao Fu continuously absorbed the monkey god Jade's power, it became smaller and smaller until it turned into countless motes of black light and disappeared into Zhao Fu's body. At the same time, a black light came from Zhao Fu's back as a black monkey person totem appeared on his back. After entering the secret realm, Zhao Fu had first obtained the ogre totem, then the lion person totem, and the elf totem. Now, he had 3 totems, the chicken person totem, the barbarian totem, and the monkey person totem. There were 6 totems in total. Including the 23 totems that Zhao Fu had obtained before, there were only 5 totems left. Then, he would be able to gather all 34 totems of the Outlander race. Just thinking about it made him feel excited and expectant. He wondered what would happen after he collected the totems of the 34 great races. Would an emperor star descend? He didn't know these things for the time being, but he should get the results soon. Zhao Fu brought his people deeper into the secret realm. Zhao Fu only brought a few goddesses and the ogre chief. As for the chicken people and monkey people, because they were not very strong and it would be too troublesome to bring them along, he gave up on them. The inner regions of the secret realms were quite dangerous. Not only were there many high-grade points, but there were also many other treasures. Those who wanted to obtain real treasures would head to the inner regions of the secret realms. Boom boom boom, 2 days later, Zhao Fu and the others, who were flying, heard a loud sound and rushed towards the source of the sound. The outer perimeter was filled with countless people. Their gazes were all focused on the center, where 2 people were truly fighting. Because of this, there were so many people watching, but they didn't dare to take a step forward. Only the top 10 geniuses on the rankings would be able to watch. One of the 2 people fighting was the 7th-ranked 3-headed ogre, Bu, and the other was the 8th-ranked Iron Mountain orc, Gudu. These 2 races were both incredibly ferocious and were not existences that ordinary people could offend. When they clashed, it was possible that they would fight intensely because they did not like each other. As one of the top 10 geniuses, the battle between the 2 of them was naturally quite terrifying. The 3-headed ogre held his spiked club and continuously swung it out, causing air to explode and causing the space around him to tremble. Tai Shan held a large axe in his hand and chopped down again and again, sending out powerful axe lights. Not only were they sharp, but they were also filled with power. They seemed to be able to split the sky apart, leaving behind small cracks in the sky. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded out as the 2 attacks collided, resulting in massive explosions. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Countless trees swayed and boulders rolled, creating shocking sounds. The people in the surroundings watched the battle in shock, and their bodies trembled in excitement. This was a battle between true geniuses of the Outlander race. It was a battle that could cause the heavens and earth to crack, and ordinary people could not even see it. The countless people on the viewing platforms all looked at the battle with serious expressions. No one showed any condescension, as the battle had completely exceeded their expectations. Zhao Fu watched the 2 of them fight with a serious expression. Even though they were fighting intensely, they had not used their full strength, which was the power to go all out. As one of the top 10 geniuses, apart from the top 3 geniuses, the other geniuses had to worry about being threatened by others. As such, even though the 2 of them were fighting, they did not use their full strength and would only save it for the final moment. These were only the 7th-ranked and 8th-ranked geniuses, yet they were already so terrifying. As expected from the Outlander race's geniuses, they were top-tier existences in the Heaven-Awakened world, and ordinary people could only look up to them. Zhao Fu put away his condescension, but Zhao Fu's plan would not change. No matter how powerful the Outlander race was, Zhao Fu would defeat them one by one and obtain first place. The ogre chief also looked at the battle in the sky in shock. As an ogre, he naturally stood on the side of that 3-headed ogre. Seeing such a powerful person from his own race, he could not help but feel proud as he said, as expected from the ogre race's genius, he's incredibly terrifying and makes others feel despair. There were a few other ogres next to him, and one of them smiled as he said, "That's right. He's our ogre race's most dazzling genius, and he's our ogre race's greatest pride." Another said with a smile, "Right now, he's ranked 7th. I feel that he still has the ability to advance 2 ranks and enter the top 5. No one below the top 5 is a match for him." Another person sighed and said, "The secret plane is ruled by the 10 of them. They look down on us, a group of ants. No one can defeat them. They are the main characters, and we are not even supporting characters. Although we are not satisfied, think about who we want to challenge. Only then will we know what despair is." A person smiled and comforted him, saying, "We didn't enter the secret realm to compete with them in the first place. Later, we'll just continue to earn points so that we can become students of Outlander College. As for challenging those 10 people, don't think too much about it, it's impossible for you to do it in your lifetime." Hearing these words, the horn goddess nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she said, "Husband, I believe that you are the strongest and will definitely defeat the 10 of them." Hearing their words, the people in the surroundings looked at Zhao Fu and sensed his Harmony Realm aura. They looked quite condescending, and some people even mocked him. "Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh to death. If he can defeat a top 10 genius, I'd be willing to eat sh*t. That joke is indeed quite funny. He's too good at boasting. Look at how the cows in the sky have been blown away. He wants to go up and challenge the top 10 geniuses? Let alone winning, it would be good if he can block a few attacks. After that, he'll be instantly killed by those geniuses. Alright. Everyone can just laugh at some idiotic nonsense. Can't you see? That boy has a group of women with him, so he's evidently from a faction. Those women are naturally fawning over him." Hearing these words, the goddesses looked quite displeased and prepared to argue with those people. They had interacted with Zhao Fu, so they naturally knew just how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was. However, Zhao Fu told them not to go because he did not want to reveal his identity. He would only act when the top 10 geniuses had a lot of points. Right now, Zhao Fu did not need to prove anything to these people. Following this, Zhao Fu left with his people and continued to search the historical remnant. Those 2 geniuses had not used their full strength, so they would not fight for very long. They would most likely stop after a while, so there was no need to continue watching. Boom! The 3-headed ogre and Iron Mountain orc gave off 2 massive waves of power as they collided, resulting in a massive gale and sending both of them flying back. The 2 of them coldly looked at each other and did not continue to attack. Just as Zhao Fu had expected, they turned into 2 rays of light and flew away. The people who had been waiting for a victor to be decided could only leave in disappointment. A day later, Zhao Fu and his group walked out of a historical remnant and obtained some decent things. The only thing they were disappointed about was that this historical remnant was a Minotaur historical remnant and contained powerful Minotaur power. However, this was useless to Zhao Fu, as Zhao Fu had long since obtained the Minotaur totem and naturally did not need to awaken it again. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out. Hearing this sound, Zhao Fu thought about it and brought a few people to take a look. They found that within a hidden valley, there were 2 people desperately fighting. The scene was incredibly intense, and terrifying shockwaves blasted out. However, because this place was quite remote, no one came here. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu and his group were exploring the historical remnant, no one would have come here. The 2 people who were fighting were both women. One was an elf with long silver hair and silver eyes. She was tall and slim and wore a silver robe. She was incredibly beautiful and was a famous beauty in the Outlander domain. She was the princess of the Silver Moon Empire. One was a dragon person with long violet hair and a pair of violet dragon horns. She had a seductive figure and perfect looks. She wore armor and had a violet dragon tail behind her. She gave off a heroic aura and was definitely a famous beauty in the Outlander domain. Both of them came from different factions, and they were both from powerful empires. Their statuses were incredibly prestigious, and the 2 women were geniuses who had awakened 3-colored light. Their aptitudes were also top-notch, and they were existences that ordinary people would not be able to touch. Zhao Fu did not know why they had started fighting, but there was no doubt that the two of them had good things on them. Zhao Fu valued the dragon person and wanted to obtain a powerful dragon person treasure from her to awaken the dragon person totem. Now that the two of them were fighting with their full strength, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry. He stealthily hid by the side with his people, waiting to take advantage of the situation. The people on the viewing platforms all understood Zhao Fu's personality. Seeing him take his people and cowardly hide to the side, the dragon princess and elf princess were fighting, and they were both famous beauties. Everyone could not accept this. If it was an ordinary woman or an unknown woman, even though they would feel envious and jealous, it would not be that intense. However, they knew these two women, and they were peerlessly beautiful women who would make them feel honored just by looking at them. Countless people madly supported them and were willing to do anything for them. Even if they were willing to go through fire and water for them, they would not hesitate just to catch their eyes. If these two princesses were defiled by a beast like Zhao Fu, they would even want to die. As such, many men stood on Zhao Fu's side and hoped that Zhao Fu would quickly die so that the thing they were worried about would not happen. Many people angrily cursed at Zhao Fu, who was hiding nearby. This fellow had defiled so many women and was simply a perverted beast. There was no justice in this world, and why was this bastard not punished by the heavens? Everyone started to feel nervous and hoped that this would not happen. If something unexpected happened and the two princesses escaped or discovered Zhao Fu's group, they would most likely be able to leave safely. It would be best if some powerful figure descended with a terrifying aura and killed that bastard Zhao Fu. That way, they would not have to worry so much. Within the secret realm, the two princesses were intensely fighting and did not sense Zhao Fu's group. They did not know that danger had already enveloped them. Boom, boom. Boom, the dragon princess held a dragon-shaped spear and domineeringly attacked. She gave off terrifying violet spear lights that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as she stabbed towards the elf princess. Xing, xing. Xing, it was as if the city princess was dancing elegantly. Rays of soft sword light shot out and spread around her, causing densely packed silver sword light to appear around her. It was like a sea of sword light, bringing with it an extremely powerful and sharp sword aura. The dragon princess brought with her countless terrifying spear lights as she rushed at the elf princess. The elf princess did not show any weakness and brought with her a sharp sea of sword light as she rushed at the dragon princess. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two terrifying powers collided, resulting in a massive explosion and a terrifying shockwave rippled out. The walls of the valley instantly collapsed and turned into rubble that shot out. The ground also instantly cracked and collapsed, forming a crater that was thousands of meters wide. Everything within a kilometer of this crater was reduced to pieces. The scene was shocking. The two women were also sent flying and crashed to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of their lips. The dragon princess wiped away the blood from her lips and looked at the elf princess as she smiled and said, "Yin, you've become much stronger. Your power has also increased by so much. I thought I would be able to defeat you easily this time." The dragon princess gave a self-mocking laugh as she said, "We always thought that we could defeat each other, but how many times have we fought to a draw? Looks like we'll never be able to determine a victor in this lifetime. Yin, how about you let me win this once?" The elf princess coldly said, "What's the point of winning like that? It's better to increase your strength, perhaps you'll have a trace of hope." "Ha ha ha, how about we have another match then?" The dragon princess heroically laughed as she stood up. The elf princess coldly replied, "I was thinking the same thing, but I think it's best to postpone it, there are people hiding nearby." The dragon princess felt quite surprised and smiled as she said, "I want to see who it is that dares to spy on us." Boom, after speaking, the dragon princess exploded out with a powerful dragon's might and held her spear as she turned into a ray of light and shot towards where Zhao Fu was hiding. Zhao Fu also appeared, there was no need to hide anymore. He knew why they had discovered him, the shockwave just then had been too powerful, and Zhao Fu had used his power to block it, allowing the two of them to notice him. However, if he did not block it, he would be injured and discovered, so he would be discovered no matter what he did. The second possibility was more likely. Seeing the dragon princess rush over, Zhao Fu did not mind at all. The battle between the two princesses had used up 80% of their strength, so there was nothing to worry about. The dragon princess gave off a powerful aura and came within 10 meters of Zhao Fu. She held her spear, which gave off a cold light, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The dragon princess gave a domineering smile and prepared to attack Zhao Fu. Facing the dragon princess, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and a massive wave of power flowed into his left eye. The violet dragon pupil widened and a violet light shot out. The dragon princess' body froze and her expression fell as she felt an intense might from her bloodline, causing her to feel quite shocked. Even though her bloodline was not a peak emperor bloodline, it was only slightly weaker. In terms of bloodlines, even a peak sovereign bloodline would not be able to suppress her. However, facing those violet dragon eyes, her burning blood seemed to instantly cool down, and she felt a trace of fear in her heart. The person in front of her most likely possessed the most powerful dragon bloodline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a feeling of fear, and this feeling came from the dragon bloodline. Was the person in front of him a prince of the dragon tribe who had taken human form? Even ordinary princes of the dragon tribe would not be able to possess such powerful strength. Before the dragon princess could understand, the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun and the dragon princess immediately felt a sense of danger. Clang clang clang, chains containing ferocious power shot out from all directions, and every time the dragon princess tried to resist, she would be bound up by the countless chains. The dragon princess felt quite startled and immediately thought of the elf princess, so she turned and called out, "Silver Moon! Get out of here!" Seeing the dragon princess bound up in chains, the elf princess felt quite startled. Hearing her words, the elf princess immediately wanted to leave, but she hesitated because she was worried about the dragon princess' safety. Clang clang clang, it was precisely because of this slight hesitation that chains shot out from the void and quickly tied up the elven woman. "Let her go, if you want anything, come at me," the dragon princess angrily glared at Zhao Fu as she said. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I need powerful treasures from you dragon people. If you give me a satisfactory treasure, I can consider letting you go." The dragon princess felt quite surprised and thought that Zhao Fu would want points and had never thought that he would want dragon people's treasures. The dragon princess thought about it and said, "Let me go first so I can take out the dragon person crystal." Zhao Fu shook his head and smiled as he said, "Let me do it." "What if I let you run away?" The dragon princess dissatisfiedly harumphed, "Do you think I'm the same as you? You're simply insulting me." Zhao Fu did not reply and took off the dragon princess' spatial ring and found a fist-sized violet crystal. Within it was a dragon person image that gave off a powerful dragon's might. He could sense that the dragon person crystal's power was extremely powerful and pure, and it would definitely be able to awaken a dragon person totem. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he put the dragon person crystal away. "Can you let us go now? Also, give me my spatial ring," the dragon princess said dissatisfiedly. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Let you go? Did I say that?" The dragon princess angrily called out, "You clearly said that you'll let us go if we give you the dragon people's treasures." Zhao Fu shamelessly laughed as he said, "I only said that I'd consider it, I never agreed to let you go. Bastard! I'm going to kill you." The dragon princess felt that she had been tricked and angrily yelled at Zhao Fu. The elf princess quickly said, "Long Yu, choose to leave the secret realm and ignore those points." "Don't mind those points, this person isn't a good person. Let's leave the secret realm first." Hearing this, the dragon princess savagely glared at Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for the fact that she had expended so much power, she would not have been captured by Zhao Fu so easily. She had been quite careless and thought that Zhao Fu, who was only at the Harmony realm, could easily deal with her. Now, she could only choose to leave the secret realm, and she felt quite pained. She had obtained those points by killing countless creatures, and now, she was going to lose a third of them. However, she could only escape like this. She would come back to take care of Zhao Fu the next time she entered the secret realm. After making this decision, the dragon princess immediately chose to leave the secret realm. Boom, a powerful force flowed into the two women's bodies through the strands of energy, instantly binding their bodies and making it impossible for them to leave the secret realm. The two women's expressions became quite grim, and Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he waved his hand, and a black energy barrier spread out. "Perverted thief. I'm going to kill him." Thinking about how the two princesses had been defiled in front of them, the countless men felt as if their hearts were being stabbed with knives, and they furiously and hatefully cried out. The women all felt incredibly furious. The two princesses were people they admired and worshipped, and yet they were being sullied by such an evil person. They could not accept this, and they felt incredibly uncomfortable and felt incredibly hateful towards Xiao Fu. Now, everyone could only watch helplessly because they were not within the secret realm and could not stop this, nor could they enter. The people from the two empires were infuriated and waited for Xiao Fu to become a shameless perverted thief. Thinking about their princesses being defiled in front of everyone, no one could accept such humiliation. Go and investigate. This emperor wants all information on that person and wants to exterminate his 10 clans. I want to tear him to pieces and destroy his soul, a cold-looking, middle-aged dragon person furiously yelled, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Seeing his daughter being violated by that beast, the middle-aged dragon person was infuriated to the extreme and gave off dense killing intent. No one would be able to accept this, and if it wasn't for the secret realm, he would have blasted Xiao Fu into smithereens. The other dragon people quickly moved out to find all information on Xiao Fu. This person had dared to do such a thing to their princess, causing them to be extremely furious. They made Xiao Fu the person they wanted to kill the most. Anyone related to Xiao Fu had to die, or else they would not be able to quell their anger. Find all information on this person. A handsome middle-aged elf with long, silver-white hair said to the elf beside him with a cold expression. Anyone could tell that this elf was extremely angry because he was the elf princess' father. Seeing his beloved daughter being violated in front of everyone, the middle-aged elf felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Right now, he desperately wanted to kill Xiao Fu and destroy everything that belonged to Xiao Fu. Even that would not be enough to quell his hatred. He wanted to see just what kind of monster Xiao Fu was to dare to violate the princesses of two powerful empires in front of everyone. Just what kind of guts did he have to do such an evil thing? No matter who he was, he had to pay the price. When the people on the viewing platforms heard that two renowned princesses of the Outlander domain had been violated by a beast in front of everyone, they were both furious and curious. They all turned their gazes to Xiao Fu, causing Xiao Fu to become incredibly popular. He was not any less popular than the top 10 geniuses. Some people hated Xiao Fu and cursed at him for doing such an evil thing. Even dying 100 times would not be enough, and they wanted to parade him around and humiliate him so that he would wish he was dead. Some people were quite shocked at just who Xiao Fu was to be able to do such a thing. Just what gave him the confidence? He did not know that once he left the secret realm, he would not even know how he would die, and everyone related to him would not have a good ending. Some people could not help but feel envious. The two princesses were high and mighty, and their status and talent made others sigh at their inferiority. They had no chance of coming into contact with the two princesses at all. Now that they thought about being violated by this perverted thief, they felt quite delighted. Thinking about the two princesses being violated in all sorts of ways, crying and begging for mercy under the man, but the man continued to violate them, they all became excited. It was a pity that within the black energy barriers, no one could see how the two princesses had been violated. Now, some people wished it was the same as the first time. Although they couldn't see, they could still hear the two princesses begging for mercy. They could not see the two princesses. Moreover, the princesses could not see the two princesses, and they would not dare. Zhao Zhao would not know about, and would not. Xiao Fu didn't know about these things. He continued to violate the two princesses inside the black energy barrier. The two princesses also responded with lewd expressions. Looking at the powerless elf princess lying on the ground, the dragon princess gave a trace of a happy smile. She did it with Xiao Fu as she said, "Yin, you've lost this time." The elf princess blushed and looked at the dragon princess reluctantly. The dragon people's physique was stronger than ordinary people. However, facing the even more terrifying Xiao Fu, the dragon princess also collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the elf princess had recovered a trace of her strength and threw herself into Xiao Fu's embrace. She once again tangled with Xiao Fu with a moving smile. "Long Yu. You might lose this time." After resting for a while, the dragon princess was not willing to give up and once again leapt into Xiao Fu's embrace. In the end, the two of them lay on the ground, unable to move at all, and their faces were red as they panted. Xiao Fu hugged the two princesses and smiled as he said, "You two are truly exquisite." Not only are you incredibly beautiful, but you're also so licentious and have great endurance. The dragon princess glared at Zhao Fu and said, "It's all your fault. Who knew that being violated by a bastard like you would be so happy? Since you dare to violate us like this, you're definitely dead." "Do you know who we are?" Zhao Fu replied with a chuckle, "I don't know. Your identities should be very distinguished, but I'm not afraid." The dragon princess rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "I knew it would be like this. There aren't many who dare to invade us like this. Are you a terrifying prince of the dragon race? And he's not an ordinary prince, right?" Zhao Fu laughed and said, "I'll tell you in the future." The dragon princess angrily slapped Zhao Fu's chest a few times and said, "We're already yours, why are you still hiding from us?" The elf princess said with a trace of gentleness, "Now that things have come to this, husband, you need to take responsibility towards us. You have to be responsible for us. Propose marriage to our empire and marry us back. I'm afraid the news has already spread outside. Many people want to kill you. The people in the stand should know that the two of us were violated by you, and the people of our two empires will definitely hate you. Only if you marry the two of us can you solve this problem." Zhao Fu lightly nodded, "I know, you don't need to worry about this." The elf princess gave a trace of a smile and lightly nodded, "Husband, I trust that you'll take care of this matter." After the two princesses recovered some of their strength, Zhao Fu had them put on their clothes and started to refine the dragon person crystal. The dragon person crystal gave off an intense violet light and slowly fused into Zhao Fu's body, and a massive wave of dragon energy spread throughout Zhao Fu's body. Perhaps because Zhao Fu had the Dragon Emperor bloodline and the Dragon Emperor star, he was able to easily refine the dragon person crystal. The crystal disappeared, and the trace of remnant soul within the dragon person crystal turned into a wave of energy and fused into his body. This caused some small dragon scales to grow on Zhao Fu's body. This was a reaction from his Dragon Emperor constitution. Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a violet dragon person totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Adding on this dragon person totem, Zhao Fu now had 4 totems, making a total of 34 totems. Looking at the dense totems on Zhao Fu's back, the two women looked incredibly shocked. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. The dragon princess looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Just who is this bad person? I don't think you're as simple as a dragon emperor, right? How can you have so many totems from our outlander race?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You'll know in the future." Seeing that Zhao Fu would not say anything, the dragon princess angrily leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and hit Zhao Fu a few times. The black energy barrier dissipated, and everyone could finally see what was inside. What shocked everyone was that not only did the two princesses' auras greatly change, but they now gave off a trace of mature and alluring aura, and they were sweetly leaning against Zhao Fu. Had the two princesses acknowledged that perverted bandit? Had they been successfully tamed by that perverted bandit? This was too unbelievable. How was this possible? That perverted bandit had definitely cultivated some sort of terrifying perverted bandit art and used some sort of method to control the two princesses. The people from the two empires looked quite confused. They had just been furious and worried for the two princesses and wanted to kill everyone related to Zhao Fu. Now, the situation had completely reversed, and looking at how happy their princesses were, they did not know what to do. However, more and more people started to investigate Zhao Fu's identity. They were quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity and wanted to know just what kind of person Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu and the women continued to search for historical remnants, and they were now only missing 4 totems. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as they came to the inner regions of the secret realm. The battles became more and more intense as various geniuses competed with each other. Not too long after Zhao Fu and his people left, they encountered another battle. The other side was also a genius who had awakened a 3-colored light. This place was not hidden, and many people sensed the energy ripples and hurried over. The people fighting were a bearman and a wolfman. Zhao Fu also brought people over, causing everyone to cry out. They saw the 2 peerless beauties in Zhao Fu's embrace, and they did not know who they were. They had never thought that they would be in a man's embrace. Fudge! Who is this man? How can he be hugging 2 princesses? I'm so envious. Fudge, not only is he hugging them, but there are also 4 women behind him. Those women's auras are actually godly spirit auras. Those 4 women are godly spirits, this boy is too pretentious. My heart aches. I've never heard that the 2 princesses already have a man. How did they find one so quickly? Looking at that flushed face and that alluring temperament, I'm afraid they're not virgins anymore. My heart feels like it's going to break. This man looks so ordinary wearing a cloak. How can he match up to the 2 princesses and the goddess? If it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat the 2 princesses, I would definitely teach this bastard a lesson. Naturally, the people in the mystic realm did not know what was going on. However, the people in the spectator stands could see what was going on. Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to the 2 people fighting. Because of the bear person totem and the wolfman person totem, those 2 people were not his targets. There were people that Xiaofu cared about in the surrounding crowd. Xiaofu had his eyes on a dwarf who was watching from afar. This gnome was a little shorter than a dwarf. He looked like a child, but his face and skin were the same as an adult. There was nothing special about him. Gnomes were quite weak, and their stats were quite ordinary. They did not have any outstanding abilities or talent, and they were one of the weaker races out of the Outlander domain's 34 major races. Xiaofu did not care about ordinary gnomes, as even if he caught them, they would not have anything good. However, this gnome's armor gave off an intense treasure light, and his aura was not weak at all. He was most likely an outstanding gnome. This gnome was quite careful on the outskirts because there were many people gathered here. They would attack the people around them and steal their points. Xiaofu had the women wait here while he stealthily went over. Xiaofu's goal was quite simple. He wanted to capture this gnome and have him hand over the treasure that contained powerful gnome power. This gnome was not simple at all. Before Xiaofu could even act, the gnome seemed to sense something and quickly ran to the side. Xiaofu did not hide himself and rushed at the gnome. The gnome turned and saw that it was Xiaofu, and he felt quite startled. He had noticed Xiaofu just then and knew that Xiaofu was not ordinary. Even though he did not know what Xiaofu wanted to do to him, he instinctively told him to run. Swish, the gnome turned into a ray of blue light and shot into the sky, and he did not even look back as he flew. Xiaofu also turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Seeing Xiaofu relentlessly chase after him, the gnome felt quite afraid. He exploded out with a powerful aura and his speed doubled as he flew even faster. Xiaofu did not hesitate and exploded out with great power, sending out a shockwave that tore through the air. His speed also increased by many times as he continued to chase after the gnome. The distance between the 2 of them continuously closed. The gnome's expression was quite unsightly and he exploded out with all of his power. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards the horizon incredibly quickly, tearing apart wild gales as he tore through the sky. Xiaofu gave a trace of a cold smile and also exploded out with a powerful aura. His speed once again increased, and he continued to close the distance. Now that he was within range to attack, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed at the air. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as the black chains twisted their bodies and gave off ferocious power as they flew towards the pygmy, giving off shocking sounds. The gnome was greatly startled and did not hesitate to take out a small metal boat. The boat was 2 meters long and was shaped like a shuttle. The gnome sat in the boat, and the runes on the boat flickered and gave off an intense light. Boom, an explosion sounded out as countless shockwaves blasted out. The metal boat turned into a ray of light and shot out incredibly quickly. It was more than 10 times faster than before, and it disappeared over the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiaofu felt quite confused as he looked at the ship disappearing. He felt quite unwilling and turned into a powerful ray of light as he continued to chase. This continued for 3 or so days before cracks started to appear on the metal boat and it started to slow down. This metal boat was most likely a single-use item, and it was about to break down. The midget's face became pale as he turned to look at Xiaofu, who was still chasing him. The midget could not understand why Xiaofu was chasing him relentlessly for 3 days. He had not offended Xiaofu, nor did he have any enmity with him. By now, Xiaofu was breathing raggedly and his forehead was covered with sweat. After chasing for 3 days, he had used up a lot of energy. Seeing that the ship had slowed down, Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. If this went on, Xiaofu would not be able to last much longer and would have to give up. The gnome shouted, "Why are you chasing me? I don't think we have any relationship, nor do we have any enmity. Zhao Fu thought about it before replying, I need something that contains powerful gnome power. A godly spirit item or an ancestral item is fine. The gnome had a bloodline crystal that contained powerful gnome power. It was very important to him and could increase his power, so he definitely would not be willing to give it to Zhao Fu. I don't have any treasures, you found the wrong person, the gnome lied as he turned around and called out. However, Zhao Fu did not believe him. Seeing that the gnome was not simple, he definitely had a powerful gnome treasure, so he said, is that so? Then don't run and let me examine it. If there's nothing, I'll let you go. How could the gnome agree to such a request? He could only sit in the ship and continue to fly. Zhao Fu chased after him, and as the ship slowed down, the distance between Zhao Fu and the gnome decreased, and Zhao Fu tried to attack. The golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun, and chains shot out from the air towards the gnome. The gnome controlled the ship and agilely dodged as he continued to run. However, more and more cracks appeared on the ship, and with a bang, it shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. The gnome started to panic, the ship was his greatest trump card, and now that it had been destroyed, he would not be able to outrun Zhao Fu. At that moment, chains containing immense power once again shot out. The gnome held a scimitar and blocked as he continued to fly forwards. Zhao Fu continuously attacked, and the distance between the two of them continued to decrease. In the end, the gnome could not win, and he understood that if this went on, he would be caught by Zhao Fu sooner or later. As such, he yelled, I can give you the treasure, but you have to let me go. Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately agreed because he only wanted the gnome treasure and was not interested in the gnome or points. The gnome threw the bloodline crystal to the side and flew in another direction. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air behind him, and a formless energy grabbed the crystal and brought it in front of Zhao Fu. After examining the bloodline crystal's power, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile. When the dwarf saw that Zhao Fu wasn't chasing after him, he heaved a sigh of relief and flew to the other side. After Zhao Fu obtained the blood crystal, he did not plan to go back because he still needed to travel for 3 days. As such, he decided to temporarily separate from the women and deal with their matters later. Moreover, they would head to the center of the secret realm, so they could go there when the time came. Zhao Fu found a place to refine the blood crystal, but he found that it was a city of giants. The giants here were not very tall, only about 2.5 meters tall. They were quite short for giants, as giants were usually 4 or 5 meters tall. Zhao Fu found that the giants were not very tall, only around 2.5 meters tall. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before deciding to refine the blood crystal later. He should first see what he could gain from the giant city. After coming to the giant city, Zhao Fu found that it was quite lively. There seemed to be some sort of event going on, and the giants sat at tables and seemed to be arm wrestling. There were also people watching and cheering excitedly. Zhao Fu's arrival attracted the gazes of many giants, but they were quite surprised. Looking at Zhao Fu's short body and harmony realm cultivation, they did not pay him much attention. Seeing so many giants come, Zhao Fu did not show any ill intent and asked a giant next to him, "What is your city doing?" The giant happily smiled as he replied, "This is our giant arm wrestling competition to pick out our city's strongest person. Not only will you receive great rewards, but you might also receive the attention of our city lord's daughter." Hearing this, Zhao Fu asked, "What are the rewards?" The giant pointed at the blood-red orb on the stage and said, "That's the reward, the giant power crystal. If you refine it, you will be able to obtain powerful giant power." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he said, "Are there any restrictions on whether or not I can participate?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the giant could not help but laugh as he said, "There aren't any restrictions, you can participate. In actuality, our city lord welcomes people like you who participate in the trial and treats all of you well. However, with your physique and cultivation, you'll be crushed." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt at ease. All of the giants here were quite powerful, and most of them had great earth realm cultivation. There were also some who had world realm cultivation. As such, Zhao Fu did not plan on directly snatching it and would rely on his own strength to participate. A while later, Zhao Fu signed up and went up. His first opponent was an ordinary-looking giant with great earth realm cultivation. The two of them each stretched out a hand. Because of their sizes, Zhao Fu's hand was half the size of the giant's hand, so the giant directly grabbed Zhao Fu's wrist and placed his elbow on the table and started to compare strength. All of the giants looked down on Zhao Fu because to them, Zhao Fu was like a bean sprout. His small arm could be easily broken, and they did not believe that he could win. The ordinary-looking young man who was competing with Zhao Fu felt quite delighted to have met such a weak opponent. Hearing that the competition had begun, the young man grabbed Zhao Fu's wrist and pressed it to the side. However, the young man looked quite confused because he was unable to move Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu's arm seemed to be made of steel, and Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to this ordinary-looking young man. He lightly pressed down, causing the young man's hand to heavily slam the table. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Fu won this competition, and the giants looked quite shocked. It seemed that this bean sprout was not simple at all and had some strength. On the viewing platform, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman with long, black hair and a mature figure. She wore leather armor and gave off a seductive aura as she looked at Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile. She was the city lord. There were 2 other seats next to her. One was a handsome-looking middle-aged man, who was the beautiful woman's husband. The other was a woman with long, black hair and a slim figure. She gave off a faint and pure aura, and she was the city lord's daughter. After defeating the ordinary-looking young man, Zhao Fu quickly found another opponent. As expected, Zhao Fu pressed down with his hand and easily pressed the giant's arm against the table, obtaining victory. The giants' expressions became more and more shocked as they realized that Zhao Fu was quite powerful. After a few more matches, Zhao Fu easily defeated his opponent and entered the finals. The giants looked quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would enter the finals. However, they felt that this was quite encouraging, as it was a miracle for a skinny and weak person like Zhao Fu to enter the finals. The giants felt quite interested and curious about Zhao Fu. "Daughter, what do you think of him? What do you think of him?" The beautiful woman in the stands asked her daughter with a smile. The beautiful woman had always wanted to send her daughter out of the secret realm so that she could live a normal life. She would not have to worry about being destroyed by others, or if something happened to the secret realm where they could die. However, the beautiful woman did not have that ability. Even the most powerful creatures in the secret realm could not break through the secret realm, so if she wanted to send her daughter out, she could only rely on the trial takers. The woman next to her looked a bit shy as she said, "I feel that it's possible. He's very powerful and his identity might not be simple, but will he take a liking to me? Also, I don't know what he looks like." Seeing that her daughter was interested in Zhao Fu, the beautiful woman smiled. She did not want her daughter to marry someone she did not like, so she made her decision. The man next to her smiled as he said, "Since my daughter is interested in him, let's wait for the competition to end and see what his character is like. If he's a cruel and evil person, we can't marry our daughter to him." The beautiful woman smiled as she replied, "I understand, I'll personally test him." On the stage, Zhao Fu had already entered the finals. His opponent was a peak Great Earth Realm giant who looked quite ferocious. However, he was unable to pose a threat to Zhao Fu at all and was easily defeated by Zhao Fu. The giants' bodies were stronger than ordinary people's, and they were comparable to some devil beasts. They had lost to Zhao Fu mainly because their cultivations were not high enough. If they had World Realm cultivation, Zhao Fu would not have been able to defeat them so easily. The giants all cried out, feeling quite surprised that someone like Zhao Fu, who had only joined halfway and only had Harmony Realm cultivation, had been able to sweep through everyone and become number 1. The giants smiled and started to bring out all sorts of food and wine. Some people sat at tables and started to eat, while others danced to celebrate the end of the competition. Zhao Fu was not too interested in participating, and he planned to leave after obtaining the giant power crystal and refine the halfling blood crystal. At that moment, Zhao Fu heard that the city lord had summoned him, and Zhao Fu immediately agreed. After all, the giant power crystal was in her hands, and he had to go there to obtain it. As such, he followed a guard to a large hall. The beautiful woman sat on a chair and gave a trace of a smile as she said, "I can give you the giant power crystal and some other precious things, but you need to tell me about yourself." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and looked at the beautiful woman with interest as he asked, "What do you want to know?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "It's about your personal experiences." Zhao Fu chuckled. Aren't you afraid that I'll make up some lies to deceive you? Also, I only need the giant crystal. I don't need anything else. The beautiful woman felt quite startled and had never thought that Zhao Fu would reply like this. However, she felt quite impressed with Zhao Fu as she said, I'll judge what you say for myself. In actuality, I won't hide it from you, I want to marry my daughter to you. Zhao Fu thought about the beautiful woman's daughter's looks and did not refuse, saying, that's not a problem. You want me to take your daughter out of the secret realm and take good care of her, right? I can do that, but I have a condition. The beautiful woman felt quite delighted and smiled as she replied, as long as you promise to treat my daughter well in the future, I'll do my best to agree to your request. Zhao Fu gave a profound smile as he looked at the beautiful woman and walked over as he asked, is that so? Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, facing Zhao Fu's gaze, a trace of redness appeared on the beautiful woman's face. She understood Zhao Fu's request and shook her head as she said, ask for something else, I can't agree to this. Also, if you're like this, I don't plan on marrying my daughter to you. You're quite a playboy and have other thoughts about me. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, however, I'm someone who keeps his promises. If you marry your daughter to me, I definitely won't let her down and will give her a life that's hundreds of times better than what she has now. Hearing this, the beautiful woman started to hesitate. Just from those few words, she had gained some understanding of Zhao Fu and trusted that Zhao Fu would keep his promises. However, how could she agree to Zhao Fu's request? Suddenly, Zhao Fu stepped forwards and pulled the beautiful woman into his embrace, and he kissed her on the lips. The beautiful woman felt as if her head had exploded and her mind went blank. She then felt countless auras flow into her body, and she passionately responded to Zhao Fu. The two of them quickly started to intensely do it, and the beautiful woman's expression was incredibly lewd as she continuously asked for more from Zhao Fu. Because the sound was too loud, Zhao Fu released a barrier to block out the sound. The beautiful woman's daughter felt quite confused as to why her mother had not responded for so long. She wondered how the person she was testing was doing, and thinking about how that person was going to become her husband, her face became slightly red. She had never seen Zhao Fu before and did not know what kind of person Zhao Fu was. However, from the competition, she could tell that the beautiful woman's daughter had a good impression of Zhao Fu. After waiting for a while, the beautiful woman's daughter still did not receive a reply. She could not help but come to the entrance of the hall, wanting to eavesdrop on the conversation between her mother and that person. However, there was no sound at all. Could it be that they had gone to a banquet? The daughter felt quite confused and pushed open the door to the hall. She saw her mother and that person intensely doing it with a lewd expression and lewd sounds. Was this really her mother? How had she become like this? Wasn't she in love with her father? The woman's mind went blank. She had never thought that her future husband would be with her mother first. Was this the so-called test? The scene in front of her stimulated her brain. Only after a while did the woman come back to her senses. She tried to turn around, but she was pulled in front of Zhao Fu by a wave of energy, and she could not help but become like her mother. On the stage in front of the hall, the banquet was going on enthusiastically. Many giants were drinking wine and eating meat, and there were also giant women dancing. Their laughter and excited voices continuously sounded out. The giants toasted the beautiful woman's husband and had him invite the city lord and the young miss to the banquet together. The beautiful woman's husband felt slightly drunk as he came to the hall and knocked on the door as he said, "Wife, it's quite lively outside." However, there was no sound from within, and the beautiful woman's husband felt quite confused. He knocked on the door and said a few words, but there was still no response. Hearing his voice, the beautiful woman and the young girl became even more excited and passionate, and they fell into a state of indescribable passion with Zhao Fu. The beautiful woman's husband frowned and felt quite confused. His wife had been in the hall the entire time and had not come out, so why was she ignoring him? What an animal! He's simply inhumane. Now, countless people were paying attention to Zhao Fu. Seeing that he had slept with two princesses and was now playing with a mother and daughter, and it was someone else's wife whose husband was at the banquet, everyone could not help but curse. However, everyone understood Zhao Fu. Such a perverted bandit would feel terrible if he did not have a woman, and he would definitely go around harming women. Seeing how this perverted bandit was acting, everyone felt that they could not accept it. However, no one went to punish him and make him get his just desserts. A few hours later, Zhao Fu hugged the mother and daughter and gave a satisfied smile. The two women were 2.5 meters tall, much taller than Zhao Fu. Their figures were also better than ordinary women's, so it was quite a special experience. You really are a bad person. I wanted to marry my daughter to you, but you played with me and my daughter. I already have a husband, but you're still like this. The beautiful woman lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and angrily looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "Is he as good as me? Did you experience that sort of extreme pleasure just then?" The beautiful woman's face became bright red as she panted in Zhao Fu's embrace. Thinking about the madness from just then, she could not say anything. The woman next to her said shyly, "I've decided to follow husband, and my body belongs to husband. Mother, can we serve husband together in the future?" The beautiful woman looked slightly sad and felt that she had let down her husband. Just then, she had heard her husband's voice and had been so excited to do it with another man. Now, she felt that she could not leave that bastard Zhao Fu, so she did not know how to reply. At that moment, Zhao Fu said somewhat domineeringly, "I'll take the two of you away later. Also, you can give me the giant crystal now." The beautiful woman could not refuse and could only shyly nod and give the giant crystal to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had the two women get up and started to refine the two crystals. The first was a white pygmy bloodline crystal, and Zhao Fu injected some energy into it to activate it. The bloodline crystal gave off an intense white light and a powerful aura, and a faint midget image appeared. Seeing Zhao Fu, the image wanted to run, but it was bound by Zhao Fu's power. He stretched out his hand and ignited a black flame, igniting the midget. The midget struggled in pain and turned into a ball of white light. Zhao Fu controlled the orb of white light to enter Zhao Fu's body, and a powerful gnome power spread out. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed this power, and a white gnome totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Next was the giant crystal, and Zhao Fu activated it. The giant crystal gave off an intense blood-red light and slowly fused into Zhao Fu's body. The giant crystal continuously melted within Zhao Fu's body and turned into powerful energy that flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to go through changes. However, the effects were quite weak, and Zhao Fu's body gave off a blood-red light. In the end, the blood-red crystal completely melted, and Zhao Fu's back gave off a blood-red light as a giant totem appeared on his back. Zhao Fu obtained another 2 totems, and adding on the totems from before, he now only had 2 totems left, bringing him to 34 totems. Soon, it was morning, and the mother and daughter had left. The beautiful woman was called Zhu Dongmei, and her daughter was called Zhu Hanqing. A while later, Zhu Hanqing shyly came in and said, "Husband, we've prepared breakfast for you. We have prepared breakfast for you. Come out and eat with us." Zhao Fu put on some clothes and did not hide anything. He hugged her and came to a living room. The beautiful woman and her husband were already seated, and there was a sumptuous breakfast on the table. The husband had gotten drunk last night and immediately fell asleep after returning to his room. He did not notice that his wife had not been by his side for the entire night. Seeing his daughter and the young man's sweet expressions, the husband felt quite pleased. It seemed that the marriage between his daughter and the young man had been settled, and since his daughter liked the young man so much, she would be very happy in the future. There was nothing for him to worry about. Seeing Zhao Fu, Zhu Dongmei's face became slightly red, and she felt quite envious of her daughter being hugged by Zhao Fu. At the dining table, the mother and daughter continuously added food to Zhao Fu's plate and described the taste. The two women's faces were slightly red, and their eyes were filled with tears, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The husband sensed this and said with some jealousy, "Wife, you've never treated me so well before. I'm quite envious of my son-in-law." Zhu Dongmei rolled her eyes at her husband and added a piece of meat to his plate as she smiled and said, "He's my son-in-law, and my daughter will have to rely on him in the future. I naturally have to treat him well." The husband felt a bit better and shook his head as he gave a self-mocking smile and said, "How could I be jealous of my son-in-law? In a few days, he'll take my daughter and leave. What is there for me to worry about?" After breakfast, the husband left. The mother and daughter did not hide anything and gave moving smiles as they sat on Zhao Fu's body and started to feed Zhao Fu. After Zhao Fu was full, he started to do it with the mother and daughter. Afterwards, Zhao Fu said to Zhu Dongmei, "You're very familiar with this region. Do you know where there are historical remnants? Also, I need to find two races, one is the cat race, and the other is the rabbit race." Zhu Dongmei lightly laughed as she replied, "There were a few historical remnants in the past, but they were all explored long ago, so there shouldn't be any gains. However, I know where the cat race and rabbit race are." Zhao Fu felt quite delighted because there were only the cat race and rabbit race totems left. He smiled and asked, "Where are they? Hurry up and tell me." Zhu Dongmei smiled and told Zhao Fu about the two places. Following this, Zhao Fu got up and planned to go to those two places. This made the mother and daughter feel quite displeased, saying, "Husband, what are you in such a hurry for? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you accompany us first?" Hearing their words, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You two should hurry up and recover your strength. When I come back, I'll take care of you. Also, you should hurry up and prepare, after I come back, I'll take you away." The mother and daughter's faces became red and they lightly nodded. Zhao Fu put on some clothes and turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the horizon. The location that Zhu Dongmei had given him was a bit far from the giant city. Moreover, the two of them had their own cities, which were slightly weaker than the giant city. The two of them did not have much contact, so Zhao Fu did not have complete information about the two cities. Right now, Zhao Fu was heading towards the closest cat race city. The cat race city was within a mountain forest, and Zhao Fu arrived there in a few hours. However, before he could get close to the city, he saw a man and woman sneakily enter a forest. The relationship between the man and woman was most likely not normal, or else they would not sneak into such a secluded forest. The man was a young man who was handsome and tall, and many women liked him. The woman was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a mature figure. She gave off an alluring aura that could make people's hearts beat faster. After entering the forest, the two of them did not say anything and tightly hugged each other and impatiently kissed, looking incredibly thirsty. "Second mother, I missed you so much," the cat race young man said. The beautiful middle-aged woman replied passionately, "Second mother missed you too. Hurry up and do it with second mother and let second mother experience how powerful you are." Following this, the two of them got to the main topic. However, the beautiful middle-aged woman, who had her eyes closed, felt the young man let go of her, and before she could react, the young man started to kiss her again. There was a formless magic about him, and she quickly sank into it. Soon, the two of them became indescribable. The beautiful middle-aged woman's reaction was incredibly intense. She had never experienced such pleasure before, and she felt quite confused. She had never felt like this with the young man before, so why did the young man seem so extraordinary today? Moreover, the thing that was doing it with her was different from the young man's. The beautiful middle-aged woman could not help but turn and look, and she found that it was an unfamiliar handsome young man doing it with her. The cat race young man's expression was wooden as he stood by the side like a statue. The beautiful middle-aged woman's mind went blank. She had been done by another man, but that feeling of extreme pleasure caused her to sink into it. Zhao Fu disliked this kind of person the most. He had dared to do it in front of him. He used the evil spirit Abyss Flower's power to control the young man and take his place in doing it with the beautiful middle-aged woman. A few hours later, the sun was about to set, and the orange light of the setting sun dyed the ground orange. The sunlight was warm and gentle. The beautiful middle-aged woman lay limply on the ground and did not have any strength at all. Zhao Fu hugged her and started to ask about the situation. The beautiful woman had a look of infatuation as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, as if she had already fallen deeply in love with Zhao Fu. Facing Zhao Fu's question, she did not hide anything and truthfully answered Zhao Fu's question. The first thing that Zhao Fu cared about the most was whether there was a powerful race's item. The beautiful woman told Zhao Fu that there was an ancestor's corpse that was enshrined in the city's ancestral hall, and it had immense cat race power. Following this, Zhao Fu asked about Cat Person City's strength and obtained accurate information. The city lord had world realm strength, and he had 3 generals who also had world realm cultivation and a large army. If he were to charge into the city and snatch the ancestor's corpse, it would be a little difficult. However, after hearing about the beautiful middle-aged woman and the young man's identities, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. This matter was much easier to resolve. The young man was the young lord of Cat Person City, and the beautiful middle-aged woman was the city lord's second madam. The city lord was quite old, and because of this, the city lord was unable to satisfy the beautiful middle-aged woman. The young man had long since taken a liking to her, and the two of them had been together for a few months now. The young man would soon inherit the position of city lord, and after his father died, he would be able to have the beautiful middle-aged woman. This was his promise to the beautiful middle-aged woman. The young man also had a biological mother, who was the city lord's main wife. She held great power, and her status was only below that of the city lord. Now that the city lord was old and could no longer deal with internal affairs, most of them were handled by the main wife. If she used the young man as a threat, she would be able to easily obtain the ancestor's corpse. Zhao Fu thought about it and sent a message to the cat person city. He told her about the relationship between the young man and the second madam, making it so that she did not dare to speak out. A voluptuous and beautiful middle-aged woman with a pair of golden cat ears and a cat tail, giving off an ancient aura, came here with a cold expression. Even though she had heard some rumors, she had never thought that her son would actually do such a thing and be captured. After coming to where she had been, she saw her son standing there with a wooden expression. There was also a handsome young man who gave a trace of an evil smile as he looked at her. He was not wearing any clothes. Her husband's second wife, who was her good friend, was squatting on the ground and lewdly serving that person. Looking at the beautiful middle-aged woman, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Come and serve me, I'll guarantee your son's safety. No one else will know about this, and I'll take care of any problems for you." The beautiful middle-aged woman thought for a while and looked at her son with a cold expression. She squatted under Zhao Fu and served Zhao Fu with her husband's second wife. Within the forest, the two women's lewd cries sounded out for a long time. The next day, the young man returned to the city with a confused look on his face. He did not know what had happened, and he had instantly lost consciousness. His second madam, who had been with him, had also disappeared. Apart from this, his biological mother had also disappeared, and an ancestor's corpse had been following her the entire time. The people in the cat person city did not know what had happened, and they could not think of the reason. The city lord sent people to search, but they could not find anything, and a cloud of suspicion covered the cat person city. Zhao Fu hugged the two women and came close to the cat person city. The cat person city was on a grassy plain and was surrounded by lush weeds. Zhao Fu found out the names of the two beautiful women. The noble-looking woman was called Mao Sigu, and the beautiful woman was called Mao Xiaoling. This cat person city was quite close to the cat person city, and Zhao Fu said to Mao Sigu, the young man's biological mother, "Do you know what to tell me about the cat person city? Tell me everything." After being ravaged by Zhao Fu for an entire night, Mao Sigu's expression became much gentler, and she gave off an enchanting aura as she said, "In actuality, there's nothing special about it. It's just a bit weaker than the cat person city, and it also has a powerful ancestor's corpse." Hearing about the ancestor's corpse, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. If he could obtain that ancestor's corpse and refine both of them, he would be able to collect 34 great races totems, and this matter would come to a perfect conclusion. Now, the most important thing was how to obtain that ancestor's corpse. "Husband, my body is quite sticky, I want to wash up," Mao Xiaoling said as she frowned. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and agreed. After going at it for an entire night, he felt a bit uncomfortable. After washing up, he would obtain information about the cat person city and come up with a plan to obtain the ancestor's corpse. These rabbit people had a pair of long rabbit ears and a small rabbit tail. Apart from that, they looked exactly the same as humans. Of the 4 rabbit people, one had a graceful figure and a gentle appearance, one had a mature figure and gave off a steady aura, one had a slim figure and looked quite lively, and one had a fiery figure and gave off a trace of savagery. Seeing Zhao Fu, they cried out and covered their important parts. It would not be good for them to return to the shore, so they could only stay in the water and angrily look at Zhao Fu. The rabbit person with the fiery figure and savagery angrily cried out, "Who are you? Not only have you come here, but you're also brazenly watching us bathe. Be careful that I don't dig out your eyes." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and grabbed out with his hand, causing chains containing immense power to shoot out from the air towards the 4 women. The 4 women felt quite startled and tried to block, but in the end, they were still bound up by Zhao Fu and dragged in front of Zhao Fu. The four women's faces became red, they did not have any clothes on, and their bodies were completely exposed to this unfamiliar man. The savagery rabbit person angrily cried out, "Hurry and let go of me, or else you're dead." Xiaofu did not mind and directly brought the savagery rabbit person into his embrace and started to do it with her. He also brought the other three women into his embrace and did it with them. Seeing Xiaofu and the others start to intensely do it, Mao Xiaoling licked her lips and went into the water to wash herself, planning to join in as soon as possible. Mao Siga sighed, how could she have fallen for such a man? It would be great if she could have him for herself. Seeing him do it with so many women, Mao Siga felt quite uncomfortable. However, Mao Siga thought about it, with Xiaofu's personality, he definitely had countless women, and she was just one of them. It was best for her to be obedient and not hope to change him or obtain his heart. Mao Sigu also went into the lake, and after washing herself, she joined in and immersed herself in pleasure with the other women. There was a white woman lying on the shore, and Xiaofu hugged the rabbit person woman as he smiled and said, "Tell me about your rabbit people city." Now, Xiaofu also knew the names of the four. The barbaric woman was called Tu Hua, the gentle woman was called Tu Yaya, the steady woman was called Tu Zi, and the lively woman was called Tu Lon Lon. Tu Hua glared at Xiaofu. "You've already violated us, yet you're still plotting against our city?" "I'm not telling you." Xiaofu looked at her and said with a chuckle, "Then I don't intend to take you with me." Tu Hua shouted angrily, "How dare you? You already have my body, yet you still refuse to take responsibility. I will hate you for the rest of my life." The steady rabbit purple lightly laughed and said, "Let's tell husband. Even if he doesn't find out from us, he'll find out from others, so it's better to help husband. Also, husband, you can't hurt the people of Rabbit City." Xiaofu smiled and nodded, and he obtained the information he wanted. He obtained detailed information about the Rabbit Person City, the location of the ancestral hall, and the identities of the four women. Their identities were quite prestigious in the Rabbit Person City, and they were daughters of major figures. Xiaofu could have them work together to steal the ancestor's corpse and try not to fight. The ancestor's corpse was the last thing that could be given a totem, and Xiaofu had to obtain it no matter what. Late at night, a bright moon lit up the night sky, and Xiaofu started to act. Because he had obtained detailed information, he knew the patrol times and precise locations, so he was able to easily sneak in and come near the ancestral hall. There were many soldiers standing guard here, numbering over 1,000. The ancestors' corpses were quite important to them, so the guards were quite strict to prevent anyone from stealing the ancestors' corpses. Even though there were over 1,000 soldiers standing guard everywhere, this was not a problem for Xiaofu. Xiaofu had a way to deal with this. Xiaofu appeared in a hidden location and squatted down with one hand pressed against the ground. A wave of black demonic chi flowed into the ground, and a black rose-like magic formation appeared, giving off a faint black light. Xiaofu's eyes became two rose-like pupils. Xiaofu looked at the soldiers guarding the ancestral hall, and traces of black aura quickly shot out. They flowed through the ground and into the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers' bodies trembled and their expressions became terrified. Their eyes gradually became black before the black color gradually faded, and the soldiers' expressions returned to normal. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he openly walked out and walked towards the ancestral hall. He entered and saw the ancestor's corpse on the stage. This ancestor's corpse was an incredibly old rabbit person. He had white hair and was covered with wrinkles. He was quite skinny, and his rabbit ears drooped weakly. He looked quite terrifying. Xiaofu examined the ancestor's corpse, and after confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he waved his hand and put the ancestor's corpse into his spatial ring. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xiaofu activated the ancestral hall's restrictions, causing a gray light to shoot into the sky. All of the people in the Rabbit People City were given a big fright and quickly hurried over. Xiaofu did not panic because he knew that the restrictions would be activated if he took out the ancestor's corpse. He did not hesitate and exploded out with all of his power, causing a black aura flame to erupt around his body. As he turned into a ray of light and shot over, a middle-aged man exploded out with a powerful aura and turned into a ray of light as he chased after Xiaofu. Seeing the middle-aged man chase after him, Xiaofu took out the sadistic killing sword and ferociously slashed out. An enormous blood-red crescent gave off a massive sword wind as it slashed towards the city lord with shocking aura. The city lord felt quite startled and exploded out with power to defend. However, he was sent flying back 10 or so steps by the blood-red crescent, and he felt quite startled. The person who had stolen the ancestor's corpse was even more powerful than him. The city lord hesitated as to whether or not he should continue to give chase. If he continued to give chase, his life would be in danger, and he felt quite hesitant. However, as the city lord hesitated, Zhao Fu disappeared without a trace, and the city lord could only furiously roar. Seeing that the city lord did not continue to chase after him, Zhao Fu smiled and went to the place he had agreed on with the women, and he asked them to help keep watch. On a flat ground, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged, a trace of excitement and nervousness on his face. He took out 2 corpses. If he could refine these 2 corpses, he would have 2 more totems, and Zhao Fu would have 34 totems. Zhao Fu first released a black fog that covered the 2 ancestor corpses and started to refine them. The 2 corpses continuously dissolved, and their hands and feet started to disappear. Finally, their bodies also disappeared, turning into 2 orbs of black water that floated in the air, giving off a faint light and a powerful aura. Zhao Fu first opened his mouth and sucked in the black water on the left. As the black water entered his stomach, a massive wave of cat race power spread out. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed this power and fused it into his body, causing Zhao Fu's body to give off a green light. Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back, and a cat race totem giving off a green light slowly appeared. After refining the cat race corpses, Zhao Fu opened his mouth and sucked in the other orb of black water. A massive wave of power once again spread out within his body, and Zhao Fu continued to absorb this massive wave of power and fuse it into his body. A black light spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a black rabbit person totem gradually appeared. Boom! The instant the totem appeared, Zhao Fu's body uncontrollably exploded out with an incredibly powerful aura. His back flashed with different colored lights, and the totems seemed to come to life. Sensing this aura, the people guarding the surroundings felt as if they had fallen into icy water. A boundless coldness flowed towards them, and their souls wailed. A might that came from the depths of their bloodlines caused them to involuntarily kneel towards Zhao Fu. They looked at the black energy barrier with pale faces, not knowing what was going on. Why did Zhao Fu's body give off such a terrifying bloodline might? It was as if the ruler of the Outlander race was above them, and they could not resist at all. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard, and the air became extremely heavy. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off various lights as he looked towards the horizon, his expression calm. He was unable to awaken the Outlander Emperor star yet, and he needed a suitable opportunity. It was time to act. After closing his eyes, the light on Zhao Fu's back gradually disappeared, and the black energy barrier dissipated as Zhao Fu appeared. The women let out a sigh of relief because the might had disappeared. They wanted to ask Zhao Fu what was going on, but Zhao Fu said calmly, "Wait for me here, I have something important to do." Hearing this, the women could tell how important this matter was and nodded. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot over the horizon, disappearing. He appeared before an elephant person who had an elephant's head and a human's body. His skin was like jade, and his ivory teeth were also like jade. He had a gentle expression and looked like he was easy to get along with. This elephant person was the 10th ranked Manuka, and he had won 75 million points. According to the plan, Manuka was the 10th ranked genius. The people on the viewing platforms looked quite surprised. They had never thought that a perverted bandit like Zhao Fu would go to the 10th ranked genius. Wasn't he seeking death? Ha ha ha, I'm so happy, I'll soon be able to see that perverted bandit suffer retribution. I support the elephant person and teach that bastard a lesson for the heavens. I don't understand. Even if he wanted to die, why would he go to the top 10 geniuses? Can he afford to offend these people? Quietly watch how mighty the elephant person is and how he'll beat up that perverted bandit. It'll be best if he turns him into dust and gets rid of this scourge. The elephant person looked at the cloaked figure and sensed the coldness coming off from Zhao Fu's body. His expression became serious as he asked, "What business do you have with me?" Zhao Fu drew the sadistic killing sword and replied coldly, "To defeat you." Right after speaking, Zhao Fu sent a powerful wave of power into the sadistic killing sword. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as the sadistic killing sword gave off an intense blood-red sword light. A massive blood-red sword chi exploded out and blasted out like a wild gale, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu attacked with his full strength because he was facing one of the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses. Moreover, this person's cultivation was at the peak of the world realm, so he had to use his full strength or else he might lose. The elephant person's expression became serious and he gripped his fists, which were covered with a pair of iron gauntlets. His muscles bulged as a formless force field spread out. Facing Zhao Fu's challenge, the elephant person did not dare to be careless. Shing, Zhao Fu was the first to attack. He rushed forwards and slashed out with his sword, sending out a massive blood-red sword light that gave off a cruel aura towards the elephant person. Bang! The elephant person punched out, sending out a powerful fist energy that caused the air to explode. The blood-red sword light was shattered by the punch. By now, Zhao Fu had arrived in front of him and his sword gave off a terrifying sword light as he slashed towards the elephant person's head. The elephant person dodged to the side, avoiding Zhao Fu's attack, and he punched out, sending out a ferocious fist energy towards Zhao Fu's chest. It seemed as if it could reduce a boulder to dust. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and a black energy barrier appeared around him. Bang! The terrifying fist energy slammed into the barrier, resulting in a massive sound. The barrier shattered into countless pieces and disappeared, but Zhao Fu had blocked this attack. Boom! The elephant person did not have time to react and once again punched out, causing the air to explode as a terrifying fist energy containing destructive power blasted towards Zhao Fu. Shing, Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword, and a sword hum sounded out as the sadistic killing sword gave off intense sword light, giving off an incredibly cold sword chi. Zhao Fu slashed out. Bang! The sword light and fist energy collided, resulting in a massive explosion that sent both of them back 10 or so meters. The two of them looked at each other with serious expressions, and with powerful auras, they charged towards each other. The elephant person gave off destructive power, while Zhao Fu gave off a sharp sword light. Bang! 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 The elephant person continuously punched out, sending out ferocious fist energies towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continuously slashed out, sending out sharp sword lights as the two of them continuously clashed, resulting in explosions. Powerful gales spread out. The people on the viewing platforms watched seriously. This battle had attracted countless people's gazes, and what was surprising was that the perverted bandit's strength was not any weaker than the elephant person's. Moreover, the perverted bandit was ranked last while the elephant person was ranked 10th. The difference between the two was simply too great, which was quite shocking. Boom! A blue aura flame appeared around the elephant person's fist, and terrifying power seemed to cause space to twist. He punched out, sending out a blue fist energy towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The powerful fist energy slammed into the sword, causing Zhao Fu's body to slide back 10 or so meters. The hand holding the sword trembled and he felt a wave of pain as if the web between his thumb and forefinger had been torn apart. The elephant person leapt forwards and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Fu. His fist, which was covered in a blue aura flame, gave off explosive power as it blasted towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold and his blood started to boil as he sent all of his power into the sadistic killing sword. The sword spirit opened its blood-red eyes and gave a cruel smile as the sword gave off a brilliant sword light and a bloody and merciless sword intent spread out, causing the surroundings to chill. Boom! The fist slammed towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword energy. A massive sound rang out as the elephant person's body was sent flying back. The elephant person flew back 20 or so meters before stopping, blood dripping from his fist and a small cut on his finger. You have the qualifications to challenge me, so I'm going to use my full strength. I'll show you my power as one of the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses. The elephant person's expression was serious as he looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the elephant person exploded out with immense power, sending out wild gales and causing the ground to collapse. A blue aura flame erupted around the elephant person's body, and his body grew until he was 3 meters tall. He was covered with powerful muscles and gave off a powerful aura of suppression. A 10-meter wide, 3-meter deep crater had appeared in the ground, and the elephant person floated above the crater, coldly looking at Zhao Fu. Swish, the elephant person instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Xiao Fu, punching out with destructive power and bringing with it a massive gale as it flew towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's expression fell and he blocked with his sword as a black energy barrier appeared. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the defensive barrier exploded. Xiao Fu's body flew back 100 or so meters and crashed to the ground. He tasted something sweet in his throat and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. A trace of fury appeared on Xiao Fu's face, and an enormous black aura flame erupted around him. It swept out like a wild gale, causing the ground to continuously crack. The elephant person gave off a powerful aura as he charged over like a ferocious beast. He clenched his fists and gathered large amounts of blue aura flames. Xiao Fu dragged the sadistic killing sword behind him, leaving behind a trail of sword chi as he charged over. The elephant person's fist gave off terrifying power as it punched towards Xiao Fu. The immense power caused space to twist, and this punch seemed to be able to shatter space. Xiao Fu slashed out, sending out a brilliant sword light that gave off an incredibly bloody and cruel sword intent. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the two terrifying forces collided. A shockwave spread out, and the ground instantly collapsed, forming a 100-meter-wide crater. Dust and sand flew into the air. The fist wrapped in blue aura flames and the sword giving off intense blood-red sword light clashed, and neither was pushed back at all. The elephant person's body erupted with blue aura flames, while Xiao Fu's body erupted with black aura flames. The two aura flames gave off powerful auras as they clashed, creating wild gales. Arg! The elephant person roared as the aura flames around his body more than doubled in size, and an even more terrifying power exploded out from his body. The elephant person vigorously pushed out with his fist, causing a massive wave of power to surge out. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu's body was blasted back hundreds of meters and crashed to the ground, blood once again leaking out of his lips. The elephant person leapt into the air and attacked Xiao Fu from above. He punched out with both fists, giving off a massive blue aura flame. He was like a blue meteor that left a trail in the air as he gave off destructive power as he smashed towards Xiao Fu. Roar! As the blue meteor slammed over, Xiao Fu exploded out with all of his divine bloodline's power, causing an even greater black aura to burn and form a savage black dragon head that gave off a heaven-shaking roar. Xiao Fu swung his sword and a massive black dragon rushed out of Xiao Fu's body, giving off terrifying power as it slammed towards the blue meteor. Bang, the two attacks collided in the air, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless rays of blinding light shot out, covering the surrounding 100 kilometers, and a terrifying destructive power instantly blasted out, causing the ground to collapse and all rocks and trees to shatter. Xiao Fu was sent back 10 or so meters, while the elephant person flew back and crashed to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of his mouth. The elephant person crawled up from the ground, a trace of anger on his face. He raised his head and roared, causing clouds to swirl as heaven and earth power to continuously flow into the elephant person's body. The elephant person's body once again grew until he was 5 meters tall and covered with powerful muscles. The blue aura flames around him continuously flickered, causing wild gales to spread out and the ground to crack. Boom, the elephant person turned into an intense ray of light and shot towards Xiao Fu with terrifying power. Xiao Fu leaned forwards and tapped off the ground as he shot towards the elephant person. At the same time, a black blood-red flame appeared around Xiao Fu's body, and the surrounding heaven and earth power continuously flowed into Xiao Fu's body, causing an even more terrifying power to flow out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Bang, bang. Bang, the two of them once again clashed. The elephant person continuously punched out, sending out waves of fist energy, while Xiao Fu slashed out rays of sword light. The two of them clashed, resulting in massive explosions and terrifying shockwaves rippled out, causing clouds to swirl. The people in the surroundings also sensed this terrifying shockwave and could not help but gather in that direction, and they saw the two people intensely fighting. They could not help but feel quite shocked when they saw how intense their battle was. They knew that the elephant person was one of the top 10 geniuses, but they did not know who the person fighting against the elephant person was. They were also quite shocked. Just who was that person? His strength was no weaker than the elephant person's, and he was able to fight with the elephant person so intensely. The people on the viewing platforms were also quite shocked, They had never thought that the perverted demon would have such great power. Seeing the two people intensely fighting, they felt quite excited because this battle was simply too exciting. They had come here mainly to see such an intense battle. Back at the battlefield, the two sides once again clashed and retreated hundreds of meters. The elephant person got into a horse stance and placed his fists on either side of his abdomen before punching out. Boom, the two punches of energy turned into blue rays of light that contained destructive power as they shot towards Xiao Fu incredibly quickly. As they flashed past, explosions sounded out, and a 2-meter wide and 15 centimeters deep gash appeared on the ground. Bang, the terrifying blue laser shot over, and Xiao Fu slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword intent containing destructive power slashed out, seeming to be able to tear apart space. It slashed the blue laser in half, causing it to turn into motes of light and dissipate. However, the elephant person's body suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fu and his massive fist slammed out with immense power, seeming to want to smash Xiao Fu's head apart like a watermelon. Xiao Fu hurriedly blocked with his sword, but in the next moment, Xiao Fu was sent flying by that massive power. The elephant person rushed forwards and caught up to Xiao Fu, and his fist gave off terrifying power as it slammed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu forcefully twisted his body, and the sword in his hand gave off a massive sword light as it slashed towards the fist. Bang, the two of them collided, resulting in a shockwave that sent both of them flying back. However, the instant they landed on the ground, massive aura flames once again erupted around their bodies as they rushed at each other. The elephant person continuously punched out, leaving behind afterimages. It was as if there were countless fists flying towards Xiao Fu, giving off shocking sounds. Xiao Fu continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out a large wave of sword light, but they were all shattered by the elephant person's fists. Because the elephant person punched out with both hands, he was able to attack more and more quickly than Xiao Fu. Gradually, Xiao Fu was suppressed, and his sword lights were continuously shattered. There were fewer and fewer sword lights, while the elephant person punched out more and more fists. Bang, the elephant person once again punched out, causing the air to explode. The terrifying fist slammed into Xiao Fu's chest, and Xiao Fu felt as if he had been hit by a massive beast as he quickly flew back. The elephant person's expression was cold as he raised a hand and pressed it towards the sky, and a blue aura flame flowed out of his hand. Heaven and earth power madly gathered as a massive image of an elephant foot appeared in the sky, giving off an incredibly powerful aura of suppression. It vigorously stomped down towards Xiao Fu, and the power it contained seemed to be able to crush a small mountain. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the ground continuously trembled. Rocks flew everywhere and dust rose into the air as a footprint that was 1,000 meters wide and 100 meters deep appeared on the ground. The people in the surroundings were somewhat shocked, and their hair stood on end. This was the terrifying power of the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses. They had no choice but to submit. They believed that they didn't have such terrifying power, and that if they faced this kind of power, they would undoubtedly die. And that person was trampled by such a terrifying foot. Was he dead or alive? Xiao Fu felt that even though that person was strong, his cultivation was quite weak and he was not a match for the elephant person. However, now that the dust was everywhere, no one knew what the result would be. They could only stare at the giant footprint. Ah! A long roar sounded out as a black aura flame containing immense power rushed into the sky, forming a black pillar of aura that seemed to hold up the heavens and the earth. The sky gradually darkened and countless traces of black aura spread out, covering the sky. Massive amounts of heaven and earth power madly surged over, and a supreme, emperor-like might spread out. The surrounding temperature plummeted and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone in the surroundings, including the elephant person, felt their hair stand on end as they looked at the center of the footprint in shock. There was a figure wearing a black cloak and holding a black sword, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. Space continuously twisted, making that figure seem illusory and unreal. That person raised his sword and slashed down, and a 1,000-meter-long black sword light ferociously shot out. The massive sword energy split apart the ground as the sword light continued towards the elephant person. The elephant person felt quite startled and blocked with his hands in front of him. An intense blue aura flame appeared around his body, forming a powerful blue aura flame barrier. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the blue aura flame barrier was slashed apart by the sword light. The elephant person was also sent flying, heavily crashing to the ground and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Everyone gulped as they looked at Zhao Fu's terrifying sword light. They also looked at the elephant person. Facing such a terrifying person, how could the elephant person defend? The elephant person crawled up from the ground with great difficulty and looked at Zhao Fu coldly before letting out a breath. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive blue aura flame flooded out of the elephant person's body, covering the surrounding 1,000 meters. The elephant person's body once again grew, and he became 10 meters tall. His body was covered with explosive muscles, and even space seemed to be unable to withstand his power and was gradually torn apart. Everyone looked at the elephant person in shock. He could unleash such terrifying power. This power could rival the 7th-ranked genius, and it seemed that the elephant person's power had greatly improved. Now that this battle was over, everyone became even more excited and held their breaths, looking forward to the upcoming battle. Would the elephant person, one of the top 10 geniuses, win, or would the mysterious perverted bandit win? Back at the battlefield, the two people gave off terrifying auras as they stared at each other. Both of their gazes were incredibly cold, and in that moment, both of them disappeared. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two people appeared between them. The elephant person punched out while Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword. The two attacks collided, causing blinding light to shoot out as a 1,000-meter wide crater appeared in the ground. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu's sword. Roar! The 10-meter-tall elephant person gave a massive roar as a ferocious aura flowed out. He gripped his fists, which were surrounded by countless traces of blue flames. Boom, boom. Boom! The elephant person continuously swung his fists, sending out fist images. Each of the fist images contained terrifying power and could easily shatter boulders. The wave of fist images seemed to be able to reduce powerful godly spirits to dust. It was this move again. Zhao Fu would not continue to be at a disadvantage. He took out the Death Disaster sword and held the sadistic killing sword in one hand and the Death Disaster sword in the other, sending out blood-red sword lights and gray sword lights. Each of these sword lights contained terrifying power. Bang, bang. Bang! Massive explosions sounded out as the fist images and sword lights continuously clashed, causing powerful shockwaves to spread out, causing massive gales to blow in all directions. The ground no longer collapsed but continued to spread out, causing countless trees to sway and boulders to roll. Even space itself started to crack, and the entire world sank into terror. The people in the surroundings hurriedly retreated because they were also affected by the shockwaves. If they did not retreat now, it would be too late. Boom! This time, it was Zhao Fu who won. A powerful sword light blasted the elephant person back, causing him to crash heavily against a cliff and open up a large crater. Blood leaked out of the elephant person's mouth, and there was a gash on his chest. The elephant person's eyes were bloodshot and gave off a savage look. Runes appeared on his body and a berserk aura flame spread out, causing the surrounding walls to continuously crack. The elephant person seemed to have entered a berserk state and no longer had much reason. Boom! Facing the incoming Zhao Fu, the elephant person breathed in and breathed out from his trunk, causing a ferocious pillar of air to blast towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Zhao Fu blocked with his two swords, but he was sent flying by the pillar of air. The elephant person's expression was savage as he pushed against the walls with both hands and rushed out, chasing after Zhao Fu. He punched out with immense power, causing the space around him to twist. Bang! After being hit by the punch, Zhao Fu's body flew down and heavily crashed into the ground, opening up a large crater and causing rocks to fly everywhere. In the next moment, the elephant person turned into a ray of light and gave off a massive aura as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. His fists gave off a berserk blue aura flame as he punched out with destructive power towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Within the crater, Zhao Fu raised the Death Disaster sword and sent large amounts of power into it. Massive amounts of deathly chi flowed out, giving off an icy aura of death. It formed an enormous triangular all that stabbed towards the elephant person with terrifying power. Bang! The elephant person's expression was savage as his fists vigorously slammed against the triangular awl. The berserk fist energy instantly caused the awl to explode, causing it to turn into grey aura. The elephant person's terrifying fists continued towards Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword. The sadistic killing sword gave off intense sword light, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. Xing, an enormous blood-red crescent containing terrifying power slashed out, sending the elephant person flying back. The elephant person flew back hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground, opening up a large crater. A gash appeared on his body, from which blood continuously flowed out. The immense pain caused the elephant person to roar even more furiously, and his aura became even more berserk. Bang, 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 the elephant person madly rushed over, giving off an incredibly ferocious aura. He was incredibly fast and smashed into the air, causing explosions to ring out. His aura was incredibly terrifying, and he was like a terrifying monster. In that instant, the elephant person appeared in front of Zhao Fu and vigorously punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu raised his hands to block, and his feet sank into the ground. Roar! The elephant person suddenly deeply breathed in and breathed out with his trunk, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled. He hurriedly unleashed his defensive barrier, and the pillar of air slammed against the barrier, causing it to be covered with cracks. After blocking the elephant person's attack, before Zhao Fu could relax, the elephant person raised his leg and kicked out with terrifying power. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, and Zhao Fu's body shot out like a stone. He flew past, smashing through several boulders before finally stopping and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Roar! The elephant person furiously roared and gave off a berserk aura as he charged out like a primordial beast, completely unstoppable. Zhao Fu crawled up from the ground with a pained expression. He held the sadistic killing sword in one hand and the death disaster sword in the other. He split his body's power into two parts and sent them into the two swords. One sword gave off intense sword light, giving off a bloody and twisted sword intent, while the other gave off an intense gray light, giving off a deathly sword intent. The elephant person gave off a terrifying aura and was about to reach Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu fused the two swords together and countless rays of sword light spread out, forming a 10 or so meter long sword of light that was gray on one side and blood red on the other. Boom, the elephant person vigorously punched out with both fists, and the powerful energy turned into two massive rays of blue light that gave off destructive power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. The light flashed by. Xing, Zhao Fu gripped the 10 or so meter long sword of light with both hands and vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous crescent. The terrifying sword energy cut off a layer of the ground as it flew towards the elephant person. It first destroyed the two rays of blue light before sending the elephant person flying back and crashing to the ground. There was a massive gash on his body that was so deep that bones could be seen, and blood flowed out. Roar! The heavily injured elephant person raised his head and gave a massive roar that shook the surroundings. He exploded out with all of his power, not leaving anything behind. Blood flew into the sky, causing his body to become much thinner. Immediately, the heavens and earth went through a massive change as clouds swirled. All of the world's power gathered, and countless rays of blue light spread out from the sky. A 10,000-meter-long blue jade elephant slowly appeared in the sky, and it gave off a mountain-like might, causing the ground to seem to sink. The air around it seemed to freeze, and everyone felt a wave of terror. Zhao Fu's expression became incredibly serious as he held the sadistic killing sword in one hand and the death disaster sword in the other, and he sent all of his power into them. The two swords gave off resplendent sword light. Countless traces of deathly aura spread out like a gray fog, giving off an intense deathly intent. At the same time, countless remnant souls appeared within the fog, including angels with broken wings, headless demons, elves with their eyes gouged out, and humans with only half their bodies left. The deathly fog coldly spread out, forming a boundless sea of deathly fog. Countless dismembered corpses appeared within it, and a cold deathly intent and murderous intent covered everyone, causing all creatures to fall into terror. Roar! Under the elephant person's control, the elephant person raised its head and gave a heaven-shaking roar, causing the sky to seem as if it was going to split open. The elephant then gave off a massive aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as it ferociously smashed towards Zhao Fu. The world was unable to withstand this and started to collapse. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out with both swords with all of his strength. The ocean of corpses gave off a boundless aura and an icy aura of death and killing intent as they flooded forwards, seeming to exterminate everything. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, causing the entire secret zone to tremble. The sea of corpses and the blue jade mammoth clashed with unimaginable power, causing powerful light to shoot out in all directions. A barrier of destructive power instantly spread out, enveloping the surrounding 100,000 meters. Everything within the barrier was reduced to dust. The area outside the barrier was greatly affected as well. Countless trees were destroyed and rocks were scattered everywhere, creating a scene of devastation. At that moment, everyone in the secret realm sensed these terrifying ripples and stopped what they were doing, looking in the direction of the battle in shock. The people in the surroundings and the people on the viewing platforms all fell into shock as they looked at the terrifying destructive power of the battle. Did that perverted bandit really win? Everyone on the viewing platforms looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the destruction caused by the battle. They had never thought that the perverted bandit would have such strength. Before, everyone had felt quite disdainful of him challenging the Outlander domain as the last person, and they felt that he was seeking death. Apart from toying with women, such a bastard could not compare to the top 10 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses were the 10 most powerful people in the Outlander domain, and they could not be surpassed. However, that perverted bandit had broken this rule and did not use any tricks. He had relied on his true strength, and everyone could not help but feel a trace of respect towards a genius. However, for such a perverted bandit who wanted to do anything to women, everyone felt that it was quite strange to feel a trace of respect towards him. What made everyone feel even more curious was just who this person was. His background was most likely not simple, or else he would not have been able to defeat the top 10 geniuses. Countless people started to investigate Zhao Fu, wanting to see just who he was. The elephant person's empire felt quite nervous and worried about the elephant person's safety. Such a terrifying battle was enough to take one's life, and it was not a small fight. As one of the top 10 geniuses, the elephant person's talent far surpassed ordinary people's imaginations, and he was the person that the empire valued the most. Even though he had lost this time, facing the powerful Zhao Fu, it was not shameful at all. Within the secret realm, everyone looked at this terrifying scene in shock. This was a battle between geniuses, and even if they were given a lifetime, they would not be able to control such terrifying power. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement, and their blood was already boiling. To be able to see two peerless geniuses fight was an honor for them. Most likely, the people outside had long since heard of this battle, and they could announce to the outside that they were the witnesses of this battle. They had witnessed the fall of a peerless genius and the rise of a peerless genius to become the most dazzling star. The remaining 9 geniuses, including the Sun Elf, all looked quite serious as they looked at the direction of the battle. They understood that the trial from now on would not be simple. A terrifying person had appeared. The elephant person had already chosen to lead the secret realm, and after obtaining his points, Zhao Fu had suffered some injuries. In order to prevent others from spying on him, he quickly left the battlefield and found a place with no one around to recover. Only after 2 or so days did Zhao Fu fully recover from his injuries. At the same time, because he had defeated the elephant person, Zhao Fu could sense that his Emperor Star's opportunity to break through had increased greatly. He also felt that there was a powerful will at the center of the secret realm that seemed to be paying attention to him. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and did not know if this will was good or bad. However, this will was unimaginably powerful, and Zhao Fu instinctively felt some fear. However, after carefully sensing it, Zhao Fu felt that the will didn't have any malicious intent, and it was only paying attention to him for a moment. Only then did Zhao Fu relax. The next step was to continue with the plan and find the second opponent, who was ranked 9th, the 8-winged feather person, Yu Luohua. Zhao Fu quickly found her, and it was as if there was some kind of power guiding Zhao Fu. Yu Luohua was also affected by some kind of power and was waiting for Zhao Fu. Yu Luohua was a peerlessly beautiful woman with a tall and slim figure. She had snow-white hair and wore a white robe. She had 8 pairs of silver wings on her back and gave off a proud aura. She gave off a holy aura and looked like an angel. "You finally come." Yu Luohua stood there as her beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body, and her voice was cold and contained a trace of arrogance. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. It was as if Yu Luohua had been waiting for him and had long since known that he would come. Zhao Fu did not know why, but he had to defeat this woman. If he could defeat her, not only would he obtain opportunities, but he would also have a greater chance at awakening his Emperor star. The people on the viewing platforms felt quite startled. Seeing that perverted demon face off against the 9th-ranked feather person, they felt quite nervous and excited. With two geniuses facing off, a terrifying battle would definitely erupt. Now, everyone's opinion of Zhao Fu had greatly changed. Before, everyone had wanted to kill Zhao Fu on behalf of the heavens, but now, no one dared to say such a thing. The two empires that had been clamoring for Zhao Fu to pay a heavy price all calmed down and stared at Zhao Fu. In response to Yu Luohua's words, Zhao Fu took out the sadistic killing sword and replied, "Since you know why I've come to find you, there's no need to say anything else. Let's begin." Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive black aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, sending out massive gales that blasted out. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Yu Luohua drew a white sword and a silver aura flame erupted around her body, forming wild gales that blew out in all directions. Before the two of them even attacked, their auras clashed together, causing the wild gales to become even more ferocious. Countless trees and grasses swayed, and some small rocks were blown into the sky, creating a shocking scene. Xing, a clear sword tore through the air as the two of them turned into rays of light and shot towards each other. Yu Luohua's sword gave off powerful holy light energy as she slashed out, while Zhao Fu's sword gave off blood-red sword light. The two swords clashed with immense power, resulting in a sword hum. Yu Luohua looked at Zhao Fu and her expression became serious. Just from that attack alone, Zhao Fu's power was not inferior to hers, but she would not accept losing to Zhao Fu. She coldly harumphed and the aura flame around her body expanded out, causing her power to double. Sensing Yu Luohua's power, Zhao Fu did not hesitate to explode out with even greater power. Boom, one was a silver aura flame while the other was a black aura flame. The two aura flames gave off immense power as they clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion as the two of them flew back 10 or so meters. Yu Luohua's expression was cold as she vigorously slashed out with her sword, and a searing crescent gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and was about to hit Zhao Fu in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and the sadistic killing sword gave off a sharp sword light as it shattered the crescent, causing it to turn into motes of white light and disappear. Swish, at that moment, Yu Luohua flew incredibly quickly and arrived in front of Zhao Fu. She gripped her sword with both hands and sent powerful power into it, causing it to give off an intense white sword light and an intense holy light energy to spread out. Boom, Yu Luohua swooped down with this sword, giving off a massive sound as she gave off a terrifying aura as she slashed down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and blocked with his sword. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, Yu Luohua twisted her body and kicked Zhao Fu's chest, causing Zhao Fu to slide back 10 or so meters before stopping. Feeling the pain in his chest, Zhao Fu looked at Yu Luohua seriously. As the 9th-ranked genius, she was much more powerful than the elephant person. Yu Luohua raised her head and said with a trace of arrogance, "With your current strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. It's best if you challenge someone else and maintain your 10th place. Only then will you have the right to ascend the King of Kings Mountain." Zhao Fu did not understand what the King of Kings Mountain was, but he felt quite displeased at Yu Luohua's arrogant tone. His expression was cold as he exploded out with an even more ferocious aura and rushed at Yu Luohua. Seeing that Zhao Fu was unwilling to admit defeat, Yu Luohua coldly harumphed and gave off a powerful aura as she rushed at Zhao Fu. Xing, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a blood-red sword light containing ferocious power slashed towards Yu Luohua. Yu Luohua vigorously slashed out with her sword, and a white sword light containing searing power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the two sword lights collided, resulting in an enormous explosion. Sword light shot everywhere, and a storm of sword chi spread out. Xing, Xing. Xing, Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword, and he continuously slashed out with terrifying power, sending out blood-red sword lights towards Yu Luohua. Yu Luohua also sent powerful power into her sword, and she continuously slashed out, sending out searing white sword lights towards Zhao Fu. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword lights continuously collided, resulting in massive explosions. Sword lights continuously shot out, and a powerful storm of sword chi spread out. The ground, trees, and rocks in the surroundings were all left with sword gashes, creating a shocking scene. The people on the viewing platforms did not say anything, and the entire stadium was silent as they watched this battle. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Yu Luohua's sword gave off a large amount of white light. She vigorously slashed out, causing a massive white sword light to illuminate the surroundings and giving off searing heat as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Facing this attack, Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and held the Sadistic Killing Sword in one hand and the Death Disaster Sword in the other. He sent massive amounts of power into the two swords, causing them to give off intense sword light. He vigorously slashed out, and a blood-red sword light and a gray sword light intersected as they slashed towards Yu Luohua. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two rays of sword light once again collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, sending the two people flying back. Zhao Fu took a few steps back, and Yu Luohua was sent flying 7 or 8 steps back. Her clothes and hair were quite disheveled from the shockwave. Yu Luohua looked furious as she said coldly, "You've already angered me. Since you don't know what's good for you, go die." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Yu Luohua gripped her sword with both hands and held it in front of her chest, pointing it towards the sky. Her expression was cold as she spread out her 8 silver wings, giving off an intense silver-white light as a terrifying aura spread out from her body. Yu Luohua raised her sword, which gave off a brilliant white sword light that illuminated the surroundings, and an extremely dangerous aura spread out from the sword. Zhao Fu's hair stood on end and he felt quite startled. The aura flame around his body flourished as he sent large amounts of power into his two swords, causing them to give off large amounts of sword light. Zhao Fu raised the two swords and once again fused them together, causing a blood-red and gray sword of light to appear in his hand, and a powerful sword energy spread out. Xing, Yu Luohua's expression was cold as she vigorously slashed down with her sword. An enormous sword light containing searing power that seemed to be able to purify the heavens and earth slashed out, and the air seemed to explode as a massive explosion sounded out. Xing, Zhao Fu gripped the 10-meter-long sword of light with both hands and vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything and was unstoppable as it ferociously slashed towards Yu Luohua. Bang! A massive explosion once again sounded out as blinding light spread out and a terrifying destructive power swept out, causing the ground to tremble. After everything settled, a crater that was hundreds of meters wide had appeared in the ground. Zhao Fu and Yu Luohua were lying on either side, a trace of blood leaking out of their mouths. Their gazes were cold as they looked at each other. In the next second, the two of them gave off powerful auras as they charged at each other. Yu Luohua's sword gave off a sword light as she attacked Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu's sword split into two swords and slashed towards Yu Luohua. Xing, 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 sword hums sounded out as Yu Luohua continuously slashed out, sending out white sword lights. Zhao Fu continuously slashed towards Yu Luohua ferociously, and as the swords clashed, a powerful gale blew out. Yu Luohua was gradually suppressed by Zhao Fu's two swords, and Zhao Fu continuously slashed towards Yu Luohua while Yu Luohua passively defended. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out a blood-red sword light that contained immense power and sent Yu Luohua flying back. Yu Luohua flew back 10 or so meters and looked at Zhao Fu in annoyance as she spread her wings and flew into the air. Boom! A massive wave of power exploded out from Yu Luohua's body as her 8 wings gave off an intense silver-white light and a terrifying aura spread out from her 8 wings. Swish, 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 Yu Luohua flapped her wings and 8 rays of silver-white light shot out from her 8 wings, giving off searing heat that seemed to be able to burn the surroundings as they shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and quickly dodged to the side, but the 8 rays of silver-white light seemed to have their own consciousness and could change directions. Zhao Fu once again flew upwards, wanting to dodge. However, the 8 rays of silver-white light once again changed directions and shot upwards with terrifying power. This time, Zhao Fu was unable to dodge, and he could only unleash a defensive barrier to protect himself. Bang, bang. Bang! Massive sounds rang out as the rays of light slammed against the black defensive barrier, resulting in massive explosions. After the shockwaves settled, Zhao Fu fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Yu Luohua coldly laughed and exploded out with even greater power. The 8 wings on her back once again gave off intense silver-white light, illuminating the surrounding dozens of kilometers, and a terrifying power spread out. Swish, 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 Yu Luohua flapped her wings and 8 rays of searing white light containing world-burning power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood from his lips. Facing the 8 rays of light, he exploded out with his divine bloodline's power. Roar! Roar! Bang! Bang! The 8 beams of light gave off terrifying power as they slammed into Zhao Fu, causing explosions to sound out. The ground continuously collapsed and dust billowed out. A 100-meter wide crater appeared before everyone's eyes, and after the dust settled, they could see that at the center of the crater, there were 9 black dragons circling around Zhao Fu's body, protecting him so that he was not injured at all. Yu Luohua was quite startled. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to block her attack so easily. The 8 silver-white wings on her back spread out as intense light covered the heavens and earth. From a distance, this place was covered by silver-white light, and the light was so intense that it was difficult to open one's eyes. The temperature in the surroundings rose and became searing hot. The water in the surroundings evaporated, and the plants withered and turned yellow as the ground became dry. Boom, boom. Boom, 8 rays of silver-white light giving off searing heat that seemed to be able to purify everything shot out, causing explosions to sound out. They gave off shocking auras as they flew towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu did not move as he looked at Yu Luohua. He ignited his divine bloodline's power, and a transcendent might spread out. It was as if he reigned over all things and was like an emperor's might. An even greater black aura surged out in all directions like an eruption of fire. Roar! Roar, roar! 9 dragons' roars shook the heavens and earth as the 9 savage black dragons around Zhao Fu received immense power. Their bodies continuously grew larger and gave off intense black light as they roared and gave off terrifying destructive power as they rushed towards Yu Luohua. Bang, bang! Bang! The searing beams of light collided with the ferocious black dragons, resulting in massive explosions. It was as if space itself was going to split in half, and terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Sensing these terrifying shockwaves, everyone's expressions fell, but they still smiled and hurried over. This was most likely another battle between 2 peerless geniuses, and ordinary people would not be able to see such a thing. At the same time, they were curious as to which 2 heavens chosen had caused such an intense battle. The battle from 2 days ago had caused their blood to surge with excitement, and they really wanted to see such a battle again. However, when they reached the outskirts, they looked incredibly shocked. It was that person fighting against the 9th-ranked Yu Luohua again. After the battle 2 days ago, they hadn't seen this person again. Who would have thought that after 2 days, he would find the 9th-ranked heavens chosen to fight again? This was truly admirable. The people in the stands continued to watch seriously and did not make any noise. They were excited and nervous as they watched the terrifying battle. They did not want to miss a single second, and they did not have the ability to judge who would win. Boom boom boom, in the sky, Zhao Fu and Yu Luohua continued to fight. Sword light constantly shot out, setting off a fierce storm of sword chi that spread out in all directions. Bang, Zhao Fu once again fused his 2 swords together, forming a 10-meter-long sword of light. It gave off immense power as it slashed Yu Luohua to the ground, opening up a 10 or so meter wide crater. Yu Luohua coughed up a large mouthful of blood and furiously looked at Zhao Fu. She roared and a silver-white light exploded out as a terrifying power spread out, causing the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters to cave in. After the light dissipated, Yu Luohua stood in the crater, giving off a faint light. 2 pairs of wings had appeared on her back, and she could now be called a 12-winged feather person. She gave off an extremely powerful aura. No one had expected Yu Luohua to be a 12-winged feather person, and only now did she reveal her full power. This kind of power could compare to the 7th-ranked heavens chosen. Yu Luohua's gaze coldly fell on Zhao Fu's body as she slowly raised her sword and vigorously slashed out. A massive white sword light containing searing power slashed out, causing the air to become scorching hot and causing cracks to appear in the space around her. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Luohua and said, "Yu Luohua, Yu Luohua." Boom, the sword heavily slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and countless rocks to fly everywhere. A 1,000-meter-long sword gash giving off a searing aura appeared. Zhao Fu dodged the main attack, but he was sent flying by the shockwaves. Yu Luohua gave off a faint light as she stood in the air with a cold expression. Her gaze once again fell on Zhao Fu's body and she slowly raised her sword, giving off a terrifying sword energy. Zhao Fu's expression became savage and he no longer held back as he ignited his divine bloodline's power. A massive black blood-red flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and the ground was unable to withstand this power and collapsed as 9 savage black dragons once again appeared around Zhao Fu. Xing, Yu Luohua stood in the air and slashed down, sending out a terrifying white sword light that gave off a purifying power towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu also slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light giving off a berserk sword intent as it ferociously slashed towards the white sword light. Bang! Another massive explosion sounded out as the 2 sword lights clashed together, resulting in a massive destructive power that blasted out like a terrifying storm. Just as the explosion sounded out, Zhao Fu gripped his sword with both hands and gave off 9 savage black dragons as he rushed towards Yu Luohua. Yu Luohua's expression was cold as she also gave off a powerful aura as she rushed towards Zhao Fu. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu continuously slashed out with his swords, sending out sword lights towards Yu Luohua. Each sword light gave off massive destructive power, and Yu Luohua continuously swung her sword, sending out terrifying white sword lights. The 2 swords continuously clashed, resulting in massive sounds of metal colliding and powerful gales being blown out. Yu Luohua's gaze was cold as she spread out her 12 wings, giving off large amounts of silver-white light as a terrifying searing power spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, 12 silver-white rays of light containing ferocious power shot out, resulting in massive explosions. The air seemed to explode as shockwaves spread out. Roar. Roar, 9 dragons' roars sounded out as the 9 savage black dragons around Zhao Fu gave off terrifying dragon's might as they smashed towards Yu Luohua. Bang! The black dragons gave off large amounts of black light and the rays of light gave off large amounts of silver-white light. It was as if the 2 massive rays of light clashed together, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. Because Zhao Fu and Yu Luohua were too close, they were both sent flying 100 meters back and a trace of blood leaked out of their lips. In the next moment, the 2 of them once again gave off powerful auras as they turned into 2 powerful rays of light and continuously clashed, resulting in massive explosions in the sky. Xing, Yu Luohua stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat, and Zhao Fu used the sadistic killing sword to block while gripping the death disaster sword with his other hand and slashing towards Yu Luohua. Yu Luohua dodged to the side and another white sword light slashed out. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and avoided that white sword light, and he sent his power into the death disaster sword. The death disaster sword gave off a large amount of grey deathly chi that spread out like a fog, causing the surrounding temperature to become cold. Boom! Zhao Fu swung the death disaster sword in his hand, and a massive wave of deathly mist containing a cold deathly intent flooded towards Yu Luohua with shocking sounds. Yu Luohua spread out her 12 wings, which gave off intense white light and searing heat as they spread out. Under the illumination of the white light, the surrounding deathly fog rapidly dispersed. In just a moment, the huge deathly fog had disappeared. Suddenly, Zhao Fu appeared behind Yu Luohua, using the deathly mist as cover. He sent powerful power into his sword and vigorously slashed out. Bang! Yu Luohua was sent flying by Zhao Fu's attack, and there were wounds all over her body. Blood continuously flowed out, and her pure white wings were stained with blood. Boom! Yu Luohua's expression was cold as she gripped her sword and exploded out with an incredibly powerful aura. She slashed out an enormous sword light that gave off a searing aura as it tore through the sky towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and also exploded out with power, blocking with his 2 swords in front of him, and he also unleashed a powerful black defensive barrier. Bang! The enormous sword light tore through the heavens and earth, and Zhao Fu was sent flying. His defensive barrier shattered, and he only stopped after flying hundreds of meters. He felt immense pain in his hands, and his muscles felt as if they had been torn apart. Yu Luohua's expression was cold as she turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and gripped his swords with both hands as he rushed towards Yu Luohua. Bang, 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 Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out again and again, using his full strength. Each sword strike contained immense power and seemed to be able to shatter space, giving off terrifying ripples. Yu Luohua also sent terrifying power into her sword, causing each sword strike to give off brilliant sword light. Both sides kept colliding. Boom, Yu Luohua roared as her body exploded out with intense white light. She held her sword, which gave off intense white light, and she vigorously rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu roared and gave off ferocious black flames as he slammed towards Yu Luohua. The two of them once again collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The two people were blasted back by the explosion and crashed to the ground. The spectators were stunned. Is this a draw? Boom, a ray of white light exploded out, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. A terrifying aura continuously blew out like a wild gale, causing countless trees to sway. There was a trace of blood at Yu Luohua's lips as she stood on the ground and raised her sword with one hand. The sword gave off a formless sword energy, causing the space around her to twist. Powerful images appeared around her, which were feather people soldiers with wings on their backs. They had cold expressions and wore exquisite armor. They gave off powerful auras and there were many of them, at least tens of thousands of them. Boom, an enormous black aura flame rushed into the sky and the surrounding heaven and earth power madly gathered. Zhao Fu held a sword in each hand and gave off intense sword light. A deathly fog spread out, covering the surrounding 10,000 meters. At the same time, dismembered corpses appeared around Zhao Fu. There were headless demons, armless humans, and elves with only their upper bodies, an icy cold death intent and a cruel and twisted sword intent spread out like a tide, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Boom, Yu Luohua's sword heavily descended, and the countless feather people soldiers gave off terrifying auras as they flooded towards Zhao Fu, seeming to want to destroy everything. Boom, Zhao Fu also slashed out with his two swords, causing the deathly fog around him to give off an ocean-like aura as it ferociously flooded forwards, seeming to want to destroy everything. Bang, the two terrifying powers clashed together, resulting in a shocking explosion. A terrifying destructive power spread out, destroying everything in the surroundings. Everything within the 100,000-meter radius was reduced to dust. The ground continuously trembled and clouds swirled. The terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the spectators to feel as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies trembled. Zhao Fu blocked with his two swords and unleashed a defensive barrier, using all of his strength to defend against that terrifying destructive power. In the end, Zhao Fu used all of his strength to defend against that terrifying power. A 100,000-meter wide crater appeared on the ground, and it gave off traces of black chi, making people feel quite terrified. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Xing, suddenly, a sword hum sounded out, tearing through the sky as a white sword light rushed into the sky, illuminating the entire world. A massive storm of sword chi swept out like a superstorm, reducing everything in the surroundings to nothingness. The bloodied Yu Luohua once again raised her sword, a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes as she heavily slashed down. Boom, an enormous white sword light that was incredibly hot slashed towards Zhao Fu, looking as if it could split apart the heavens and earth. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he defended with all of his strength, but after being hit by that sword light, his body flew back 1,000 meters and crashed into a cliff. A bone-deep gash appeared on his chest, from which blood flowed out. Everyone else looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Yu Luohua would still be able to unleash such a terrifying attack at the end. Did that mean that Yu Luohua had won this battle? However, with Yu Luohua's current strength, it was possible for her to enter the top 6. For that person to lose to her was something to be proud of. Arg! A pained howl sounded out, shaking the heavens. Everyone felt quite startled as they looked towards the cliff. They saw that Zhao Fu looked incredibly pained as blood continuously flowed out of his left eye. A black-red sword pupil gave off faint light as it slowly split open, as if the gates of hell were slowly opening, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Xing, Xing. Xing, massive amounts of sword chi containing terrifying power madly flowed out of Zhao Fu's eye and continuously shot out. Each strand gave off berserk killing intent and destructive sword intent as they madly slashed towards everything in the surroundings. The cliff, ground, space, and boulders were all destroyed by the strands of sword chi. Countless strands of black-red sword chi flowed out, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as they spread out. Yu Luohua was greatly startled, but she could not defend at all. In that instant, her body was cut by the countless strands of sword chi, and she did not hesitate to leave the secret realm, or else she would die here. Tens of millions of strands of black-red sword chi instantly covered the surrounding 100,000 meters. Countless strands of sword chi shot out, slashing everything into nothingness. Spatial cracks filled the surroundings, and the berserk, murderous, icy, and destructive sword intent spread throughout the surrounding heavens and earth. Under this sword intent, the spectators felt a chill and could not help but tremble. It was the first time they had felt such a terrifying sword intent. Rumble, the weather changed as clouds swirled and the ground continuously trembled. Everyone in the secret realm could not help but look towards the direction of the battle, and their expressions became more serious. They understood that another terrifying battle had erupted. Only the top 10 geniuses could do such a thing, and 2 geniuses had already been defeated by him. Just who was that person? He had such terrifying power. The people on the viewing platforms were all dumbfounded. Everyone had thought that victory had been decided with Yu Luohua's terrifying sword strike, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu's eye would give off such a terrifying sword chi and defeat Yu Luohua in a single blow. Now, everyone felt even more curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Such a person was most likely someone whose name could shake the entire heaven domain. The sword chi gradually dissipated and space reformed. A 100,000-meter wide crater appeared in the ground, covered with countless sword gashes, looking incredibly savage. Zhao Fu held the wound on his chest as blood continuously flowed out of his left eye, and he staggered as he walked. The surrounding geniuses all felt incredibly nervous, and no one made a sound as they made way for Zhao Fu to leave. This was a sign of respect towards a peerless genius, and everyone understood that he would definitely become famous today. Zhao Fu went to a place where there was no one around and hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started to recover from his injuries. His injuries this time were quite severe. It was not just the wound on his chest, but his left eye had also been greatly damaged. This was especially so for his killing sword eye. Just then, Zhao Fu had used the killing sword's power, which was why he had that berserk and destructive power. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had already activated celestial mode, and his eyes had received a lot of enhancements. Otherwise, Zhao Fu's pupil might have been damaged, and he would not be able to use that pupil for a while. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu's injuries gradually recovered. After 3 days, Zhao Fu once again sensed that he was one step closer to the Outlander Imperial Star. The 34 totems behind him gave off various lights, and some of the Outlander fate started to flow into Zhao Fu's body. This meant that Zhao Fu had started to receive the acknowledgement of the Outlander fate. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. All of this had not been for nothing. He still needed to defeat more geniuses and gain the recognition of more Outlander races' fate. There was also the matter of points. Now that Zhao Fu had defeated Yu Luohua, he had obtained 1/3 of her points, and he was now ranked 15th. Outside the secret realm, Yu Luohua had just recovered from her injuries, and her expression was cold. She had truly lost this time, and she had been completely defeated. Facing that terrifying attack, she had not been able to retaliate at all, and she even felt a sense of terror. Just who was that young man, and why was he so powerful? Before, she had planned to challenge other geniuses and raise her ranking. Perhaps she would have a chance to pull out the King of Kings sword. However, Zhao Fu's appearance had completely disrupted her plans, and she had been defeated so quickly. At the same time, the elephant person was thinking the same thing. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he looked quite surprised to see Yu Luohua covered in blood. He thought to himself and asked, "Were you also defeated by that person?" Yu Luohua's expression was quite unsightly, and she nodded. She did not say anything and started to recover from her injuries. She still had one more chance to enter, so she had to hurry up and recover. The elephant person felt quite startled. It was just as he had expected. That person was going to challenge the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses one by one. He wondered how far he would be able to go, but seeing that the others had been defeated, he felt a bit better, and he entered the secret realm again. Zhao Fu once again found a genius. He was tall and had explosive muscles, and his skin was the color of iron. He held an axe and gave off an incredibly powerful aura. He was the 8th-ranked Iron Mountain Orc, Gudu. Gudu seemed to be affected by some sort of power and sensed Zhao Fu's existence. He sat on a boulder on a mountain and waited for Zhao Fu to arrive. Zhao Fu was dressed in a black cloak and had a calm expression. He gave off a transcendent aura as he arrived and looked at Gudu. Gudu loudly laughed as he said, "Boy, you're not bad, you were actually able to defeat those two. However, you still dare to challenge me, you're quite bold. Do you know how powerful I am?" Xiaofu calmly took out the sadistic killing sword and said, "You're third. Ha ha ha, boy, you're quite arrogant. I want to see just how strong you are." Gudu loudly laughed as he held his axe and walked towards Xiaofu. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out from Gudu's body, and a black aura flame erupted from his body, sending out wild gales that swept out in all directions. Gudu raised the axe in his hand and started to run. He quickly rushed in front of Xiaofu and sent a powerful wave of power into the axe, causing it to give off countless rays of cold light. He vigorously swung the axe, giving off a ferocious aura as he hacked towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu leapt back and avoided this attack. The axe gave off a cold light as it slammed into the ground, causing the ground to explode and a shockwave spread out, creating a 10 or so meter wide crater. In the air, Xiaofu also acted. He vigorously slashed out with the sadistic killing sword, causing a sharp blood-red arc of light to shoot out. Xing, the Iron Mountain orc Gudu quickly withdrew his axe and blocked Xiaofu's sword arc, causing a metallic collision sound to ring out. Gudu loudly laughed and gripped his axe with both hands as he vigorously slashed out, sending out a powerful axe light towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu sent a wave of power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off a large amount of sword light. At the same time, Xiaofu's sword gave off ferocious sword energy as it slashed out. Bang! The black saber light and blood-red sword light clashed together, resulting in an enormous explosion. Cold light shot everywhere as a powerful shockwave spread out, forcing Xiaofu and Gudu back. Gudu took 2 steps back and Xiaofu took 5 steps back. Gudu was a strength-based expert, and he was even more powerful than Yu Luohua, making him quite difficult to deal with. Thinking about that, everyone felt even more shocked because no one had ever dared to do such a thing before. Those were the Outlander Domain's 10 geniuses, the 10 people who stood at the peak of the Outlander race, and no one had dared to challenge them one by one. Now, this person wanted to challenge the 10 geniuses one by one. While everyone was shocked, they could not help but feel admiration for him for daring to do such a thing. They looked forward to the following battles because they had seen just how terrifying the previous 2 battles were. They naturally understood how intense this battle would be, and just thinking about it made their blood boil. The 2 empires who had wanted to kill Xiaofu were not as angry and instead started to pay attention to Xiaofu. Back at the battlefield. Boom! The Iron Mountain orc Gudu gripped his axe and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive axe light containing terrifying destructive power towards Xiaofu. The air seemed to explode as a massive explosion sounded out. Xing, Xiaofu sent a large amount of power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off a large amount of sword light. A terrifying sword aura spread out, and Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light giving off sharp power. Bang! The 2 sharp lights clashed together with terrifying power, resulting in a massive shockwave. Xiaofu was forced back 10 or so meters while Gudu was only forced back a few steps. Ha ha ha, boy, you're not a match for me. Your cultivation is too low, don't blame me for bullying you. Gudu wildly laughed as he held his axe and rushed at Xiaofu. Gudu quickly arrived in front of Xiaofu and held his axe, which gave off a cold light as he slashed out horizontally, drawing out a powerful arc of light. Xiaofu flipped forwards and avoided this attack. He then jumped behind Gudu and stabbed out with his sword towards Gudu's chest, giving off a large amount of blood-red light. Gudu spun and slashed out with his axe, sending out a powerful gale that forced Xiaofu back a step, causing his attack to miss. Gudu loudly laughed and raised his axe, sending large amounts of power into it, causing it to give off a powerful light. Boom! Gudu vigorously slashed out, and a massive black ray of light blasted towards Xiaofu. It contained immense destructive power, and even the ground cracked open. Xiaofu raised the sadistic killing sword in front of him and unleashed a defensive barrier. Bang! That powerful beam of light rapidly struck Xiaofu, shattering his defensive barrier. Xiaofu was also sent flying, but most of the force was blocked by the barrier, so Xiaofu wasn't injured. At that moment, Gudu caught up to Xiaofu, and his axe gave off a cold light as it horizontally chopped towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu could only use his sword to block in front of him and use all his strength to defend. Bang! Zhao Fu was once again sent flying, but this time, he flew in a different direction and heavily crashed into a large tree. The tree continuously trembled and leaves fell like rain, and a trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's mouth. Guda loudly laughed and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He raised his axe with both hands, which gave off a large amount of cold light and a powerful aura spread out. Boom! A massive axe light containing terrifying power once again slashed out towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, and the axe light split the tree behind Zhao Fu in half. The cut was completely clean. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Gudu and felt furious. His body exploded out with a powerful aura as a black aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body. Gudu did not dare to show any weakness and also exploded out with a powerful aura. A black aura flame also appeared around his body, sending out shockwaves. Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at Gudu and slashed out with his sword. Gudu also gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu, his axe giving off shocking power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the sword and axe collided with terrifying power, causing a shockwave to blow out. Gudu gave a wild smile as he gripped his axe and pressed it towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's sword to be gradually pressed down. Boom! Zhao Fu's expression became savage as he exploded out with an even more powerful aura. The aura flame around his body became even stronger as Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Gudu was forced back 5 or 6 steps. His expression became cold as he exploded out with an even more powerful aura, and the black aura flame around his body became even more intense. Gudu gave off this powerful aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu like a primordial beast. He leapt into the air and gripped his axe with both hands as he slashed down towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Zhao Fu did not move and sent powerful power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off a blinding sword light as a blood-red sword chi spread out. Boom! The axe descended with terrifying power, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. The two of them collided and exploded out with a terrifying destructive power. The ground beneath Zhao Fu's feet cracked for 100 meters before the ground within 100 meters collapsed, forming a 100-meter wide crater. Facing this power, Zhao Fu's arms felt incredibly tired, and his legs became weak. He was unable to stand, and his feet sank into the ground. Roar! Gudu roared as an even more powerful aura exploded out. The black aura flame around his body became many times more powerful, and it almost covered Zhao Fu. Using this power, Gudu vigorously pressed down with his axe. Bang! The ground cracked and Zhao Fu's legs sank into the ground. His expression was quite unsightly as he gripped his sword with great strength. The sword was continuously pressed down by the axe. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar sounded out as Zhao Fu once again ignited his divine bloodline. A transcendent power exploded out as 9 savage-looking black dragons giving off terrifying dragon's might appeared. The aura flame around Zhao Fu's body became many times more powerful, blocking Gudu's ferocious aura flame and clashing with it, sending out wild gales. By now, Zhao Fu's power had increased by many times, and he vigorously slashed out, releasing a terrifying sword energy. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the powerful Gudu was sent flying dozens of meters by Zhao Fu and crashed to the ground. His expression became serious. He understood that if he did not use his full strength, he would most likely lose. However, facing such a powerful opponent, it was worth it for him to use his full strength. Roar! Gudu roared and the black aura flame around his body became many times more powerful, covering the surrounding 10 or so meters. A terrifying power exploded out, causing the ground to continuously crack. Boom! Gudu gave off a ferocious blood-red aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu, giving off a massive sound and giving off shocking sounds like a massive beast. Boom! 9 savage black dragons swam around Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu gave off a terrifying dragon's might as he also rushed at Gudu. A massive sound rang out, and his aura was just as shocking as that of a ferocious dragon. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed together, and Gudu continuously hacked out with his axe, sending out powerful axe lights. Zhao Fu continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out blood-red sword lights that contained immense power, causing explosions to sound out. A powerful gale spread out, causing the ground to continuously crack. Rays of sharp light smashed into the ground. The scene was incredibly terrifying. Roar! Gudu roared and exploded out with a powerful aura. He gripped his axe with both hands and sent terrifying power into it, causing the axe to give off large amounts of light. He vigorously hacked out, sending out a massive axe light that contained destructive power, causing a few thin spatial cracks to fly out. Arg! Zhao Fu loudly roared and ignited all of his divine bloodline's power. A powerful shockwave spread out as massive power entered the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off boundless blood-red sword light. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a brutal and twisted sword light. Bang! The two sharp lights clashed together, and a terrifying destructive power spread out. The ground continuously shook, and the two people were sent flying by the destructive power. They only stopped after flying 100 meters. There was a trace of blood at the corners of their lips as they coldly looked at each other. Boom! Gudu once again exploded out with a terrifying aura, and the massive blood-red aura flame around his body continuously wavered, turning into a large blood-red tiger that gave off shocking power. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as the 9 savage black dragons around Zhao Fu turned into aura flames and dissipated. Zhao Fu's massive black aura flame continuously changed and turned into an enormous savage black dragon. Gudu brought the blood-red tiger that gave off a terrifying aura and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also brought the black dragon that gave off a powerful aura and rushed towards Gudu. The two of them were incredibly fast, and in just an instant, they were less than 5 meters apart. Roar! The blood-red tiger behind Gudu gave a massive roar and boundless blood-red light shined out, dyeing the surroundings blood-red. A powerful aura flowed out from the blood-red tiger's body, causing clouds to swirl. Roar! The black dragon behind Zhao Fu gave a domineering roar and gave off boundless black light, dyeing the surroundings black. An extremely terrifying power exploded out from the black dragon, causing everything to fall into terror. Bang! The two massive beasts gave off immense power as they clashed together, and it was as if two worlds had collided. A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying shockwave blasted out, destroying countless trees and causing boulders to shatter. Zhao Fu and Gudu once again flew back and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Sensing the shockwaves, everyone's expressions fell. How could there be such terrifying shockwaves again? Could it be that two peerless geniuses were fighting? Thinking about that, the nearby people became excited and once again gathered in that direction. They saw that the mysterious cloaked figure was still fighting against the 8th-ranked Iron Mountain Orc. Why was it this person again? He had already challenged 2 top geniuses, and after not seeing each other for 3 days, he had challenged another genius. This sort of person caused countless people to feel admiration and feel that they were inferior to him. At the same time, everyone became even more excited to see what kind of terrifying battle would erupt out between the mysterious cloaked figure and the 8th-ranked Gudu. They wanted to see just how terrifying these peerless geniuses were. Boom! Gudu slashed out with his axe, and a black axe light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, and the axe light slammed into the ground, opening up a massive gash. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a blood-red sword light containing sharp power slashed towards Gudu incredibly quickly. It flashed by in an instant. Gudu vigorously punched out, sending out a terrifying fist energy that slammed into the blood-red sword light. The blood-red sword light shattered, turning into motes of light and dissipating. Zhao Fu's sword gave off a blood-red sword light as it stabbed towards Gudu incredibly quickly, leaving behind a sharp ray of light. Bang! Gudu sent powerful power into the axe, causing it to give off a black light. Gudu vigorously slammed upwards, sending out a massive wave of power and sending the sadistic killing sword flying out of Zhao Fu's hand. Gudu coldly smiled and quickly spun, giving off ferocious power as he kicked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped his right hand into a fist and gathered a powerful wave of power as he vigorously punched out. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the leg and fist collided with great power, sending out a shockwave and forcing the two of them back a few steps. At that moment, Gudu once again heavily slashed out, sending out a powerful axe light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and the sword mark on the back of his hand flashed as a sword filled with deathly chi appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. Holding this sword, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a grey sword light containing icy deathly chi slashed out. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the axe light and sword light collided, causing light to shoot everywhere and a powerful gale to spread out. Gudu roared and once again rushed at Zhao Fu, his axe giving off immense power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a cold sword light towards Gudu. Shing, the two weapons clashed with immense power, resulting in a metallic collision sound and sparks flying everywhere as the shockwave turned into wild gales. The two people's strength was about the same, and they slashed at each other with their weapons, but their attacks were blocked. At that moment, the cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's right eye started to quickly spin, and an eerie ghostly chi spread out. Roar! An evil ghost that was dozens of meters tall and covered with muscles and gave off a powerful aura appeared behind Zhao Fu. It vigorously punched out, sending Gudu flying back and crashing to the ground as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Facing this stalemate, Zhao Fu still used the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Arg! Gudu looked furious as he crawled up from the ground and roared towards the sky. The blood-red totem on his body gave off an intense blood-red light as an extremely terrifying power flowed out of his body. An even more berserk and ferocious aura flame erupted around Gudu's body, causing the ground to continuously collapse. It was unable to withstand his terrifying power. Gudu stood in the air above the crater and held his axe as he coldly looked at Zhao Fu. He gave off a powerful aura as he charged at Zhao Fu. Boom! The cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun as he exploded out with his 6 paths of reincarnation power. Massive amounts of eerie ghostly chi flooded out, covering the surrounding 1,000 meters. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Facing the incoming Gudu, Zhao Fu raised his sword and pointed it at Gudu. The ghostly chi in the surroundings gave off an eerie and powerful aura as it surged towards Gudu. Shing, Gudu gripped his axe and vigorously swung out, sending out a massive axe energy that slashed out with terrifying power, slashing the incoming ghostly chi in half. Boom! Another massive wave of power entered the hatchet, causing it to give off boundless light and terrifying ripples. Gudu raised the hatchet and hacked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent large amounts of 6 paths of reincarnation power into the death disaster sword, causing it to give off boundless deathly chi. Zhao Fu tapped off the ground, causing the ground to crack as he rushed at Gudu, his sword giving off deathly power as it slashed towards Gudu. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the two terrifying powers clashed, sending out shockwaves that rippled out. Bang! 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 Gudu gave off a trace of madness as he continuously hacked out with his axe, sending out powerful axe lights towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out gray sword lights. The two powers continuously clashed, sending out shockwaves. The sounds were massive, causing clouds to swirl and countless trees to sway. The creatures in the surroundings all felt a wave of terror. Arg! Both of them looked quite berserk as they loudly roared and unleashed their greatest power. Their auras intensely clashed as their weapons simultaneously slashed out with terrifying power. Bang! Another terrifying force collided, and the two of them were sent flying back 100 meters, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Gudu's expression was savage as he gripped his hatchet with both hands. The blood-red totem on his body spread to the hatchet, causing the hatchet to become blood-red and give off a destructive aura that could shake people's hearts. Boom! Gudu once again swung his blood-red axe, and 10 or so blood-red axe lights containing immense power slashed towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast and tore through the sky. Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into the death disaster sword, causing it to continuously give off deathly aura. It gave off a powerful sword energy as it slashed forwards, and a gray sword light shattered a few of the axe lights before vigorously slashing out, destroying another few axe lights. At this time 8 or 9 blood-red axe lights, with a formidable power, simultaneously chopped towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was unable to attack, and could only use his sword to block in front of his body. Bang! Zhao Fu was blasted back and slid 10 or so meters, leaving behind 2 tracks on the ground. Gudu held his blood-red axe and once again gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over. The cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's right eye and the 6 gray dots quickly spun as a massive wave of power flooded out. Arg! Howls sounded out as ghouls appeared, giving off destructive power as they rushed at Gudu. They formed a gray tide of ghouls, giving off shocking sounds. Gudu's expression was savage as he continuously swung his blood-red axe. Countless blood-red axe lights containing terrifying power slashed out, splitting apart the ghosts' bodies. After being split apart, the ghosts turned into ghostly chi and dissipated. Suddenly, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu appeared behind Gudu. The sword in his hand gave off a large amount of cold light as Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a powerful gray sword light towards Gudu. Bang! Gudu was given a big fright, but it was too late to react. He was sent flying by Zhao Fu and smashed out a 10 or so meter wide crater on the ground, and a bloody gash appeared on his back. Arg! Gudu furiously roared as an even more terrifying power exploded out. The blood-red axe in his hand gave off boundless blood-red light as a 1,000-meter-long blood-red axe image giving off destructive power gradually appeared, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. A sense of despair spread through countless creatures. Zhao Fu's expression fell as he raised the Death Disaster sword and sent all of his power into it. A beautiful woman wearing a palace dress appeared behind Zhao Fu, and a boundless deathly aura flowed out, causing the surroundings to become icy cold. A deathly aura spread out everywhere, and a deathly intent covered the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Zhao Fu, boom." At that moment, Gudu vigorously swung the blood-red axe, and the 1,000-meter-long blood-red axe image gave off destructive power as it slashed out. An enormous blood-red axe light slashed towards Zhao Fu, causing everything in its path to shatter and causing massive cracks to appear in the space around it. At that moment, Zhao Fu also slashed out with all of his strength. His figure gave off an ocean-like deathly aura as it swept out, causing everything it passed to lose all signs of life. It was as if it could drag the world into death. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth. The two extremely terrifying powers collided, and a terrifying shockwave instantly spread out. The mountains, trees, boulders, and grass in the surrounding 1,000,000 meters were all razed to the ground. The clouds in the sky turned into nothingness, and even the light dimmed. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Just as they had expected, this battle was simply too terrifying and intense. Even though they were watching from the outside, sensing the auras, their bodies instinctively trembled. Both of them did not disappoint them. Both of them displayed incomparably valiant strength, causing them to be both excited and moved. At the same time, they were filled with admiration. At the same time, they rejoiced that they were nearby, which was why they could see such a terrifying battle. Otherwise, they would not have been able to see it with their own eyes, and they would not know who had won. Would it be that mysterious person or the 8th-ranked Gudu? Arg! A loud roar shook the heavens, causing countless people to feel quite startled. They continued to look at the battlefield. The battle was still not over. Gudu stood up, covered with blood, and a blood-red aura flame erupted around him. A heaven-toppling aura spread out from his body as he slowly raised his blood-red axe, and a blood-red light shot into the sky. Immediately, an unimaginably terrifying aura flooded out like a flood, causing the entire world to fall into terror. A 10,000-meter-tall orc image holding a massive blood-red axe appeared behind Gudu, giving off a power that even the heavens and earth could not withstand. The surrounding space continuously tore apart. Countless people looked incredibly shocked as they sensed that 10,000-meter-tall giant's power. They felt that it could casually destroy the heavens and earth. Was this still power that a human could have? The 10,000-meter-tall blood-red orc gave off a heaven-toppling aura as he coldly looked ahead, giving off an icy intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything in front of him. Arg! Another roar sounded out, piercing through the clouds. Zhao Fu's chest was covered with blood, and his body was covered with a terrifying ghostly flame. The cross-shaped pupil and 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun as blood continuously flowed out. A 100-meter-tall ghostly flame burst forth from his body, and an incredibly terrifying aura spread out. An intense gray light covered the surroundings, and massive eerie winds blew out. Countless trees swayed and boulders rolled as the heavens and earth dimmed. Boom! Zhao Fu squatted down and raised his hands, gathering a powerful aura in his hands, and he pressed them against the ground, causing the ground to crack. A massive explosion sounded out as a formless energy spread out from Zhao Fu in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened as traces of ghostly chi continuously flowed out from the ground in the surrounding 100,000 kilometers and quickly gathered in the sky. Large amounts of ghostly chi condensed and covered the entire sky, causing the surrounding dimension to plummet and an eerie coldness. The 10,000-meter-tall blood-red orc image's expression was cold as it sent terrifying power into its blood-red axe. The blood-red axe gave off an intense blood-red light, and a terrifying destructive power spread out, causing the space around it to continuously collapse. Arg! Howls sounded out as the ghostly chi in the sky turned into malicious ghosts that covered the sky. It was like a sea of ghosts, giving off a terrifying aura. The blood-red orc image's cold gaze locked onto Zhao Fu as it raised its axe and vigorously swung down. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as space shattered as a massive blood-red crescent gave off destructive power as it slashed out incredibly quickly. It instantly tore through the sky, seeming to split the heavens and earth in half. The crescent gave off destructive power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. The ground, trees, boulders, and everything in front of Zhao Fu all collapsed and turned into dust. Arg! Zhao Fu roared as he once again pressed down with his hands, causing the ground to crack. The countless ghosts in the sky all looked at the blood-red orc image with their pale eyes. Boom! The malicious ghosts gave off powerful auras and cruel smiles as they rushed towards the blood-red beastmen. They were like rivers of water pouring down, bringing with them world-destroying auras. The world continuously shook under that huge power, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Bang! The two extremely terrifying powers collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. Countless blinding lights instantly spread out, and everything in the surrounding 100,000 meters was reduced to nothingness. Dust filled the air, and the heavens and earth continuously trembled. The destructive aura continuously flowed out, and sensing that terrifying aura, the spectators felt a massive chill in their hearts. They looked incredibly shocked. This power was simply too terrifying. Countless people on the spectator stands were also staring at the battle with excitement, watching the battle between the two peerless geniuses. After everything calmed down, a crater that was over 100,000 meters wide and over 1,000 meters deep had appeared on the ground. The surroundings had been flattened, and there were broken rocks and wood everywhere. It was a complete mess. Everyone searched the huge pit, but they did not find any trace of the two people. Did the battle end in one go? Bang! A pile of rocks flew out as Gudu once again stood up, covered with blood. He held his blood-red axe and looked around savagely. Shing! A sword hum once again sounded out as a blood-red sword light slashed towards Gudu. Zhao Fu appeared behind Gudu, his chest a bloody mess, and he attacked Gudu with his heavily injured body. Gudu held his blood-red axe and vigorously swung it, slashing apart the blood-red sword light. Everyone was once again shocked. The battle was not over yet. However, both of them had used up too much of their strength, and they were both heavily injured, so their attacks were much weaker. Bang! Zhao Fu once again slashed out with all of his strength, and a powerful sword light sent Gudu flying back. Gudu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. In the end, he admitted defeat and left the secret realm. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Only then did the crowd realize that it was him again. This was the third genius who had been defeated by his hands. Furthermore, he didn't use any tricks and relied on his strength to fight. Facing such terrifying strength, the crowd accepted it wholeheartedly and didn't have any objections. Now, countless people felt even more admiration towards Zhao Fu. Before, many people had cursed at Zhao Fu and wanted him to die, but now, their attitudes had completely changed. The power that Zhao Fu had displayed was simply too terrifying, and he had challenged all of the top geniuses one by one. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. Compared to him, being a perverted bandit was not much, and he was just a bit dissolute. In fact, many beautiful women were thinking about how they could take the initiative to serve him if they met him. Originally, the two empires looked quite pleased. If they could have such a peerless genius marry into their empire, the benefits to their empire would be unimaginable. Now, they were no longer thinking about how to kill Zhao Fu but how to have Zhao Fu join them. After all, things had already turned out like this, and the two princesses seemed to like this boy. As such, they could only take a gentler approach. Moreover, they sent people to investigate Zhao Fu's identity to see where he came from and why he had such terrifying power. For such a terrifying genius, his background was most likely not small, and it would be easy to find him. However, everyone was disappointed. Even though they sent people to investigate, they found very little information. It was as if Zhao Fu had just appeared out of nowhere. This made Zhao Fu's identity even more mysterious, and everyone became even more curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Right now, they did not even know what race he was from. From the massive amount of ghostly chi that he had just exploded out, it was very likely that he was from the death race. Anyone who was not from the death race would not be able to do such a thing, but everyone could only guess. After all, Zhao Fu's aura was quite complicated, and no one could tell how strong it was. Now, more and more people started to investigate Zhao Fu's identity, and some higher beings started to feel interested in Zhao Fu. The shockwaves from the battle were sensed by most people in the secret realm, and their expressions became more serious. Even the Sun Elf, who had awakened the 10-colored light and was the most powerful expert in the Outlander domain, felt a trace of pressure, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after him. Of course, for that person to give him a trace of pressure, it was enough for him to be proud of himself. The Sun Elf lightly laughed and looked at the 10-colored light in front of him. He did not pay too much attention to Zhao Fu. He had only defeated the third-to-last person, and there was still a long way to go before he could challenge him. Perhaps he would only be able to challenge one more person before he would not be able to continue. Perhaps he was thinking too much. As the second-ranked Medusa, she started to pay attention to that person. The ripples from that person's battle were incredibly terrifying, and it would not be too difficult for him to defeat the third-to-last person. However, Medusa only took notice of Zhao Fu and did not think too much about it. After all, he had only defeated the third-to-last person. Thinking about that, a trace of condescension appeared on Medusa's face. With her strength, she could easily defeat the third-to-last person. Even if Zhao Fu wanted to challenge her, he did not have the qualifications to do so. Medusa only cared about a single person, which was the Sun Elf. After all, only the Sun Elf was worthy of being her opponent, and she would not even look at anyone else. The treasure dwarf did not think too much about it. Even if he had people challenge the top 10 geniuses, as the third-ranked person, he was still a long way to go. He believed that Zhao Fu had the strength to challenge him, and it was possible that he would be defeated by the geniuses behind him. This was not too likely. No one had ever dared to challenge someone from 10th place to 1st place. After all, it was as difficult as scaling the heavens, and if he could do it, it would be a miracle. Moreover, he had come prepared, and his goal was to defeat Medusa and the Sun Elf. He would be able to pull out the King of King's sword and become the ruler of the Outlander race. He was someone who had challenged the ruler of the Outlander race, so how could he lose to Zhao Fu? If he lost to Zhao Fu, all of his hopes would be gone. The other geniuses became more serious when facing Zhao Fu. They were not as powerful as the top 3, and they were strong enough to deal with him together. The one who was the most serious was the 7th-ranked 3-headed ogre. Now that the 10th, 9th, and 8th-ranked geniuses had all been defeated by him, that person's next target was him. His strength was ranked 7th, so he was naturally the weakest out of the 7 people. Facing the mysterious and terrifying Zhao Fu, he felt immense pressure, and he was worried that he would lose to Zhao Fu, making him feel incredibly humiliated. Moreover, if he lost to Zhao Fu, his chances of pulling out the King of King's sword would become even smaller. After all, he would be weaker than others and his fate would be suppressed, making it impossible for him to pull out the King of King's sword. Unless he was the ruler of destiny, the King of King's sword would belong to him and he would not have to worry about anything else. The 3-headed ogre could only prepare and wait for that person to challenge him. He guessed that that person was most likely injured, and if he challenged him now, he would have a great advantage of being. He could even call a few people to attack Zhao Fu. However, the 3-headed ogre was not a small figure. He came from the most powerful ogre empire and was one of the Outlander domain's top 10 geniuses. Because of this, he had a certain amount of pride, and he would not do such a thing. Moreover, if he did such a thing, because of the spectator stands, everyone would know the next day that he had used such despicable methods, and it would bring shame to the entire family. He could sense a faint power telling him to stay where he was and fight with the mysterious person. This power came from the depths of the secret realm, and the 3-headed ogre understood that this power came from the King of King's mountain at the center. As such, he took it quite seriously. He naturally did not know why the King of King's mountain cared so much about this battle. In the past, only the top 10 geniuses had the qualifications to ascend the King of King's mountain, and some special existences could also ascend. Of course, there would be battles between the two sides, but the King of King's mountain did not care as much. The problem was not with him, it was most likely that the other person was very special, which was why the King of Kings Mountain cared so much. At the same time, news of Zhao Fu challenging the 3 top geniuses spread throughout the secret realm, and there was also some information about Zhao Fu. Heavens! Is that person really only at the Harmony Realm? He defeated 3 Outlander geniuses in a row, just who is that person? That's right. I'm also quite curious about who he is for him to have such terrifying strength. I was fortunate enough to see his battle once, and he didn't use any tricks at all. He directly fought with the top 10 geniuses, resulting in a terrifying battle. I also saw that battle, and my blood boiled. That was the most intense battle I've ever seen in my life. That person is most likely recovering from his injuries, and it's very likely that he will challenge the 7th-ranked 3-headed ogre. I wonder how powerful he is and how many geniuses he will be able to defeat. I feel that with his cultivation, he will at most be able to defeat the 7th-ranked 3-headed ogre. The 6th-ranked ogre has divine realm cultivation, and the difference in cultivation is simply too great. This time, no matter what he did, he won my respect and admiration. Countless people were discussing this matter, causing the secret realm to become incredibly lively. Zhao Fu's fame rose to the peak, and he was not any less famous than a sun elf. Long Yu. The person they're talking about seems to be our husband, the elf princess said to the dragon princess after coming to a gathering place and hearing the discussions around her. They had been separated from Zhao Fu for a while now. Ever since Zhao Fu had said that he was going to chase after the halfling, he had not come back. The women had waited here for a few days and decided to gather at the center of the secret realm, thinking that Zhao Fu would come here. Hearing this, the dragon princess smiled and said, they should be talking about that bad fellow. I knew he wasn't simple, but I'm still quite shocked that he directly challenged the top 10 geniuses and defeated 3 of them. The things that Zhao Fu had done were simply too shocking, and they could not help but feel a trace of worship towards him. After all, they could not do such a thing, and it was enough for him to have such strength to be their man. The elf princess gave a beautiful smile and said, that's right, our husband's performance has greatly surprised us. Husband's performance has greatly surprised us. With his abilities, no matter where he is, he's always so dazzling and will definitely reign above everyone else. We didn't follow the wrong person. The other goddesses also gave happy smiles and felt a trace of pride. To be able to follow such a terrifying existence like Zhao Fu, they had gotten a great deal this time, and Zhao Fu had suffered quite a bit. They still did not know Zhao Fu's true identity, and after finding out, they would most likely be incredibly shocked. After all, Zhao Fu was someone who had shaken the entire heaven domain. Now, countless terrifying factions were searching for him. News of Zhao Fu challenging the 3 top geniuses had spread far and wide. Even the people in the outer regions heard about this, and everyone who had come into contact with Zhao Fu looked incredibly shocked. Go Yan was the most shocked. Thinking about what he had experienced with Zhao Fu, even though he knew that Zhao Fu would be very powerful, he had never thought that he would be able to rival the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses. Those were people who stood at the peak of the world, and he had defeated 3 of them. Thinking about what he had experienced with such existences, Go Yan felt that it was quite surreal. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu, he might not have been able to reach this place. At the same time, Go Yan could not help but sigh. Now that Zhao Fu's power was so terrifying, people of his status could only look up to him. They could not be friends like before, and they could only reach this place. As for the others, they felt that with how terrifying Zhao Fu was, they had to take this opportunity to form a connection with Zhao Fu. That way, they could obtain unimaginable benefits in the future, and they might even be able to enter a realm that they could not reach. Gudu was covered with blood as he returned to the entrance of the secret realm, and he ran into Yu Luohua, who was about to go in. Seeing Gudu covered with blood and heavily injured, Yu Luohua looked quite confused. Gudu was the 8th-ranked genius, so who had injured him to such an extent and forced him out of the secret realm? Even though she felt quite shocked, Yu Luohua quickly thought of a possibility and asked seriously, were you also defeated by that bastard? Gudu's expression was quite unsightly and he nodded, I lost to that boy. Yu Luohua felt a bit better and gave a trace of a smile as she said, was he very powerful? Did he use any terrifying attacks when fighting against you? I was forced back by that extremely terrifying sword chi. If I didn't come out, I might have died at his hands. Good's expression was somewhat serious as he said, "That boy is truly powerful. I used my full strength but was unable to defeat him. I don't feel any resentment, but I can faintly sense that he has not used his full strength and is hiding an even more terrifying power." Good then gave Yu Luohua a brief explanation of his battle with Zhao Fu. Yu Luohua's expression became somewhat serious as she said, "Now that you say it like that, I also feel that that bastard is not simple at all. He didn't use any ghostly power when fighting me, and he didn't use that extermination sword chi when fighting the elephant person." Good said, "Then how many geniuses do you think that kid can defeat?" "I've already been defeated by him, so there's nothing more to say. However, I also want to see the other geniuses defeated by that brat. That way, I'll feel better." Yu Luohua replied seriously, "I'm not sure. His cultivation is quite weak, but who knows what other terrifying power he's hiding. I think he'll at most be able to defeat the fourth-ranked geniuses. As for the top 3 geniuses, we'll all feel quite powerless. Even though he's strong, it's impossible for him to defeat them." Good thought about it and nodded, "I think so too. Also, I don't know who that boy is, his background is simply too mysterious. I've never heard of such a person in the Outlander domain, it's possible that he's from another domain." Yu Luohua lightly nodded, "I'll go in first. In actuality, I don't care too much about the rankings, but I need to get to the King of Kings mountain and see if I can pull out the King of Kings sword." Good nodded and sat down cross-legged to recover from his injuries, preparing to enter the secret realm as soon as possible. The King of Kings sword was everyone's goal, and anyone who could pull it out would become a legendary figure in the Outlander race. They would be the ruler of the Outlander race, the King of Kings. The teachers on the viewing platforms looked at Zhao Fu. They were the teachers on the tall building from before. The elegant-looking woman gave a trace of a smile as she said, "He's already displayed extraordinary power and identity. Do you think he's the person in the prophecy? Was he the one who caused the statue outside?" The gnome elder shook his head, "I don't think so. Every time he fights, he suffers many injuries and feels like he's a bit weak. Also, his cultivation is the same, and there's a big problem with his character. I don't have high hopes for him. Also, we haven't figured out why the 23 statues simultaneously gave off 10-colored light, perhaps it's not what we think." The chubby bear person elder laughed as he said, "Even though he might not be the person in the prophecy, with his strength from fighting 3 top geniuses, his name will shake the Outlander domain and he will become the person with the most potential in our college. Even though he's a bit lecherous, I'm quite interested in him." A serious-looking middle-aged man said, "I'm not interested in him, he can't be the person in the prophecy. Think about how supreme the King of Kings is, and his name shakes the world. Look at that boy, how could he be the person in the prophecy? With his strength, he won't be able to pull out the King of Kings sword, much less become the King of Kings. He's not worthy. Also, the 6th-ranked genius is a divine realm expert, with his harmony realm strength, can he defeat him? I'm guessing that the 7th-ranked genius is his limit, and he won't be able to break through." The fox race man laughed as he said, "There's still a long time before the competition, so we can all see if that boy can defeat the 7th-ranked genius and how he will deal with the even more powerful 6th-ranked genius. I'm sure the results will be revealed soon. When the time comes, we'll talk about who's right and who's wrong." The serious-looking middle-aged man said, "Just look at him. I'm not very interested in him, I feel that the person in the prophecy is still hiding in the crowd. It's still early, and many people have not revealed themselves yet." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Over at Zhao Fu was in a place without anyone else to recover from his injuries. This time, his injuries were slightly lighter than before, and he recovered quite quickly. Zhao Fu only took a day or so to completely recover from his injuries. Now, Zhao Fu had obtained 1/3 of Gudu's points, causing Zhao Fu's ranking to rise to 10th place. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt that the opportunity for the Outlander Emperor Star to awaken had become much greater. Much of the Outlander race's fate fused into Zhao Fu's body and became a part of him. Once his fate reached a certain level, the Outlander Emperor Star would awaken. The 3-headed ogre had been waiting for Zhao Fu for a long time, and his gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body as he said, "You're the person who continuously challenged the 3 geniuses? You look a bit special, but as a prestigious imperial prince, I definitely won't lose to you. Also, what's your name? I don't want to fight with a nameless person. Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing the sadistic killing sword to appear in his hand as he replied, "You don't need to know. All you need to know is that you're the fourth person to lose to me." The three-headed ogre coldly harumphed, "Boy, you're quite arrogant. I want to see just how powerful you are and if you have the power to say such a thing." Boom, a powerful aura exploded out from the three-headed ogre's hand, bringing with it wild gales. The three-headed ogre's body gave off a green light and terrifying power. The three-headed ogre held his spiked club and quickly rushed at Zhao Fu, giving off ferocious sounds. He quickly reached Zhao Fu and vigorously swung his club towards Zhao Fu. In that moment, Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off a terrifying blood-red light as he slashed out. Bang! The two weapons brought with them immense power as they collided together, resulting in a massive explosion and a wild gale that spread out. Arg! The three-headed ogre loudly roared as he gripped his mace with both hands and continuously swung it out. Powerful energy blasted out, giving off massive sounds and shocking sounds. Zhao Fu continuously swung his sword, sending out blood-red sword lights that contained sharp power towards the three-headed ogre. Bang, bang, bang! The sword light that he slashed out was continuously shattered, and the sword and staff continuously clashed, resulting in shockwaves. The ground started to crack, and Zhao Fu's body was slowly pushed back until he was 4 meters away. Boom! At that moment, the ogre sent even more power into his mace and once again vigorously swung it, sending out a terrifying mace image towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could shatter a boulder. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Zhao Fu was forced back 10 or so meters before stopping. He felt a jolt of pain in his arm. As the 7th-ranked ogre, he was naturally much stronger than the 8th-ranked Gudu. With just his brute strength, he was able to suppress Zhao Fu. Ah! The three-headed ogre once again roared and gave off a ferocious aura as he charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as a black aura flame appeared around his body, and a terrifying power burst forth. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive blood-red crescent containing a ferocious aura slashed towards the three-headed ogre. Boom! The ogre vigorously swung out with great force, shattering the incoming blood-red crescent, causing it to turn into motes of light and dissipate. Swish! Zhao Fu leapt forwards and appeared above the three-headed ogre, and his sword gave off a blood-red sword light as it slashed down, giving off a powerful sword energy. The three-headed ogre gripped his mace and vigorously swung it towards Zhao Fu with great force. Bang! The two powerful forces once again clashed, resulting in a massive explosion. A wild gale spread out, causing the surrounding trees to continuously sway. The three-headed ogre roared as he continuously swung his mace, sending out terrifying energy that caused the air to explode. Zhao Fu continuously slashed out, sending out countless sword lights that gave off sharp auras as he attacked the three-headed ogre. Bang, bang, bang! Massive sounds rang out as the two powerful powers continuously clashed against each other. Powerful shockwaves blasted out, causing gales to blow out. The ground continuously cracked and rocks flew everywhere. The sounds were incredibly powerful. The people on the viewing platforms watched the battle seriously. Just as they had expected, Zhao Fu had once again challenged the 7th-ranked three-headed ogre. Now, there would be another intense battle. Now, this battle was ranked first on the rankings, and it greatly surpassed the Sun Elf battle. The Sun Elf was still a creature with very few points, and it was not a challenge at all. He would be instantly killed, while Zhao Fu was facing off against two geniuses. Evidently, everyone would choose the latter. No one could predict the outcome of this battle, and they could only watch to see what kind of terrifying power the two geniuses would unleash. Arg! The three-headed ogre roared as he raised his mace with both hands. The mace gave off an intense green aura flame and gave off a destructive aura as it ferociously slammed towards Zhao Fu. Shing! A clear sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu sent powerful power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off a blinding blood-red sword light. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a terrifying sword light ferociously slashed towards the three-headed ogre. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two people clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. A powerful destructive power blasted out as both of them flew back 10 or so meters, and blood leaked out of their lips. The three-headed ogre looked furious and exploded out with an even more powerful aura. The green aura flame around him doubled in size, creating an even larger gale. With this power, the three-headed ogre rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he also exploded out with terrifying power. The black aura flame around him became even more intense, and with this power, Zhao Fu also rushed at the three-headed ogre. Bang! The two weapons once again clashed, and a green and blood-red shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack. The two of them faced off, with the three-headed ogre holding his mace and Zhao Fu holding the sadistic killing sword. The two weapons gave off immense power as they clashed. At that moment, the three-headed ogre's two heads opened their mouths, and countless rays of green light spread out as a terrifying aura spread out. Boom! Boom! Two rays of light that looked like green flames shot out with immense power, resulting in two massive explosions. They shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier. Bang! Because they were simply too close, before Zhao Fu's defensive barrier could even form, the two rays of light pierced through the barrier and hit Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to fly back. Just as Zhao Fu crashed to the ground, two bloody holes appeared on his body. The three-headed ogre's three heads opened their mouths, and countless rays of green light shot out. Boom! 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 Three rays of light that looked like green flames shot out with terrifying power. They were incredibly fast and tore through the air. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! This time, Zhao Fu's reactions were quite fast, and he dodged the three beams of light. The three-headed ogre's expression was savage as its three mouths once again gave off intense light, and an even more dangerous aura spread out. Boom! 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 Three beams of green light containing terrifying power shot out, resulting in three massive explosions and giving off shocking auras as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side, once again avoiding the attack. The three-headed ogre felt quite annoyed, and once again opened its mouths, causing countless rays of green light to spread out. Boom! 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 Fire-like beams of green light containing terrifying power continuously shot towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu could only continuously dodge. As the beams of light hit the ground, they blasted out large craters. Rocks flew everywhere. Soon, dozens of large craters appeared in the ground, and there were countless rocks and wooden shards everywhere. There was also a dust cloud, creating a terrifying scene. Bang! Another beam of green light shot over, and this time, Zhao Fu was unable to dodge. He was once again hit by the beam of light, and his body flew back and crashed to the ground. The three-headed ogre savagely grinned and opened its mouths. Green light once again spread out, and three beams of green light containing immense power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu got up from the ground, a furious look on his face. Facing the three beams of green light, Zhao Fu sent massive amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off an intense sword light that covered the surrounding 1,000 meters. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword light that destroyed the three beams of green light, causing them to turn into green flames and spread out. At the same time, Zhao Fu looked at the three-headed ogre, and the cross-shaped pupil and 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun as a massive wave of ghostly chi containing a ferocious aura rushed towards the three-headed ogre. Arg! The massive wave of ghostly chi instantly turned into countless malicious ghosts that gave savage smiles as they flooded towards the three-headed ogre. The three-headed ogre coldly harumphed and swung the mace in his hand, sending out a shocking wave of power. Waves of terrifying energy rushed towards the malicious ghosts, and the countless malicious ghosts that rushed over were destroyed into ghostly chi and dissipated. Xing! A sword hum suddenly sounded out from behind the three-headed ogre as Zhao Fu held the sadistic killing sword, which gave off an intense blood-red light, and appeared behind the three-headed ogre. The three-headed ogre was given a big fright and hurriedly tried to attack, but it was already too late. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the ogre was sent flying and crashed dozens of meters away. There was a gash on his back from which blood continuously flowed out. The three-headed ogre furiously crawled up from the ground and savagely roared, "Brat, you've angered me, I'll kill you now." Boom! A massive aura spread out as the green aura flame around the three-headed ogre's body spread out to cover the surrounding 100 meters. The ground started to crack, and a massive might covered the surroundings, causing the air to sink. Bang! The three-headed ogre held his club and gave off a terrifying aura flame as he rushed at Zhao Fu, giving off terrifying sounds. Everywhere the green aura flame passed, the ground would cave in, and trees and rocks would be destroyed. Boom! Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he exploded out with a terrifying black aura flame that covered the surrounding 100 meters. It gave off a terrifying might, and the ground continuously cracked as Zhao Fu rushed at the three-headed ogre. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as two 100-meter-wide aura flames, one green and one black, ferociously clashed together, creating an intense gale that spread out in all directions. The two waves of aura flames repelled each other, but the two people with the two waves of aura flames continued to charge at each other. The three-headed ogre roared and gripped his club, blocking the ferocious power as he smashed it towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped the sadistic killing sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out an incredibly sharp sword light as he slashed towards the three-headed ogre. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out in all directions as the two weapons collided, causing a terrifying explosion to spread out, causing the ground to crack and collapse. Countless rays of blinding light spread out. The two people were blasted back and crashed to the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood as a crater that was hundreds of meters wide appeared between them. Zhao Fu got up from the ground and wiped away the blood at his lips before turning into a ray of light and rushing at the three-headed ogre. The three-headed ogre also got up from the ground, looking furious as he held his club and rushed at Zhao Fu. Clang! Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out an enormous blood-red sword light towards the three-headed ogre. The three-headed ogre dodged to the side, avoiding Zhao Fu's attack, and he swung his club with immense power. Zhao Fu retracted his sword and used it to block in front of him. The mace slammed against the sword with immense force, forcing Zhao Fu back a few steps. The three-headed ogre raised his club and gave off a shocking aura as he smashed it towards Zhao Fu's head, wanting to smash Zhao Fu's head to pieces. A wave of power entered the sadistic killing sword, causing it to give off boundless sword light, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. Bang! The two weapons collided, resulting in an explosion, and the two people once again took a few steps back. The three-headed ogre's three mouths opened and countless rays of green light shot out. Three powerful rays of green light containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly and were about to hit Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu unleashed a defensive barrier, and the three rays of green light slammed into the barrier. The massive power shattered the barrier, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying back. At the same time, the cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun and a massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out, forming an evil spirit that was dozens of meters tall and covered with powerful muscles. After this evil spirit appeared, it raised a fist and vigorously punched out, giving off terrifying power. The three-headed ogre was given a big fright and blocked with his club, but he was still sent flying by that massive power. Both of them once again got up from the ground. Boom! The three-headed ogre's expression was savage as he raised his club with both hands and a terrifying wave of power entered it. The club gave off an intense light and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to change. Three massive mites spread out, causing all creatures in the surroundings to fall into terror. Three 1,000-meter-long wolves covered with green fur, blood-red eyes, and mouths full of fangs appeared, looking at Zhao Fu coldly and savagely. Roar! 9 ferocious and domineering black dragons appeared beside him, accompanied by a powerful draconic might. That terrifying power caused the surroundings to fall into silence. Zhao Fu gripped the sadistic killing sword and the 9 black dragons around him flowed into the sadistic killing sword. The blood-red sadistic killing sword became black and dragon inscriptions appeared on it. It gave off an extremely powerful sword light, causing the space around it to twist. Boom! The three-headed ogre raised his club and heavily smashed it down. The 3 terrifying wolves gave off shocking auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Xing! Zhao Fu also slashed out, causing 9 massive black dragons to flood out, giving off terrifying auras and terrifying power as they rushed towards the three-headed ogre. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out, echoing through the world. The 2 extremely terrifying powers collided, and a terrifying destructive power instantly spread out. The ground was lifted up layer by layer before shattering into countless pieces, and everything within it was reduced to dust. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out, causing countless trees to be uprooted and boulders to be blown into the sky. Sand and dust flew everywhere. Sensing these shocking shockwaves, the countless people in the surroundings looked delighted and expectant, as it was another intense battle between two geniuses. It was possible that the person who had continuously challenged three geniuses would challenge the fourth genius. When everyone arrived, they saw that mysterious person and the seventh-ranked three-headed ogre fighting intensely. It's him. Everyone could not help but feel delighted. They had great expectations for Zhao Fu and wanted to see just how many geniuses he could challenge and how far he could go. What Zhao Fu was doing was something that countless people wanted to do but had no hope of succeeding. However, Zhao Fu had succeeded, and this made Zhao Fu a figure of worship in everyone's hearts. He was someone who encouraged them. Xing, an enormous sword light flew out, bringing with it an enormous storm of sword chi as the three-headed ogre slashed out. The ogre gripped his mace with both hands and swung it with all his might. A massive force, along with a ferocious gale, smashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The two waves of power clashed together, turning into an even more terrifying storm that blasted out in all directions. At that moment, the three-headed ogre opened its mouth and countless rays of green light shot out. 3 powerful rays of green light containing terrifying power streaked through the air and shot towards Zhao Fu. The cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye continuously spun as countless traces of ghostly chi flowed out from behind him, turning into 3 gusts of air that gave off cold and powerful power as they rushed towards the three-headed ogre incredibly ferociously. Bang! 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 3 massive explosions sounded out as 3 rays of light and 3 streams of ghostly chi collided. Boundless ghostly chi and cold light shot out in all directions, creating a shocking scene. Clang! Zhao Fu once again rushed at the three-headed ogre and slashed out with his sword, sending out a ray of sword light towards the three-headed ogre's throat. The three-headed ogre used his mace to block and blocked Zhao Fu's attack before raising his leg and kicking towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this kick, and he once again slashed towards the three-headed ogre. The three-headed ogre once again blocked with his mace before clenching his fists and punching out, sending a terrifying fist energy towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu also clenched his fists and punched out, sending out a terrifying fist energy. Bang! The 2 fists collided, resulting in an explosion, and both of them were forced back a few steps. Arg! The three-headed ogre roared as a powerful aura exploded out, causing a wild gale to blow. A terrifying power flowed out and entered the mace, causing it to give off an incredibly dangerous aura. Bang! 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 The three-headed ogre continuously swung his mace, sending out massive afterimages that seemed to cover the sky. They gave off immense destructive power as they continuously smashed towards Zhao Fu, causing massive sounds to ring out. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he continuously slashed out sword light to block. The power of the afterimages was simply too great, causing Zhao Fu's body to continuously retreat. The web between his thumb and index finger had already split open, and he felt a wave of pain on the back of his hand. Bang! Another massive afterimage smashed towards him, and Zhao Fu blocked with his sword. Even though he had blocked this attack, Zhao Fu's body was sent flying backwards. Bang! 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 Just as Zhao Fu stopped himself, the three-headed ogre once again rushed up, sending out massive afterimages of his mace towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Facing the incoming three-headed ogre, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and took out the Death Disaster sword. 2 massive waves of power entered the 2 swords, causing them to give off intense sword light and powerful sword chi to spread out, creating a sword chi storm. Xing! A sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu joined the 2 swords together, forming a 10 or so meter long sword of light. A terrifying sword energy flowed out, causing the surrounding space to twist. Boom! Facing the incoming afterimages, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive sword light with terrifying power. It seemed to be able to tear open space, causing small spatial cracks to appear. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the terrifying cudgel images that filled the sky were shattered by the sword strike, turning into afterimages and dissipating. The three-headed ogre was also sent flying. Arg! The three-headed ogre roared as he once again rushed over. The mace in his hand gave off an intense green light, and he vigorously swung it, causing a massive green wolf to howl and give off a ferocious aura as it leapt at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped the sword of light with both hands and fearlessly rushed at the massive wolf. The distance between the 2 of them quickly closed, and the wolf opened its mouth and savagely bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword light that split the wolf in half from head to tail, causing it to turn into countless traces of green aura and disappear. The three-headed ogre's expression was quite unsightly as he continuously swung his mace, causing terrifying power to spread out. Savage wolves gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as Zhao Fu rushed up and slashed out, sending out a powerful sword energy that slashed apart one of the wolves. He then stabbed out, sending out a sharp sword light that pierced through another wolf's body. He then vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword light that split the wolf in half. Seeing Zhao Fu continuously attacking, the three-headed ogre hardened his heart and exploded out with a powerful aura. He gripped his mace with both hands and continuously spun it. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble. This ridiculously powerful tornado seemed to stir up the heavens and earth, resulting in a massive explosion and giving off a destructive pressure. The ground continuously cracked, and the surrounding space was unable to withstand this power and continued to crack. What was even more terrifying was that the tornado produced an extremely shocking power. The surrounding trees, ground, and rocks were all sucked into the tornado, and in an instant, they were turned into dust and disappeared. The people in the surroundings and on the viewing platforms felt quite shocked. Seeing that the tornado seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, who could stop it? It seemed that this ogre had greatly improved and was even more powerful than before. Now, facing this apocalyptic power, how would that mysterious person deal with it? Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu. They wanted to see what Zhao Fu would do next. If he could not block this attack, the one who would lose would definitely be Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu raised the sword of light with both hands and pointed it towards the sky. He ignited his divine bloodline and a terrifying wave of power exploded out, entering the sword of light. The sword of light exploded out with a supreme sword chi that instantly spread out, tearing apart the surrounding space. A gray and blood-red sword light shot into the sky and heaven and earth power madly gathered, forming a massive vortex in the sky that absorbed massive amounts of heaven and earth power. The sword of light that was only 10 or so meters long instantly became a 1,000-meter-long sword of light and gave off a world-shaking aura. Rumble. The terrifying tornado gave off destructive power as it rushed towards Zhao Fu's side, seeming to be completely unstoppable. Facing the incoming tornado, Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he gripped the sword of light with both hands and slashed down with all of his strength. Boom! An incredibly massive sword light containing world-destroying power slashed out, bringing with it a boundless sword wind as it slammed into the massive tornado, resulting in a shocking explosion. The sword light gave off a power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything, while the tornado gave off power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The two of them clashed, causing shocking shockwaves to ripple out as terrifying gales swept out in all directions. Bang! In the end, the sword light was victorious. It split apart the massive tornado, causing it to dissipate into countless wild gusts of wind. The ogre at the center was sent flying by the sword energy, crashing into a large mountain with blood all over his body. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Zhao Fu gave off a transcendent aura as he stood in the air, holding a sword in each hand. The 1,000-meter-long sword of light had already disappeared. He won! Countless people shouted excitedly. They had witnessed Zhao Fu successfully challenge a genius, and they were also very excited, their blood surging. Now, he was the fourth. There were still 6 of the top 10 geniuses left. They didn't know how many more steps Zhao Fu could take, but he definitely wouldn't disappoint them. Also, where did this mysterious person come from? Countless people were curious about this matter. Someone said in admiration, "It would be great if I had such great power. I also want to challenge geniuses and shake the Outlander domain with my might. I want to stand above everyone and feel countless people's gazes of respect and worship." Suddenly, an astonished voice sounded. The rankings haven't changed. That ogre hasn't lost yet. Boom! Just as that voice sounded out, an unimaginably powerful aura exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as the mountain was instantly devoured by a ray of green light and disappeared. At the center, a figure appeared. It was that ogre. However, his appearance had greatly changed. 3 of his heads had grown horns and his face was even more hideous and savage. The fangs in his mouth were even larger than before, and his hands were like sharp claws. He also had a tail. "It's heaven-devouring." Seeing the ogre's appearance, everyone cried out. Heaven-devouring was the ogre empire's most powerful technique, and even within the ogre empire, very few people could use it. Almost all of them had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, and seeing a World Realm ogre use it, many people were shocked. The ogre's dark green eyes looked at Zhao Fu and he grabbed out with his hand, causing a massive wave of power to gather in his hand and form a green energy orb. Bang! The ogre vigorously swung out, causing the green energy orb to fly out and quickly become larger. It became a 100-meter wide green orb of light and gave off a powerful aura as it smashed towards Zhao Fu. Facing the incoming orb of light, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a blood-red sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards the green orb of light. However, something shocking happened. When the sword light slashed towards the green orb of light, it was instantly absorbed by the green orb of light and was not affected at all. The green orb of light continued to give off a powerful aura as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The green orb of light hit where Zhao Fu had been standing and exploded out with boundless green light. A massive explosion sounded out as the surrounding space disappeared and a circular black hole appeared, making it seem as if space was missing a piece. Seeing this power, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. This power was quite terrifying and seemed to be able to devour space. Bang! Suddenly, the ogre appeared in front of Zhao Fu and its hand gave off a terrifying green light as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu, resulting in a massive explosion. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier. However, he was sent flying by that power and heavily crashed into the ground, opening up a large crater. The ogre stood in the air and looked quite condescending as he said, "You're not a match for me at all. I should thank you for helping me comprehend heaven-devouring. Now, scram and you can keep your life." Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he said mockingly, "Is that so? Then let me see heaven-devouring's power and see if it can devour me." "Humph. As you wish." The ogre coldly harumphed and his body exploded out with intense light, forming a 1,000-meter wide green orb of light. It looked like a green sun, and the ogre stood at the center like a godly spirit. Boom! The green sun exploded out with an intense green light that illuminated the heavens and earth, and a terrifying devouring power spread out. The mountains, trees, ground, rocks, and rivers seemed to be devoured, and the sky seemed to turn into nothingness and fall into darkness. It was as if the entire world was being devoured by the green sun. The countless people on the viewing platforms looked incredibly shocked. This was the first time many of them had seen heaven-devouring's power. It was so terrifying that they could not even imagine how easily it could devour the heavens and earth. No wonder it was called heaven-devouring. After being hit by the green light, Zhao Fu felt an incredibly powerful power ferociously devouring him. However, Zhao Fu did not feel much fear. His eyes gradually became blood-red and his pupils became rose-like, giving off a trace of evilness, devilishness, and darkness. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu lay on the ground with blood leaking out of his eyes. The sky was covered by a layer of black and blood-red starlight, and the starlight condensed into a pillar of starlight that landed on Zhao Fu's body, causing an extremely terrifying power to explode out. The ground trembled violently, and countless pale white tendrils shot out of the ground. The ground seemed to shatter, and everything was filled with those pale white tendrils. After the roots shot out, they brought with them a shocking aura as they surged towards the sky. It was as if they could cover the sky, and they were unstoppable. The three-headed ogre was given a big fright and roared, and the green sun gave off an even more intense green light as a terrifying devouring power spread out. Everything was once again turned into nothingness, creating a terrifying scene. However, the countless roots that had shot out of the ground showed no fear at all and continued to shoot towards the three-headed ogre with ferocious power. Bang! A shocking explosion once again sounded out as the two terrifying powers collided. A terrifying shockwave rippled out, uprooting countless trees and blowing boulders into the sky. Even the people standing on the outskirts were affected by the shockwave and quickly retreated. Bang! Bang! Massive explosions sounded out as something shocking happened. The green light that seemed to be able to devour everything was unable to devour the roots, and the pale white roots seemed to have devouring power as they devoured the green light and shot towards the three-headed ogre even more ferociously. The ogre's expression fell, and it wanted to release an even more intense light. However, countless tendrils shot out of the green ball of light with immense power towards it. The ogre had no choice but to retreat, or else it would die here. Countless people stared at this scene in shock. Just what were these roots? They were so terrifying that even the devouring heaven and earth devouring heaven could not devour them, and they were instead devoured by the roots. Looking at the densely packed roots, everyone felt quite terrified. Moreover, the starlight in the sky gave off an extremely powerful demonic energy. And it was something that only the demon race's stars could have. Just who was Zhao Fu? Now, everyone was even more curious about Zhao Fu's identity, because he had previously released the terrifying power of the Ghost Clan, and now, he had also released the terrifying power of the Demon Clan, causing Zhao Fu to become even more mysterious. Now that everyone had seen the ogre retreat, they confirmed that Zhao Fu had once again won and successfully challenged the fourth-ranked genius. Countless people had happy smiles on their faces. The excitement from before had yet to fade, and this battle did not disappoint them. It was another exciting and hot-blooded battle. There were no tricks, only strength. A showdown. Now, Zhao Fu also had a group of supporters. Although they knew that Zhao Fu was a bit dissolute, with his strong charm, he still convinced many people. The starlight in the sky disappeared, and the countless tendrils disappeared. The world once again returned to normal, and this time, Zhao Fu had not received any heavy injuries. He found a place to recover his strength and prepare to fight his next opponent. After defeating the ogre, Zhao Fu obtained another 1/3 of his points, causing his ranking to rise by another 2 places. More Outlander fate fused into his body, and his chances of awakening the Emperor Star became greater. Outside the secret realm door, the ogre retreated, covered with blood. Gudu, who was outside recovering, smiled because he had already guessed that the ogre had been defeated by that person. Seeing Gudu smile, the ogre said unhappily, "What's there to be happy about? Didn't you also lose to that brat?" Gudu said mockingly, "The key is that your ranking is higher than mine. Since you lost, I naturally have nothing to say. Also, your strength is only SOSO, and you also lost to that brat." The ogre coldly harumphed, "Even so, I'm still stronger than you. Also, that brat's power is unfathomable, and he might be hiding some terrifying power. This time, I wholeheartedly accept my loss and do not feel any resentment." Gudu felt quite surprised and asked seriously, "Did he explode out with some power to defeat you?" The ogre coldly laughed, "Why would I tell you? If you have the ability, go and try again and see how much of his power you can unleash." Gudu looked quite displeased and felt quite shocked. Just how much more terrifying power was that mysterious person hiding? A day later, Zhao Fu had fully recovered, and he found his next opponent, the 6th-ranked lion person, Medeo. The difficulty of challenging him was greatly increased, as the lion person's cultivation was at the divine realm, which was not something that heaven and earth realm cultivators could compare to. The lion person also held a spear and waited for Zhao Fu to arrive according to the guidance of some sort of power. At that moment, the lion person's sharp, white eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body as he said, "It's already a miracle that you've come this far. However, you'll die here, I won't lose to you. Also, your cultivation is too low." Zhao Fu calmly replied, "Is that so? Let's compete and we'll know." The lion person gave a trace of a cold smile as he said, "That's just what I wanted. I want to see what's special about you and whether or not you're worth my attention." Boom, a powerful aura exploded out, sending out gales as the lion person held his spear and started to attack Zhao Fu. The lion person turned into a ray of light and rushed in front of Zhao Fu, his spear giving off a white light as he stabbed towards Zhao Fu, causing the air to explode. Zhao Fu took out the sadistic killing sword and slashed out with a sword light, knocking the spear off course. The lion person then put the spear away and vigorously stabbed out again, sending out a spear light towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu once again slashed out, knocking the spear off course. The lion person spun and stabbed out with his spear, sending out a sharp arc of light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's heart tightened and he blocked with his sword. Bang! Zhao Fu felt a massive force hit him and his body slid back 10 or so meters before stopping. The lion person instantly caught up to Zhao Fu and stabbed out with his spear like a bolt of lightning. Facing this attack, Zhao Fu immediately unleashed a defensive barrier. The lion person coldly laughed and sent a powerful wave of power into the spear, causing it to give off an intense white light as the lion person vigorously stabbed out. Bang! A powerful white light stabbed out, slamming into Zhao Fu's defensive barrier with terrifying power. The defensive barrier directly shattered, and Zhao Fu's body flew back. He crashed to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. The people on the viewing platforms understood how difficult this battle would be, and it was possible that Zhao Fu would be stopped here. After all, the lion person was simply too powerful. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu exploded out with a terrifying aura. A black aura flame appeared around his body as he used his full strength. Boom! The lion person gave a cold smile and also exploded out with a powerful aura. A white aura flame appeared around his body, and a terrifying power spread out. The two of them gave off powerful auras as they rushed at each other. The lion person held his spear and quickly stabbed towards Zhao Fu, sending out sharp spear lights, while Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out terrifying sword lights, destroying the incoming spear lights. Bang! 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 Massive sounds rang out as the sword light and spear light continuously clashed, creating shockwaves that turned into wild gales that blew out. The lion person looked at Zhao Fu condescendingly. He now knew how strong Zhao Fu was, and even though he was quite powerful, he had the advantage in terms of cultivation and could easily deal with Zhao Fu. Before, he had overestimated Zhao Fu. Bang! 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 The lion person gave a condescending smile as he gripped his spear with both hands and stabbed out even faster, sending out sharp white spear lights towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out blood-red sword lights that destroyed the incoming spear lights. However, facing such ferocious attacks, Zhao Fu continuously retreated, and he was completely suppressed by the lion person. Arg! A trace of anger appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he roared and exploded out with all of his power. An even greater black aura flame flowed out, covering the surrounding 10 meters, including the lion person. At the same time, Zhao Fu's strength increased by many times. Xing! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red sword light that gave off terrifying power, slashing the incoming spear lights into motes of light and causing them to disappear. The lion person was forced back a few steps by this attack, and his expression became cold as he also exploded out with a terrifying aura. The white aura flame around his body was even larger than Zhao Fu's, and he vigorously stabbed out with his spear, sending out a powerful white ray of light that tore through the air. Bang! Facing the spear, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword light that slammed into the incoming white ray of light. A massive explosion sounded out, and a terrifying energy blasted out, forcing Zhao Fu back a few steps. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded out as the aura flame behind the lion person condensed into a massive white lion. The lion person stabbed out with his spear, and gave off a powerful aura as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Roar! Zhao Fu immediately sent large amounts of power into the sadistic killing sword, causing it to seem to be dyed black. He vigorously slashed out, and a savage black dragon gave off terrifying destructive power as it rushed towards the massive white lion. Bang! The white lion gave off countless rays of white light as it clashed with the black dragon, giving off intense black light, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying power blasted out, causing the ground to collapse. Rocks flew everywhere and dust rose up. Both of them were hit by that terrifying power, and the white lion person was forced back 5 or 6 steps while Zhao Fu flew back 10 or so meters before crashing to the ground and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the people on the viewing platforms felt quite disappointed. From the start of the battle until now, that mysterious person had been suppressed by the lion person and had not been able to retaliate at all. It was possible that he was not a match for this lion person. After all, the difference in cultivation was simply too great. The lion person had a great advantage, and if that mysterious person had world realm power, he might have been able to put up a fight. However, he only had harmony realm cultivation. Just as everyone had expected, that mysterious person would be stopped at the hands of the 6th-ranked person. At first, they had held a trace of hope, but now that they had personally seen it, they felt quite disappointed. Many people had hoped that Zhao Fu would be able to challenge the top three, but it seemed that this was not possible. Back at the battlefield, the lion person held his spear and gave off an enormous aura flame as he once again rushed at Zhao Fu and coldly laughed as he said, "With your current strength, you're still a bit too weak against me. It's best if you admit defeat and don't suffer too much." Zhao Fu got up from the ground and wiped away the blood at his lips. The lion person was right, the difference between Harmony Realm Cultivation and Divine Realm Cultivation was simply too great, and it was very difficult to make up for this difference. Facing the lion person's words, Zhao Fu put away the sadistic killing sword and said seriously, "You have the right to make me use my full strength." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the people on the viewing platforms looked quite confused. Hadn't that been his full strength just then? However, the power that Zhao Fu had exploded out with was already terrifying enough. Was that his full strength? Just how powerful was Zhao Fu? Moreover, his cultivation was only at the Harmony Realm and he did not seem to be hiding his cultivation. What kind of power did he have? Was he boasting and acting cool? Or was he hiding some terrifying power? The lion person laughed. He did not believe that Zhao Fu had any more power. With his divine realm cultivation, he could completely suppress Zhao Fu. Now was the time to teach Zhao Fu a lesson and show Zhao Fu how high the heavens were. Roar! The white aura flame around the lion person's body once again condensed into a massive white lion that gave off a terrifying aura. The lion person gave off a monstrous aura as it rushed at Zhao Fu like a ferocious beast, causing anyone to feel fear. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he grabbed at the air, and a black and red sword giving off a simple and ancient aura appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. "Sword Master!" Zhao Fu lightly cried out as a massive wave of sword chi exploded out from the sword, creating a terrifying sword chi storm that swept out. The ground, trees, and rocks were all left with gashes, causing people's hairs to stand on end. It was incredibly dangerous, and even the heavens and earth felt a chill. Sensing this terrifying sword chi, the lion person looked quite startled, and Zhao Fu slashed out. Xing, an extremely sharp sword light instantly slashed out, slicing through the air as if it had split the air into two. All the trees and boulders within a radius of several thousand meters were cut in half, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Bang! The lion person was sent flying back and only stopped after crashing into a large tree, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. His face was filled with anger. The people on the viewing platforms were also quite shocked as they looked at Zhao Fu's sword strike. It was incredibly terrifying. Was this his true power? If it was, then it was even more powerful than before. At the same time, some people sensed that the sword in Zhao Fu's hand was not simple at all, and it contained unimaginably terrifying power. Arg! Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a formless sword intent flew out, seeming to split space in half. A massive crack appeared, and the two incoming spears of light were cut in half, turning into motes of light and dissipating. After slashing apart the two spears of light, Zhao Fu continued to rush at the lion person. The lion person's expression was cold as he raised a hand, and an even greater amount of heaven and earth power gathered, forming a suction force that caused the lion person's hand to descend. Boom! 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 5 1,000-meter-long white spears of light containing terrifying power shot out from the sky incredibly quickly. They were like 5 rays of light, leaving behind 5 traces as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The 5 spears did not give Zhao Fu any time to react and slammed into the ground, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out, destroying everything and causing the ground to violently tremble. The spectators could not help but gulp. Seeing the lion person's terrifying power, their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Was that mysterious person still alive? Ordinary people would have been blasted to bits. Xing, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as a black sword light shot into the sky, slashing the 5 white spears of light into countless motes of light and causing them to dissipate. The black sword light shot into the sky, and heaven and earth power madly gathered, forming an enormous black vortex that gave off a terrifying might. A black and blood-red magic formation appeared in the sky, giving off boundless black and blood-red light. A heaven-piercing sword intent instantly descended from the magic formation, inundating everything. Under that sword intent, everything was reduced to nothingness, unable to resist at all. The lion person felt quite startled and his expression became quite unsightly. Sensing this terrifying power, he roared and raised his hands, causing a terrifying white aura flame to rush into the sky, and heaven and earth power madly gathered in the sky. The spear absorbed countless traces of heaven and earth power and gave off intense white light that covered the sky. 1,000-meter-long spears of light appeared, and there were 100 or so of them. They gave off incredibly sharp auras as if they could pierce through everything and gave off an aura of death. Now, half of the sky was white and filled with sharp spear lights, while the other half was black and filled with sharp sword intents. The two intensely clashed, giving off terrifying ripples. Within the crater in the ground, Zhao Fu raised the Emperor Killer with a cold gaze. The black and blood-red magic formation in the sky slowly spun and an aura of annihilation flowed out as Zhao Fu's sword descended. Boom boom boom, deafening explosions resounded in the sky. Within the black and blood-red spell formation, rays of blood-red sword light suddenly shot down, seeming to slice the world into pieces. The space was like a shattered mirror. When the sword light landed on the ground, the terrifying power caused the ground to shatter. Boom boom boom, the lion person controlled the 101,000-meter-long spears of light in the sky and aimed them at Zhao Fu. They then gave off terrifying piercing power as they shot out, leaving behind white traces as if they could pierce through the heavens and earth. Bang, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded out, and the world seemed like it was going to split apart. The two attacks collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Everything within 1,000 miles was instantly turned into nothingness, and a terrifying shockwave spread out like a bolt of lightning. The ground collapsed layer by layer as countless boulders and trees were turned to dust. Sand covered the sky, and the heavens and earth violently trembled as if they were about to be destroyed. Traces of aura that could cause people to feel despair rose up from the ground. After everything settled, a 100,000-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground, giving off traces of terrifying aura that could cause people to feel despair. There were no signs of life in the surroundings, as if everything had been wiped out. Everyone looked shocked as they looked at the crater, wanting to know the outcome of the battle. Boom, a terrifying aura flooded out as countless rays of white light shot into the sky. A massive might pressed down as a 10,000-meter-long white lion appeared in front of everyone. The aura it gave off was that of the lion person from before. However, this lion had many wounds on its body and blood flowed out, making it look quite wretched. Cough cough, on a pile of rubble, Zhao Fu lightly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and got up from the ground. There were a few bloody wounds on his body and he did not seem to be in a good state. Roar. The 10,000-meter-long white lion furiously roared and opened its mouth, causing countless rays of white light to spread out as an extremely dangerous aura spread out. Boom, a massive white ray of light shot out from the lion's mouth, giving off world-destroying power. It was incredibly fast and blasted through space, resulting in a massive explosion as countless spatial cracks appeared. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, and the massive white ray of light hit where Zhao Fu had been standing, resulting in a massive explosion. Rubble flew everywhere and dust rose up as a 10,000-meter-wide crater appeared. Boom, a massive ghostly flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as an eerie gale spread out. The cross-shaped pupil and 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye continuously spun as a transcendent ghostly power spread out. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the white lion. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out throughout the sky as 2-meter-wide chains shot out from the ground. Each of them gave off ferocious power as they shot towards the white lion, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. The white lion was given a big fright and swung its claws, sending out waves of energy to shatter the incoming chains. However, there were simply too many chains, and in the end, the 10,000-meter-long white lion was bound up by countless chains. However, the white lion's strength was still incomparably terrifying. It continued to struggle, breaking the chains one after another. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he once again raised his sword, and a black and blood-red sword light shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power once again madly gathered as a black magic formation appeared in the sky, giving off an all-destroying sword intent. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying sword lights containing destructive power slashed against the white lion's body, causing blood to spurt everywhere like a rain of blood. The lion continuously howled in pain before disappearing. It was the lion person who had chosen to leave the secret realm. If he had not done so, it was possible that he would have died under Zhao Fu's heavenly punishment sword formation. We won! Countless people excitedly cried out, and the surroundings were filled with joy. They were all people who supported Zhao Fu. Before, many people had said that Zhao Fu would stop at the 6th-ranked place, and he would not be able to advance any further. Now, Zhao Fu had used his strength to defeat the 6th-ranked place and successfully challenge the top geniuses. After recovering for a day, Zhao Fu went to find his next opponent. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fu encountered 2 geniuses. One of them was the 4th-ranked frost dragon person, Du Shi, and the 5th-ranked was the 10-tailed fox race's Hu Bai Mei. According to the situation, Zhao Fu should have faced the 10-tailed fox race, and the next person to challenge would have been Hu Bai Mei. The 10-tailed fox race's Hu Bai Mei followed the guidance of the power and came to a place to wait for Zhao Fu. Her expression was also incredibly solemn. That mysterious person had started from the bottom and had challenged all the way to where she was. The top 5 geniuses had all been defeated by him. Although she had never seen that mysterious person's face, she could feel an immense pressure. She did not have much confidence because that person had the power to defeat Divine Realm experts. Relying on cultivation to suppress him would not work. However, she was surprised to find that the 4th-ranked frost dragon person was nearby. Seeing Hu Bai Mei come, he understood something and stayed here. The frost dragon person was quite curious about that mysterious person and wanted to see just what kind of person he was. For him to have challenged all the way here was a miracle and threatened his position. When Zhao Fu arrived, the 10-tailed fox race's Hu Bai Mei and frost dragon person Du Shi looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu also looked at them. Hu Bai Mei flirtatiously laughed and said, "Who is Sir? I want to get to know Sir. Also, Sir has a lot of the fox race's aura on you, so your relationship with my fox race should be quite special." Within Zhao Fu's body, Hu Bai Mei's flirtatious voice made his heart tremble. Hu Bai Mei had an extremely terrifying bewitching power, and ordinary people who heard her voice would have long since lost their minds and would be controlled by Hu Bai Mei like puppets. Facing Hu Bai Mei's words, Zhao Fu did not hold back and gave a trace of a domineering smile as he said, "Come and serve me, and I'll tell you who I am." Hu Bai Mei frowned. She was the crown princess of the fox race's strongest empire, and no one dared to speak to her like this in the Outlander domain. Her gaze was cold as she lightly laughed. "You want me to serve you? You really don't know what's good for you. I don't know who you are, but even if you are, I won't be able to serve you. With my status, I don't fear any faction in the Heaven Awakened world, unless you're the 2nd King of Kings. However, that's impossible in your lifetime. Even though I don't know what race you are, you're definitely not from the Outlander race, and it is impossible for you to become the 2nd King of Kings. Only the King of Kings can enjoy my body. You don't have the right. You can't even compare to a single finger of his." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and felt quite confused. What was the King of Kings, Zhao? Zhao Fu's king, Chen, Fu, king, I's Fu's, I's king, I's Fu, who, I's, king. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 of you weren't going to attack, I would have attacked first. Let me see just how strong you are. Hu Bai Mei laughed charmingly. "That won't do. He's my prey. I'll teach him a lesson later." Zhao Fu did not know what the King of Kings was, but right now, his goal was to defeat this person in front of him and obtain points to increase the Outlander race's fate, awaken the Outlander Emperor star, and obtain rare materials. "Since both of you are here, let's go together." The people on the viewing platforms went into an uproar. Originally, they had seen Zhao Fu and the 2 other geniuses and had been excitedly waiting for Zhao Fu and Hu Bai Mei's battle. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would want the 2 geniuses to fight together. My God! Those are the 4th and 5th-ranked geniuses. Apart from the top 3 legend rank experts, they are the strongest. Isn't it a little too arrogant to ask them to come at me? Together? What arrogance! He has no respect for anyone else and is incredibly arrogant. Who dares to speak to those 2 geniuses like that? That's right, those words are too terrifying. Does he really think he has the strength to challenge those 2 geniuses? He's too arrogant. It'll be interesting if he gets beaten up by those 2 geniuses. I don't believe it either. It would be fine for him to challenge one of the geniuses, but challenging the 5th and 4th ranked geniuses is simply seeking death. Hu Baimei and Du Shi had never thought that Zhao Fu would say such a thing and challenge them together. They looked quite confused and felt quite angry. He evidently did not place them in his eyes at all. Zhao Fu did not have such intentions. He thought that since they had come together, he would deal with them together and then challenge the 3 most powerful people in the Outlander race. As long as he could defeat them, Zhao Fu would definitely come first and obtain the godly materials and emperor stars. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me, the frost dragon person coldly harumphed and exploded out with a powerful icy aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Hu Baimei laughed and a formless aura exploded out. Her body gave off a dreamlike light, and the scenery around her seemed to become unreal. Facing the 2 of them, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless at all. He took out the emperor-killing sword and a black aura flame appeared around it. Du Shi held an icy saber and did not hold back. He raised a saber and sent a powerful wave of power into it as he vigorously slashed out, and a massive icy saber light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also sent a massive wave of power into the emperor-killing sword, causing it to give off a faint sword light. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a black and blood-red sword light containing sharp power slashed towards Du Shi. Bang! The 2 of them collided, resulting in a massive explosion and sending out a storm of icy chi and sword chi. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Zhao Fu. It was Hu Baimei. She held a sword and vigorously stabbed towards Zhao Fu, sending out a cold light. Zhao Fu slashed out with a backhand and a sharp sword light slashed out, cutting Hu Baimei's body in half. However, the 2 halves of Hu Baimei's body disappeared like an illusion. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Hu Baimei once again appeared beside Zhao Fu. Her sword gave off a sharp sword light as she stabbed towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly and was about to stab into Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and immediately released a black energy barrier. Bang! The sword slammed into the energy barrier with immense power, resulting in a massive explosion. Zhao Fu's body was forced back a few steps and the barrier was covered with cracks. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded out as the frost dragon person leapt into the air and gripped his saber with both hands as he vigorously slashed down a massive icy saber light that seemed to be able to split apart the ground. Sword Master! Bang! A massive sound rang out as the terrifying sword intent and saber light collided, causing a massive shockwave to blast out. The ground cracked and trees were destroyed, and the 3 of them were forced back 5 or 6 steps before stopping. However, their expressions became serious. Du Shi and Hu Baimei felt quite startled at Zhao Fu's power, and it was possible that he could take on both of them by himself. Zhao Fu also felt immense pressure. It would be incredibly difficult to defeat both of them at once. Boom! The first to attack exploded out with an icy aura flame, and a cold wind blew out of the sky. The dragon person gripped his saber with both hands and sent out another massive icy saber light, which gave off ferocious power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Hu Baimei also exploded out with a powerful aura as a white aura flame appeared around her body. She raised her sword and pointed it at Zhao Fu as she vigorously stabbed out, causing an incredibly sharp sword light to stab towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and seemed to be unstoppable. Arg! The 2 attacks gave off terrifying auras as Zhao Fu roared and ignited his divine bloodline. A massive black blood-red flame spread out, and massive power entered the emperor-killing sword as he vigorously slashed out. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a massive black crescent containing terrifying sword energy flew out, seeming to be able to destroy everything as it slashed towards the 2 of them. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the 3 attacks collided, resulting in another massive explosion. Icy sword light shot everywhere, and a shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fall everywhere. Bang! 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 Massive sounds continuously sounded out as the 3 of them continued to ferociously fight. The dragon person continuously slashed out icy saber lights, Hu Baimei continuously sent out sword lights, and Zhao Fu continuously slashed out sword lights towards the 2 of them. Powerful gales spread out, causing countless trees to sway and sand and pebbles to fly. It was like a disaster, and the scene was quite terrifying. Roar! A massive dragon's roar suddenly sounded out as the dragon person once again raised its saber. Countless traces of icy chi flooded out, forming an ice dragon that looked like a lizard with a pair of wings. It gave off a biting coldness, and the air around it seemed to freeze. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as Hubaime raised her sword and a white aura flame exploded out, forming a fox with 10 tails. The 10 tails continuously danced, bringing with them gales as they spread out. The two of them slashed down with their weapons, and the ice dragon and fox gave off terrifying auras as they rushed towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if they could destroy everything. Ao ao ao, Zhao Fu ignited his divine bloodline and raised the emperor-killing sword. The black flames around his body became many times larger and 9 dragons' roars sounded out as 9 savage black dragons giving off massive might appeared. Boom, Zhao Fu raised his sword and heavily slashed out, causing the 9 black dragons around him to give off massive roars and give off terrifying power and mountainous auras as they rushed towards the ice dragon and fox. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as countless rays of blinding light spread out. A destructive power instantly spread out, causing the ground to collapse meter by meter. Countless trees and boulders were reduced to rubble, and a 10,000-meter-wide crater appeared. The ground continuously trembled as a shockwave containing countless rocks and gravel spread out, inundating everything. Sensing these terrifying shockwaves, everyone's expressions fell, and they excitedly hurried over. This was most likely another terrifying shockwave from that person challenging another genius. Everyone felt quite expectant. Last time, he had defeated the 6th-ranked lion person, and this time, he would most likely challenge the 5th-ranked Hubaime. They wondered if he would succeed this time. Everyone felt quite expectant as they went to the outskirts of the battle. They were shocked to find that Zhao Fu was challenging 2 geniuses by himself. Wasn't this too crazy? Did he really have such terrifying power? Now, no one dared to challenge 2 geniuses by themselves. If he could do it today, another legend would be born. The terrifying power spread out, and the 3 people were all affected. They were sent flying back and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Boom, the dragon person climbed up from the ground and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu. He quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu and his saber gave off a cold light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack, and he slashed at the dragon person, sending out a sharp arc of light towards the dragon person. The dragon person retreated, avoiding this attack, and he gripped a fist. Massive amounts of dragon's energy gathered in his hand as he vigorously punched towards Zhao Fu. An explosion sounded out as the punch contained mountain-crushing power. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and used his dragon emperor's power. Massive amounts of dragon's energy gathered in his hand, and small violet dragon scales appeared on his fist as he punched out with terrifying power. Bang, the 2 fists collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A wild gale spread out, and both of them were forced back a few steps. The dragon person looked quite confused as he found that Zhao Fu could also use pure dragon's energy, and it seemed that dragon's energy was of a higher grade than his own. However, his dragon's bloodline was the highest grade of dragon's bloodline in the world. How could anyone compare to it? Just what kind of person was this person? How could he have such high dragon's energy? Before the dragon person could think too much, a sword light containing terrifying power tore through the sky and slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not use his sword, and his violet dragon claw-like hand gave off immense power as 5 violet arcs of light containing terrifying power flew towards the sword light. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the sword light and arcs of light collided, turning into countless motes of light and dissipating. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as Hubaime leapt into the air and gave off a powerful aura as her sword gave off a shocking sword light as it slashed down. Zhao Fu raised his sword and blocked. Bang, the 2 swords collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave spread out, and the 100 meters below Zhao Fu cracked. Suddenly, Hubaime's 10 tails quickly grew, turning into 10 massive tails that gave off terrifying power as they slammed towards Zhao Fu. The cross-shaped pupil in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun and a massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out. Under Zhao Fu's control, it turned into 10 massive grey dragon tails that gave off shocking power as they slammed towards Hubaime. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the tails collided, causing a massive gale to spread out, and both of them were forced back 10 or so steps. Now, both of them looked at each other seriously and understood how terrifying the other party was. Arg! Boom, an icy saber chi rushed into the sky and a cold aura spread out. The dragon person raised his saber with both hands and slashed down, sending out a massive saber light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. The countless ghosts turned into bone chi and disappeared, and a massive saber gash appeared on the ground, which was covered in ice. Xing, Hu Baimei raised the sword in her hand and sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing the sword to give off boundless white light. Hu Baimei vigorously slashed out, causing a massive sword light, bringing with it a flood-like sword chi, to rush at the incoming ghosts. The countless ghosts collided with the sword chi and were slashed apart, turning into ghostly chi and dissipating. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's figure appeared in front of the dragon person and his sword gave off shocking sword energy as he slashed towards the dragon person. The dragon person was given a big fright and used his saber to block, but he was still sent flying dozens of meters by Zhao Fu and crashed to the ground. Boom! At that moment, Hu Baimei stretched out a hand and a massive white-colored aura flowed out, turning into a massive fox claw that gave off terrifying power and a gale as it clawed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu was also sent flying by the massive claw and heavily crashed to the ground, opening up a large crater. Hu Baimei held her sword and continued to rush at Zhao Fu. She quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu and sent a powerful wave of power into her sword, causing it to give off an intense sword light. She vigorously slashed out, and a sword light tore through the air and slashed towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Zhao Fu lay on the ground and looked at Hu Baimei. A black and blood-red sword pupil suddenly widened, causing Hu Baimei to feel quite startled. Xing, 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 rays of black and blood-red sword chi flowed out, giving off power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything as they shot towards the terrifying sword light. The sword light was instantly shattered by the countless rays of sword chi and continued towards Hu Baimei. Hu Baimei immediately unleashed a defensive barrier, and countless black and blood-red sword chi slammed into Hu Baimei. A muffled explosion sounded out as the defensive barrier shattered, and Hu Baimei flew back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A small wound appeared on her chest, from which blood flowed out. After using the eyes of the killing sword's power for so many days, Zhao Fu had recovered quite a bit of his strength. Boom! The dragonoid warrior gripped the saber with both hands and slashed at Zhao Fu again. A massive icy saber light slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu started to fight and sent large amounts of power into his sword as he vigorously slashed out, causing a black and blood-red sword light to give off sharp power to slash towards the dragon person. Bang! When the two attacks collided, a loud sound rang out. Sword light and saber light shot out in all directions, causing a storm to spread out. Xing, 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 sword hum suddenly sounded out as Hu Baimei furiously raised her sword and sent large amounts of power into it. The sword gave off countless traces of sword chi and shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power from the surroundings flowed into it, forming a massive sword flower that gave off an incredibly sharp aura. The space around it seemed to be unable to withstand it and cracks appeared. Boom! The dragon person exploded out with a powerful icy flame, sending out an icy gale that spread out. An ice pearl floated out of the dragon person's body and floated in the air. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed out, and the ice pearl gave off boundless icy light, giving off an extremely cold power. Xing, Zhao Fu's expression fell and he exploded out with all of his power, causing a massive black aura flame to appear. He slowly raised his sword and a black sword light shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed out, forming a massive black magic formation, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. Boom! Hu Baimei's sword descended, and the sword flower gave off a power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything as it shot towards Zhao Fu. It left behind an enormous sword chi that seemed to flood out and destroy everything. Boom! The dragon person's saber descended, and the orb of ice in the sky gave off a power that seemed to be able to freeze everything as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Frost could be seen condensing in the sky, seeming to be able to freeze the entire sky. Arg! Facing these two terrifying attacks, Zhao Fu roared and sent all of his power into the sword formation. The sword formation started to activate and an aura of annihilation spread out as massive blood-red sword lights containing enough power to destroy the heavens and earth shot forwards. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out, and from the distance, the ground continuously trembled as a massive energy barrier appeared. The ground, trees, rocks, mountains, rivers, and everything else turned into dust. A terrifying shockwave turned into a superstorm that spread out. Countless trees were uprooted, boulders were blown into the sky, and sand filled the sky. After all of the shockwaves settled, a 100,000-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground, giving off traces of a terrifying aura that could cause people's souls to tremble. The people on the viewing platforms looked at this terrifying scene in shock. Even though they were not present, they could sense that terrifying destructive power. This was not power that mortals could have, and even the god demons would feel terror. Just who has one? Everyone looked at the deathly silent crater and could not be sure if that person had defeated two geniuses or if the two geniuses had defeated Zhao Fu. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded throughout the sky as an icy aura flame rushed into the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. A cold gale swept out, and the ground started to freeze. A figure appeared within the icy aura flame. He was tall and had icy scales, and he had an icy crystal horn on his head. He also had a pair of icy dragon wings on his back, and he gave off immense power. He was the dragon person from before. Boom, a terrifying aura flooded out, and a shocking might covered the surroundings, causing the ground to continuously tremble. A 10,000-meter-long fox with snow-white fur and 10 tails crawled out from the ground, giving off a powerful aura that spread out like a wild gale. She was naturally Hu Baimei. Everyone's gazes fell on the bloodied Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu looked quite weak as he lay on the ground. Zhao Fu slowly stretched out a hand, and a gash appeared on his arm as 6 chains shot out and entered the air. Boom! 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 6 massive waves of ghostly chi spread out like a flood, seeming to inundate the world and causing the heavens and earth to be filled with an eerie coldness. 6 figures giving off terrifying power appeared. One was covered with violet scales and held a spear, one had 4 skinny limbs and a bulging stomach, one looked like a demon, one had a muscular body, one had a pair of wings, and one looked like a ghost. Seeing the 6 paths demon images that Zhao Fu had summoned, the dragon person and Hu Baimei felt quite startled. They had never expected things to turn out like this. 3 heaven-toppling auras dyed the sky 3 different colors, each occupying a corner. The icy cold aura, the ferocious beast aura, and the eerie ghostly aura continuously clashed against each other, creating massive gales that caused the heavens and earth to dim. The sun and moon dimmed as winds and clouds surged. Boom! Zhao Fu led the 6 paths demon images and attacked first. They instantly appeared in front of the 10-tailed fox, and the 10 or so meter tall 6 paths demon images swung their fists, giving off terrifying destructive power as they punched towards the 10-tailed fox. The 10-tailed fox was given a big fright and unleashed a massive energy barrier to cover its massive body. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the 6 paths demon images slammed against the barrier with terrifying power, causing a massive gale to spread out. The 10,000-meter-long 10-tailed fox was sent flying and heavily crashed to the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out as the dragon person raised his saber and slashed out with terrifying power. A 1,000-meter-long icy saber chi gave off an aura that seemed to be able to slash apart everything as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out and an enormous sword light containing terrifying power slashed out, colliding with the saber chi and resulting in a massive explosion. A wild gale spread out. Roar! A massive roar sounded out as the 10-tailed fox crawled up from the ground and opened its mouth, causing countless rays of white light to flow out. A dangerous aura spread out, and countless arcs of white lightning appeared in the surroundings. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 10-tailed fox shot out an enormous ray of light that contained destructive power towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and as it streaked past, space continuously trembled. Facing the incoming ray of light, the 6 paths demon images blocked in front of Zhao Fu and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of ghostly energy gathered in their palms, and a gray energy barrier with the 6 paths diagram on it shot out. Bang! The terrifying white ray of light hit the energy barrier and split apart, shooting towards either side of Zhao Fu. It instantly turned everything into nothingness and tore open 2 massive ravines, giving off shocking sounds. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as the dragon person exploded out with a powerful aura and slashed out with his saber. A massive lizard-like ice dragon with wings gave off a bone-chilling aura as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and rushed over with the 6 paths demon images as he yelled, "Sword Master!" A sharp storm of sword chi spread out as the emperor-killing sword gave off an intense sword light. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive black and blood-red sword light containing extremely sharp power slashed out, seeming to tear apart the sky. Bang! The ice dragon that attacked directly exploded, turning into countless ice chi that spread out, forming countless cold currents. Zhao Fu gripped a fist, and the 6 paths demon images also gripped their fists. Zhao Fu vigorously punched out, and the 6 paths demon images punched out with terrifying power. 6 terrifying fist energies flew out, seeming to be able to shatter a mountain. The dragon person was given a big fright and used his saber to block in front of him, but he was still blasted back by that massive fist energy. He smashed through a few large boulders before falling down and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Boom! Suddenly, a massive ray of white light containing terrifying power shot out incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu was unable to react in time and was sent flying by the massive ray of white light. He crashed into a large mountain and almost caused the mountain to collapse. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Bang! An enormous ghostly flame erupted and gave off an explosive power as it blasted out. The surrounding boulders were all blasted away, and Zhao Fu appeared with a trace of blood on his lips. His eyes were cold, and the massive grey ghostly flame caused the heavens and earth to become icy cold. The 10-tailed fox and dragon person looked at each other. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, they did not hesitate and exploded out with their final power. Roar! The dragon person raised his head and gave a dragon's roar that sounded out in all directions. An extremely terrifying power spread out as his body gave off boundless light. An icy pillar of light containing immense power shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. The icy pillar of light stood between the heavens and the earth, and heaven and earth power madly gathered and flowed into the icy pillar of light. An extremely cold aura spread out, and the sky, ground, and space all started to crystallize. Every trace of the cold aura caused people to feel despair. Roar! The 10-tailed fox also gave a massive roar and a terrifying power exploded out, sending out an enormous gale. Countless trees swayed and sand and pebbles were blown into the air, and even the ground cracked. The 10-tailed fox's tails gave off terrifying power as they danced, creating an even more terrifying gale. 10 blinding white orbs of light containing destructive power slowly appeared. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he raised his chained hand, and the 6 chains pulled the 6 paths demon images to the ground in front of him. Roar! 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 The 6 paths demon images raised their heads and gave off massive roars that sounded out in all directions. They exploded out with terrifying auras as their bodies gave off boundless grey light. They raised a hand and gave off terrifying power as they pressed it against the ground. Boom! 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 6 massive explosions sounded out as the ground seemed to collapse. 6 massive waves of ghostly chi exploded out like volcanoes, giving off terrifying auras as they shot into the sky, forming 6 pillars of grey aura. Countless traces of eerie aura spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Boom! The dragon person attacked, and the massive icy pillar of light gave off a power that seemed to be able to freeze the heavens and earth as it stretched towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. The ground, sky, trees, rocks, and flowers were all covered in a thick layer of ice. Boom! 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 The 10-tailed fox also attacked, and the 10 massive orbs of light in the air gave off shocking power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast, and they gave off 10 massive explosions. Boom! Zhao Fu raised his hand and gave off a massive formless power as he grabbed forwards. The 6 massive pillars of grey aura in front of him formed an enormous ghostly hand that gave off world-destroying power as it grabbed forwards, causing countless spatial cracks to appear. Zhao Fu raised his hand and looked at Zhao Fu. Bang! An explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth had exploded, and countless rays of blinding light shot out. The heavens and earth became hazy, and the mountains, ground, sky, trees, and rivers all turned into nothingness without any obstruction. The ground continuously trembled as a terrifying aura ferociously spread out like a flood. From the distance, this place seemed to be covered by a massive haze. After everything slowly calmed down, there was a 200,000-meter wide crater in the ground. It was a ghastly sight, shocking and frightening. Traces of aura rose up from the crater, and each trace gave off an aura of destruction. This place had lost all signs of life, and it was impossible for any living creature to survive here. That was how terrifying that power was. Who won now? Countless people's gazes fell on the crater. It was most likely that the victor had been decided. The three of them had most likely used their full power to unleash such terrifying power, and it was impossible for them to have held back. A pile of rubble rolled out as a person covered with blood walked out. This person was wearing a tattered cloak, and it was Zhao Fu. There was no second person from the crater, and some people looked at the points and found that the 5th and 4th place geniuses had fallen while Zhao Fu's ranking had risen to 3rd place. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Fu had won. Countless people cried out in alarm, expressing their excitement and shock. Heavens! That person really defeated 2 geniuses by himself. That person is too amazing, and I'll worship him in the future. There shouldn't be many people who can compare to him. Just who is he? My blood is boiling. 7 of the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses have been defeated by him. Who can compete with him? I like him so much. I feel so blessed to be his woman. I really envy those women who have received his favor. They all have such a powerful man. He's ridiculously powerful. Before, I didn't have much confidence that he could win, but he had such terrifying power. I'm completely convinced. I'm so excited. He really won. It was worth it for me to support him this entire time. The surroundings were sent into an uproar as everyone discussed Zhao Fu and became even more curious about Zhao Fu's identity. With Zhao Fu's ability to summon the 6 paths demon images, Zhao Fu's position in the underworld was incredibly important, and ordinary imperial princes could not compare to him at all. Now, almost no one dared to call Zhao Fu a perverted bandit or a bastard. They were all filled with shock, respect, and terror. Instead, many women wanted to throw themselves into Zhao Fu's embrace. The 2 empires that had wanted to kill Zhao Fu at all costs now lowered their standards. Before, they had wanted Zhao Fu to marry into their empires, but now, they were thinking about how to marry the 2 princesses over. With Zhao Fu's terrifying power and his ability to summon the 6 paths demon images, it was possible that the faction behind Zhao Fu was dozens of times more powerful than their empires. They were in a weaker position and did not deserve Zhao Fu's status, so they felt quite worried. If they could form an alliance with such a terrifying faction, their empires would become much more confident. As such, almost everyone agreed to marry the 2 princesses over, and they no longer felt any anger or hatred. Even though their princesses had lost, the Fox race's people did not feel much anger or animosity towards Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu had used his true strength to defeat their princesses, and he had fought 1 against 2. Even though their princesses had lost, they accepted it wholeheartedly. After all, their strength was inferior to Zhao Fu's, and that person was already so terrifying. Losing was not too shameful. The Fox race's higher-ups thought about how Zhao Fu had teased Hu Baimei and felt that Zhao Fu was very interested in Hu Baimei, and they even wanted to marry Hu Baimei to Zhao Fu. Firstly, Zhao Fu's status and strength were already higher than Hu Baimei's, and they felt that he was not inferior to their empire. Secondly, the Fox race's higher-ups quite liked Zhao Fu and felt that he had great potential. In the future, his name would shake the heaven-awakened world and he would become one of the most dazzling people in the world. As such, they wanted Hu Baimei to marry him. They knew that Zhao Fu was quite dissolute, but they could still accept it. However, as the most powerful Fox race's empire, they were a top-tier faction even in the Outlander domain and had terrifying power. As such, they had a requirement that Hu Baimei had to be the Empress Dowager. The Dragon Person Empire's people looked quite serious because they found that that mysterious person had a supreme dragon bloodline, which was the highest bloodline in the dragon race. They guessed that Zhao Fu was not someone from the death race but a terrifying figure from the dragon race. As dragon people, they were part of the dragon bloodline. Facing such a person, they felt a sense of respect and wanted to have a good relationship with him in the future. With Zhao Fu's abilities and strength, it was worth it for them to do so. Even though their imperial prince had lost to Zhao Fu, they could still accept it. Whether it was in terms of bloodline or strength, Zhao Fu was stronger than their imperial prince. They also wanted to marry their princess over, even if she was not the Empress Dowager. If they could obtain the dragon race's supreme bloodline, it would be of great help to their empire and would be incredibly important. The teachers from Outlander 10 College were also quite shocked that Zhao Fu had defeated 2 geniuses by himself. The elegant-looking woman gave a flirtatious smile as she said, "We've underestimated him, his strength is actually so terrifying." Also, Dong Lung, you said that he couldn't even defeat the 6th-ranked genius, but he defeated 2 geniuses by himself. What do you have to say? The serious-looking middle-aged man had a cold expression as he said, "He has indeed surpassed my expectations. I've underestimated this brat. From the looks of it, his identity really is a bit special, making it hard for people to determine what race he is. However, from the power he displayed, his identity is definitely quite terrifying. He's worthy of my attention, but facing the 3 people standing at the top, I'm not sure if he has the ability to defeat them." The gnome elder nodded and said, "I underestimated him. I never thought that a Harmony Realm cultivator like him would be able to come this far and fight 7 great geniuses by himself. This isn't something that ordinary geniuses can do. No wonder countless people worship and respect him. However, I still don't like his character, and I don't think he can defeat the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf is our Outlander race's most dazzling genius, and everyone can only live under his light. It's impossible to surpass or defeat him, and he's the limit of our Outlander race." The chubby bear person elder laughed as he said, "I'm still on that boy's side. I think that he will once again surpass our expectations, I have this feeling." The elegant-looking woman looked a bit curious as she smiled and asked, "Do you think he's that person from the preamble?" The gnome elder nodded in agreement and said, "That's definitely impossible. No matter how monstrous his strength is, even defeating the Sun Elf is impossible. After all, he's not from our Outlander race, how could he be the Outlander race's king of kings?" Even the bear person elder who supported Zhao Fu seriously nodded and said, "That's indeed impossible. If he's not from our Outlander race, it's impossible for him to pull out the King of Kings sword. If he's from the Outlander race, perhaps it's possible." The fox race man nodded, "That's right. No matter how monstrous his strength is, if he's not from our Outlander race, how could he pull out the King of Kings sword? I think that the person who made the prophecy is the person who caused the 23 statues to react. It's just that it's a bit strange that that person hasn't appeared after so long, he's hidden himself quite well. However, at the final moment, he'll definitely appear, and I'm looking forward to that." The elegant-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, "I'm also looking forward to that person's appearance. However, if that person wants to pull out the King of Kings sword, his greatest obstacle will be the Sun Elf. I'm sure a terrifying battle will erupt between the 2 of them." Hearing this, everyone else nodded. The Sun Elf's expression became quite serious and he started to take notice. That person was coming too ferociously, and he could not help but take notice. That person had just defeated the 7th-ranked person, so he naturally did not care too much. After all, with his strength, he would be able to easily defeat that person. However, that person had made it this far and was ranked 3rd on the rankings, his strength was simply terrifying. The Sun Elf sensed an incredibly ferocious monster leaping at him from below, its eyes looking at him savagely. Medusa changed her mind and treated Zhao Fu as her opponent. Now, in terms of points, Zhao Fu was ranked 3rd, behind her. Moreover, she had never fought with him before, so she did not know just how strong Zhao Fu was. Even though she had a proud personality and did not place anyone in her eyes, she was not stupid. With such a ferocious monster by her side, she could not ignore its existence, or else she would not even know how she had died. From Zhao Fu's performance, it was enough to make her an opponent. Soon, that person would find her and challenge her. The treasure dwarf's expression was a bit ugly. Although he hadn't fought against that person, Zhao Fu's points had already surpassed him and pushed him to 4th place. In other words, Zhao Fu had already defeated him. Now, the treasure dwarf did not dare to be careless at all. He no longer killed creatures that were worth points, as there was no point in doing so. At this moment, that person had defeated the 4th ranker and would soon find him. The 2 of them would definitely have a fierce battle, so the treasure dwarf did not dare to be careless. He recovered his strength and faced that person at his peak state. Outside the mystic realm, the ogre was about to enter the mystic realm to continue the test, while the lion man was recovering from his injuries. The three-headed ogre naturally knew that the lion person had also been defeated by that person, and he felt quite shocked. Just how powerful was that person to have defeated another genius? He felt a bit better. If someone stronger than him had been defeated, it would not be too shameful for him to lose. At that moment, two figures flew out, covered with blood and looking quite heavily injured. The ogre looked quite surprised as he found that these two people were the fourth-ranked dragon person and fifth-ranked Hubai. How did both of them come out with heavy injuries? Thinking about the experiences of the other geniuses, the ogre understood something and felt quite shocked. The fourth-ranked and fifth-ranked people had both been defeated by that person? That person was quite terrifying. The lion person, who had been recovering, looked at the two heavily injured people in shock. He had never thought that they would also be defeated by that person. However, this was just their guesses, and the ogre could not help but ask, "Were you also defeated by that person?" The dragon person nodded and sighed, his expression becoming quite unsightly. Both of them had been defeated by that person, and that person had challenged both of them by himself. In the end, they had still lost, making them feel quite embarrassed. It was the first time they had suffered such a blow. Hubai angrily coldly harumphed, "That bastard's strength is too terrifying, and he's extremely arrogant. He challenged both of us by himself, and in the end, that bastard won. I'm so angry." Hearing this, the ogre and lion person looked quite shocked. That person had challenged two geniuses by himself and had won. No wonder they had come out together, they had been defeated by that person together. That person had once again exceeded their expectations. How could he have such great strength? They felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Moreover, they had always felt that Zhao Fu had been hiding his strength. Now, it was proven that Zhao Fu had not used his full strength, making them feel quite dispirited. At that moment, Hubai accidentally pulled on her wounds and cried out in pain as she said angrily, "That bastard doesn't even know how to be gentler to a weak woman like me. Next time, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The ogre felt quite surprised. It was the first time he had seen Hubai like this. Normally, she looked incredibly flirtatious and seductive, making people unable to stop themselves. However, the ogre was quite powerful and could resist Hubai's bewitching power. He asked curiously, "What's the situation like inside? Also, how is that person?" The dragon person's expression became serious as he said, "That person is ranked third and has most likely been injured. After he recovers, he will challenge the top three." These words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The top three people gave them massive pressure and felt that they were inferior to them. They felt a trace of fear within their hearts. This was the power of the top three. The lion person said seriously, "Do you think that person will be able to challenge the top three?" Hubai pouted as she said, "I think that bastard might be able to challenge the top 2 and 3, but facing the top-ranked sun elf, that's impossible. Even though that bastard is strong, he's not a match for the sun elf. The sun elf is too terrifying." The ogre said, "If he can challenge the second and third places, his strength is quite terrifying and is far stronger than ours. If he can temporarily take second place, I can't help but feel admiration towards him." The lion person nodded in agreement and sighed as he said, "I wonder who that person is to be so powerful." Over at Zhao Fu, he found a secluded place and started to recover from his injuries. This time, his injuries were quite severe, and it took him 3 days to fully recover. After defeating the fourth-ranked and fifth-ranked geniuses, Zhao Fu obtained many benefits. He first obtained a large number of points and a massive amount of Outlander fate flowed into his body, causing the bottleneck to become weaker and weaker. He was one step closer to awakening his Emperor Star. On that day, the women found Zhao Fu, the 2 princesses, the 4 goddesses, and the ogre chief. Because they were quite close, they could sense each other. Seeing Zhao Fu, the women happily leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. They knew what Zhao Fu had done in the secret realm, which had caused massive waves. Everyone in the secret realm knew about it. The Outlander race's 7 most powerful geniuses had all been defeated at his hands. This was something they could be incredibly proud of. Now that they were the women of such a legendary man, they felt incredibly happy. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and hugged the women as he said, "What is it? Why do you all look so happy?" The dragon princess happily smiled as she said, "Of course we're happy to see husband." Husband, you've been gone for so long and haven't come back to find us, so we can only go and find you. Also, husband, you're simply too powerful. Just who are you? How can you have such terrifying power? All of our Outlander race's 7 geniuses were defeated at your hands. The elf princess also coquettishly laughed. Husband, your power has surpassed our imaginations. Your power is truly beyond our imagination. Now that you're proposing to our empire, we'll definitely be overjoyed to have such a powerful son-in-law like you. Zhaofu did not care too much about this and said, my goal is to defeat the Outlander race's 10 geniuses, and I'm going to defeat the third-ranked treasure dwarf. The women could already guess what Zhaofu was thinking, but hearing Zhaofu say it, they could not help but feel quite shocked. After all, those were the 3 legendary geniuses of the Outlander race. Husband, are you really confident? Those 3 are far stronger than the others. All the women looked at Zhaofu with concern. A smile appeared on Zhaofu's face as he said, that's all I know. You guys don't have to worry about it. Also, I'm going to challenge the third-ranked person now. You guys wait here for a while, I'll come back later. Hearing this, the women smiled and nodded before blushing and saying, be careful, husband, we'll watch your battle from the outside. After you win, we'll serve you well. Zhaofu smiled and nodded, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. After a while, Zhaofu landed on a flat piece of land. There was a dwarf sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body emitting the light of treasures. At this moment, the treasure dwarf slowly opened his eyes, looked at Zhaofu, and said, you're the person who defeated the 7 geniuses? You look quite ordinary, and your cultivation is only at the harmony realm. However, I won't lose to you. As he spoke, the treasure dwarf got up from the ground and took out a silver hammer with a serious expression. Zhaofu did not say anything and took out the emperor killing sword. The people on the viewing platforms once again felt incredibly excited. That person was challenging the third-ranked treasure dwarf, who was one of the 3 most powerful people. There would definitely be an intense battle between the 2 of them. If that person could defeat the treasure dwarf, he would be even more terrifying. His fame would increase, and he would step onto the path to godhood. He would become a legendary figure of the Outlander race, and countless people would look up to him. Back at the battlefield, Zhaofu held the emperor killing sword and gave off a massive sword chi as he rushed at the treasure dwarf. The treasure dwarf also gave off a powerful aura as he held his hammer and rushed at Zhaofu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhaofu vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous black sword light and giving off sharp power as he slashed towards the dwarf. The dwarf swung out with his hammer, giving off ferocious energy as he slammed towards Zhaofu. The 2 terrifying waves of power collided together, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing a wild gale to blow and the ground to crack. The 2 of them were forced back a few steps. Zhaofu sent large amounts of divine power into the emperor killing sword, causing it to give off a sharp sword light. Zhaofu vigorously slashed out, sending out sharp black sword lights that ferociously slashed towards the dwarf. The dwarf sent large amounts of power into his hammer, causing it to give off a powerful silver light. The dwarf vigorously swung out, giving off shocking destructive power as he slashed towards Zhaofu. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions sounded out as the countless sword lights were shattered by the hammers. Sword lights shot out in all directions, creating a gale that spread out in all directions. Boom, the dwarf suddenly exploded out with massive power, and the hammer in his hand gave off an intense silver light as he swung out with terrifying power. The sword light was instantly shattered by the hammer, and the terrifying power continued towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu felt quite startled and blocked with his sword in front of him while unleashing a defensive barrier. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as Zhaofu's body was sent flying back, and the defensive barrier shattered, turning into countless shards and disappearing. Boom, the dwarf once again swung out with his hammer, sending out a ferocious destructive power and bringing with it a gust of wind as it flew towards Zhaofu. After flying back, Zhaofu vigorously slashed out with his sword, sending out a massive black sword light with shocking power. Bang, the 2 waves of power collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The explosive power turned into wild gales that blew out. Zhaofu stopped flying back and his gaze became serious. This dwarf's power was quite great. Bang, bang. Bang, this time, the dwarf attacked again and again with his hammers, sending out massive waves of energy. His hammers gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, and they easily blasted open large craters in the ground. When they landed on boulders, they instantly shattered them, giving off ferocious sounds. Xiaofu lightly cried out, "Sword Master!" A sword hum sounded out as a massive storm of sword chi spread out. Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, and a massive black crescent gave off a sword intent that seemed to be able to cut through everything as it slashed towards the dwarf. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the boundless energy was blasted apart, turning into a ferocious gale that spread out. However, the sword light dissipated and did not continue to attack the dwarf. The dwarf coldly harumphed and sent massive amounts of power into his hammer, causing it to give off an intense light. A terrifying power spread out, and the space around it seemed to twist. Xiaofu's expression was serious as he activated the Emperor Killing Sword's power, and an extremely sharp sword intent spread out. Boom! Shing, Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, and a sword light containing shocking power flew out incredibly quickly. It instantly tore through the air, bringing with it a sword wind. Bang, the two attacks collided, exploding out with terrifying destructive power. Countless rays of light blasted out, and a shockwave rippled out. The ground instantly crumbled, and the two dwarfs were sent flying back and crashed to the ground, bleeding from their wounds. Boom, the dwarf furiously got up from the ground and exploded out with a powerful aura. A silver aura flame appeared around his body, and he rushed at Xiaofu. Xiaofu wiped away the blood from his lips and got up from the ground, and a massive black aura flame appeared around his body. A powerful gale blew out. Bang, the dwarf rushed in front of Xiaofu and raised his hammer as he slammed it towards Xiaofu, bringing with it immense power. Xiaofu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack, and his sword gave off a sword light as it stabbed towards the dwarf's head. The dwarf dodged to the side, avoiding Xiaofu's attack, and he gripped his hammer and vigorously swung it at Xiaofu. Xiaofu flipped in the air and arrived behind him, and his sword gave off a sharp sword light as it slashed towards the dwarf's back. The dwarf hurriedly turned and slammed out with his hammer with terrifying power. The hammer brought with it an intense gale. Bang, the sword and hammer collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave spread out, forcing both of them back 6 or 7 steps. The dwarf roared, and the silver aura flame around his body became many times more powerful, exploding out with even greater power. Xiaofu also ignited his divine bloodline, causing a massive black blood-red flame to burn around him. The two different colored aura flames continuously clashed, forming wild gales that blew out in all directions. Roar! The dwarf raised the hammer in his hand, which gave off an intense light. A massive, muscular bull image appeared, giving off a powerful aura and giving off a ferocious aura. It was quite terrifying. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as Xiaofu raised his sword, which gave off boundless sword light. A domineering black dragon appeared behind him, giving off a powerful dragon's might. The dwarf's hammer descended, and the bull seemed to go berserk as it gave off a ferocious aura and rushed at Xiaofu. Xiaofu's sword slashed out, and the black dragon gave off a massive aura as it rushed over. Bang, another massive explosion sounded out as the two massive beasts collided, causing a terrifying energy to spread out. The ground instantly collapsed, and the two people were once again sent flying by the impact. Boom! Boom! Before the fluctuations subsided, two beams of fiery light shot towards Xiaofu with immense heat. Xiaofu was alarmed and immediately activated an energy barrier. Bang! The two beams of fiery light slammed into the barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. The energy destroyed the barrier, and Xiaofu's body was sent flying. The dwarf gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over, his eyes giving off a fiery light. It was as if the two beams of light had been shot out from his eyes. The dwarf rushed in front of Xiaofu and raised his hammer, giving off terrifying power as he smashed it towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's heart tightened and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! The hammer heavily smashed against the ground, causing a terrifying force field to ripple out. The ground in the surrounding dozens of meters instantly crumbled, and even though Xiaofu had dodged the main attack, he was still caught up in the shockwaves and was sent flying. Xiaofu crashed 10 or so meters away, and he once again coughed up a mouthful of blood. The dwarf turned his head and his eyes gave off an intense fiery light as two beams of fiery light containing terrifying power shot out towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's right hand quickly spun, and a massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out and gathered in front of him. Bang! The two beams of fiery light shot into the ghostly qi and once again exploded, causing the ghostly qi to explode and dissipate. However, Xiao Fu was not injured. The dwarf swung his hammer, sending out a terrifying wave of power towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a sharp sword light towards the dwarf. The two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion that turned into a ferocious gale and dissipated. At that moment, the dwarf suddenly kicked off the ground with one of his feet. His foot gave off a silver aura that entered the ground, causing Xiao Fu's body to sink down. He felt a massive power weighing down on his body, and a silver magic formation appeared on the ground beneath his feet. That power heavily weighed down on Xiao Fu's body, making it difficult for Xiao Fu to move and make it impossible for him to escape from the magic formation. The dwarf gave a trace of a cold smile and held his hammer as he gave off a terrifying aura and rushed at Xiao Fu. The cross-shaped pupil in Xiao Fu's right eye and the 6 gray dots quickly spun as a massive wave of cold ghostly qi flooded out. Arg! The ghostly qi formed malicious ghosts that howled and gave off ferocious ghostly qi as they rushed at the dwarf. Roar! Facing the countless ghosts, the dwarf opened his mouth and gave off a massive roar. Waves of corporeal sound waves spread out, bringing with them terrifying destructive power as the ground started to crack. The countless ghosts that surged over were instantly destroyed by the terrifying sound wave, turning into countless wisps of ghost qi that dissipated. The dwarf gave off a terrifying aura and continued to rush at Xiao Fu. This was how powerful the treasure item dwarf was. Every part of their bodies could be used as a powerful treasure item, and ordinary people would not be a match for them at all. This was why the treasure item dwarf was one of the 3 most terrifying people in the Outlander race. Clang, 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 Xiao Fu gathered a wave of power in the golden pupil in his left eye, and chains shot out from behind Xiao Fu. All of them contained immense power as they shot towards the dwarf. The dwarf's eyes gave off a trace of savageness as he sent a massive wave of power into his hammer, causing it to give off an intense silver light and a dangerous aura to spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the dwarf vigorously swung out with his hammer, bringing with it a terrifying force. The space around it seemed like it was going to shatter, and cracks appeared. Bang, bang, bang! This terrifying force instantly shattered the countless chains that were shot out. Countless fragments of the chains shot out in all directions. The dwarf continued to rush at Xiao Fu and soon arrived in front of Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's body was still bound by the silver magic formation and he could not move. The dwarf gave a trace of a smile and gripped his hammer with both hands as he gave off a terrifying power as he smashed towards Xiao Fu. He thought that this person's strength was only so, and even though he was quite powerful, he would still lose to him. The people on the viewing platform started to feel nervous. Would that mysterious person lose because of this? He was the person with the most potential to challenge the top 3. If he won, the legend of the top 3 would be broken, and if he lost, the top 3 would continue to exist as legends. Boom! The hammer gave off a terrifying force as it slammed towards Xiao Fu, resulting in a massive sound and a wild gale. Seeing that the hammer was about to hit Xiao Fu did not panic at all. A sword-shaped black and blood-red eye gave off an icy coldness as it looked at the dwarf. The dwarf felt quite startled, and his hair stood on end. Shing, 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 countless traces of black and blood-red sword qi containing power that seemed to be able to slash through everything flowed out and quickly flew towards the dwarf, giving off terrifying sounds. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the dwarf was sent flying and heavily crashed to the ground, opening up a large crater, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a massive ghostly flame burst forth around Xiao Fu's body, and cold winds blew out. At the same time, a terrifying power spread out from Xiao Fu's body. The silver magic formation on the ground gave off an intense silver light, wanting to continue to seal Xiao Fu's power. A silver light covered Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu vigorously struggled and broke free from the sealing power. The silver light disappeared, and he stomped on the ground. A massive wave of ghostly energy slammed into the ground, causing it to crack and the silver magic formation to disappear. By now, Xiao Fu had already used the 6 Paths Demon Image's power. His body gave off a ghostly flame, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. A cold and eerie aura flooded out like a flood. Arg! The dwarf gave a massive roar as a terrifying power exploded out from his body. The dwarf grew a head and 2 arms, and a silver aura flame appeared around his body, dyeing the sky silver. At the same time, the dwarf took out a sword, a saber, and an axe. He gripped a weapon in each of his 4 arms and his body gave off a silver light, making him look like a war god. Boom, the dwarf gave off a terrifying aura and looked like a godly spirit. He held 4 weapons, and each of them gave off a terrifying light as he rushed at Zhao Fu, resulting in massive explosions. Boom. Zhao Fu also took out the sadistic killing sword, holding the sadistic killing sword in one hand and the emperor killing sword in the other, sending massive amounts of power into the 2 swords. The 2 swords gave off shocking sword lights, and Zhao Fu gave off a wave of power as he rushed at the dwarf. Bang 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 bang, massive explosions sounded out as the dwarf swung his 4 weapons, giving off terrifying energy as he ferociously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continuously slashed out with his 2 swords, sending out terrifying sword lights towards the dwarf. Waves of terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to continuously collapse and sending out massive gales. Countless trees swayed and boulders rolled about. The heavens and earth dimmed as terrifying auras flooded out. Sensing this terrifying aura, countless people's expressions fell, and they excitedly gathered in that direction. Just as they had expected, that mysterious person was challenging the 3rd-ranked legendary genius. That was the 3rd-ranked legendary genius, and he was someone that ordinary people could not even touch. It was very rare to see him fight with his full strength. Now that both sides had exploded out with such terrifying shockwaves, the battle would definitely be intense. Countless people felt even more excited as they watched the 2 of them fight. Bang, bang. Bang, the 2 of them continued to swing their weapons, continuously sending out terrifying power and clashing, sending out terrifying shockwaves. Boom. 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 Boom, the dwarf sent terrifying power into the 4 weapons, causing them to give off an intense silver light. The dwarf vigorously struck out with the 4 weapons, and 4 terrifying waves of power blasted towards Zhao Fu with immense destructive power. Xing. Xing, Zhao Fu also sent large amounts of power into his 2 swords. One sword gave off a cold and powerful sword intent, while the other gave off a berserk sword intent. As the 2 swords slashed out, 2 shocking sword lights flew out. Boom, the 2 terrifying waves of power clashed together, causing a terrifying shockwave to explode out like an energy barrier. The ground, rocks, trees, and everything else within the shockwave were all blasted apart. The 2 of them flew backwards and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. There were some wounds on their bodies, and blood dyed their clothes red. Bang! 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 The dwarf got up from the ground, and his 4 eyes gave off brilliant fiery lights as 4 searing beams of light shot towards Zhao Fu. The surrounding temperature quickly rose, and it was as if he was next to a furnace. Zhao Fu's heart tightened, and he blocked with his swords in front of him. The cross-shaped pupil in his right eye continuously spun, and a massive wave of ghostly qi spread out, forming an enormous ball of ghostly qi that covered Zhao Fu's body. Bang! 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 4 massive explosions sounded out as the enormous ball of ghostly qi was blasted apart, and Zhao Fu's body was blasted back. The dwarf gave a trace of a cold smile and gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu. Clang, 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 the sound of chains could be heard as chains containing terrifying power shot out from the ground towards the dwarf. The dwarf's 4 arms swung, and the 4 weapons shot out with terrifying power, shattering the incoming chains and causing countless broken chains to fly everywhere. Xing! Xing! A sword hum suddenly sounded out as Zhao Fu swung his 2 swords, slashing out a crisscrossing sword light that contained immense power towards the dwarf. The dwarf felt quite startled and blocked with his weapons in front of him. Bang! The 2 sword lights gave off terrifying power as they slashed against the weapons, and the dwarf felt a massive force hit him. His body flew backwards and crashed to the ground, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xing! A massive sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu raised the emperor killing sword and pointed it at the sky. A massive wave of power entered the sword, and the emperor-killing sword gave off an intense sword light as it shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power madly gathered, forming a massive vortex, and a black magic formation containing destructive power appeared. Zhao Fu's sword descended, and the magic formation gave off countless rays of sword light as it spun with terrifying power. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying black sword lights containing world-destroying power descended from the sky and slammed into the dwarf's body, resulting in massive explosions. Waves of destructive aura spread out, and the ground continuously collapsed. Everyone wanted to see Zhao Fu win, as Zhao Fu was the underdog challenging someone so high and mighty. This made them feel even more excited, as they were also the underdog and felt the same, so they stood on Zhao Fu's side. However, everyone was disappointed. After everything settled, the dwarf did not seem to have been injured at all and stood at the center of the crater. There was a four-colored barrier protecting the dwarf's body, and this four-colored barrier was a bit special. First, there were four palm-sized lifeforms made of energy floating around the dwarf. One was a yellow divine dragon that gave off yellow light and an earthly aura, one was a white bird that gave off white light and an aura of the sky, one was a black insect that gave off black light and an aura of the void, one was a fish that gave off blue light and an aura of time, and one was a fish that gave off blue light and an aura of time. The four creatures gave off light, forming a four-colored energy barrier that gave off an aura that seemed to belong to the heavens and the earth. The dwarf looked at Zhao Fu and said confidently, "You're very strong to be able to force me to use my final trump card. You should be proud of yourself, but since I've used this trump card, it means that you'll definitely lose." Zhao Fu did not reply, and his expression was serious as a few sword lights containing terrifying power slashed towards the dwarf. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the sword lights slashed against the four-colored barrier with terrifying power. However, not only did the barrier not tremble, but it did not even leave a mark on it. This made Zhao Fu feel quite startled. He had never thought that the barrier would be so tough. Even though he had not used his full strength in those attacks, they still contained terrifying power, but they had not left a mark on the barrier at all. Zhao Fu had never expected this and felt quite shocked. The dwarf said arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, no matter what you do, you won't be able to break through my barrier. Did you know? This is eternal protection, one of the Heaven-Awakened world's 6 great heaven-defying magic formations. Do you really think you can break through it? I originally planned to use this to challenge the Sun Elf, but I never thought that I would use it so quickly. That's why I said that you'll definitely lose." Boom, with this four-colored light shield, the dwarf rushed towards Zhao Fu like a ferocious beast, making an explosive sound. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he sent a massive amount of power into his two swords and vigorously swung them out. Two terrifying sword lights containing power that seemed to be able to slash through everything slashed against the four-colored barrier, but they did not even leave a mark. The dwarf directly ignored Zhao Fu's attack and swung his four weapons, giving off terrifying power as he attacked towards Zhao Fu. Right now, Zhao Fu was in a completely passive state. He couldn't attack the dwarves at all and could only defend passively. The people in the stands and the surrounding people had not expected this. The situation was not favorable for that person at all. It was very likely that he would lose. Eternal Protection was one of the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations, and it was a type of defensive power that had been split off from the Eternal Protection formation. As for why it was called the Eternal Protection formation, it was because no one could break through it. Even the most terrifying celestials would not be able to do so. Otherwise, it would not have been called one of the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations. Even though this Eternal Protection was not as powerful as the true Eternal Protection formation, it had unimaginable defensive power and was almost impossible to break through. The 6 great heaven-defying magic formations had disappeared from the world for a long time, and no one knew how the dwarf had obtained Eternal Protection. With this power, he could indeed challenge the first-ranked Sun Elf. Bang! The 4 weapons gave off intense lights and terrifying power as they tore through space and blasted Zhao Fu back to the ground. He heavily smashed open a large crater, and Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The dwarf stood in the air and arrogantly laughed as he said, "I already said that it's impossible for you to defeat me. If you don't want to die, quickly admit defeat and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The people in the stands and the surrounding people inwardly sighed, admitting defeat was the best choice. Facing eternal protection, the dwarf was in an invincible position, and that person would definitely lose to the dwarf. It was a pity that that person had already defeated 7 geniuses and was going to stop here. However, as one of the 3 legendary geniuses of the Outlander race, they were not people that ordinary people could defeat. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he looked at the dwarf and said, "Unbreakable? I'll see if I can break it today." The dwarf gave off a trace of condescension as he loudly laughed and said, "You can try." After speaking, the dwarf gave off a massive aura and continued to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lay on the ground and slowly closed his eyes, and his expression became calm as he said, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a massive rainbow-colored aura flame burst forth, giving off terrifying power as it covered the surrounding 10,000 meters. Everything in the surrounding 10,000 meters was instantly annihilated, and a massive crater appeared. The sky was dyed rainbow-colored and clouds swirled as terrifying auras flooded out, causing the entire world to tremble. Standing at the center of the aura flame, Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a rainbow-colored light, and a ring of rainbow-colored runes appeared around Zhao Fu. Right now, Zhao Fu was like a celestial, unrestricted by the world's laws. Time seemed to stop around him, and space twisted around him. Every trace of his aura seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, the dwarf felt quite shocked because he sensed a power that only a celestial could have. However, this person only had Harmony Realm cultivation. How could he have the power of a celestial? The people on the viewing platforms and in the surroundings gulped in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu had been hiding such terrifying power. Zhao Fu's expression was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. He slowly stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed at the air, and the rainbow-colored aura flame continuously gathered, forming an illusory celestial sword made of aura flames. Zhao Fu looked at the dwarf, causing the dwarf to feel quite startled and unable to react. By then, Zhao Fu had appeared in front of him, and his sword gave off silent power as it slashed against the 4-colored barrier. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the dwarf felt as if he had been hit by an entire world. His body quickly fell and heavily crashed into the ground like a meteor, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out, causing the ground in the surrounding tens of thousands of meters to collapse. The people on the viewing platforms and in the surroundings looked incredibly shocked. That person's eternal protection had been destroyed in a single strike. That person's power was simply unimaginable and was simply too terrifying. Was this really power that a mortal could control? Everyone present gasped in shock at the sight of this sword. They had not expected that this person would still be hiding such terrifying strength at this time. How would the dwarf deal with this terrifying celestial-like person? His greatest trump card, eternal protection, had been destroyed in a single strike. Everyone's gazes were focused on the battlefield. The dwarf's face became pale. He had never thought that this person would be so terrifying and be able to destroy eternal protection, which could block all attacks. Facing such a terrifying person, what could he do? Zhao Fu held the rainbow-colored aura flame sword and pointed it at the dwarf as he said, "Fight or surrender." The dwarf hesitated. With his current strength, he could not defeat Zhao Fu at all. Rather than being heavily injured and retreating, it was better to admit defeat. As such, he sighed and said, "I admit defeat and I'll give you 1/3 of my points." Right after he spoke, Zhao Fu received a system announcement that he had obtained 1/3 of the dwarf's points, and he felt a massive amount of fate flow into him. Zhao Fu did not do much. Since he had defeated the dwarf, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. He then returned to where he had been to recover from his injuries. That person really won and defeated one of the 3 legendary people. He's simply too powerful. Countless people could not help but cry out in excitement. Now, that person was going to become a legend, and in the future, all Outlanders would know of his existence. Those who had thought that it would be impossible for Zhao Fu to defeat the dwarf were all dumbfounded. They had never thought that Zhao Fu, who was only in the Harmony Realm, would actually be able to win. This was completely out of their expectations. Now, Zhao Fu's fame had reached its peak and surpassed the first-ranked Sun Elf, and he was the center of attention. After Zhao Fu returned to where he had been, the women excitedly waited for Zhao Fu. After all, their man had broken a legend and become an existence that countless people looked up to. He had become a legendary figure in countless people's hearts. Zhao Fu first recovered from his injuries, and after lingering with the women for a while, he started to challenge the second-ranked Medusa. Medusa looked at Zhao Fu seriously. This man in front of her gave her an unfathomable feeling and was incredibly terrifying. She did not dare to be careless, and she officially listed Zhao Fu as her opponent, an existence on the same level as the Sun Elf. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up, and his eyes lit up. Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful Medusa in front of him. She had a beautiful face, tender skin, and long green hair. With her peerless beauty, she was at least in the top 3. However, Zhao Fu's mind was not on this. He drew the emperor-killing sword and said, "There's no need to say anything else, let's begin." Medusa snorted and stretched out her hand. A blood-red 3-pointed bone trident appeared in her hand. Boom, a powerful azure aura flame burst forth from Medusa's body, turning into wild gales that blew over, bringing with them an eerie and evil aura. Boom, seeing this, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and exploded out with his own power. A black aura flame erupted around his body, and a powerful gale blew out. Xing, Zhao Fu was the first to attack, and a massive black sword light containing ferocious power slashed towards the Medusa. Medusa casually waved her bone trident, and a blood-red arc of light containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the two attacks collided, resulting in an enormous explosion. Cold light shot everywhere, and a powerful gale spread out. Zhao Fu leapt forwards into the air, and the emperor-killing sword gave off boundless sword light and terrifying power as it slashed down towards Medusa, drawing out a massive arc of light. Medusa did not move at all, and her bone trident gave off a terrifying blood-red light. She vigorously swung it, sending out a massive blood-red crescent towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided, resulting in a shocking shockwave. The ground instantly collapsed, and Zhao Fu was knocked back 10 or so meters while Medusa did not move at all. Zhao Fu's expression was serious. This Medusa was indeed more powerful than the dwarves. He did not hold back and a powerful black aura flame erupted, sending out a massive gale. Zhao Fu once again used his divine bloodline's power. Medusa's expression was cold as she sent a powerful wave of power into her bone trident and stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! 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 The 3 blood-red rays of light gave off terrifying piercing power as they shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly, tearing through the air in an instant. Zhao Fu held the emperor-killing sword and lightly cried out, "Sword Master!" An extremely sharp sword chi exploded out from the emperor-killing sword, sending out a powerful storm of sword chi. Zhao Fu gripped the emperor-killing sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a sharp black arc of light. Bang! 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 The 3 blood-red rays of light were slashed apart by Zhao Fu's sword, turning into countless rays of blood-red light that shot out in all directions. Suddenly, Medusa appeared in front of Zhao Fu and swung her bone trident, giving off immense power as she slammed it towards Zhao Fu, causing the air to explode. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and blocked with his sword. Bang! Zhao Fu felt a massive force hit him, and his body was sent flying dozens of meters before he stopped and his expression became even more serious. Roar! 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 9 massive dragons' roars sounded out from within Zhao Fu's body, and a terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu raised the emperor-killing sword and 9 massive, savage black dragons giving off terrifying power appeared behind Zhao Fu. They gave off an incredibly powerful dragon's might and the surrounding space seemed to sink, causing people to feel terror. Medusa's expression was cold as she raised her bone trident, and an even more massive azure aura flame flowed out, bringing with it wild gales. The massive azure aura flame continuously changed, forming a massive azure snake that gave off an incredibly terrifying aura. Its azure eyes looked at Zhao Fu, giving off a chilling intent that could cause one's hairs to stand on end. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and the 9 black dragons gave off terrifying power and ferocious auras as they rushed towards Medusa. Boom! Medusa also slashed out with her bone trident, and the azure snake gave off terrifying power and an eerie aura as it shot out like a bolt of lightning, giving off a massive explosion. Bang! Zhao Fu was blasted back by the shockwaves and crashed to the ground. A trace of blood leaked out of his lips, and he was slightly injured. Medusa stood where she was and an azure energy barrier appeared around her, blocking all of the shockwaves. She was not injured at all, and her expression was cold as she vigorously swung her bone trident. An azure crescent containing terrifying power slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Bang! The azure crescent slammed into the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. Rocks flew everywhere, and a massive crack appeared on the ground. Boom! Xiao Fu's right hand quickly spun, and a massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out, turning into countless malicious ghosts that flooded towards Medusa. Facing the countless ferocious ghosts, Medusa expressionlessly raised her bone trident and a terrifying wave of power flowed into it, causing a powerful azure light to shine out from the tip of the bone trident. Swish, 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 countless streaks of azure light containing sharp power shot out in all directions. There were countless streaks of azure light. The sounds they gave off were quite shocking. The azure rays of light easily pierced through the malicious ghosts' bodies, causing them to howl as their bodies turned into ghostly qi and dissipated. When the azure rays of light hit the ground, they left behind holes that were a few meters deep, looking quite shocking. SSS, a long hiss sounded out as Medusa once again swung her bone trident, and a massive azure snake suddenly appeared, giving off a cold and eerie power as it shot towards Xiao Fu like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Fu was unable to react in time and was sent flying, crashing into a large tree, causing many cracks to appear on the tree. Leaves fell like rain, and Xiao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. If you don't use the power that you used to defeat the dwarves, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Medusa's voice was cold as she said confidently to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu felt a trace of coldness in his heart, and he understood how powerful Medusa was. If he did not use Celestial Mode's power, he would not be able to defeat her, so he said, "As you wish." Celestial Mode, activate. Boom, a massive rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around Xiao Fu's body, rushing 10 or so meters into the air and creating powerful gales. Xiao Fu's eyes gave off a rainbow-colored light and a rainbow-colored rune circle appeared with Xiao Fu at the center, and a celestial-like might covered the surroundings. Sensing this wave of power, Medusa felt quite shocked. She understood that it was this wave of power that had defeated the third-ranked treasure dwarf. Boom, Medusa did not hide anything and also exploded out with a terrifying aura. A massive green aura flame erupted around her body, bringing with it wild gales, and an eerie and evil power spread out like a flood. Xiao Fu held the Emperor Killing Sword and a massive wave of power flowed into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to burn with a rainbow-colored aura flame. It gave off a terrifying sword aura, and with this power, Xiao Fu rushed towards Medusa. Medusa sent a massive amount of power into her bone trident, causing it to give off an intense green light and give off a terrifying aura. Medusa also rushed towards Xiao Fu with this power. Xiao Fu slashed towards Medusa with that terrifying power, sending out a rainbow-colored sword light that seemed to be able to destroy all things. Medusa vigorously swung her bone trident, giving off an extremely terrifying power as she slashed towards Xiao Fu, bringing with it an intense green light. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the two terrifying powers collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to spread out. The shockwave contained shocking power as it flashed past, causing the ground, trees, and rocks to all shatter. A massive gale was created, causing countless trees to sway and sand to fly everywhere, making it seem like a disaster. Both of them were sent back dozens of meters by the impact, and blood leaked out of their mouths as they looked at each other seriously. SSSS. SSSS. SSSS, Medusa vigorously swung her bone trident, and 3 massive green snakes gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Xiao Fu like bolts of lightning. Xiao Fu slashed out, sending out a sharp sword light that split open the first green snake's head. The second snake opened its mouth and ferociously bit towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu slashed out and a sword light shot out, slashing into the snake's mouth and splitting it in half. The final snake gave off ferocious power as it slammed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu gripped his fist and a rainbow-colored aura flame covered his fist. He vigorously punched out, sending out a terrifying power that seemed to be able to shatter boulders. Bang, the power slammed into the incoming snake, causing it to explode into countless motes of green light and dissipate. Suddenly, Medusa's body appeared in front of Xiao Fu and her bone trident gave off a ray of light as it stabbed towards Xiao Fu with terrifying power, bringing with it a powerful gale. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and blocked with his sword in front of him. He quickly exploded out with a rainbow-colored aura flame, forming a firm rainbow-colored energy barrier. Bang! The bone trident gave off shocking power as it slammed into the rainbow-colored energy barrier, resulting in a muffled explosion. The rainbow-colored energy barrier shattered, and Zhao Fu's body flew back and crashed to the ground as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Medusa gave a trace of a cold smile as she leaned forwards and shot towards Zhao Fu like a ray of green light. Zhao Fu looked furious as he half-squatted on the ground and gathered a massive amount of power in his palm, causing it to give off a rainbow-colored light. He ferociously pressed it against the ground, causing a massive sound to ring out. At the same time, the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun. Clang, 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 rainbow-colored chains containing great power shot out from the ground towards Medusa. There were many of them, at least 100,000 of them, creating a shocking scene. Medusa felt quite startled. Facing the countless rainbow-colored chains, she sent a massive amount of power into her bone trident, causing it to give off a blinding green light. Medusa vigorously swung it, and a terrifying green crescent containing destructive power slashed out. Bang, bang. Bang! The green crescent gave off terrifying power as it slashed the countless rainbow-colored chains into pieces, causing them to fly everywhere. However, there were still many rainbow-colored chains that shot out from the side and bound up Medusa's body. Boom! A terrifying power exploded out from Medusa's body. The azure aura flames around Medusa's body doubled in size, and the countless chains binding her shattered under that terrifying power. However, Zhao Fu appeared in front of her and his sword gave off an enormous rainbow-colored sword light as it slashed towards Medusa. Medusa panicked and immediately used her bone trident to block in front of her body, and an azure energy barrier appeared around her. Bang! Boom! Medusa furiously crawled up from the ground and exploded out with an incredibly powerful aura. Countless traces of azure aura flooded out like a flood, bringing with them an extremely cold and evil power. An eerie and cold aura spread throughout the heavens and earth, making people feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. All of their hairs stood on end and they felt terror. The green mist-like aura continuously turned into 1-meter-long snakes that slithered towards Zhao Fu. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they seemed to cover the heavens and earth as they attacked Zhao Fu, creating a terrifying scene. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he raised the Emperor Killing Sword and a rainbow-colored sword light shot into the sky. Massive amounts of heaven and earth power continuously gathered, forming a massive whirlpool. A rainbow-colored sword formation giving off terrifying power appeared. As the sword descended, the rainbow-colored magic formation started to spin and give off a faint light as a destructive aura spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of rainbow-colored sword light giving off world-destroying power slashed towards Medusa. The heavens and earth continuously trembled as spatial cracks appeared, creating a terrifying scene. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the countless rays of sword light collided with a flood of small snakes. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, bringing with it a power that could destroy everything. The ground, trees, flowers, grass, and boulders all shattered. A gale quickly spread out, carrying with it countless rocks and sand. Countless trees swayed and boulders rolled, creating a shocking scene. A crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide appeared in the ground, and the people on the viewing platforms looked at this terrifying scene in shock and excitement. Sensing those terrifying ripples, the countless people in the surroundings looked incredibly excited and gathered. They understood that those terrifying ripples were from the mysterious person challenging the second-ranked genius. When they arrived and saw the horrifying scene, they were also shocked. Within the crater, Zhao Fu and Medusa both had a few wounds on their bodies, from which blood flowed out. Their auras were quite weak, and it seemed that their injuries were not light. Boom! A massive green aura flame once again appeared around Medusa's body, and a terrifying power spread out as Medusa vigorously swung her bone trident. Hiss hiss hiss! The hundreds of 1,000-meter-long green snakes gave off massive hisses and gave off immense power as they flooded towards Zhao Fu, giving off destructive power. Ah! Zhao Fu roared as an even more powerful rainbow-colored aura flame exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, covering the surrounding 10,000 meters. In that instant, the ground in the surrounding 10,000 meters completely collapsed. Zhao Fu raised the sword in his hand and countless rainbow-colored aura flames gathered and flowed into the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to burn with an intense aura flame. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, giving off a massive explosion. A world-destroying sword energy slashed out, turning the ground, space, rocks, and everything else into dust. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the terrifying sword energy collided with the hundreds of 1,000-meter-long snakes, resulting in a terrifying explosion. It was as if a massive energy barrier had appeared, causing the ground to continuously tremble as terrifying auras spread out. After everything settled, Zhao Fu and Medusa lay on the ground, covered with blood, and their auras had become even weaker. Both of them had suffered from two massive attacks. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died after only taking one attack. Everyone looked at the two of them in shock and thought to themselves, as expected from a battle between two geniuses. Just a casual attack from them could destroy the heavens and earth. Seeing that both of them were heavily injured, did this mean that the battle was over? Had the two of them fought to a draw, just as everyone thought to themselves, boom, a massive aura flame continued to burn as a powerful energy exploded out, causing a wild gale to blow into the air. Zhao Fu once again stood up from the ground. Everyone felt quite delighted. If Zhao Fu could stand up, the victor of this battle would be Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu would have successfully challenged the second-ranked genius and would receive even more respect and admiration. Boom, a terrifying green aura flame burst forth, bringing with it an incredibly terrifying power. An eerie gale spread out, and the Medusa crawled up from the ground. One was a black aura flame that dyed the surroundings black, while the other was an azure aura flame that dyed the surroundings azure. The two aura flames continuously clashed, sending out even more intense gales that caused the heavens and earth to change colors and clouds to swirl. In just an instant, Zhao Fu dragged the Emperor Killing Sword and gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed at Medusa, slashing out powerful sword lights. Medusa held her bone trident and gave off terrifying power as she rushed at Zhao Fu, slashing out crescents that gave off immense destructive power. Boom, boom. Boom, the two terrifying powers continuously clashed, causing loud sounds to ring out. Powerful shockwaves spread out, causing the ground to continuously crumble. Arg! Zhao Fu roared and exploded out with all of his divine power, sending it into the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword gave off an intense sword light, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. An incredibly sharp sword intent containing enough power to slash apart worlds slashed towards Medusa. Arg! Medusa cried out and exploded out with all of her power. The bone trident in her hand ignited with an enormous aura flame, and Medusa vigorously slashed out. A powerful destructive power blasted out, causing space to seem to shatter and countless cracks to appear. Bang, the two powers clashed together, resulting in a massive sound, and both of them were sent flying back by the shockwave. Medusa coughed up a large mouthful of blood. After a while, the two of them got up again and looked at each other solemnly. Swish, Medusa held her bone trident and gave off a powerful aura as she shot out like a bolt of lightning. The bone trident gave off terrifying power as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move, and the bone trident pierced through Zhao Fu's chest with shocking power. A muffled explosion sounded out, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared, causing blood to fly everywhere. This caused Medusa and everyone else to feel quite startled, unable to understand what had happened. How could Zhao Fu have been killed so easily? With such an injury to his chest, he would have died without a doubt. It's such a pity that such a terrifying figure died just like that. Countless people were in disbelief. Zhao Fu's corpse slowly fell to the ground before suddenly disappearing, and a strange figure appeared behind Medusa. Medusa felt quite startled and could not react in time. Pooh! Zhao Fu held the Emperor Killing Sword and stabbed it through Medusa's abdomen. His left eye became a glass pupil that gave off boundless glass light. Everyone once again looked quite confused. They had never thought that Zhao Fu, who had just been killed, would suddenly appear behind Medusa and turn the tables. Some of the more powerful people said that Zhao Fu had used an extremely powerful illusion to deceive everyone's eyes. Everyone in the surroundings felt quite shocked. This illusion was simply too powerful. You can actually affect these people who are outside. The Medusa Empire's people all let out sighs of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had not stabbed any of Medusa's vitals, or else her life might have been in danger. Losing such an extraordinary genius was a massive loss to the Empire. They felt quite grateful towards Zhao Fu because they understood that Zhao Fu had held back, or else Medusa would not have been able to escape from the secret realm. Now that the second-ranked Medusa had been defeated, countless people became even more excited. That person was the second-ranked genius of the Outlander race and was only below the Sun Elf. He had become a legend and was worshipped by countless people. The spectator stands were boiling with excitement. Loud noises reverberated in all directions. Even those who were far away could hear the commotion and feel the excitement. By now, almost everyone knew of his existence, and they could see a resplendent star slowly rising up, illuminating the surroundings. Everyone felt incredibly respectful and did not feel unconvinced at all. It was impossible for them to have such monstrous power as Zhao Fu. At the same time, they felt incredibly happy because Zhao Fu, with his mediocre status, had defeated the 9 geniuses. This caused those who were not as powerful as the 9 geniuses to feel incredibly excited, and it gave them even greater encouragement. This was the first time such a terrifying person had appeared in history. After this, that person would definitely cause massive waves among the Outlander race. Under countless people's gazes of admiration, and fear, Zhao Fu returned to his original place, covered in injuries. After coming to where they were before, the women did not dare to disturb Zhao Fu because they knew that their man had just defeated the second-ranked genius of the 10 great geniuses, a legendary figure. Even with their status, they were still shocked by this matter. They couldn't help but feel endless admiration for Zhao Fu. At the same time, they rejoiced that they had such a terrifying man. 4 days later, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes. The countless totems on his back seemed to come to life, flowing around Zhao Fu's back and giving off all sorts of lights. After defeating Medusa, Zhao Fu once again obtained a massive amount of Outlander fate, and he was one step closer to breaking through. Now, only one of the top 10 geniuses remained, and that was the owner of the Outlander Emperor Star. He was a legend of the Outlander race, and he was someone who could not be surpassed. Not only were countless people in the stands looking forward to this battle, waiting quietly, countless people in the secret realm also came to the center of the secret realm to wait. They knew that the final battle would erupt here. The Sun Elf had a golden sword at his waist and was dressed in golden clothes. He had long, golden hair and peerlessly handsome looks. He looked like a high and mighty godly spirit, and he gave off an incredibly noble aura that mortals could not blaspheme. The Sun Elf followed the guidance of that power and waited for Zhao Fu. He had a trace of a confident smile on his face. He knew that Zhao Fu had defeated 9 geniuses, but Zhao Fu was still unable to defeat him, as he was an undefeatable existence. The 9 geniuses that Zhao Fu had defeated were also gathered here, waiting for the final battle to begin. The elephant person said somewhat nervously, "Do you think that person can defeat the Sun Elf?" The elephant person was the first genius to be defeated by Zhao Fu, and he had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. The other 8 geniuses had all been defeated by him. Yu Luohua said somewhat angrily, "I don't think it's possible. Outsiders don't know how powerful the Sun Elf is, but we know just how terrifying he is. I also want the Sun Elf to teach that bastard a lesson." The dwarf also laughed as he said, "I also think that the Sun Elf will win. He's one of the top 10 geniuses and is on our side. I don't want to hear that the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses have all been defeated by a single person, nor do I want to become someone else's stepping stone." The lion person's expression was somewhat serious as he said, "I hope so. That boy isn't simple either, but he's been hiding his power. Who knows what other terrifying power he's hiding." Medusa said seriously, "I'm not sure who will win, both of them are unfathomable, and only a battle will determine a victor." The ogre loudly laughed as he said, "I think the Sun Elf will definitely win. He's an unsurpassable existence within the Outlander race, and he won't lose to the geniuses of the other domains at all." Hubaime harumphed and said, "Even though I want to see that bastard get taught a lesson, I'm also looking forward to seeing if he can defeat the Sun Elf, who's an ultimate realm expert. If he really wins, I might give him a chance." It was not just the geniuses who were discussing this matter, everyone else was also intensely debating who would win. Some people stood on the Sun Elf's side, believing that the Sun Elf had the Outlander Emperor Star and was an unparalleled existence. No matter how strong that person was, he would definitely lose to the Sun Elf and would not be able to defeat him. Some people stood on Zhao Fu's side, believing that Zhao Fu had a mysterious background and might be able to defeat the Sun Elf. After all, he had defeated Medusa, so it was not impossible for him to defeat the Sun Elf. The terrifying major figures on the viewing platforms were also paying great attention to this battle. This battle would be the most anticipated battle in recent years, and it might be the most terrifying and intense battle. As for who would win, most people supported the Sun Elf because they understood how terrifying the Emperor Star was. Even though Zhao Fu was mysterious, no one knew his true strength. Now, countless people were gathered here, and their gazes were all gathered here. They were all waiting for the battle to begin, and their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement. A person wearing a black cloak and giving off an ordinary aura slowly arrived on the battlefield. Immediately, everyone fell silent and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Countless people's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body, understanding that this battle was about to begin. The Sun Elf's golden eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body, and he said with a trace of confidence and pride, "You're very strong, but you're not a match for me. If your cultivation rises to the peak of the divine realm, perhaps you'll have a slight chance." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and facing the Sun Elf, Zhao Fu felt an unprecedented pressure. He did not hold back and immediately exploded out with all of his power. A 100-meter wide black and blood-red aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing a massive gale to sweep out. The ground started to crack, and countless trees and grasses swayed. Boom, a trace of a condescending smile appeared on the Sun Elf's face as he drew the golden sword at his waist. A pure golden aura flame gave off a blinding golden light as it burst forth from the Sun Elf's body, and a terrifying power spread out. Swish, the two of them instantly disappeared and reappeared between the two of them. Zhao Fu's sword gave off a sharp sword light as he slashed towards the Sun Elf, while the Sun Elf's sword also gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two swords clashed together, and a shockwave blasted out, sending out wild gales. The Sun Elf gave a condescending smile and vigorously swung his sword, forcing Zhao Fu back 5 or 6 steps. He then raised his sword and vigorously slashed out, causing a golden sword light to give off terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu instantly sent large amounts of power into the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to give off an intense sword light. He vigorously slashed out, and a terrifying black sword light containing sharp power slashed towards the Sun Elf. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two sword lights collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Sword light shot everywhere, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Zhao Fu was forced back a few steps, but the Sun Elf did not move at all. He continued to give a condescending smile as he raised his sword and sent terrifying power into it. The sword gave off a golden aura flame as he vigorously slashed out. Boom, an enormous golden sword light containing shocking power slashed towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly terrifying, and it brought with it a powerful sword wind, leaving behind a 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide sword gash in the ground. Zhao Fu shouted, "Sword Master!" A massive and sharp sword intent exploded out from the Emperor Killing Sword, giving off terrifying power. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a terrifying black sword light containing that sharp sword intent slashed forwards. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two sword lights exploded, resulting in a shocking shockwave. A massive crater that was dozens of meters wide was blasted into the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu once again retreated 10 or so steps before being able to resist the impact. Suddenly, the Sun Elf appeared in front of Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a cold smile as his sword gave off golden light and a terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and raised his sword in front of him. Bang, with a dull thud, Zhao Fu was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Arg! Zhao Fu roared and crawled up from the ground. A massive black aura flame flowed out of his body, giving off a massive explosion. Zhao Fu raised his sword and sent a wave of power into it. Roar! Roar, roar! Massive dragons' roars containing terrifying power sounded out as 9 massive black dragons appeared behind Zhao Fu. A powerful dragon tail spread out, shaking the surroundings. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed down, and the 9 black dragons gave off terrifying power and shocking auras as they rushed towards the Sun Elf. No one could stop them. Roar! Facing the 9 black dragons, the Sun Elf gave a disdainful smile and raised his sword. A massive wave of power flowed into it, and a golden lizard-like dragon with a pair of golden wings gave off a massive roar. Boom! The Sun Elf vigorously slashed out, and the golden dragon flapped its wings, giving off a golden gale and a terrifying might as it rushed towards Xiao Fu. Bang! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the black dragon and golden dragon collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the ground to collapse. Countless trees were uprooted and rocks were blown away, and a 100-meter-wide crater was instantly formed. Suddenly, Xiao Fu appeared behind the Sun Elf and his sword gave off terrifying sword energy as he slashed towards the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf gave a confident smile as he turned and slashed out, giving off a shocking golden sword light. However, at that moment, Xiao Fu shouted, "Celestial mode. Activate!" Boom! A massive rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around Xiao Fu's body as Xiao Fu's eyes gave off rainbow-colored light. A rainbow-colored rune circle appeared around Xiao Fu, and the emperor-killing sword in his hand also gave off a rainbow-colored aura flame, giving off a sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy all things. Sensing this terrifying power, the Sun Elf was given a big fright and could not react in time. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the Sun Elf was sent flying back 10 or so meters and crashed to the ground. He tasted a sweetness in his throat and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. The Sun Elf's expression was cold as he crawled up from the ground, and an even more intense and resplendent golden light, bringing with it a terrifying power, shot out from his body as he charged at Xiao Fu. A rainbow-colored aura flame ignited around Xiao Fu's body, and he gave off an otherworldly aura as he rushed towards the Sun Elf. Bang 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 bang, massive sounds rang out as the Sun Elf sent massive amounts of power into his sword, sending out terrifying sword lights that ferociously slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu also sent terrifying power into his sword, causing sharp sword lights to fly out and continuously slash towards the Sun Elf. The two sword lights continuously clashed, causing sword lights to shoot everywhere. Powerful gales spread out, and the ground gradually cracked before collapsing. The Sun Elf coldly harumphed and an even more powerful golden light shined out from his body. He slashed out with even greater power, sending Xiao Fu flying back 10 or so meters. Xiao Fu stopped flying back, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as a terrifying aura exploded out. Clang, clang, clang. Rainbow-colored chains giving off incredibly ferocious power shot towards the Sun Elf from all directions. They were incredibly fast and there were many of them. There were at least 100,000 of them. Xing, the Sun Elf sent massive amounts of power into his sword, causing it to give off a dangerous aura. He vigorously slashed out, and a sword light containing terrifying power slashed out, instantly cutting the countless chains into pieces. Boom! The Sun Elf was given a big fright and immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the Sun Elf blocked Xiao Fu's attack. The ground beneath his feet was struck by a massive shockwave and cracked. Arg! Xiao Fu loudly roared and exploded out with even more power. The rainbow aura flame around his body became even brighter as he vigorously slashed towards the Sun Elf. Arg! The Sun Elf roared and activated his body's power. An even more terrifying power flowed out of his body as he vigorously slashed towards Xiao Fu. Bang! The two waves of power collided, resulting in two blinding lights. Both of them were affected by the collision and were both forced back 6 or 7 steps. Bang, bang, bang! In the next second, the two of them gave off immense power as they rushed at each other. Their swords gave off terrifying power as they slashed towards each other, giving off massive sounds. Suddenly, a massive wave of power flowed into the black and blood-red sword pupil in Xiao Fu's left eye. The sword pupil gave off a faint light and a dangerous aura spread out. Xing, 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 a massive wave of black and blood-red sword chi flowed out, bringing with it a power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it continuously flowed towards the Sun Elf. It was incredibly fast and incredibly sharp, and it was unstoppable. Sensing this incoming sword chi, the Sun Elf felt a chill in his heart and immediately released a golden defensive barrier around his body. Bang! The Sun Elf flew backwards and the defensive barrier shattered. The Sun Elf coughed up a mouthful of blood as a few parts of his body had been cut open by the sword chi. Blood flowed out, making the Sun Elf look quite wretched. Arg! The Sun Elf raised his head and roared as a terrifying power spread out from his body. The golden light around his body became even more intense and covered the surroundings as a golden elf image slowly appeared behind the Sun Elf, and a shocking aura spread out like a flood. Boom! The Sun Elf gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over and quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu. His sword gave off terrifying power and gave off a ferocious sword wind as it slashed towards Zhao Fu, leaving behind a golden gash. The golden shadow behind him synchronized with the Sun Elf's movements and slashed out with a shadow sword. Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to give off an intense sword light. A sharp sword chi storm spread out, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous black sword light with shocking power. Bang! The two swords collided, resulting in a massive sound. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the ground to collapse and countless rocks to fly everywhere. In the next moment, Zhao Fu's body was also sent flying. He flew back dozens of meters and smashed into a large rock, directly shattering it. Zhao Fu felt a pain in his chest and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Clang! Zhao Fu furiously crawled up from the ground and raised the Emperor Killing Sword. A rainbow-colored sword light shot into the sky and massive amounts of heaven and earth power madly gathered, forming an enormous whirlpool. A rainbow-colored sword formation giving off shocking sword intent appeared and gave off sharp power as it quickly spread out, causing the heavens and earth to seem to freeze. Sensing this terrifying power, the Sun Elf raised his sword and pointed it towards the sky. Boom! A massive golden aura flowed into the sky and condensed into an orb of light. Countless traces of heaven and earth power continuously gathered and flowed into the golden orb of light. The golden orb of light continuously became larger and gave off even more terrifying power. It was like a golden sun, and golden light shined in all directions, dyeing the sky golden. Zhao Fu's sword descended and the rainbow-colored magic formation gave off terrifying power as it slowly spun and gave off a faint light. An aura of destruction spread out like a flood. Boom, boom. Boom! Massive rainbow-colored sword lights containing world-destroying power slashed down from the sky, seeming to be unstoppable as they slashed towards the Sun Elf. Cracks appeared in the heavens and earth, making it seem incredibly difficult to deal with. Boom! The Sun Elf also slashed down, and the golden sun in the sky gave off destructive power and a massive aura as it flew towards Zhao Fu. The golden light seemed to cover everything. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as countless rays of blinding light spread out, causing the heavens and earth to turn white. A massive destructive power spread out, causing the ground, trees, grass, rocks, and everything else to shatter. A massive shockwave turned into a wild gale that blasted out countless trees and boulders. Countless trees were destroyed and boulders rolled, looking like a natural disaster. A massive crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, countless people felt quite startled and felt a sense of fear towards the battle between these two geniuses. With such terrifying power, it was no less than expected from a top-tier battle. Within the crater, a trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu and the Sun Elf's mouths as they climbed up from the ground. Boom! Boom! Two explosions simultaneously sounded out as the two of them once again exploded out with powerful auras as they charged at each other. Zhao Fu's sword gave off an incredibly sharp sword light as it slashed towards the Sun Elf, while the Sun Elf's sword also slashed out with terrifying power. The golden image behind him was still present, and it also slashed out. Shing! A metallic collision sound rang out as the two swords collided, resulting in countless sparks and a massive gale. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of power rush at him, and he was forced back a few steps. The Sun Elf immediately slashed out, giving off a ferocious sword light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood there and did not move at all, and his glassy eye gave off a beautiful glassy light. Pooh! That sword slashed Zhao Fu's body into a few pieces, causing blood to fly out and his corpse to fall to the ground. The Sun Elf did not dare to be careless. He did not believe that such a powerful person would be killed so easily. Suddenly, the Sun Elf sensed something and slashed backwards, sending out a golden sword light that slashed behind him. Pooh! A figure was cut in half at the waist by that sword light, causing blood to fly out and a corpse to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, the Sun Elf sensed it and found that it had been affected by an illusion. An intense golden light spread out from the Sun Elf's body, causing him to break free from the strange illusion. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of him and his sword gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards the Sun Elf, drawing out a rainbow-colored gash. Bang! Arg! The Sun Elf furiously roared and exploded out with terrifying power. A golden blood-red flame erupted around the Sun Elf's body, and a golden gale spread out, causing the ground to continuously crack. The Sun Elf's injuries quickly recovered, and his wounds also quickly healed. As an elf, he had a great advantage in terms of life force. Boom! The golden image behind the Sun Elf raised its sword, and a massive golden sword light rushed into the sky, turning into a terrifying pillar of sword chi. Countless arcs of golden lightning exploded out, and a world-destroying power flooded out. Sensing this power, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and roared as he exploded out with his celestial mode's power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a rainbow-colored aura flame rushed out, giving off a shocking aura as it covered the surrounding 10,000 meters. A terrifying power spread out, and the ground in the surrounding 10,000 meters instantly collapsed. Zhao Fu raised the Emperor-killing sword and countless rainbow-colored aura flames gathered and flowed into the Emperor-killing sword, causing it to burn with an intense rainbow-colored aura flame and give off world-destroying power. The surrounding space twisted as a massive storm of sword chi blew out. Boom! The Sun Elf raised his sword and heavily slashed down, sending out a massive golden sword light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It slashed towards Zhao Fu, causing long cracks to appear in space. Boom! Zhao Fu raised the Emperor-killing sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying rainbow sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Everything in front of it was instantly reduced to dust, and nothing could stop it. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two massive sword lights clashed together, giving off unimaginable destructive power. A massive shockwave containing destructive power blasted out like a bolt of lightning. The ground, the mountains, the grass, the trees, and the rocks all shattered in that instant. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been swept away by an enormous power and instantly dissipated, revealing a cloudless blue sky. A 100,000-meter-wide crater appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Countless people stared at this scene in shock as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This was a battle between geniuses. It was simply too terrifying, too shocking. They were definitely lucky to be able to witness such a terrifying battle. The 9 geniuses who were watching the battle from the outside felt quite shocked. The intensity of the battle had long since surpassed their own battles. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions rang out, and 2 piles of rocks exploded. Rocks flew everywhere, and 2 people with chi flames appeared. Boom! There were also 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's cross-shaped pupil in his right eye, and a massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out, turning into malicious ghosts that gave off shocking auras as they flooded towards the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf vigorously swung the sword in his hand, and a massive sword light slashed out, slashing the malicious ghosts in half and causing them to dissipate into ghostly chi. Zhao Fu used this opportunity to rush in front of the Sun Elf and his sword gave off a sharp sword light as he slashed towards the Sun Elf's throat. The Sun Elf used his sword to block Zhao Fu's attack. Suddenly, the golden elf image behind the Sun Elf also swung its sword, sending out a terrifying sword light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and unleashed a defensive barrier. Bang! The defensive barrier was shattered by the sword light, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying back. He crashed dozens of meters away, and a gash appeared on his chest from which blood continuously flowed out. Swish! The Sun Elf appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and his sword gave off a terrifying sword light as it ferociously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Bang! The sword light slammed into the ground, causing it to seem as if it had been hit by a massive force. A 10-meter-wide crater appeared, and Zhao Fu was forced back a few steps. Boom! The Sun Elf once again slashed out, and a massive golden sword light containing terrifying power and a ferocious sword wind flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hurriedly blocked with his sword, but he was still sent flying by the massive golden sword light. He heavily crashed 100 meters away and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Arg! Zhao Fu looked furious as he gave a massive roar, and a terrifying power spread out. An enormous black aura flame appeared around his body, and he rushed into the sky with terrifying power, causing a ferocious black gale to spread out. A might that surpassed everything, one that reigned above emperors, and all creatures in the world had to submit spread out. The ground and the surroundings sank, and countless creatures felt terror from their bloodlines. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The countless people in the surroundings sensed this might that reigned above emperors, and they looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They felt incredibly nervous, and their bodies slightly trembled. It's a divine bloodline. Suddenly, a shocked and nervous voice sounded out. The surroundings were sent into an uproar. No one had expected that person to have the legendary divine bloodline. From that terrifying power, it was definitely not an ordinary divine bloodline. At that moment, whether it was the 9 geniuses or the major figures on the viewing platforms, they all looked slightly shocked. They understood why Zhao Fu had been wearing a cloak to hide his identity. It turned out that he had a divine bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu had been hiding his aura, so no one had discovered him. Now, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about anything and unleashed his divine bloodline's power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gripped the emperor-killing sword with both hands and pointed it downwards. Massive amounts of power continuously flowed into it, and the emperor-killing sword gave off traces of an incredibly terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu gripped the emperor-killing sword with both hands and vigorously stabbed it into the ground as he shouted, "Ghost Lord! World conquering!" Boom! A massive black aura flooded out from the ground, instantly covering hundreds of thousands of meters of ground. Black ghost soldiers wearing armor and holding all sorts of weapons appeared. There were simply too many of them to count, and they gave off a world-conquering aura. Within the underworld secret realm, Zhao Fu had absorbed all of the ghost soldiers in a secret realm into the Ghost Lord sword. This was the first time Zhao Fu had used it. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a blinding light shot out from the Sun Elf's body. The golden elf image behind him fused into the Sun Elf's body, causing the Sun Elf to look like a sun and give off boundless golden light. The Sun Elf gripped his sword with both hands and pointed it downwards, sending massive amounts of power into the sword. The golden sword gave off an intense golden light, causing it to look like a golden sword of light, and it gave off an extremely terrifying power. Boom! The Sun Elf gripped the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. A powerful golden light flowed into the ground as a massive ancient golden tree, giving off the aura of countless worlds, appeared behind the Sun Elf. This ancient tree was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, and its canopy covered the sky. Every leaf and branch gave off terrifying power, and the ancient tree gave off boundless golden light, dyeing the heavens and earth golden. The world seemed to be split in half. One half was black and gave off boundless black aura, while the other half was golden and gave off boundless golden light. The two sides intensely clashed, causing people to feel incredibly shocked. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu raised a hand and pressed it down towards the Sun Elf. The countless black ghost soldiers behind him gave off a world-conquering aura as they rushed towards the Sun Elf, seeming as if they wanted to destroy everything. Boom! The Sun Elf raised a hand and pointed out, causing the ancient golden tree to explode out within. Intense golden light. Everything in the surroundings collapsed under the terrifying golden light, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two extremely terrifying powers clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. It was like an energy barrier that spread out, and everything within it was reduced to nothingness. The ground continuously trembled as terrifying auras continuously spread out like floodwaters. A massive gale blew out, causing countless trees to sway and boulders to roll. Even the people on the outside were affected and had to use defensive barriers to defend. After everything settled, a crater that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide appeared in the ground. Zhao Fu stood up, covered with blood, while the Sun Elf was nowhere to be seen. Countless people looked at the scene before them in shock. They could not help but wonder, did that mysterious saint win? Boom! A shocking explosion once again sounded out as countless rays of azure starlight appeared in the sky, and an incredibly powerful might descended. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble in fear as a chaotic and powerful aura flooded the world. A massive azure star giving off an azure light and giving off a massive might slowly descended from the sky, causing the ground to sink. The Emperor Star has descended. Countless people looked at the green star in the sky in shock. That was the Outlander race's supreme Emperor Star, the Emperor Star of all races. Bang! Countless rocks flew out, and a blood-red Sun Elf appeared. His body was covered with green starlight, and he gave off an extremely terrifying aura. The Sun Elf raised a hand and pressed it down on Zhao Fu. Boom, the Outlander Emperor star exploded out with a terrifying aura and gave off intense starlight, turning into a massive pillar of starlight that gave off world-destroying power as it landed on Zhao Fu's body. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as if a meteor had smashed into the ground. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground and the surrounding tens of thousands of meters to collapse. A massive shockwave blasted out, and countless rocks and sand flew everywhere. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Could that holy sun still have the strength to fight after receiving such a terrifying attack? The Sun Elf had used the Supreme Emperor Star. Could that mysterious holy sun still be a match for him? Boom, a heaven-toppling ghostly chi flooded out from the ground, inundating everything. The sky became gray and ghostly chi filled the surroundings. The world seemed to be filled with an eerie coldness, as if it was a ghost realm. A terrifying figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A terrifying ghostly flame appeared around his body, and he was half naked. He had long, gray-white hair, and his muscles bulged as violet scales grew out of him. His fingernails grew long and gave off cold lights as a pair of black demon horns grew out of Zhao Fu's head. His forehead split open as a pale white vertical eye appeared, and his mouth became filled with countless fangs as a pair of gray-black wings grew out of his back. His body gave off an ancient, savage, evil, and eerie aura, and the space around him could not withstand his power and continuously twisted. The people in the surroundings once again looked shocked as they looked at that figure. They had never thought that this person would madly fuse the six paths demon images into his body. This was simply too terrifying. The Sun Elf's expression was serious as he sensed Zhao Fu's terrifying ghostly power. He felt quite shocked and raised a hand towards the Outlander Emperor star in the sky. Arg! The Sun Elf roared and unleashed all of his power. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body as his body gave off blinding golden light. The ground was unable to withstand that power and continuously collapsed. The Sun Elf gave off boundless golden light as his body slowly rose up and seemed to fuse into the Supreme Emperor star. The green Outlander Emperor star seemed to be dyed gold as boundless heaven and earth power flowed into it. An extremely terrifying power spread out from the Emperor star, causing space to continuously collapse as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. Countless people felt that power, and they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Their bodies and souls continuously trembled. Boom, boom. Boom, the Golden Emperor star exploded out with countless rays of golden light, each containing terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. It was as if the entire sky had been pierced by the golden light, creating a shocking scene. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Facing the countless rays of light, Zhao Fu vigorously pressed against the ground, and a formless energy seeped into the ground. Boom, a massive wave of ghostly chi erupted out of the ground, giving off a terrifying aura as it rushed into the sky, forming a 10,000-meter wide pillar of ghostly chi that gave off ferocious and eerie winds. Countless traces of ghostly chi spread throughout the heavens and earth, seeming to cover the entire world and giving off an extremely cold and eerie aura. Arg! The ghostly chi turned into malicious ghosts, and there were countless of them. They gave off terrifying howls that shook the surroundings, making the entire world seem like a world of malicious ghosts. Clang, 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 clang. However, this was not the end. The malicious ghosts turned into ghostly weapons that looked different. There were sabers, swords, spears, axes, lances, and other weapons. All of them gave off cold lights and gave off an aura of killing. Boom, boom. Boom, under Zhao Fu's control, the dense ghostly soldiers all aimed at the Golden Emperor star in the sky and gave off powerful ghostly power as they shot towards the sky, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Bang! Everything gradually calmed down and the dust settled. A 1,000,000-meter wide crater had appeared in the ground, and the ground around the crater had been flattened. A layer of the ground had been lifted up, and there were broken rocks and wood everywhere. Outside, trees had been destroyed, rocks were everywhere, and grass was everywhere. The surroundings were deathly silent, as if everything had died. Large winds blew, seeming to cry out in sorrow at the devastation that had just occurred. The people on the outskirts had also been greatly affected, and they were covered with dust and looked quite wretched. Countless people looked at the terrifying scene in front of them in shock. and their bodies felt icy cold as they trembled. This was not something that could be done by a human, it was incredibly terrifying. The starlight that the Emperor Star gave off was not as intense as before, and it was now much dimmer. No one could see any traces of the two people, and no one was sure just who had won. The people on the outskirts and viewing platforms felt incredibly nervous as they stared at the crater, waiting for the situation to change. Bang! A massive sound rang out as rocks flew everywhere, and a terrifying figure appeared. There was a ghostly flame around his body, and he gave off an incredibly cold and eerie aura. It was Xiao Fu. Blood leaked out of Xiao Fu's lips, and there were a few wounds on his body. However, they were not very big, and there was some gray blood flowing out. Boom! The dim Emperor Star in the sky once again exploded out with a powerful aura, giving off bright starlight, and the Sun Elf's figure appeared at the center of the Emperor Star. A trace of blood leaked out of the Sun Elf's lips, and there were a few wounds on his body. However, he gave off an intense golden light and a terrifying might. The battle was not over yet. Boom! Xiao Fu grabbed at the air and the Emperor Killing Sword appeared in his hand. A massive ghostly flame fused into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to burn with ghostly flames. A powerful ghostly power exploded out, and Xiao Fu rushed at the Sun Elf. Boom! The Sun Elf's expression was cold as he vigorously grabbed out, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. The Emperor Star gave off boundless starlight power, which flowed into the Sun Elf's body, causing his body to shine with an intense azure light. With this massive Emperor Star power, the Sun Elf rushed at Xiao Fu. Bang! Xiao Fu's sword gave off a terrifying gray sword light that gave off an incredibly cold and eerie power and a massive amount of ghostly chi as it slashed towards the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf slashed out, and an azure sword light containing destructive power and countless rays of azure light slashed towards Xiao Fu. The two swords gave off terrifying power as they collided, resulting in a massive shockwave that blasted out like a wild gale. The two of them were sent flying back several hundred meters. However, in the next moment, the two of them clashed again, leaving powerful streams of light behind them. Bang bang bang, massive sounds rang out as Xiao Fu's sword gave off terrifying sword lights as he slashed towards the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf's sword continuously gave off azure sword lights as it ferociously slashed towards Xiao Fu. The two sword lights continuously clashed, causing sword light to shoot everywhere and sending out massive gales. The heavens and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon dimmed. The crowd watched the battle between the two of them in shock. This was a battle between top-notch geniuses. Moreover, they did not hold back at all and fought with all their might. The Sun Elf directly summoned the Supreme Emperor Star and obtained boundless Emperor Star power. He could change the heavens and earth, and his power surpassed ordinary people's imaginations. His opponent was not simple either. He had a divine bloodline and had fused the Six Paths demon images into his body. He had reincarnation path power and terrifying ghostly power that could easily destroy anything. Arg! Xiao Fu roared and a terrifying wave of reincarnation path power entered the Emperor Killing Sword. 6 traces of ghostly chi flowed out and wrapped around the Emperor Killing Sword. An extremely terrifying ghostly power spread out, and Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out. A sword energy containing destructive power slashed towards the Sun Elf. Arg! The Sun Elf raised the sword in his hand and loudly roared as the Emperor Star behind him gave off a brilliant starlight. A massive wave of Emperor Star power flowed into the sword, causing it to give off boundless green sword light that shined in all directions. The Sun Elf vigorously slashed out, sending out a shocking green sword light. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two swords collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying explosive force blasted out, bringing with it a powerful gale. Bang! Xiao Fu's body quickly crashed to the ground like a meteor. A shockwave blasted out, causing the ground and the surrounding hundreds of meters to crack. The Sun Elf was forced back dozens of meters. Boom! Xiao Fu crawled up from the ground and pressed his hand against the ground. A massive wave of ghostly chi exploded out, forming 1,000 devils that were hundreds of meters tall. They were covered with muscles and had savage-looking faces, and they gave off powerful auras. Roar! Roar, roar! The 1,000 demons raised their heads and roared, exploding out with powerful ghostly power. They turned into powerful rays of light that shook the space around them as they rushed towards the Sun Elf in the sky. Facing the 1,000 devils giving off terrifying auras, the Sun Elf raised a hand and a massive wave of power gathered in his palm. Boom, the Supreme Emperor star behind the Sun Elf exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off boundless green starlight. The starlight formed 100-meter-long green swords of light that floated behind the Sun Elf, giving off a massive sword aura. The Sun Elf waved his hand. Boom. Boom, the 1,000 green swords of light gave off terrifying sword energy as they shot out incredibly quickly. They left behind green rays of light and gave off shocking sounds. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions sounded out as the azure swords of light gave off terrifying power and pierced through the chests of the evil spirits. The evil spirits exploded and turned into countless traces of ghostly chi that dissipated. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded out as Zhao Fu appeared behind the Sun Elf. He raised the Emperor-killing sword and gave off an intense sword light as a ghost dragon giving off massive ghostly chi appeared behind him. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and the ghost dragon gave off terrifying power and a powerful aura as it rushed towards the Sun Elf. Bang, the Sun Elf was startled and blocked with his sword in front of him, releasing a green defensive barrier. The ghost dragon slammed into the barrier with immense power, causing it to shatter. The Sun Elf flew back and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The Sun Elf gave off a trace of anger as he raised his sword. The Supreme Emperor star behind him gave off intense green starlight that flowed into the Sun Elf's body, and the sword gave off an intense green sword light. The Sun Elf vigorously slashed out, and a massive green arc of light containing shocking power instantly slashed out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two massive powers collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A massive gale was created as sword light and ghostly chi flew everywhere. Zhao Fu rushed in front of the Sun Elf and his sword burned with a powerful ghostly flame as he slashed towards the Sun Elf. Xing, the Sun Elf blocked with his sword, blocking Zhao Fu's sword. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Fu roared as a massive ghostly flame flowed out of his body, and a massive wave of power exploded out. Zhao Fu gripped his sword and pressed down towards the Sun Elf. The Sun Elf's expression was cold as he slowly lowered his sword, looking as if he was unable to defend against Zhao Fu's immense power. However, in the next moment, the Sun Elf also roared, and the Emperor star behind him once again gave off intense starlight. Boundless Emperor star power flowed into the Sun Elf's body, and a terrifying power flowed out from his body. The Sun Elf vigorously pushed out, sending Zhao Fu flying back. Boom, the Sun Elf raised his sword, and the Supreme Emperor star behind him exploded out with a massive aura, giving off a brilliant green light as he vigorously slashed out. Boom, the starlight from the Supreme Emperor star formed a massive green ray of light that gave off destructive power and a terrifying aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu, resulting in a massive explosion. Bang, Zhao Fu hurriedly exploded out with powerful ghostly chi, and a 6-paths defensive barrier appeared around him. The massive green ray of light slammed against the barrier with shocking power, and Zhao Fu's body quickly crashed into the ground, smashing open a large crater. Arg! The Sun Elf once again roared, and the Supreme Emperor star flashed with brilliant starlight, forming countless green orbs of light that gave off immense destructive power as they shot towards Zhao Fu like a meteor shower. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the azure orbs of light landed on the ground and exploded. Destructive power rippled out, causing the ground to crumble and rocks to fly everywhere. Dust and stones rose into the air. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter-wide crater had appeared, and there were countless smaller craters within it. Everyone looked at the Sun Elf in shock, he was simply too powerful. With the Supreme Emperor star behind him and boundless Emperor star power flowing into him, he was simply invincible. Even though that person was powerful, facing the Sun Elf who had of Emperor star power, of course he would lose. Of a person, it was impossible to defeat of a peerless genius with an Emperor star. However, that person was truly powerful to be able to force the Sun Elf to explode out with such terrifying power. Ordinary people would not be able to do such a thing. At the center of the crater, Zhao Fu was covered with blood as he staggered to his feet. His eyes were filled with fury as he roared towards the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and piercing through the underworld. Celestial mode. Activate. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as if something had been shattered. A world-destroying power flowed out from Zhao Fu's body and instantly spread out, causing the ground to be reduced to dust. A sky-toppling ghostly flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and massive eerie winds containing destructive power spread out. Grass was blown away, countless trees were uprooted, and countless rocks were sent flying. The temperature of the entire world quickly fell, and it became bone-chillingly cold. The countless people in this world could not help but tremble in fear and look towards Zhao Fu's direction. It was as if this place was covered by a massive layer of dark clouds. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and below him was a massive crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide and 1,000 meters deep. The left side of Zhao Fu's face became crimson red, making him look incredibly savage like a demon. The pale white eyeball on his forehead became rainbow-colored, and at the same time, a thin hole appeared in Zhao Fu's eye sockets, giving off an unimaginably terrifying power. 9 gray rune circles floated out with Zhao Fu at the center, each larger than the last, and they were 30 centimeters apart. The aura that Zhao Fu gave off was like that of a true ghost celestial. The heavens and earth could not withstand it, and they continuously collapsed, twisted, and collapsed. The people on the viewing platforms and in the surroundings could not help but look terrified as they looked at Zhao Fu in the air. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. Was he still human? He was like a ghost celestial. The Sun Elf's expression was quite unsightly as he felt incredibly shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. Arg! The Sun Elf roared and raised a hand. The Supreme Emperor star behind him exploded out with countless rays of green starlight, forming rays of green light that gave off immense power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. The sky seemed to be pierced through. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Facing the incoming rays of green light, Zhao Fu's expression was cold and emotionless as he slowly raised a hand and aimed at the incoming rays of green light. Time and space seemed to freeze as the countless rays of green light froze in the air. Zhao Fu vigorously grabbed at the air, and the rays of green light turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. It was as if there was a rain of green light, creating a beautiful scene. Arg! The Sun Elf once again roared and unleashed all of his power from the Supreme Emperor star. The Supreme Emperor star once again exploded out with boundless green light, making it look like a green sun that illuminated the entire heavens and earth. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the countless rays of green light formed a massive pillar of green light that gave off world-destroying power as it shot towards Zhao Fu, tearing out countless spatial cracks. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he raised a hand towards the incoming pillar of green light. A massive wave of ghostly power gathered in his palm, causing it to give off traces of terrifying ghostly qi. The 9 rings of runes around him came in front of Zhao Fu, which was in front of his palm. They gave off intense gray light and formed a circular shield. Bang! The terrifying pillar of green light slammed against the circular shield with destructive power, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless rays of green light shot out in all directions, causing wild gales to blow. The pillar of green light lasted for a minute or so, and the 9 rings of runes continuously spun, turning all of the power into nothingness. In the end, the pillar of green light gradually became smaller and disappeared, leaving behind a terrifying aura of destruction. The round shield dissipated and the 9 circles of runes returned to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu grabbed at the Sun Elf, and a massive wave of ghostly energy flowed out. Clang, 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 massive sounds of chains rang out throughout the sky as massive gray chains shot up from the ground, bringing with them terrifying and eerie power as they shot into the sky. There were many of them, and there were at least millions of them, seeming to be able to lock down the heavens and earth. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the countless chains tightly bound up the massive Supreme Emperor star in the sky. The Supreme Emperor star gave off terrifying power and continuously struggled. It was a Supreme Emperor star, so how could it accept being bound? As such, it looked quite furious. The Sun Elf was also bound up. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to forcefully suppress that terrifying Supreme Emperor star. He really was comparable to a ghost celestial. The 9 geniuses also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had always felt that Zhao Fu was hiding his power, and now that they had personally witnessed Zhao Fu's power, their hearts trembled. It was simply too terrifying. Facing the power that Zhao Fu had displayed, the 9 geniuses felt that they were inferior. Even the second-ranked Medusa accepted this reality and did not feel unconvinced at all. Looking at the Supreme Emperor star and Sun Elf bound up by countless chains, everyone could not help but wonder, Is it over just like that? Arg! A massive roar sounded out throughout the sky as the Sun Elf's body gave off boundless blood-red golden light, and an extremely terrifying power exploded out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the massive Supreme Emperor star exploded out with a terrifying aura. A massive green aura flame appeared around it, giving off unimaginable power. The countless chains binding it shattered, and the Supreme Emperor star gave off a massive green aura flame, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and earth as it stood in the sky. The countless chains binding the Sun Elf were all broken, and the Sun Elf's body gave off an intense light. Its expression was cold as it looked at Zhao Fu and turned into a ray of light as it flew into the Supreme Emperor star. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the Supreme Emperor star exploded out with terrifying power, giving off boundless green light that covered the entire heavens and earth. Space continuously shattered as a massive aura flame flowed out. The cyan aura flame split into two, one continuously rising while the other continuously falling. The upper aura flame turned into the upper body of an elf, while the lower aura flame turned into the lower body of an elf. A massive aura flame spirit appeared, giving off a terrifying aura. The Azure Supreme Emperor star was at the center of the aura flame giant's chest. When this aura flame appeared, it created a terrifying storm. The ground was lifted up layer by layer, and countless trees were destroyed. Many boulders shattered, and the sky became azure. Clouds swirled, and the sun and moon lost their light. That extremely terrifying aura spread out like a tide, easily sweeping through the heavens and earth, pulling countless people into a state of fear. Boom! As soon as the Azure Aura Flame Giant was formed, it looked at Zhao Fu with a sovereign's gaze. It gripped its fist and gave off terrifying power as it punched towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it an intense gale. Facing this punch, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and also gripped a fist. A massive wave of ghostly power gathered in his fist, causing it to give off traces of ghostly chi as he punched out with destructive power. Boom! The two completely disproportionate fists gave off terrifying power as they clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. A ferocious gale swept out in all directions, destroying everything. The Azure Aura Flame Giant was forced back a few steps, but Zhao Fu did not move at all. The massive impact was dissipated by the 9 gray runes around him. Roar! The Azure Aura Flame Giant furiously roared as it gripped its fists and continuously punched out. Terrifying fist energies containing destructive power blasted out, bringing with them massive gales that seemed to be unstoppable. Facing the incoming fist energies, Zhao Fu's expression was cold and he once again stretched out a hand. A massive wave of ghostly power gathered in his palm, and the 9 gray runes around him once again came before Zhao Fu's palm. They gave off intense gray light and formed a massive round shield. Bang, bang, bang! The massive fist energies slammed into the round shield, resulting in massive sounds and sending out ferocious gales. However, the round shield did not budge at all, and the 9 runes slowly spun, dispelling the massive power. The Azure Aura Flame Giant did not seem to believe this and punched out even more ferociously, bringing with it even more destructive power as it slammed into the round shield. Bang, bang, bang! Massive sounds rang out as gales spread out, and the round shield slightly trembled. The 9 runes quickly spun, dispelling the terrifying power. Roar! The Azure Aura Flame Giant raised its head and gave a massive roar, causing the entire sky to tremble. A heaven-toppling aura flowed out of its body as it raised its hands and vigorously grabbed at the air. A massive Azure Aura Flame sword appeared in its hands, and it gave off immense power as it vigorously slashed out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth had been split in half. A massive sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything slashed out like lightning, destroying the ground, space, rocks, plants, and everything else. Bang! The terrifying sword energy split the round shield in half, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying back and heavily smashed into the ground, opening up a massive crater. A sword gash that was tens of thousands of meters wide and over 1,000 meters deep appeared on the ground, and it gave off traces of destructive power, making people feel incredibly terrified. Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground. The Azure Aura Flame Giant held the Azure Aura Flame Sword and strode towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he raised a hand, and a massive wave of ghostly energy flowed out of his palm, forming 6 egg-sized gray orbs of light that floated around his palm. Zhao Fu aimed at the azure aura flame giant and vigorously pressed down, causing a massive wave of power to flow out. Boom! 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 6 massive explosions sounded out as 6 stone doors giving off ancient, cold, and powerful auras appeared around the azure aura flame giant. They were tens of thousands of meters tall and were carved with countless images of ghosts and monsters. They gave off an incredibly powerful light and caused the heavens and earth to fall silent. The stone doors slowly opened as 6 massive ghostly hands giving off terrifying power and a bone-chilling aura stretched out. They grabbed the azure aura flame giant's hands, legs, body, and head, and vigorously pulled them. Arg! He won! Countless people stared at this scene with wide eyes. The sun elf crashed to the ground and fainted, unable to retaliate at all. As the person with the most points, he fell to second place, and Zhao Fu took first place. Suddenly, regardless of whether it was in the periphery or on the grandstand, the voices were boiling and reverberating in all directions. Even people far away could hear it and feel the excitement and liveliness here. That person really won. So terrifying. Even I feel so excited. That person is invincible and super powerful. I've never admired a person so much in my life. He defeated the Outlander race's top 10 geniuses by himself. Today, he's destined to ascend to the top and become famous in the Outlander domain. Arg, he's too powerful. I worship him so much. I like him so much. He was able to defeat the Sun Elf with the full power of the Emperor Star, and he relied on his own strength to defeat the Sun Elf without any tricks at all. Even though I didn't like this person at first, I can't help but say that I've been won over by his charisma. He's truly a powerful person. It's the first time I've seen someone defeat someone with a Supreme Emperor Star without any stars. I have nothing to say, that person is truly powerful. Countless people cried out excitedly, looking incredibly shocked. Even the powerful major figures looked incredibly shocked. It could be seen just how big of a commotion Zhao Fu had caused. The 9 geniuses stared at this scene in shock. The Outlander race's most powerful expert, someone who had reached the pinnacle of the Outlander race, had been defeated today. What's more, he had been defeated with overwhelming power. Now that the Sun Elf had lost, everyone accepted it wholeheartedly and did not have any objections. The elephant person felt a trace of nervousness as he said, "I never thought that person would actually win. His true strength is so terrifying. Just what sort of monster were we fighting against back then?" Yu Luohua also said in shock, "That's right. I never thought that that fellow would find it so difficult to defeat a Supreme Emperor Star. If it was me, I would have died without a trace." The Ochre Demon said in agreement, "If the Sun Elf did not use the Supreme Emperor Star, we would have been able to fight. However, once he used the Supreme Emperor Star, we would have lost without a doubt. After all, that's the Outlander race's Supreme Emperor Star, and there are only a few of them in the entire Outlander race." The lion person said seriously, "He's a peerless expert and has won my respect and admiration. He's the first person I've admired so much." Hu Bai Mei lightly harumphed, "That fellow is actually so terrifying, there's nothing I can't accept anymore. I'm afraid even a few geniuses working together would not be able to defeat him. I'll give him a chance later." The orc person said excitedly, "It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying battle. Both sides are simply too powerful." Even though the elf was defeated, he deserved respect. The dwarf sighed, "His power has already made me feel a sense of powerlessness and defeat. I thought that with Eternal Protector, I would be able to become number 1, but after seeing their power, I realize how laughable that was." Medusa did not say anything and looked at Zhao Fu. Back when Zhao Fu had defeated her, she had felt a trace of dissatisfaction because she had not used her most powerful attack, the petrification ability. However, from the power that Zhao Fu had displayed, even if she used her ability, she would definitely lose. However, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Zhao Fu for defeating the Sun Elf, who had an Emperor Star. Defeating the Sun Elf had been her goal for a long time, and now, Zhao Fu had accomplished it first. The dragon person said seriously, "What I'm most curious about is his identity. Not only can he control the 6 paths demon images, but he also has a divine bloodline. If he's such a terrifying person, how come I've never heard of him before? Hearing his words, everyone felt quite startled. They were also quite curious about this, just who was Zhao Fu? Why did he have such terrifying power and abilities? The elephant person thought about it before saying seriously, he's most likely someone from a holy empire. Only people from holy empires have divine bloodlines, which is why even though he's so powerful, we've never heard of him before. The ogre demon nodded in agreement, saying, most likely only people from holy empires have such terrifying power, ordinary people would not be able to do such a thing. Yu Luohua felt a trace of confusion as she said, since he's from a holy empire, he most likely has an incredibly terrifying emperor star. If he used his emperor star, perhaps it would not be so difficult. However, he doesn't have such an emperor star. Could it be that this isn't his true strength? The orc person felt quite shocked and gulped as he said, don't try to scare people. If this isn't his true strength, then isn't his strength a bit too terrifying? Medusa said seriously, if he has a fate star, he will indeed be at his strongest. However, if the opponent's emperor star is of a much higher grade than yours, you will be completely suppressed, so it will be quite disadvantageous for you. However, as a holy sun with such terrifying power, his emperor star should not be much weaker than a supreme emperor star. Perhaps he really hasn't used his full power yet. Now that the second-ranked Medusa had said such a thing, everyone felt quite shocked and looked at Zhao Fu. They did not know that Zhao Fu was the person who had 5 emperor stars, which had caused such a commotion before. The dragon princess and the others looked at Zhao Fu in delight and worship. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so terrifying. He had defeated the strongest expert of the Outlander race. He was now the strongest expert, a supreme existence, and someone everyone looked up to. The dragon princess laughed as she said, husband is simply too powerful. Adding on that divine bloodline, even I feel that I'm not worthy of him. I feel quite fortunate that I'm the woman of such a powerful person. The elf princess lightly laughed as she said, I knew that husband was no ordinary person. I always felt that he would become the most powerful person in the world in the future, and the entire heaven-awakened world would be shocked by him and look up to him. Now, the people from the 2 empires were all incredibly delighted. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful to be able to defeat even the Sun Elf, who was ranked first on the Heaven's Pride rankings. Moreover, they could see that Zhao Fu and the 2 princesses were incredibly close, and their relationship was definitely confirmed. That was a legendary holy empire, and the benefits it would bring them were unimaginable. They wanted to marry their princesses over, and they had long since cast aside their thoughts of killing Zhao Fu. Yu Luohua and Hu Baimei's empire also wanted to marry them over. At first, they had admired Zhao Fu and felt that Zhao Fu had great potential. However, contrary to their expectations, not only did Zhao Fu have a divine bloodline, but he had also defeated the Sun Elf. In the future, Zhao Fu's accomplishments would definitely surpass the Sun Elf's, causing them to value Zhao Fu even more. Putting aside strength, just Zhao Fu's divine bloodline was enough for them to marry their princesses over. After all, a divine bloodline was a terrifying bloodline that reigned above a sovereign bloodline. Even the Outlander race's most powerful empire's bloodline was limited to the peak of the imperial bloodline. It could be seen just how rare and precious a divine bloodline was. In fact, Medusa's empire was quite interested in Zhao Fu and wanted to marry Medusa to Zhao Fu. The academy's teachers looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a powerful faction to be able to defeat the Sun Elf. The elegant-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, he's quite terrifying, he exploded out with such terrifying power at the end. He's comparable to a ghost immortal, and even the Sun Elf was unable to force him to use all of his power. I feel that this ghost immortal state has even more power that he has not used yet. It's a pity that the Sun Elf was defeated, or else an even more intense battle would have erupted. When that time comes, we'll be able to see just how terrifying this state's power is. The chubby bear race elder happily laughed as he said, I knew that this boy would surpass our expectations, my intuition was right. It's a pity that he's not from our Outlander race and is most likely from the Death race. I really envy them for having such a peerless genius. The serious-looking middle-aged man sighed as he replied, that's right. For a race to have such a terrifying existence, it will greatly affect the entire race, and it can even increase the race's overall power and might. I admit that I underestimated him once again. Before, I also had some prejudice against him. He used his own strength to prove himself. It was my poor judgment to discover that he was so extraordinary. Now, I have to re-evaluate him. The gnome elder's expression was quite unsightly as he nodded and said, my judgment was quite poor. Before, I said that he would not be able to defeat the Sun Elf, but now, he has used this result to tell me that he has the ability to do so. I once again underestimated him. However, he's still quite monstrous to be able to wield such terrifying power. Even the Sun Elf, who unleashed his full Emperor Star's power, was defeated by him. It's not that the Sun Elf is weak but that he's too powerful. Also, the top 10 geniuses of the outsider race were defeated by a ghost race. This is not a good thing for the entire outsider race. The entire outsider race has lost face, and if others were to talk about it, they would feel ashamed as well. The fox raceman said, there's no need to say too much, after all, it's just that we're not as strong as him. It's not that our top 10 geniuses are weak, even if it was any other race, the result would be the same. It's just that that person is too powerful. Also, that person has undoubtedly taken first place in this examination. In the future, he'll be a student of Outlander 10 College, so we can't have any prejudice against him. Having such a terrifying student is a great blessing for Outlander 10 College. The bear race elder sighed as he said, now that he has defeated the Sun Elf, it's likely that he'll be able to pull out the King of Kings sword. It's a pity that he's from the death race, and I don't know if the Sun Elf will be able to pull out the King of Kings sword after being defeated. The serious-looking middle-aged man said worriedly, I'm also worried about this. If the Sun Elf had not been defeated by that person, perhaps it would have been possible. However, he lost at that person's hands and suffered a great loss of fate, making it even more difficult for him to be acknowledged. The gnome elder nodded, I don't know who will be able to pull out the King of Kings sword, and I'm not very confident that the prophecy will come true. The fox raceman said with a serious expression, I hope that the prophecy will come true and that someone will inherit the will of the first King of Kings and lead our Outlander race to glory, becoming the greatest race in the world. The elegant-looking woman laughed, don't be so lacking in confidence. Isn't there someone who has caused the 23 statues to give off 10-colored light who hasn't appeared yet? Moreover, there are many terrifying figures hidden among them. It's possible that someone will be able to pull out the King of Kings sword and become the King of Kings. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became better and they turned their gazes back to the battlefield. Zhao Fu looked at the Sun Elf on the ground and received the system announcement in his mind. Zhao Fu did not do anything and turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. The Dragon Princess and the others also returned to where they had been. After returning, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to recover. This time, Zhao Fu's injuries were quite severe and were not as simple as they seemed. After Zhao Fu had exited the ghost immortal state, he had powerlessly crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He got up with great difficulty and slowly recovered from his injuries. Because Zhao Fu had the divine bloodline, his recovery speed was quite fast, and his injuries gradually stabilized. The Dragon Princess and the other women obediently waited outside, not daring to disturb Zhao Fu at all. 5 days later, Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes and breathed out a mouthful of impure air. By now, Zhao Fu's injuries had completely recovered, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhao Fu's cultivation had broken through to the Great Earth Realm. After breaking through to the Great Earth Realm, Zhao Fu could use his own cultivation to draw out some heaven and earth power, making him even more powerful than before. Moreover, while Zhao Fu had been recovering, a massive wave of Outlander fate had stealthily entered Zhao Fu's body, causing the 34 totems to completely fuse with Zhao Fu's body. Back then, countless rainbow-colored lights had exploded out from Zhao Fu's back, and the auras of the 34 races had exploded out. This seemed incredibly chaotic and disorderly, and the various auras collided, causing Zhao Fu to fall into pain and feel as if his body was going to split apart. Following this, a massive wave of Outlander fate flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and only then did he gradually suppress these totems and fuse with them. Now, Zhao Fu could easily control these totems and could even use different totem powers. At the same time, within Zhao Fu's bloodline, there were various totem powers that could be passed down to the next generation. Boom, the massive stone mountain gave off an enormous golden ray of light that gave off a boundless aura as it rushed into the sky, resulting in a massive explosion. Intense waves of golden light spread out in the sky, instantly covering the entire secret realm. The entire sky became golden and gave off a noble, powerful, ancient, and supreme aura, as well as a formless might weighing down on everyone's bodies. System announcement. The restrictions on the King of Kings Mountain have disappeared, and anyone can now ascend the King of Kings Mountain. After this system announcement sounded out, countless people looked wild with joy and exploded out with powerful auras as they madly rushed up the stone mountain. Xiaofu felt quite startled and did not understand what was going on. The people on the viewing platforms were also quite surprised. They had never thought that the rules would be different from before and that everyone could ascend the King of Kings Mountain. In the past, only the top 10 people had the right to ascend the King of Kings Mountain. Seeing countless people rush up the stone mountain, Xiaofu also gave off a powerful aura and rushed up. Soon, Xiaofu reached the top of the stone mountain. There was a smooth, rocky ground here, and it was quite big. However, there was nothing there other than a golden sword stabbed into the center of the ground. That golden sword was a two-handed sword. The hilt was covered in golden scales, and the tail was round. Where the blade and hilt met was the head of a ferocious beast, and the body of the sword was engraved with the totems of countless races. This sword gave off a supreme sword aura and gave off a noble, ancient, and powerful aura. The countless auras in the sky were all from this sword. This sword was not simple at all, and Xiaofu looked at it seriously. In front of this sword, even with his divine bloodline, Xiaofu felt some pressure. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this sword was, and its grade most likely surpassed that of the Emperor Killing Sword. Right now, the Emperor Killing Sword had not fully matured yet. Xiaofu's Emperor Killing Sword was a sword that could grow, and the larger the Emperor Killing Sword world, the higher grade the sword would be. As such, it could not compare to this golden sword. However, Xiaofu's Emperor Killing Sword had fused with Celestial Slaying Sword intent and the power of 5 Emperor Stars. It was an incredibly terrifying sword, but it could not compare to this golden sword. That golden sword was simply too terrifying. Because Xiaofu had not investigated the King of Kings sword, he did not know what this sword was. However, seeing how everyone present, including the Sun Elf, looked incredibly excited, he understood that this sword was incredibly important. Countless people rushed forward. Some couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to pull out the golden sword that was stuck in the ground. Boom, the sword gave off a powerful golden wave of light and gave off a terrifying power, sending everyone flying back. Only then did the others stop and watch from the outside, not daring to go up. Even though the rules had changed, with how noble the King of Kings sword was, it was not something that just anyone could touch. As the 10th ranked genius, the elephant person thought about it and exploded out with a powerful aura as he stepped forwards. What shocked everyone was that the golden sword did not give off a golden wave of light. This made countless people feel quite discouraged. Their talent, power, and bloodlines were inferior to those terrifying geniuses, and they did not even have the right to get close. The elephant person felt quite nervous and had never thought that things would turn out like this. He walked over to the King of Kings sword and looked at it, feeling quite nervous and excited. If he could pull it out, he would become the Outlander race's King of Kings, the most terrifying existence in the world. The elephant person felt incredibly excited and nervous as he gripped the sword hilt, and countless people also started to feel nervous. The elephant person vigorously pulled, but the sword did not budge at all, as if it was connected to the ground. The elephant person felt quite startled and gripped the sword with both hands. Arg! The elephant person roared and exploded out with terrifying power. A terrifying aura flame erupted around his body, sending out wild gales. The elephant person vigorously tried to pull, but the sword did not budge at all. The elephant person was quite unwilling and roared as he exploded out with an even more powerful aura. He gripped the sword with both hands and vigorously pulled, but he still did not succeed. The elephant person did not give up and continued to pull. Bang! The sword once again exploded out with immense power and sent the elephant person flying back. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked quite dispirited because he had completely lost his chance to become the King of Kings. The people in the surroundings looked quite disappointed, but they also let out sighs of relief. The King of Kings sword was not something that ordinary people could pull out. Since the elephant person had failed, they now had a chance. The second person to go up, the 3-headed ogre, smiled as he walked over to the golden sword and gripped it with both hands. He knew that it would be incredibly difficult to pull out the King of Kings sword, so he immediately exploded out with his full strength. Boom, a massive aura exploded out as the three-headed ogre tightly gripped the sword with both hands and did his best to pull it out, but the sword did not budge at all. In the end, the three-headed ogre's expression was quite unsightly. As he retreated, he understood that he would not be able to pull out the King of Kings sword with his strength, so he could only return to where he was and wait for others to try and see if they could pull out the King of Kings sword. The ordinary people in the surroundings naturally did not go up, as they did not even have the right to go up and grab the sword. If they went up, they would be forced back, so they could only obediently watch. Otherwise, they would also go up and try, hoping that they would be the King of Kings. The elephant person was ranked 10th and the three-headed ogre was ranked 7th. No one was too disappointed that they had failed, as they had expected this. Following this, the 9th-ranked Yu Luohua nervously went up and spread her wings, exploding out with intense light that covered the surroundings. However, the King of Kings sword did not budge at all. In the end, she looked quite disappointed as she returned to where she had been and thought to herself, even a peerless genius can't pull out the King of Kings sword, no wonder no one has been able to pull it out after so many years. The 8th-ranked orc also went up and tried, but he could not make the King of Kings sword move at all. He returned to where he had been in disappointment, but he had already mentally prepared himself. If even the three-headed ogre, who was slightly stronger than him, could not pull it out, his chances would be even smaller. At that moment, the lion person gave off a powerful aura and had a grim expression as he came to the King of Kings sword. He gripped the hilt with both hands and roared as a massive aura flame appeared. The lion person vigorously tried to pull, but the sword did not budge at all. Hu Baimei also wanted to go up and see if she could pull out the King of Kings sword. However, at that moment, a chubby pigman young man walked up first, surprising everyone. The King of Kings sword did not give off any shockwaves to force the pigman young man back. This meant that the pigman young man had the right to go up and pull out the sword. Didn't this mean that he had the potential to rival the top 10 geniuses? Most people felt that this pigman young man was unfamiliar and had never seen or heard of him before. He was most likely one of those terrifying figures hidden in the crowd. Everyone felt quite interested in him and looked at him, waiting to see what he would do. The pigman young man walked up to the King of Kings sword and gripped it with both hands, exploding out with an aura. A 10-meter-tall pigman image giving off terrifying power appeared behind the pigman young man. It raised its head to the sky and roared as a powerful aura exploded out. At that moment, the pigman young man roared and vigorously pulled the sword with both hands. A shocking thing happened, the King of Kings sword slightly moved, causing countless people's minds to tremble as they stared at the King of Kings sword. However, countless people were once again disappointed, the King of Kings sword only moved slightly before it stopped moving. The pigman young man seemed to run out of strength and his body collapsed. In the end, the pigman young man returned to his original place with a dispirited look on his face. Even though the pigman young man had failed, this gave everyone some confidence because someone had finally caused the King of Kings sword to slightly move. This was enough to make everyone feel quite excited, it was still possible to pull out the King of Kings sword. At that moment, a powerful-looking minotaur young man walked up, and the King of Kings sword did not force him back. Everyone looked quite surprised. This was yet another terrifying figure hidden in the crowd. The Minotaur went up and gripped the sword with one hand as he roared. His muscles bulged as a powerful power exploded out. The Minotaur young man vigorously tried to pull the sword, but the King of Kings sword did not move at all. The Minotaur held the sword with his other hand and roared, sending out a shockwave that turned into a wild gale. However, the sword still did not move at all. In the end, the Minotaur awkwardly returned to his original spot. He thought that since the pigman could move the sword a little, he might be able to pull it out a little. However, it turned out that he was inferior to the pigman youth. After that, a few more people walked up. Without exception, all of them were unfamiliar faces. The crowd had never heard of them before, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. Some of them were not any weaker than the top 10 geniuses, and belonged to the category of hidden and terrifying characters. Many people felt quite surprised, they had never thought that there would be so many powerful people hidden here. No one had sensed them before, and if it wasn't for the King of Kings' sword, they would not have appeared. Their goal was most likely the King of Kings' sword. After they failed, no one else went up. Hu Baimei gave a flirtatious smile and turned into a 10,000-meter-long ten-tailed fox, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura and sending out wild gales. With such a large body, she had a great advantage in terms of power. A casual strike from her could shatter a small mountain, and she was incredibly terrifying. Hu Baimei gripped the King of Kings' sword with a massive beast claw and pulled with terrifying power. The King of Kings' sword actually moved a little, and Hu Baimei felt quite delighted. She exploded out with a powerful aura and vigorously pulled, causing the King of Kings' sword to move a little more. Countless people's hearts tightened as they stared at the King of Kings' sword, but it did not move at all. In the end, Hu Baimei also failed, and she looked quite unhappy as she returned to her human form. She had never thought that the King of Kings' sword would be so difficult to pull out. The fourth-ranked dragon person also went up and tried. He succeeded in making the King of Kings' sword move a little before there was no reaction. The dragon person had expected this and was not too disappointed, and he returned to his original spot. At that moment, a black goat person walked up. He was an unfamiliar face and was a terrifying figure hidden in the crowd. He exploded out with a black aura flame and gripped the sword with both hands, causing the King of Kings' sword to slightly move. Boom, a massive aura spread out as the black aura flame became many times larger and turned into a black goat person that bit the King of Kings' sword. At the same time, he vigorously pulled with both hands, causing the King of Kings' sword to move a little more. Everyone was sent into an uproar. This was the first time someone had made the King of Kings' sword move 3 times, and they all looked at the goat person in shock. However, the goat person did not have any strength left, and he let go of the sword hilt as he returned to his original spot with a disappointed expression. Following this, a few more unfamiliar faces went up. Some of them made the King of Kings' sword slightly move, while others were unable to make it move at all. The Sun Elf gave off a sense of confidence and calmness as he stood there, not feeling panicked or nervous at all. He did not believe that this group of people could pull out the King of Kings' sword. If the King of Kings' sword could be pulled out so easily, it would not be the King of Kings' sword at all. The third-ranked dwarf went up and gripped the King of Kings' sword with both hands. He was not in a hurry to pull it out and instead closed his eyes and calmed himself down. A massive wave of power flowed into his legs, and a silver magic formation giving off a powerful aura appeared. The dwarf gripped the sword hilt and started to pull. The silver magic formation continuously spun and gave off a massive wave of power as it helped the dwarf. Shing, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as something shocking happened. The dwarf was able to pull out the King of Kings' sword a little. This was not making the sword move a little but pulling out a little. This dwarf's strength was quite terrifying. Everyone looked at the dwarf nervously and expectantly, but no matter how much strength the dwarf used, the King of Kings' sword could not be pulled out at all. In the end, the dwarf ran out of strength and sighed as he returned to his original spot. The failure of every genius meant that every faction's hearts would shatter. They had great confidence in their geniuses and hoped that they would be able to pull out the King of Kings' sword and become the second King of Kings. But now, their hopes had been dashed, causing the entire faction to be filled with disappointment and dejection. Their confidence had suffered a blow. The expressions of the people on the viewing platforms were quite unsightly. So many people had tried to pull out the King of Kings' sword, but they had all failed. At most, they had only been able to pull out a little. At that moment, Medusa slowly went up and was not in a hurry to pull out the King of Kings' sword. She gripped the sword with one hand and sent a massive wave of power into the King of Kings' sword. A green light covered the King of Kings' sword, and Medusa vigorously pulled. Shing. However, Medusa was soon unable to pull it out at all. However, Medusa did not give up because of this, and she cried out as she exploded out with an even more powerful aura. A green aura flame appeared around her body as she pulled the sword out a bit more. Everyone once again felt nervous, but the sword gave off an unimaginable force as it continued to sink. Medusa gripped the sword, and after holding it for a while, she ran out of strength. Now, everyone's gazes were on the Sun Elf. The person who had the most hope of pulling out the King of Kings' sword was him. If he could pull it out, no one else in the world would be able to do so. If the King of Kings prophecy could not be fulfilled, who knew how long it would be before anyone could pull out the King of Kings sword? This would be a massive loss for the entire Outlander race. Countless people hoped that someone would be able to pull out the King of Kings sword and become the second King of Kings, leading the entire Outlander race to glory. At that moment, countless people looked at the Sun Elf. They placed all of their hopes on him, hoping that he could pull out the King of Kings sword and bring glory to the Outlander race. As countless people watched on, the Sun Elf gave off a transcendent aura as he slowly walked over to the King of Kings sword. He slowly closed his eyes and breathed out as he gripped the King of Kings sword. He once again opened his eyes, and 2 rays of golden light flowed within them. A powerful aura spread out from his body, causing a wild gale to spread out. The Sun Elf vigorously pulled out the sword, and a sword hum sounded out as the King of Kings sword was pulled out a bit. A ferocious sword chi storm spread out, and everyone in the surroundings took a step back as they looked at the Sun Elf anxiously. This Sun Elf was quite powerful. He had directly pulled out a bit. He was definitely the person who was most likely to pull out the King of Kings sword. The Sun Elf sensed the King of Kings sword and felt it sink with unimaginable power. The Sun Elf tightly gripped the King of Kings sword, preventing it from sinking, and he roared as a powerful golden aura flame erupted around his body. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as the King of Kings sword was pulled out a bit more, and a massive sword chi storm spread out. The sword was pulled out a bit more, and the downward force became many times greater. The Sun Elf gripped the sword hilt with all of his strength, and he could no longer hold on, causing his arms to tremble. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless azure starlight covered the sky, and a star giving off a massive pressure slowly descended. At the same time, a massive wave of power entered the Sun Elf's body. Clang, a massive sword hum once again sounded out, and a massive sword chi storm spread out, forcing everyone to retreat. The King of Kings sword was pulled out by half an inch, and countless people stared at the Sun Elf, feeling incredibly nervous and filled with anticipation. They wondered if the Sun Elf would be able to pull out the King of Kings sword. Clang, another sword hum sounded out, but it was not the sound of a sword being drawn. Instead, it was the sound of a sword falling to the ground. The Sun Elf had not been able to draw it out at all, and the sword had fallen back to the ground. Countless people's hearts sank. Even the Sun Elf, who had the support of the Emperor Star, could not pull it out. Who else in this world could? There was no one left. Everyone's faces were gloomy, and they felt an indescribable sense of loss. The Sun Elf's expression was quite unsightly, and he tried again but was still unable to do it. He could only return to where he was and think to himself, can anyone really pull out the King of Kings sword? I'm someone with the support of the Supreme Emperor Star, yet I can't do it. This means that no one can pull out the King of Kings sword, and no one can become the second King of Kings. Suddenly, a figure walked up. It was not Zhao Fu but a blood-red-haired young man. He went up and grabbed the King of Kings sword and vigorously pulled it out. Clang, a massive sword hum sounded out as a massive sword wind ferociously spread out. Countless people looked at the blood-red-haired young man in shock. Just who was this person? He had actually been able to pull the sword out by an inch. How terrifying! Countless people looked at the young man's body, feeling both nervous and filled with anticipation. They had never thought that he would actually be a bit stronger than the Sun Elf. The blood-red-haired young man was expressionless as he gripped the King of Kings sword's hilt, and he felt an incredibly powerful downward force. Boom! An enormous blood-red flame exploded out, sending out an enormous gale that forced everyone back. An otherworldly aura that reigned above that of an emperor spread out, causing everyone to fall into terror. Countless people were once again shocked, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. This blood-red-haired young man was actually a holy son, and an Outlander race's holy son at that. Clang, a massive sword hum once again sounded out as an enormous sword chi storm containing terrifying power spread out. The King of Kings sword was pulled out by another inch, and it was only 3 inches away from being pulled out. Countless people started to feel incredibly excited, feeling incredibly certain that this blood-red-haired young man was the person in the prophecy, the second King of Kings. Moreover, he had the Outlander race's divine bloodline. No one had thought that the Outlander race would also have a holy son. Clang, the blood-red-haired young man's expression was cold as he gripped the sword hilt and vigorously pulled. A sword hum once again sounded out as the King of Kings sword was once again pulled out a bit. Everyone felt even more excited and expectant. Now, they were only 2 inches away from being able to pull out the King of Kings sword. Everyone could see that there was only a bit of strength left before the King of Kings sword could be pulled out. The blood-red-haired young man gripped the sword hilt with one hand and felt an even more terrifying downward force. He coldly harumphed and exploded out with all of his strength. A terrifying aura spread out as blood-red rays of light shot into the sky, forming a blood-red pillar of light. World energy continuously flowed in, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. The young man once again pulled out the King of Kings sword a bit, and everyone looked delirious with delight as if they could already see the blood-red-haired young man pulling out the King of Kings sword. Clang, a sword hum once again caused countless people to fall into the abyss, and the sword fell back into the slot. The blood-red-haired young man was in disbelief and once again exploded out with even more power, but he was still unable to pull it out. In the end, he angrily returned to his original spot. Those with the Emperor Star and Divine Bloodline were unable to pull it out. Now, countless people felt despair and were certain that no one in the world could pull out the King of Kings sword. It was impossible for a King of Kings to appear. The first King of Kings prophecy had been wrong. There was no one who could inherit his will and lead the Outlander race. The people in the surroundings felt incredibly dispirited and did not have any confidence at all. Facing such a terrifying King of Kings sword, they felt incredibly powerless and weak. Seeing Zhao Fu's actions, everyone felt quite startled and felt quite confused. Why was a member of the death race joining in on the fun? This is the King of Kings sword, a holy item of the Outlander race. It's not something an Outlander can touch, no matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. Could it be that he doesn't know what the King of Kings sword is, so he's stupidly going up to try? However, it looks like he really doesn't know. Someone kindly reminded, Holy Son, that's an item of the Outlander race and is called the King of Kings sword. Other races cannot touch it, or they will be attacked. Hearing this, Zhao Fu calmly nodded and continued to walk forwards. This made everyone feel quite confused. Now that someone had reminded him, why was he still going up? Did he not believe what they said? Or did he think that he was strong enough to pull out the King of Kings sword? Some people felt as if they could see Zhao Fu making a fool of himself. Before he could even reach the King of Kings sword, he would be sent flying back by it. However, he had brought this upon himself. He thought that he could pull out the King of Kings sword with great power. Now that someone had reminded him that only the Outlander race could go up and pull out the King of Kings sword, he was too arrogant and could not blame anyone for making a fool of himself. Everyone present looked as if they wanted to see Zhao Fu make a fool of himself. They did not believe that a member of the death race could go up and pull out the King of Kings sword. The 9 geniuses and those hidden terrifying figures all looked at Zhao Fu. They knew how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was, and he was even more powerful than the Sun Elf. If he was from the Outlander race, he would be more likely to be able to pull out the King of Kings sword, but he was not from the Outlander race. They naturally did not believe that Zhao Fu could go up and pull out the sword. They had personally gone up and knew how terrifying the King of Kings sword was. If a member of the death race like Zhao Fu went up, he would definitely be forced back by the King of Kings sword. Hu Baimei lightly harumphed and said to Zhao Fu, I already told you that's our Outlander race's King of Kings sword. A member of the death race like you doesn't have the right to go up and pull it out, so why are you going up? Do you think we would lie to you? Medusa reminded Zhao Fu, this is an Outlander race's supreme relic. As a member of the death race, you won't be able to go up and pull it out, and you might even be in great danger. After all, going up to pull out an Outlander race's supreme relic is a very dangerous thing. The lion person said seriously, Holy Son. You're right. As a holy son of the ghost race, you'll definitely be violently rejected by the foreign race's holy artifact. At that time, you'll be in extreme danger, and your life might even be in danger. Hearing these words, Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I know, but I just want to go forward and try to see if I can pull out that sword. When the people in the surroundings heard that Zhao Fu was determined to go up and court death, they thought that they would just wait for him to make a fool of himself. He really didn't know what was good for him. Even though they told him not to go, he still went. However, it was also a happy thing to see such a terrifying person make a fool of himself. It was also very rare. Thinking about that, everyone smiled and waited for Zhao Fu to go up and draw the sword. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the Sun Elf said coldly, "Don't be too arrogant. You're powerful, but that's an Outlander race's holy artifact. There's no need for you to try, you don't even have the right to draw it, so how can you pull out the King of Kings sword? Also, as the Death race's holy son, if you go up and trigger a violent reaction from the King of Kings sword and it wants to kill you, no one will be able to save you. I don't want to see you die before I even defeat you." The blood-haired young man looked at Zhao Fu and felt quite curious about Zhao Fu. He did not know where Zhao Fu was from and where he had a divine bloodline. He had never heard of this person before. However, the blood-haired young man did not believe that Zhao Fu would be able to pull out the King of Kings sword. Even he, as a holy son of the Outlander race, could not pull it out, so how could a holy son of the Death race do it? The people on the stage had been quite dispirited and did not have any confidence at all. They had thought that the prophecy would come true and that the second King of Kings would appear. However, what made them feel despair was that not even the Supreme Emperor Star or the Outlander race's holy son could do it. Who else could pull out the sword? Seeing Zhao Fu, a Death race person, go up, they looked in disbelief, and some people even mocked him. A Death race person like him can pull out the King of Kings sword, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe it. Just wait for him to be beaten up by the King of Kings sword. Ha ha ha, a Death race person going up to pull out the King of Kings sword? No one would believe such a joke. I feel that this person is seeking death. However, it's good that he's a holy son of the Death race, it'll be a great loss for the Death race. That's right. After all, he's from the Death race and not from our race. With how monstrous his power is, he might be a disaster for our race in the future. Perhaps the King of Kings sword thinks the same and feels like that person will definitely die if he goes up. Let's wait for that person to make a fool of himself. He's overestimating himself. It was not just the countless people on the viewing platforms who felt this way. The large factions on Zhao Fu's side also looked in disbelief, and they were certain that Zhao Fu had pulled out the King of Kings sword. They felt that Zhao Fu had acted rashly and had been too arrogant. He had continuously tried to persuade Zhao Fu to pull out the King of Kings sword and had put himself in grave danger. Their goodwill towards Zhao Fu had decreased. They felt that even though Zhao Fu's bloodline power was powerful, his mind was not mature enough and needed more training. The Academy's teachers could not believe this. Zhao Fu, a member of the Death race, had pulled out the King of Kings sword. The Bear race elder frowned and said, "He's too arrogant this time. That's the Outlander race's King of Kings sword. Outlander geniuses can try, but a Death race holy son like him might really be killed by the King of Kings sword. The King of Kings sword is our Outlander race's holy item, and it will definitely stand on our side. If an ordinary Outlander tried to go up, they would most likely be sent flying. However, if a Death race holy son goes up, the King of Kings sword might be able to kill this threat, and the King of Kings sword will definitely be infuriated." The gnome elder nodded and said, "So many people have tried to persuade him, but he still wants to try. He looks down on the Outlander race's King of Kings sword too much. Perhaps he has been pampered in the Holy Empire for too long and does not know that there are things in the world that even the Holy Empire does not have." The stern-looking middle-aged man said worriedly, "His identity is so terrifying. If he really dies in the mystic realm, the force behind him will definitely cause trouble. This is not a good thing for our academy." The fox raceman smiled and nodded, "I think so too. We don't have to worry too much, and we don't have to be too disappointed either. We've been waiting for the person who caused the 23 statues to react, but he still hasn't appeared. As long as the secret realm doesn't close, there's still a chance that the prophecy will come true." Hearing this, everyone thought about it and felt a bit better. They had almost forgotten about that terrifying hidden figure. He was the person who had a good chance of pulling out the King of Kings sword, and perhaps he was the prophesied person. Now, everyone's gazes were gathered on Zhao Fu's body. However, they were not looking to see how Zhao Fu would draw the sword but how Zhao Fu would make a fool of himself and seek his own death. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he looked quite calm as he slowly walked towards the King of Kings sword. Seeing Zhao Fu get closer and closer to the King of Kings sword, everyone started to feel nervous. They waited for the King of Kings sword to explode out with terrifying power to push back or even kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu walked forward step by step, and he finally stepped into the King of Kings sword's range. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive aura exploded out. A 3-meter-tall golden aura flame burst forth from the King of Kings' sword, sending out powerful gales that spread out. Everyone grinned, and some people could not help but yell out. They had told him not to go, and now he had caused such a reaction from the King of Kings' sword. Now, not only would he make a fool of himself, but his life might also be in danger. The geniuses standing closest to Zhao Fu became wary in case the King of Kings' sword's terrifying power reached them. This was the King of Kings' sword, the Outlander race's holy item, and it was the most terrifying thing. They did not dare to underestimate it, as they could lose their lives. Zhao Fu did not mind the King of Kings' sword's terrifying ripples and continued forwards. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they could not help but retreat. It was as if they could already see the King of Kings' sword exploding out with terrifying sword energy. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing happened to Zhao Fu as he walked forwards. This made countless people feel quite confused, and they could not understand what was going on. The King of Kings' sword had clearly given off such powerful ripples, so why did it not attack Zhao Fu? Zhao Fu ignored everyone's gazes and walked forwards. He came to the King of Kings' sword's side and stretched out a hand to grasp the sword's hilt. The surroundings and viewing platforms were sent into an uproar. Countless people stared at this scene with wide eyes. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would not be attacked and could even touch the King of Kings' sword. Just what was going on? Just as Zhao Fu touched the sword, he felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the power that had guided him to challenge the top 10 geniuses? Now that he was holding the sword, Zhao Fu could sense just how terrifying the sword was. His expression became serious as he stood in front of the sword and gripped it with both hands. He closed his eyes and lightly breathed out. However, how could someone from the death race pull out the Outlander race's holy sword? It's already a miracle that he was able to touch the King of Kings' sword. Now, everyone's minds were in chaos, and they could not understand why the King of Kings' sword had not forced back Zhao Fu, a member of the death race, and it seemed like it wanted him to draw the sword. However, he was not from the Outlander race. Now, everyone's minds were in chaos. They could not understand why the King of Kings' sword had not forced Zhao Fu back, and it seemed to have allowed him to draw the sword. However, he was not an Outlander, Xing. Everyone's minds were in chaos, and they could not understand why the King of Kings' sword had not forced back Zhao Fu, a member of the death race, and it seemed like it wanted him to draw the sword. However, he was not from the Outlander race, Xing. A massive sword hum sounded out as a massive storm of sword chi spread out, attacking in all directions. Countless people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that that person would be able to pull out the King of Kings' sword by an inch. This was a bit more than the Holy Sun from before, which meant that this person had more potential than the Holy Sun or was even more powerful. At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed the terrifying downward force from the sword, and he gripped the sword's hilt with both hands. If he was not careful, he might fall back to the ground. Boom! Zhao Fu did not hide anything and exploded out with his divine bloodline's power. A massive black aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, giving off a transcendent power that reigned above the Emperor realm. Standing by the side, the blood-haired young man looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He found that Zhao Fu's divine bloodline's aura was a bit stronger than his. Just who was this person? Xing. A sword hum once again sounded out, and an even greater sword chi storm spread out, attacking the surroundings. The sword was pulled out by another inch, and it was only 2 inches away. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in disbelief. Could this person from the death race really be able to pull out the King of Kings' sword? At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed the King of Kings' sword's massive downward force. If he did not use all of his strength to hold on to the sword, it was possible that the sword would fall back. Moreover, it would be incredibly difficult to pull it out again. Arg! Zhao Fu gripped the sword with both hands and roared as he exploded out with a terrifying aura. The totem power within his body was activated, and countless colors of light shot out from Zhao Fu's back as 34 different Outlander auras flowed out. Swish, 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 34 different colored rays of light shot out from Zhao Fu's back, which shot into the sky and turned into 34 different races. There were dragon people, rat folk, lion people, giants, cat people, kobolds, elves. The 34 figures represented 34 large races, and they stood in the sky, forming a circle with Zhao Fu at the center. This scene caused countless people to feel even more shocked. Why did that person have so much totem power? Why did he have the auras of 34 different races, and why did the light he shot out form the figures of 34 different races? Everyone could not understand, and their minds went blank. At that moment, Zhao Fu roared as he gripped the sword with both hands and used all of his strength to pull it up. The 34 figures in the sky exploded out with powerful auras, and their bodies gave off all sorts of lights. Xing, a sword hum sounded out throughout the heavens and earth, and countless rays of golden sword light shot out in all directions. A terrifying golden sword chi storm containing terrifying power swept out, causing countless people to retreat in panic. What was even more unbelievable was that the Death Race person had actually pulled out the King of Kings sword. The first King of Kings prophecy had been fulfilled, and the King of Kings sword, which should have been impossible to pull out, had actually been pulled out. However, how could someone from the Death Race draw the King of Kings sword? Everyone could not understand this, and it was quite strange that someone from the Death Race had become the ruler of the Outlander race. However, everyone was once again shocked. That person's Death Race aura dissipated and a pure Outlander aura exploded out, turning into a flood that swept everything in the surroundings. Only then did everyone realize that they had been wrong. That person was not from the Death Race at all, whether it was his identity or bloodline, he was from the purest Outlander race. Countless people's eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. The person they had been mocking was the future King of Kings, and because of their shock, they could not say anything at all. Zhao Fu drew the King of Kings sword with both hands and felt a massive wave of power flow into his body. The barrier that had been blocking the awakening of the Emperor Star was instantly torn apart. Zhao Fu held the King of Kings sword with one hand and pointed it towards the sky as he roared and sent a terrifying wave of power into the sword. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out, shaking the entire world. It was not just the people in the secret realm who heard this but also the people on the viewing platforms. More than half of the Outlander domain heard this shocking explosion, and they all stopped what they were doing and looked towards Outlander 10 College. An enormous golden sword light containing terrifying power shot into the sky, seeming to tear a hole in the sky. A massive storm of sword chi blew out, and the people in the surroundings quickly retreated, not daring to stay nearby. The heavens and earth started to change as the sun and moon dimmed and clouds swirled. A mass of might spread out from the sky, causing countless people's bodies to sink and their bloodlines to feel cold. They instinctively felt terror, and they knelt down. Sensing this aura, it was not just the people in the secret realm who looked up in shock, the people on the viewing platforms also looked up in shock, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. Countless traces of green starlight spread out, and the entire Outlander race's fate gathered. Perhaps it was because of the King of Kings sword, but the green light covered the entire Outlander domain, and the sky became completely green. A chaotic, powerful, ferocious, and noble aura flooded out from the sky, instantly inundating everything. Nothing could stop it, and the aura became greater and greater until it covered the entire heaven domain. All of the heaven domain's fate surged, quickly gathering in that direction. Heaven and earth's colors changed as winds and clouds surged. All of the auras became chaotic, and there was a sense of pressure and danger that came before a terrifying disaster. At that moment, countless terrifying figures in seclusion opened their eyes and looked into the sky in shock. They weren't the only ones. The people from the human realm, ghost realm, demon realm, god realm, spirit realm, demon realm, and water realm also sensed this shocking aura. They all looked in the direction of the other side with shocked expressions. In the human realm's Tiandao sect, a white-haired elder stood on a mountain peak, looking in the direction of the foreign land in shock. A young man next to him also sensed that terrifying aura and said seriously, "Master, this is the revered teacher. This ripple is most likely from someone from the Outlander race awakening a Supreme Emperor Star. It's rare to see such a large ripple, and it's much greater than the ripple from my Celestial Emperor Star. That person might be extremely terrifying and will be a powerful opponent for me." The elder looked into the distance in shock and said seriously, "It's not as simple as an Outlander Emperor Star awakening. That Supreme Emperor Star has the aura of a King of Kings. The first Outlander King of Kings prophecy has been fulfilled. Someone has really pulled out the King of Kings sword and inherited his will, becoming the second King of Kings. Now, the Outlander race is truly going to rise up." Hearing the King of Kings' words, a look of shock appeared on the young man's face. The King of Kings was the most terrifying person of that era, and no one in the 9 heavens and 10 lands dared to contend with him. Even now, his fame shook the world and left behind countless legends. Now that he heard that someone had inherited his will and become the second King of Kings, he naturally felt incredibly shocked. A ferocious-looking middle-aged man from the demon domain said seriously, "Who would have thought that the prophecy would be fulfilled today? That successor has given off terrifying ripples, and he's most likely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have inherited the King of Kings' will. If he really can be like the King of Kings and unify the entire Outlander race, who can stop him? No one will be able to stop him, and the Outlander race's golden age will once again be reborn. The God race, demon race, and devil race will not dare to contend with him. No. We have to stop this. If that person really does lead the Outlander race, the demon race will not have good days in the future." Back then, the King of Kings era was the demon race's weakest era, and this was a great humiliation in the demon race's history. The middle-aged man gave off a terrifying aura as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the Outlander domain. Within the Devil Domain's Dragon Emperor Palace, a well-built elder with a golden dragon horn said in shock, "The Outlander race has been incredibly lucky this time. The second King of Kings has appeared as an Emperor star, and the amount of fate he has gathered is simply unimaginable. It's possible that the second King of Kings will grow into a terrifying existence like the first King of Kings. We can't allow such a terrifying person to live, or else if the second King of Kings appears, the other 7 races will suffer calamity. We can't allow the events of that era to happen again." The Dragon Race Elder gave off a terrifying aura as he turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon as he shot towards the Outlander domain. Within a holy and white temple in the God domain, a young man giving off intense holy light sat on a throne with a cold expression. Below him were countless white-armored divine guards, and the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Who would have thought that the king's prophecy would come true? After so many years, there really would be someone who would inherit his will. However, with a lesson from the first time, the second King of Kings definitely cannot be allowed to live. Back then, when the King of Kings existed, it was the worst of times. Our God race suffered great humiliation, and the great God race cannot be sullied. Send out orders for all of the God domain's experts to gather and head towards the Outlander race. No matter what we do, we cannot allow the Outlander race to protect the second King of Kings. We must get rid of this person, or else the entire God race will suffer calamity in the future. Yes. A few humanoid figures of light from the spirit domain floated in the sky, and one of them said, "The King of Kings' prophecy has been fulfilled. That King of Kings legatee has descended with such a terrifying aura, and he will definitely become an extremely terrifying existence in the future. Should we go and take a look?" Another person said, "There's no need. After all, the second King of Kings has descended, and our spirit race can't change anything. We'll just follow the will of the heavens and let him do what he wants." Another person disagreed, saying, "Back in the King of Kings era, the other 7 races were all suppressed. Even though our spirit race was not affected as much because we were small in numbers, this is still a shocking matter. Even if we don't participate, we should go and take a look." Hearing this, the others nodded and turned into rays of light and disappeared. In the ghost domain, a white-haired, skinny elder giving off dense ghostly chi looked into the distance with a deep gaze and said seriously, as expected from the King of Kings legatee, he used the Supreme Emperor star to descend and sent shockwaves throughout the entire heaven domain. His methods are even more terrifying than the King of Kings from back then. Perhaps others think that he will become a terrifying figure like the King of Kings, but I have a feeling that the second King of Kings will become even more terrifying than the first King of Kings. If the entire Outlander race listens to him, the Outlander race will truly rise up. I want to see what kind of terrifying person he is." The elder narrowed his eyes and turned into a gray ray of light as he disappeared over the horizon. Within the water domain's boundless deep sea, a group of water race experts gathered together, and a beautiful middle-aged woman said, "This second King of Kings is simply too terrifying. He's caused such massive ripples that the entire heaven domain has been shaken, and who knows how many old monsters have woken up." A fishman said with a dark expression, "That's the second King of Kings, how could he not be terrifying? I feel that we should hurry over and take a look, most of the people from the other domains have already gone over." Another octopus-like person said, "We should go and have a look at such a terrifying person. There are most likely many people who want to kill the second King of Kings. When the time comes, we can act according to the situation." A man with scales said seriously, "Back then, under the King of Kings' leadership, the Outlander race was simply too terrifying. Even the most powerful god race, the demon race, and the devil race did not dare to fight with the Outlander race. Back then, our water race was greatly suppressed and humiliated. I think it's best not to leave this person alive, or else that era will come again." The group of water-kind warriors responded, nodded, then transformed into streams of light and disappeared. Perhaps some people did not know what kind of terrifying figure the second King of Kings was and only felt that he was incredibly terrifying. They did not know his background or identity, and they did not know anything about him. However, there were two factions that knew and were incredibly shocked. The first was naturally the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, which had been paying attention to Xiao Fu this entire time. Just like before, an elder was observing Xiao Fu's 5 emperor stars in the boundless sea of stars. Suddenly, countless rays of green light spread out, giving off terrifying auras, and the entire boundless sea of stars seemed to tremble. In front of this aura, that elder felt like he was less than an ant, and his body felt icy cold as if he had fallen into an abyss. The people outside sensed the terrifying ripples from the Outlander domain and looked incredibly shocked. They did not know who this second King of Kings was. A young man in white said in shock, "The King of Kings left behind this prophecy, and it actually came true after so many years. This requires unimaginable prophecy abilities. Back then, the King of Kings was simply too terrifying." A pure-looking woman in white said, "Don't worry about the prophecy. Right now, the second King of Kings is the most important person. Now that the Emperor stars have descended, he has received boundless Heaven's Secrets blessing. The various races experts have all hurried over, but who knows what the outcome will be." A calm-looking young man said seriously, "The various large races most likely won't allow such a terrifying figure to descend. Now, it's up to the Outlander race to see if they can protect the second King of Kings." A young woman said happily and excitedly, "I also want to go and see just what kind of terrifying figure the second King of Kings is. To be able to become the King of Kings and awaken the Outlander race's Emperor star, he's definitely an incredibly rare person. Hurry, call the Fate Sovereign." An extremely nervous and terrified voice suddenly sounded out, causing everyone to feel quite startled. They did not know what was going on, but they knew that something big had happened, so they hurriedly went to inform the Fate Sovereign. The pure and holy young woman in white stood on a building and looked into the distance. She had naturally sensed the terrifying ripples from the Outlander domain. She was wondering what kind of person the King of Kings was and what kind of impact he would have on the Heaven Awakened world. She also wondered if the various races experts would be able to kill this second King of Kings. At that moment, some people hurried over to her and reported that something big had happened. Hearing this, the young woman looked quite startled and felt quite confused. However, after coming to the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion and allowing her consciousness to enter the boundless Heaven's Secrets, looking at the green light, she instantly understood everything. She was greatly startled and almost fell to the ground. No matter how she thought about it, she would never have thought that the terrifying second King of Kings would be him. If word of this got out, it would be enough to scare countless people to death. The young woman looked quite serious and did not say anything else, and she went to meet some old monsters from the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion. Apart from the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion, there was another faction that knew about Xiao Fu's identity, which was the Heaven Spirit Financial Group. They had been paying close attention to Xiao Fu's blood the entire time. At that moment, the orb of blood gave off boundless green light, and an incredibly terrifying aura spread out, causing people to feel terror. Immediately, countless powerful figures from the Heaven Spirit Financial Group gathered here and looked at the orb of blood in shock. They had never thought that Xiao Fu's performance would once again greatly exceed their expectations. They had never thought that the King of Kings who had caused such shocking ripples would be him. Back to the Outlander domain. It had been said before that terrifying figures had long since come to the Outlander domain, waiting to see if that terrifying prophecy would come true. End of chapter 1708. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.